logical thing because everybody has this mindscaped, ridiculous, imagined presupposition that there is an object called Earth, when it's actually the farthest from that. It's actually water, and we are on the foundations, right? We can't understand these things, and that's where it gets into the speculative descriptions, which we can't do anyway. But again, Earth is just coming out of the water, so it's there's another underlying problem here that's hard to kind of grasp again because these people have been brainwashed by a cartoon belief system.
Right. So when the land came out of the water, and then there was a flood, and then the dove came back once the water went down enough for the land to come up out of the water again, then doesn't it potentially stand to reason that a lot of the stuff that was there pre-flood is still underwater?
Absolutely, yes. And
And I think
again,
that's the big secret, like they know that, and they have all kinds of ancient civilizations that they effectively revere that are still just under the water.
right, and then that big thing, that really big part again in Exodus 24, the last line of it, and the water under the earth. That's a real big problem. That means we are literally just we are in a water world. Isn't that amazing? Kevin Costner, thanks for telling us. It's we are they already knew it. It's a water world. That's really what the world is a water creation.
Yeah, super crazy. So effectively, you're just on the higher parts of the elevation uh, throughout the water. That's what we call continents or whatever.
Right, exactly. And again, they are beyond our understanding. That's again when you meet these again, there's different arguments for different groups, right? When you meet the Christian, you just got to point out, or whoever believes the Bible, doesn't it say that God says you can't even measure the depths of the earth. So if you think that you know the size of Earth, then you can't, it's very plain. You can't do that. You can't know the size of creation. It's an insane idea. Again, we've been brainwashed. There's a million ways to skin a cat. You can start wherever you want to, but there's a different way to argue. Every single different person's belief system is a different set of tactics or techniques to, of course, unravel their problem. And then, of course, you got the non-Earth. The foundations of the Earth are not Earth. They are the foundations of Earth. So we got a whole new supernatural non-understanding of things that are way beyond the grasp of our puny little minds.
Agreed. So, what we effectively what we call continents could literally just be higher elevations of land that the water is no longer covering. So everything about this, like, they fit in like puzzle pieces and they broke away, and I don't really see that that's the case. To me, like, with what we know, it's just a bunch of land with a bunch of different elevations, like mountains and valleys, just huge changes of elevation, and we're kind of living on the top.
Exactly. And here's the most amazing, beautiful thing to me is that during the flood or after the flood or as the waters assuaged, everything literally was a true reset. It was all water again. And then, of course, the waters assuaged and the earth came out of the water again, just like it did in the very beginning. It's as it says, the earth was brought forth out of the water. Then again, Noah saw that or experienced that firsthand with the hand of God. And that's you can't imagine how amazing that is. It's a literal reset, just as Genesis 1 describes, then Genesis, which I can't remember the number, when the waters assuaged and the mountains rose up, right? And the valleys sank down. That was a restart 1000% exactly as the beginning, because it was all water at the beginning and it was all water on the surface when it restarted.
Which is why it does make it very interesting when you talk about the, I guess I'll say, speculative angle of the background, because it has fluid like behavior. So we're the earth, quote unquote, it's just tons of water, and we have some land, and then we clearly have waters above, and that area that's not water in the form that we know it to be is still fluid. And so then effectively everything top to bottom is a version of water. We just have a very limited grasp of what water is.
Right.
There is
So
a difference
right.
and a divide. So I like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just a whole different construct in the mind because you're going to speak of to people that have the exact opposite idea. They imagine a magical outer space cartoon and they think of Earth as an object with actually a little bit of water, right? And they will tell you, they will admit to this, and even flat earthers will misuse the terminology and say that Earth, the surface of Earth is such and such a percentage of water, right? Which is obviously not true, actually. You see, the surface of Earth is 100% Earth, and the surface of the water is 100% water. So that's the problem, is that literally you have to completely start from scratch. There's no fixing this pot. This pot fell off the top of the Empire State Building, and you can't put it back together. You got to start from scratch. So the surface being the surface, right? So the surface is the surface. By the way, a surface called a face for a reason. It's a surface. How many times in Genesis does it say this? The face of the whole earth, which is, of course, where the inhabitants of earth live on the surface, right? That breathe air. And, of course, the face of the waters, Genesis 1. So
Yeah, but
it's just, yeah.
isn't it crazy, bro, that like whenever we're talking to people and they bring up the sky and we're like, look, man, you don't bring up the sky when you're talking about measuring the surface of something, which is accurate, but at the same time, the sky just dismantles them. Like everything in the sky acts as if it is clearly in fluid, like it's clearly in fluid
Yep.
and it's a more
Right.
dense medium. And that destroys everything that they say from the beginning. They had to just make up
Right.
that actually it was empty up there.
Right, exactly. And that's why realize this, that obviously most of the people that you're talking to, you can tell where they're coming from, right? I mean, you can tell. Like if they have a NASA shirt on, I start there. I start at the sky. And then we're going to come down, right? Because if I start at Earth, they're going to try to take me to the sky anyway. So I start in outer space. Well, outer space is fake anyway. Everybody knows this, that has two brain cells to rub together. Outer space is a hoax, bro. And that's where I start, So there's more than one way to skin a cat. But that's where they want to talk about anyway. Remember, they're trying to protect that outer space religion by using the foundation of this perverted ball that they have in their mind. And of course, it just works in conjunction and it's what's so perverted is that they removed heavens and gave you nothing. They removed heavens and gave you the bottomless pit. Instead of being heavens above, you're surrounded by a bottomless pit, which actually is the opposite. The bottomless pit is, of course, below. So they've removed the concept of up and down, below, above, upon, in. Not you literally you can't understand what just basic terms mean. So, and that's why it's so easy just to fall back and go, but outer space, outer space, outer space, and that's where the religion exists.
Yeah, that's so crazy, man. They literally inverted it. It told you that nothing, a bottomless pit of nothingness, is above you.
Yes. Bottomless. It's so crazy. And instead of it's so I mean, you got to give it to Satan. Satan could not have done a better job of perverting God's creation with other than the way he did it. You couldn't make it any better.
Yeah, and it's not even above, right? Like you said, it's just omnidirectional nothingness.
Exactly. Omnidirectional bottomless pit. There you go. That's what they believe in.
Crazy. It's blatant inversion. I think that like
And it's killing.
how beautiful is it though if you could just use the sky against them, leading them back in, like leading them into the discussion about the surface, right?
Oh,
Because
you
like
do. Yeah.
point to the sky. So in a way, like if you could just, well, actually, look, here's the deal. They look at this thing called quote unquote red and blue shift, and they're making all these assumptions about the medium it's in, right? But actually, it's a much more dense medium, and everything's much closer. So, you know, that's the truth. And that's why they can't explain the sky because they're wrong from the beginning.
Right. But here's the thing is that just the basic observations I absolutely annihilate the outer space cartoon fairy tale. If there's one star, just one, of course we know which one it is. If there's one star, just one observation that's generally in the same area at all, it's over. It's over. If there's one star in our sky that's generally in the same place, it's over. And that's what they can't grasp. It's that simple. There's no way you could have 666 different vectors of movement and have one star staying in the same general area. It's over. But again, they can't comprehend anything because what this religion does, it destroys your soul. It destroys your ability to think, to process, to fathom, to even understand any basic. And that's why it's literally, you have to pull them out of the entire system from the beginning and literally, whether it's flat earth or whether it's the rakia or whether it's the waters above or the fact that there's the stars twinkle or the fact that there's one star that's in the same spot or the fact that there's concentric star trails being seen moving slightly apart inwards and outwards from right your view from the same point on earth, right? I don't have to turn around to see the stars converge and diverge. I can be on the equatorial circuit, if you like that. If I'm on the equatorial circuit of the earth and I look up and I see the stars going in and out of each other, still moving east to west, it's over. Any junior photographer knows that the camera can't be moving at all. The camera, just think of the reference frame of the camera. If the camera is moving at all, you cannot have circular star trails. It's over. So all these observations, just the basic observations of the sky, actually destroy the outer space religion completely. Just one observation of the sky. And that's how bad it is. They can't comprehend.
And that's why they put it on the Georgia Guidestones. That's why they built it to where it all depends upon the sky and how the earth isn't moving.
Right. I mean, way before I get to the Selenelian eclipse, which is interesting, right? Way before, because they're going to do that. They're going to say, well, how do eclipse? As if they know. That's the problem. They already have this infanticist, crazy, psychotic idea that they can understand eclipses. That's the problem. You think you understand eclipses in the first place, but you can't understand a straight line. So let me get this straight. You want to ignore the fact that we are living on a straight line, but you think you can understand eclipses. That's the problem. You're getting away and desperately hiding from, first grade math, and you're going into presupposed non-Euclidean assumed algebra. Again, and the reason is because this is about pseudo-intellectualism. The vast majority of excuses or reasoning behind this perverted religion and why people are stuck in it is because they don't want to seem stupid. They are scared to death of seeming ignorant, right? And even the Christians, right? They're pseudo-intellectuals. Just go to a Christian debate right now when people are discussing evolution. Instead of just talking about the fact that it takes two cats to make kittens, which by itself annihilates evolution, they're talking about, of course, the design of the DNA and the deoxyribonucleic acid and the molecules and the triple redundant systems of your genome, which are a billion times more complicated, which again, we can't understand. That's why they used to call it junk DNA. Well, there's no such thing. It's called a triple redundant system. When one system fails, it goes to a secondary system. So it's not junk anyway. So it's just lie on top of lie. What they've done is the more complicated they can make it, that creates this fog of war. So if it's not understandable, Witsit, the pseudo-intellectual wants to pretend they can understand it. You see, they want to pretend, oh yeah, I get it, of course. And that's what it's all about. It's all about trying to pretend you're smart, which is a form of self-worship. So this whole religion, this whole insane cartoon fairy tale is about self-worship when it comes down to it.
Yeah, that's a trip.
Man, it's a great deception. It really is, right? And even the elect will be deceived if possible. I mean, if Peter, remember this, again, this is why it's very relevant. Remember, Jesus told Peter, you're going to deny me 3 times before that rooster crows. And of course, Peter said, no, 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 I won't. And all it took was a girl to come up to Peter from the fireplace and say, weren't you that guy hanging out with Jesus? So if Peter can be deceived and literally lie, he said, I don't know what you're talking about. That's what Peter said. So anybody can be deceived. Remember that. It is that the top 12 most important dudes ever in history in the last 2,000 years were deceived. Anybody can be deceived. And it takes that type of heart. You literally have to be ready to. What was Peter worried about, Witsit? Peter was worried about being killed. If you're not ready to die for the truth is not in you.
I think I've seen you somewhere. I remember you were with that man. They took away. I recognize your face. You got the wrong man, lady. I don't know him, and I wasn't where he was today, nowhere near the place. Yeah, he couldn't
Voice of an
understand.
angel.
He couldn't understand ahead of time how he could possibly be led to deny, right? But when it came down to it, that's what he did. Fear of
She has a lot of
death and
practice
public ridicule.
singing to her children. Sorry.
Amen, amen.
That's
Amen,
true.
verily.
Say that.
Thank you. How about this? Anybody know what Judas did after they gave him the 30 pieces of silver? What did he do with the money is what I'm getting. What did he do with the money after they gave Judas the 30 pieces of silver?
He ate it. Oh, I'm just kidding.
Oh, I don't know.
Judas-
Didn't he end up like
Hookers,
throwing it
hookers
over a
and
cliff or
coke, my bro.
something?
What's that, Dandelion?
Didn't he end up like throwing it over a cliff or something like that? I don't know.
Well, kinda. He gave it back to them, and then he said that I have done wrong. And then the people that he gave it back to said, "Well, we can't keep this money. It's blood money." Isn't that crazy? They knew what they were doing was wrong, and literally he got his money and then ended up giving it back. You see, the truth is more important than anything. And again, what is a man to be given if he gains the whole world and loses his soul? He gave that money back and then went out to a tree and hung himself and then burst asunder in the hotness of the sun, probably.
Why would he do that?
Pretty crazy.
What else could you do? What once you did that, remember, then he saw the aftermath of him selling him out. He saw what was happening and then realized he literally, remember, he was told, if you do this, you're better off never been born. And he really, like, what more, like, I couldn't live with myself, literally. It's like the one justifiable time in history, and nobody knows where he ended up. I'm not making a claim for him, but he realized the truth, obviously, after he did that. He realized the truth.
What did he do? Sorry, I don't know anything about this. What did he do?
He pointed out to, of course, the government who Jesus was when they were hunting him down to kill him. So Jesus was one of the 12 apostles.
That. Mm-hmm.
And remember, anyway, to not elaborate, but he was the same guy that reached into the bowl with Jesus at the same time. You know what I mean? So if a master comes to your dinner table, you probably would let him reach into the bowl by himself. So the guy that reaches into the bowl with the master is showing that he's disrespecting the master. Anyway, long story short, he got his money, and then obviously he knew he made a mistake. He wouldn't even keep the money. That wasn't enough, and he realized he just had to kill himself. That's it.
Huh.
And I would be like, bro, why would you not just at that point, I mean, as bad as that is, just go Rambo trying to save Jesus, you know?
It was
Right,
actually
should've.
like a little
Be a
bit
better
worse than
ending
that.
for
Great point.
sure. Yeah, I like that ending. Going Rambo. Yeah.
Right, and the
It was
reason,
a little bit
obviously, we
worse
know
than
why.
that.
Right, he couldn't because he was so destroyed at that point. He literally could. I don't want to imagine. I don't.
That's
Yeah.
slippery Judas.
Well,
So,
it was after
the-
Jesus' crucifixion and resurrection, because
The betrayal.
Judas went up to Jesus after the resurrection and gave him a kiss on the cheek to prove that he was real. So he couldn't have hung himself until after he was resurrected.
That might be true. What chapter and verse is that? Might be true.
I don't remember. Just look up the kiss of Judas.
Well, the kiss of Judas happened before he was killed. Actually, the first kiss of Judas happened before.
The first, so there's more than one?
No, I'm just saying the kiss of Judas is before he was even put to death. That's how he identified Judas. Excuse me. That's how Judas identified Jesus, was with the kiss.
He said the kiss happened first.
I might have
kiss
the
happened first.
story a little mixed up then.
How do you kiss a specter, a spirit?
Well, no, he came in the flesh, but that's the thing is that
Oh.
that's how he identified. Yeah, and I guarantee that no, he didn't get close to Jesus after that. That was his last kiss.
Yeah, I mean, he asked the right question, right? Like, why are you're saying that he kissed him after he was crucified? It makes sense.
Yeah, it was before. That's how he ID'd him. Yep, he said, "I'm going to walk up to the man and kiss him," and he kissed him, and that's when they took him.
Pretty crazy.
Huh.
You would have to go save him, right?
Well,
Who's you?
but we know he couldn't. He was so demoralized, and of course, God was not going to let him interfere and then become a hero. He wasn't going to let him do that.
I mean, if you're going to you're willing to die, I mean, then obviously being killed, trying to prevent it would be a better option than doing it yourself, right? See, doing yourself is pretty wild because everyone's given a gift of life.
Mm.
But I think people are also
But-
given a gift to give to others in
Remember,
life.
Jesus knew it was going to happen. He brought all his apostles like the Last Supper, right? So Jesus was well aware that there was a wolf in sheep's clothing, and he knew it was Judas. And
He told him.
he
That's
sat
what
with
he said.
him.
He told him. Yeah.
And he sat with him and he told him, I love you anyway, and that fucked Judas up because the cogs were already in motion and he'd basically set the trap. And Jesus actually sat with him and talked with him the most that night. So he became the favored apostle. And the other apostles became very jealous of Judas over that evening. Why is he spending all this time with Judas? Why won't he talk to me? What's going on? So Jesus basically sat with Judas and said, "You've done what you've done. You've led me to the sacrifice, but I love you anyway." And that's probably what played on Judas's mind. I don't think he killed himself. I think he went mad and wandered the desert and just never appeared again. So after everything was done, he took his 30 pieces of silver, and I thought he buried it. He buried it in the desert.
No, he gave it back.
But
He
maybe
he
returned
literally
it.
gave it back to them.
Okay.
Yep, he gave it back. Yeah, Matthew,
But
Mark, Luke, John, it repeats it.
I'm pretty sure he just went insane and he just wandered the desert until he eventually died. He just went increasingly mad from the betrayal.
No,
it's in Matthew 27. Judas was repentant of what he had done, so he took the money back, threw it at the priest in the temple, then he went away and hanged himself.
Oh, he did hang himself.
Yep, correct.
Yeah, and it was after Jesus had died. So he did kiss him beforehand, but he hanged himself afterwards.
Another layer to the story is that he's actually the treasurer of the whole entire group as well. And Jesus knew that he was going to betray him. He still put him in and appointed him on their worldly money.
Sure, to teach a
He
lesson.
was giving the money the whole time.
Okay, so listen. If Judas was teaching people globe stuff and Jesus was teaching people flat earth stuff, that would still be a betrayal. You know what I'm saying?
It's much worse than that, Glad.
Well,
yeah, dude. If Judas had to come talking about the heliocentric model, man, dude, he would have easily hung himself.
Sure.
Like, dude,
no, wait a minute.
Crazy.
Right.
Well, wait a minute. What, Exo?
Well, I just want to say, remember the first person that said, "No, we're going to stop this. We're going to prevent them from capturing you. We're going to prevent them from killing you," was Peter. And when Peter tried to stop Jesus from this idea that he was going to go through these measures, Jesus turned around and said, "Get behind me, Satan. You do not understand the things of heaven. So these are the things of heaven. You're still using your carnal mind, right?" So he yelled at Peter for Peter trying to stop Jesus from being killed. Remember that.
Crazy.
That's true, yeah. So yeah, that's probably what made it so bad. That's what made it
he
so
called
bad.
him satanic. He called him satanic for trying to save him.
Hi, Lulu. I hope she can say hi. Maybe not. It's good to see you anyway.
What's her name, Dandelion? Oh, there it is. Forever love you. There you go.
So isn't it pretty crazy that the reflection moves with the sun in the Sundog time lapse?
Yeah, those are nice. Yeah, where did you come up with those? Where'd you get those?
I saw them on TikTok.
Nice.
Well, actually, I saw it on Instagram, but it had a TikTok role.
Sponsored by Facebook.
And dude, I'm telling you, man, you got to fight the beast, man. I always am pro someone putting together like good information on a short clip on TikTok or IG because, dude, like, I mean, that's even the way to make money efficiently now. So to reach anyone, really, you're gonna have to we have to make ripples in that realm. Although it sucks, though, right? Like I probably hate it more than the people that are gonna critique me about it. But I'm probably gonna have to TikTok it up anyway. Can anyone think
you got to do what you're called to do.
Yeah, I'd rather throw the phone away, I think. But can anyone think of like a rebuttal for why it moves with, like, if you're a glober? Just
Well,
that.
that guy earlier, that's what you guys started arguing about, right? The Robert guy, was he trying to say the atmosphere moves with the Earth or something? Was that about this picture? Or was that about something else? I can't remember.
That doesn't work though, because it's a time lapse and it shows all these clouds and everything like moving throughout the time lapse, but the reflection just moves perfectly with the sun.
Yeah, I know it doesn't work, but yeah, I don't know what they would come up with.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to. So I'm thinking what they would say is just that you're just seeing that part in the world. I think they would try to maybe say, I don't know. I don't want to give them the best they got. So, actually, never mind. It doesn't work though. Like basically that's just an optical effect of reflection throughout the atmosphere. And that's it's like a uniform composition of their crystal excuse just doesn't work though. No, so I don't know what they would say.
The refraction rhetoric is super sad and pathetic.
My guess is they would say, well, all of the atmosphere is being moved by gravity uniformly, but then it's also at the same time moving independently within that uniform motion, so it appears to not be moving uniformly, so you can't tell.
So then the effect.
What the fuck are they even saying? Sorry, go ahead.
That effect comes from the sun in the atmosphere that's moving with the Earth. Like the actual reflection just moves in the atmosphere with the Earth to where it looks like it's perfectly with the sun.
Yeah, it's all just holographically bent into by gravity if you're a glober.
That is probably the best answer, bro. Holographically bent into place.
That's what the astrophysicists try to tell me was the excuse for why all the stars appeared geocentric, but we were in a heliocentric delusion.
Wow, that's very profound of him.
It's all a holographic matrix. When you look up, you don't actually see the stars.
Drace, I've heard so much of your voice rapping. It just, to me now, every time you talk, it just sounds like you're rapping. I love it. It's great. Sorry. Continue.
How can this happen if the Earth is in a vacuum and spinning?
It can't.
93 million miles away. Wait, better yet, I'll make it a question for this room. How can this happen if there isn't literally a container that's causing the reflection? Like that the container is the reflection.
Yeah. Off of what would it reflect otherwise?
I think the glober would say, oh, it's reflecting off of the vacuum. Just like, and they would show you a laser reflecting off of the boundary between the air and the water, and they would be like, it's just like this.
Wow.
Of course, we know it's a false comparison. You have gas that's and the boundary that is reflecting off. It's not reflecting off of nothing.
Well, what we compare the water to is the air. So to try to then compare the water as if analogous to the air is actually retarded.
Yeah, I would like any of them to try to do this under laboratory conditions where they get gas to form a layer against the vacuum and then try to make the vacuum bounce. Because they can't.
No. It's a vacuum. This has to be a container.
How do you go to nowhere? a vacuum is essentially nothing, right? You can't. So there's nothing there. So it's nowhere. How do you get there?
Yeah, what a world. People are like hella prideful about the fact that they know stories about a claim of nothingness, like literal nothingness.
They can't even get the prerequisite for that because they can't make a gas form a free surface. So the gas always expands to fill the volume, so they can't even validate their imaginations.
Well, of course not, but why is this reflection here? Because of that same answer, right?
Yeah, there's top to the container preventing the gas from escaping, so that's reflecting it, obviously.
Whoa. Because this is one of their things that's going to be hard for them to invoke their big G God. I don't really see how their big G God helps them out of this one.
God, gravity, globe.
Pretty poor choice of gods. Can't even help
Gnosticism. Sorry.
This omnipotent creative force can't even help you out of the phenomena with the sun. I wouldn't be surprised if they invoke their god still, though, out of religious habit.
Oh, man. They're doing it a lot of times anyway. Every time someone's done praying, say amen or amen, amen ra, sun god shit. It's just all over the place. People don't even know.
Don't you think it is some gravy that like the big G and little G of gravity is different versions of their gods?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's so crazy because it is the creative force, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's the creative force that isn't a force, can be thought of like a force.
Right. So long ago, too. Was that like 2.5 years ago?
Is that the Trinity then? Is that the Trinity then? They have the Big Bang God who killed himself, explosive force, and then they have the little G and the big G as their the other two axes of the triangle.
Whoa.
That's gravy 2.0 for me. I don't know. Don't know about that.
So, okay, so the theory of relativity on the quantum scale, quote unquote, which I take issue with the name, right? Predominantly because it's dumb, but you can't quantify the immaterial on this really small scale. But anyway, relativity doesn't work whatsoever, right? Like this idea of gravity doesn't work to explain anything. It has to be completely disregarded. And then they say that since gravity is this omnipresent creative force that is their God, it has to be everywhere. So they're going to one day discover the graviton. That's just a different version of their transformative God. This is real life. This is top tier science, guys. This is what people like the cutting edge.
Hey, stop coughing.
What people think the cutting edge of science is. The graviton. And dude, of course nothing on the smaller scale works with the theory of relativity. Everything's electric. So, everything. You don't get to somehow hijack all of the phenomena we know to be electric and then claim that there's something else there really making it happen. But I can't prove it, can't find it. The electric part is way too strong and can't be removed, so I can't isolate it, but it's there, I promise. Now get on your knees 6 times a day and pray.
And pray, see P-R-A-Y. It's the same pronunciation as P-R-E-Y. And so lesser magic-wise, it's like you're admitting that you are prey. I'm going to pray. I'm going to become prey. It's all over the place, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, for sure, dude. They got so many spells embedded in English language. It's wild.
Yeah.
It's like the Cat Daddy.
You kind of got it wrong there with prey. So when you prey upon something, it means the opposite. It means to hunt it.
Do you understand what I'm saying? They want to flip and reverse everything.
Right.
Right. They would say that you're something that can be preyed upon. And I would say, like,
correct.
Basically, colloquially used more so as preyed based on naivety or naivety. However you say the word that I can never say.
Naivety? God, that's a bad one. Fuck that word.
Yeah, there you go.
Naivety. Ugh.
Naivety.
Terrible. I don't want to say it ever again.
But yeah, prey upon the naive nature of people as they pray.
Correct. And when you say blessed, it means be less. To bless someone, be less. Bless you. Well, be less, would you? It's fucking nuts.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Raised to the ground.
Bullets.
Here's one. Rain, R-E-I-G-N, and rain from the sky. What does that mean?
Rain for 40 years. Rain for 40 nights and 40 days.
What does that mean? I don't know.
Rained over.
Yeah, but like rain from the sky isn't necessarily like a king or whatever. You know what I mean? And reigning over something is ruling over something. So it doesn't really make sense to me. I don't know.
Well, you know how you have reins on a horse?
Oh yeah, that too. There's three pronunciations that are different words. Wow.
Well, in a way, the rain actually is a sign of what reigns over everything if everything was flooded. I'm just saying, though.
Yeah, that's a strange one. Off in the weeds, though. Even the weeds can only happen on a flat, stationary, enclosed earth. My mom today said, so like a fishbowl. I said, yeah, I mean, if you want to think of it that way, yeah, it's the flat part on the bottom there, and then it's enclosed. That's all I'm trying to say. I started with the bike tire, and then she got that. She said, no, you know. And I said, we have pressure on Earth. She says, gravity. I said, how is a force? And I didn't say non-force because I didn't want to confuse her further. I said, how does a force act as a physical barrier? And then I kind of lost her. But yeah, my mom's like half woke, and I'm trying really hard on her. Yeah.
What about when people say they're under the weather?
Oh yeah.
They're literally just spraying the sky with chemtrails that make you sick.
Okay. Yep.
How about lukewarm? Lukewarm.
Who the fuck is Luke?
I don't know. And why is he so warm?
Why is he the arbiter of what's warm? You go ask, hey Luke, is it warm? I don't know.
Yeah,
Man.
that's
Quit fucking
lukewarm
asking
right
me,
there.
man.
That's perfectly lukewarm.
Quit asking me, man. No. He's ambivalent because he's in the middle. He's lukewarm.
Yeah, doesn't lukewarm stand for like not too hot, not too cold?
It boring is what it stands for. Yeah. But it makes sense. That is what the system wants our morals and values to be, lukewarm. Right in the middle.
Yeah, I think they want our morals to be relative, and that's why they push relativity and that kind of bullshit.
Well, check this one out. So, everyone does the walks for cures for cancer. Right? Cure cancer. We're going to cure cancer. When you cure something, you're like preserving it.
Damn.
Yo, let's go preserve cancer. Let's go do a marathon to preserve cancer.
Cancer support.
Yeah, that one's dark, bro.
For sure, bro. That sucks.
Well, what does the cure
People
mean?
are out there just like, where do you get your cancer support?
Well, so many people don't like cancer.
They got
Like
it
the
promoted,
cure,
yeah, for sure.
like to
Well,
say cure it, like to cure it. That is pretty dark spell, yo. Like
hey,
to
donate
cure it,
here.
to cure something. What does that mean?
Yeah, to cure, to procure, to settle, to set.
That's a preservation process.
Yeah. So they're preserving bad shit.
Bro. And that's why they got so many people doing these little rituals where they go and say the phrases.
Here's one. Ready? And this one was just stabbed into us. Fighters. That one makes me sick to my stomach right there.
That one's bad.
I actually forgot I came on here for a reason. Okay.
Oh, good. What was that reason?
Yeah. It took me a while to remember. I was just waking up.
You ever thought about the word reason? I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Hold on. Yeah, go ahead, Gavan again.
But it was actually about red pilling. Even using the term, your community knows the connotations with that term, right? Red pill.
It's a Matrix thing, but beyond that, a lot of people don't know what it means. No.
Okay, so red pill in the internet community has a lot of connotations with national socialist groups. I just kind of wanted to bring up the point that since I've been here, like I like listening to your community and stuff, and to give you a bit of a hand, I'd perhaps suggest using another term such as developing critical theory. I don't know. I know that's a snappy term, but it has been appropriated by probably the wrong people. So maybe think about that, because if you are streaming this to YouTube and it's publicly accessed, a lot of people might just start switching off about what you're actually trying to say because you keep using the term red pill, which
Right, but
pretty.
unfortunately, culturally speaking, it's the one movie pretty much everyone knows what you're saying, which is you take the pill to stay asleep or you take the pill to know the truth.
Right,
So
but
I see what you're saying.
unfortunately,
Like, for example, I don't promote taking random pills from dudes in trench coats, but like it's just, I don't know. It's kind of like the word gravity, which I see your roles, but really gravity's incoherent dielectric acceleration. Everything's electrostatic. It's like, should we be scared of the word? No, because on the earth, the word comes from something that doesn't help anything out but the flat earth and the stationary earth. So anyway.
I mean, keep using it. But I was just suggesting.
Oh, thanks for the permission. I have a question. Sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to say, in a different country, if you search red pill or that kind of, but you have to use red pill in there and whatever, red pill, flat Earth, red pill, New York 2001, and whatever, and would red pill stuff come up like Matrix and all that, or would it be something different in your country? Because when we do it here in America, you can't get past the Matrix stuff. Like if you search for anything else, if you want to see anything else about something red pill, you won't get past Matrix stuff here.
It might be a case of your enemies using it as weight towards their argument of basically flat earthers being connected with national socialist groups, right?
Yeah, but
that's all I was kind of. That's all I was kind of.
You're the only
about.
one.
So when I looked up,
so weird
when
and
I looked
random,
up,
bro. You want to add that word, and
it's almost like you're trying to make it happen by putting it on this fucking live stream, and that's not cool.
Yeah. It's
that's
like
not true.
Let me say, you want to create that long phrase that no one says, and then say we should replace the short phrase "red pill" with another really long phrase, because this other long characterization that's not real. So you're saying why? No, like if we do that, the red pill colloquially used, talking about you want to stay asleep, or would you rather know the truth even if it's uncomfortable? We're gonna still use that. We'll absorb that. Thanks though.
That's cool. Yeah, no, there's no
eggshells on that one, bud.
Malicious motive
Walk
behind that. So when
Well,
I
what
search on the
does
internet,
socialism even mean, and what's nationalist mean? Oh man, are you? Oh, do you represent your nation? How dare you?
would you like a discussion? No, be careful. Would you like a discussion about National Socialism? Because I can have a
No,
long
I
one.
don't.
This is a flat Earth channel. That's kind of what I've been trying to get at the whole time, sir. But whatever. It's not. We aren't affiliated with any belief system. That's the point here. It's empirical data and evidence gathered in the physical world.
Well, let me
Yeah,
ask
which
you
is
this.
cool.
As you're talking about the red pill, let me ask you the question. Would you rather accept the truth, even if it's uncomfortable? Or if it's really uncomfortable, would you rather just stay asleep and it doesn't really matter because it's more comfortable asleep?
Sleeping is pretty comfortable. Just saying. Just putting it out there.
Okay, so in the analogy that you've brought to the discussion about the red pill, blue pill thing, then you would take the blue pill if you were given the choice?
Well, okay, so I used to be like a professional skateboarder, and I just sustained all these massive head injuries, not actually from skating, but from all the fist fights I was getting into with rollerbladers. Like, this was in the early 90s, right? So, like, I can't not, you know, wake up. I mean, I can't not stay, I have to, I'm just kind of like brain damaged. So, like, things filter in, right? But then they just disappear again because of basically massive trauma. So yeah, like some people, I guess, are blue pilled whether they got a choice or not. And maybe setting up some kind of support group for those people could be something humane that the red pillars could do. Like give them little encouraging pats on the head, and then everybody feels comfortable and happy.
Okay, so so everyone here can get a spectrum of where you are regarding that. Let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say that you have a wife, and she every weekend she goes and hangs out at her mother's house or whatever. But actually, you find out that she's been just going and sleeping with random dudes every weekend. Would you rather know that she's doing that, or keep believing that she's going to her mother's house?
What? Sorry, man, I'm having one of those moments. Can you just repeat the analogy?
Yeah. Say you had a wife. I'm imagining.
Yeah, well, that's not going to happen.
I was going to say super hypothetical. The fact that you had to interrupt me to say that really confirms it. But anyway, so super hypothetical here. Pretend you had a wife. Okay. So if your wife
Exciting. Getting married. Sorry. Anyway.
Well, just say anyway. And every weekend, she said that she was going to hang out with her mom. Well, you find out different ways or whatever that or she's actually going and sleeping with a bunch of different dudes every weekend.
Right.
Would you rather know that or keep believing that she's hanging out at her mom's?
Right. So she's getting red dicked, in other words.
If that flips your boat, bro.
Brother, is would you rather know the truth or would you rather believe in the lie? Or believe that it's a lie? Or believe that it's the truth even?
Let me lower the frequency a little
to be honest.
Say you're about to eat a hot dog and it's really bad for you, processed, genetically modified, known to be carcinogenic. It's actually almost designed to make you sick, but it tastes good. Would you rather not know it, ignore that, and still eat it because it tastes good?
Oh, I mean, like hot dogs taste pretty good, right? Like, I mean, I could probably handle a couple of days on the toilet if it was like really delicious, but I knew it was full of all this dubious stuff. Because that's the spice of life is new experiences, right? So, like, somebody presented me with this absolutely like amazing, let's say $3,000 gourmet hot dog, but there was one ingredient in it that was spoiled. Okay. And I knew about it and I knew it was going to make me sick, but I was getting that hot dog for free and it was in. Right. I would probably still eat the hot dog and then just
makes you a
for a couple
psychopath,
of
sir.
days.
You're a psychopath.
Yeah, you ruined that hard. Here's what I'm trying to say to you, buddy. Okay. Per your interruption earlier, I really don't have high hopes for you. Okay. But truth is truth regardless of your opinion, right? And whenever there's an orchestrated lie propagated onto the public, including children, then there's actually a moral obligation intrinsic in life itself, which I'm assuming you may take for granted via some nihilism and materialism. But you have a moral obligation to stand for the truth. So if there is truth and then there is the lie, and like in the Matrix that you brought up with this other little rabbit trail you had here, would you know the truth or would you ignore the truth willfully because it's more comfortable to do so?
No, I've just been dragging you along for the last 5 to 10 minutes because it's been enjoyable. See, the way I see it is, isn't it more humane to realize that people lie and start just wondering why the hell they're doing it? And everybody supporting each other in the sense of, like, why even lie in the first place? You know? So, I mean, we've taken this from a range of angles on previous discussions about why this happens. We agreed on quite a few points. And I guess one of the main ones was that it was some form of professional savagery by the intellectual standard, the people that sort of run ideas. Right?
You're boring.
So,
That's fascinating. Fascinating. Do you want to talk about the Earth yet?
So yeah, we can talk about the Earth if you like. Yeah, I mean, like, it's cool and stuff.
Here's my question for you, dude. Can you try to look? Here's what we're going to try to do. We'll both try to keep it real concise and hyper specific. Okay, concise.
Okay.
Listen. Concise and hyper specific, substantive specificity, and we'll both do that. Is that cool? That way we can solve this.
Cool, man.
Cool. Okay, so if the Earth were actually flat, even though they taught us all that it was a spinning globe and you're going around the sun in a vacuum and people went to the moon, if in fact it was flat and stationary and closed and the sky moves over top of it, would you want to know that?
I wouldn't really care either way.
Okay, so it's not something that's worth knowing to you, is what you're saying.
It's interesting to listen to.
But would it matter if that was the case? Would you want to know that? How have you found yourself here, my friend?
I've got that same.
Man. Didn't even answer the fucking question.
The thing is, no, just a minute. Sorry, I was distracted. So,
answer the question then.
Just a little aside, I've got a friend that's been in some personal trouble, so they're communicating with me right now. So
we don't
I am
care.
trying to pay attention.
Before that,
anyway,
you have to answer the question. You have to answer the question.
Well, isn't it a weird thing if you want people to start moving towards a form of scientific enlightenment to close the gates on
what are you talking about, dude?
Well, okay, let me ask the question.
Fucking answer the question.
You're like, look, dude, it's a yes or no question, okay? So if the Earth were in fact flat, stationary, and enclosed, not a spinning globe revolving around the sun in a vacuum like we were told, would you want to know that?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So would you agree that that would be an important piece of information for everyone to know if that were the case?
Sure. Look, I've had this discussion like 300 times already, and I've only been here for a week. Like, let's go. Come on. Speed things up.
Okay,
right?
So then they taught us the Earth was a oblate spheroid with a radius of 3,959 miles, which means we should see the physical curvature of the Earth, a geometric, tangible, physical location known as the horizon, a geometric horizon, at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, 1 foot above the surface of this hypothetical sphere. You would see the curvature of the Earth at 1.2 miles. Yet we have an observation 1 foot off this supposed sphere, where the horizon's over 10 miles, requiring the radius be 264,000 miles. And in fact, upon the falsification of that radius becomes the falsification of the entire model.
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, the bomb's been planted. Yeah, you got me. I'm not trying to hide anything. That's fine. Okay, the Earth is flat. Can I have my roles changed now, please? I like talking about like cooking. Like, does anybody want to own a pot? Okay, that's a question. That's a question
Hey,
I'd
I'm
love to
gonna
pose.
go out on a limb and say you like to cook sweets.
What are you talking
Are
about?
you a cake boy? A little bit of a. You don't sound like a skateboarder. I will say that.
Are you guys
I'm
still
not-
locked up in Australia? Is that why you're like super desperate for human interaction right now? Is that what's going on?
Ooh.
Look, you don't need to talk to me like that. I wouldn't talk to you like that. So here's a nasty ass Australian being more
How about you
civilized than
answer a
you.
question or just stop?
I've actually got a quick question, if y'all don't mind me asking it. And this
Like,
goes
that was nasty.
our globe.
Come on.
This goes for
Oh, this girl is nasty. Come on.
Dude, we're just having a good time, man. Chill the fuck out.
Bullying Australians, haven't we been bullied enough? I mean, it wasn't our fault that we were like such horrible prisoners, like nasty people that we got sent to a prison colony and then we had to like
Were you one
destroy
of those
the
prisoners?
indigenous
Was
people.
anybody in your family one of those
Yeah,
prisoners?
bro. I'm 250 years old.
Please stop.
Exactly.
100% is the people's fault for allowing people to tell you.
Honestly, you people just want to fight. Why don't you admit
Wait,
that?
calm
Anyway,
down,
I'm a
calm
bit
down,
busy
calm
with
down,
my
calm down,
friends.
calm down.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna
We'll
bring
talk
order
later.
back. Right, look. So calm down. You're good. You can stay. Where everyone's gonna calm down. We don't want to have to attack him.
Love you.
Hey, to be
Bye-bye.
fair, no, calm down, bro.
Kiss,
You've been
kiss.
pretty cordial. It's okay if you leave, you leave. But like, you've been pretty cordial. I'm trying to bring some order to it, so you can continue to talk or not if you left. But if not, if someone says something that got under, but hey, it's okay.
You get that rage quit points on that one for sure. What's that?
I'm sorry, man, but anybody lets the government tell them what to do, it's their fault for letting the government tell them what to do. We have instructions by Yahuwah, and if we live by them and follow them, then we're supposed to be bold and we're supposed to stand up to our oppressors, just like they did in Egypt, just like they did in Babylon. We're supposed to stand up to that and have no fear in doing so. And yeah, I blame the people in Australia for letting all that stuff happen down there. I feel sorry for them. I do. I love death.
He was just looking for an excuse to leave because while he was talking to Whitsitt, he was acting like he was dragging him around and said he was finding it enjoyable. But then Whitsitt just racked him again and again and again, and it was no longer enjoyable. And so anything he could find was found.
But you know what the beautiful thing about that is, bro, is that he can't like unlive the last 10 minutes. So
that's exactly right, Austin. And well said, brother. Much appreciated to you, man. Did an excellent.
Another one bites the dust.
Hey, I got another question for the.
You know, it's funny, you know how people say, "Oh, all the governments can be in on it." Ask them about the jab stuff. All the governments are in it.
well, just on that note, and then Anthony was about to say something. Like darts, so this movie came out, Don't Look Up, and it actually broke the record for most views in the first week on Netflix ever, 154 million hours streamed or something like that. And it's all about this comet's going to hit the Earth, and no one takes it serious or whatever. But like a month or so ago, like a month or two ago, NASA supposedly with SpaceX just launched their first program to shoot something called the DART missile, effectively, to hit like some comet out in space, some asteroid out in space. So
Interesting.
Austin, I'm really glad you brought that movie up. Have you actually watched that, or has anybody actually watched that particular movie?
Unfortunately, yeah. Kai and I watched it, and it was bad, and we didn't even finish it all the way through. Like, it was bad.
Oh, it was terrible. Oh my gosh, it was terrible. But the little tidbits of information that you can find throughout that movie is bombshell. Whenever the spaceman's on the moon and he says, "Oh damn, we went to the moon," or something like that, it's like, well, that's kind of in your face, you know. But you kind of have to be looking to see it. But that movie, oh my gosh, was terrible. But it also shows a lot of the aspects of what's actually going on today. Like the president is more concerned about her status than the integrity of the entire world. And of course, they keep saying spear in the movie and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I forgot why I brought that up. Like whatever someone said right before that, I was tying it together somehow, but I forgot.
The government's all in on it, whatnot.
Oh yeah. So check this. So like, with that program, we're talking Russia, the U.S., and like 5-6 other countries, like pretty prominent countries that all work together for this. So like the space agencies openly, admittedly, all work together on this unify the world project in case there was a earthly disaster that had to be averted.
yeah, and that's the point I was getting at about how the governments they all basically work together, but they don't listen to the public. They're all about their agenda. And that's all they care about. They don't care if the world is ending, like that comet was supposed to be destroying the world. They didn't care about that. All they cared about was the polls and how they fared with other countries and stuff. I mean, it was
right. But look, bro, in the movie, they say, and 23% of people don't even think the comet exists. So that's them saying like they have plans to pull something off like an asteroid hitting us or whatever and unify the world. They want to find some traumatic event that the world has to unify to prevent. Right. And so, and when they said that 23% don't believe the comet's real, they're basically acknowledging the flat earthers. Where like, we don't believe, if they came on the news and said that a comet was about to hit the earth, like even if a comet did hit the earth, like it doesn't, what's a comet? Right? So we don't believe anything that they say. So we would be that 23%. And so that's the whole point, is to unify all the countries. And what a coincidence, right before this movie came out on Netflix and broke all the records, all these countries came together to work on this program with Elon Musk and SpaceX to shoot the missile out to hit an asteroid so that they could prep for a potential event in the future where they needed to knock an asteroid off its trajectory. And it's supposed to land September 2022 and was shot November of this year, late November. Like, so it's, the world's a stage, bro. And to think that, just like whenever they came out with Bird Box and everyone wore blindfolds, which was basically an analogy about everyone that takes the mark and the people going around looking for the people that have it and stuff like that, and removing the veil, and which is like making you look at that. Like, anyway, they made the whole world see that movie. So they, like, when they do that, there's a reason, and it's actually getting pretty crazy. Planetary Defense is a patch that it shows at the beginning, and it says, it isolates it and says, and yes, this is an actual thing. This is actually a real thing. And then if you look at Planetary Defense NASA, like they just now launched their first planetary defense mission of this dart hit the asteroid, blah, blah, blah.
Did you
Don't
hear
you remember
about
also when they said in the movie, he like Leo, the professor, is on the computer and he's like debating the internet trolls or whatever, and he's like, somebody even said that rich Jewish billionaires just made up the idea of comets to scare people or something.
Yes, dude. Yeah, he said that.
So
It's so funny. He's like, it's like, for a New World Order or something. And then his wife comes in and acts like he's just being ridiculous because he's entertaining that crazy stuff on the internet that's conspiracy.
Yeah, I think you meant it was November of last year, don't you mean? November of last year when they launched it, this thing to the asteroid.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Did y'all hear that Universal Studios is trying to film a movie in space with what's his name? Tom Cruise and Tesla. They have like $200 million aside for it.
With Tom Cruise as Tesla?
And Tesla. Not Tesla. SpaceX. I'm tripping. Yeah, Elon.
Elon, I don't know.
So
Oh,
if
yeah,
they
that's
want
right.
they want to film a movie in space, whatever.
That's
Well, you guys
right. Yeah, yeah. They want to do it. It's called Mission Impossible in space. That's the thing they were. Yeah, you're right. I remember
Tommy
hearing
must
about.
have made his 33rd degree rank. Attaboy.
I just saw where Elon's supposedly going to be facilitating microchips as early as this year.
Yeah, they even started already implanting a bunch of people in Sweden. It's all over the place now.
I just don't
Now
understand
we are
why.
actually getting in pretty unprecedented territory. You know, like remember last year, or really 2 years now, pretty much. We were all on here like, whoa, is the world shutting down right now? Like, are they really just gonna try to brute force New World Order? And now we're here 2 years later where people are actually seeing microchips implanted in the brains of people rolled out.
They're thinking of rolling it out. I don't know anyone who's got a chip in their brain yet.
Yeah, I don't know about
You
the brain chips yet. They got the paying system in the hand already set up and working.
Right, and this is the thing though, right? Like Elon's on record saying that you don't actually have to have like some surgical intervention to put a chip in your brain. That's not what happens. You can use the brain or the veins and arteries to bypass the blood-brain barrier. So you actually don't need like there's no. It's not like it's some crazy invasive surgery or anything like that.
No, it's the liquid jabs that they're giving us. Possibly. Well, I'm not going to get one, but yeah.
Possibly, and if there's or if the graphic side just works well with it, I don't know yet. If it's a carrier for the information of the microchip that comes, and that's like a little painless, invisible tattoo type bow right on where your arteries are on your wrist.
With the graphene oxide though, that's causing carditis at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, because little like nano-sized sharp, really, really sharp, like indestructible pieces of metal effectively are circulating through your blood. And that's why soccer players, anyone that has like long term cardio with the blood circulating and circulating and circulating has an increased risk of those like basically shredding apart the arteries.
Yeah.
Cutting
them. Everybody that I've ever known that used to jog or walk for health reasons died of a heart attack at a young age. Every single person I know that used to do that.
Wow.
That's right, because I think jogging is so bad. Like I've never instinctively I knew jogging was bad when I was young, and I like play football, basketball, baseball for the school, and in baseball they try to make us jog or something. I'm like, no, this is whack. Running up the stairs is cool, sprinting is cool, but like because in nature, when is it that you would have to jog? It's not natural, and it's like bad. It's bad for you.
No. You got to look at the African tribes who hunt for their food. Hunter-gatherers, when they're chasing animals, antelopes, they are running for their lives to eat. So no,
for sure, yeah. Like catching stride, and then turning it onto a sprint is cool. Yeah, that's cool. But like just where they got people going inside of a room where they run on the machine and they just like pretend that they're jogging at this slow pace that's like real controlled and not natural. I just don't think it's good. I don't know. I could be wrong. Like that's like I was like pretty athletic or whatever you want to call it, and that's the one thing that would like make my shins like hurt. Forced unnatural running and jogging and whatever.
Yeah, I think it depends on where you are, man. If you're jogging at the beach, for example, where the ground is soft, you get less impact and shock going through the body. That's one thing. There's that race of humans, which you happened to mention not so long ago yourself, Whitfield, that can run for ages bare feet. Yeah, without the running.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. I'm like, bro, you guys are legends.
Have you ever on sand?
What?
Has any of y'all, have you ever jogged on sand? On a beach?
It's not easy. It's not easy.
Yeah, I have. Yes, that's why I mentioned it.
100 yards sand.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's so much better than jogging on concrete or on.
Yo, cab workout. That's like if you run on the sand, you're gonna get a full workout.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the best. Yeah,
it's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. And then when you're really hot and sweaty, you just dive into the sea, and that is such a beautiful experience, you know, to be rinsed off by the salty water, man. Yeah, I'll do that whenever I've gone on holiday and I've gone to the beach. I've done that. That's what I've done.
Well, look, we were talking about the power of words, right? And how they've mixed in all these wizardry words. And so they have people running marathons to cure cancer. And curing is the process of preserving it, right? So,
Yes.
so
Yeah.
preserving cancer. And they got everyone putting on this rubber, which, is obviously because it's going to stop how you conduct like your natural electric makeup that connects to the earth, right?
Right.
So that's why it's rubber that they put in the shoes, and then they have you run on concrete instead of the earth, right?
Yeah.
So none of that's good, yo. Like if you run
Oh, come on, that's
on
crazy. You
earth,
picked on me.
dude.
No,
So what do you think it's a
honestly,
coincidence they got everyone in the world wearing rubber soles?
Hey, can I, before we get far from Elon, can I tell y'all like real quick story, right quick?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to make it as quick as possible. And this was about
Go ahead, mate. Take your time. Take your time. Go on.
I y'all know who Dead Mouse is, but I'm good friends with him, and he used to be friends with Elon Musk because he personally gave Elon Musk $250,000 to get on one of his rockets to go into space because he wants to go to space about it. Well, I wanted to challenge Elon Musk to a debate on modern day debate. And I asked Dead Mouse, I said, hey, bro, would you please tell Elon I want to challenge him to a debate? And look, y'all, I don't debate. I do not debate. I'm sick of it. I debated for like 4 years about flat Earth. I'm just kind of sick of it. But anyway, I challenged Elon to a debate through Dead Mouse. Dead Mouse sent him a message saying, hey, my friend Anthony wants to debate you on modern day debate on YouTube about space and stuff and how it's fake and a flat Earth and stuff, right? Well, immediately Elon sent him a message back, cussing him out, using many F-bombs, and blocked him. And not only did he attack him, he attacked his wife as well and called her a bunch of names. I'm not going to say them. And blocked her as well and said, don't ever talk to him again.
Wow.
And that literally happened about a year ago.
There you go. See, Elon Musk, the scumbag.
Anyway, I wanted to tell y'all that story before we got too far from Elon. I wanted to tell you.
I've heard he was a woman beater anyway. I've heard that story before, you know, where he beats his women up. He's not all that. Just another liar. And I'm surprised he's not wanting to go on his own starship to go to the moon. I'm surprised he's not going to do that. Why wouldn't you ride on your own ship and be famous? Why wouldn't you do that?
Why would he send so many people into space and he wants to go so bad, but he won't even get on his own rocket?
Man, dude, why would you not just go to the moon and put some like artificial force field or protective like field up and inhabit the moon? You would have ultimate power on the earth, right? Like you would have the vantage point of the whole earth. You come around every day, bro.
I mean,
you come around to check the premises every day. There is no such thing as better tactical positioning than the moon.
Austin, did you see Kingdom Cast recent videos, episode 19 and 20 about the Eye of Ra and what Crow 777, the second son thing? Did you see all that?
I saw bits of that.
Shout out my nigga Crow 777.
Did I see Crow 777's video on
the second son? Yeah, I saw bits of that. I wasn't too into it myself, but yeah, I tried to get into it.
Well 7
I found it a bit way out there.
Second son.
To be honest.
Well, Sean Griffin pointed that out in scripture as to what that second son actually is, and it's some pretty amazing stuff. If y'all hadn't seen it, it's on Kingdom Cast. it's episode 19 and 20, but you kind of got to watch them together because he goes over what Pro 777's evidence is in episode 19, and then on episode 20 he pretty much spells it out as to what that evidence is showing per scripture.
Yeah, I found it a bit heavy going, I must admit. I did try watching it. I did try.
Well, we
Can
do
you
have
summarize?
a
Sorry, Grace.
I just wanted to mention we do have a Glober in here who wants to tell us what science is. His name is Archibald.
Archibald. Okay, that's a British name. Is he from Britain?
Yeah. Can I call dibs? Go ahead, tell us what science is, bro.
Yeah. Welcome, Archibald.
Time to shine, Archie.
Please explain yourself.
What is science?
Archibald, your mic is muted, brother or sister. You have to unmute your mic before we can hear you.
Archibald, a name from Northern England.
He's typing in live stream voice text.
Right.
All right, then. Your secrets.
That was great.
That was pretty straight right there, man. I like that.
Well, whilst we're waiting for Archibald, I'll say one thing.
Here's my take on. Here's my take on science. Okay, as it pertains to the name of the server, which it is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. Okay, so.
So
their mic must not be working or something. I've run into that issue several times.
Yeah, he cut off there, didn't he? Yeah. We adhere to the scientific method.
Okay, my bad.
Okay, go on.
So as it pertains to the flat Earth, it is natural science, right? Because we're going to make a claim about the Earth, and the Earth is the natural world. Yeah. So if we're going to study the natural world, the study of the natural world is natural science. And so you verify claims.
If he doesn't want to speak, I can help him out. I'll read out his text here. But as far as I know, the science works the opposite way. It uses natural laws to conduct experiments and create theories. He's essentially saying that...
let's give the benefit of the doubt. Let's not make it sound funny.
Wait, what's he saying? Let's hear it.
He's basically saying that science doesn't use the scientific method. It uses natural laws, which he has yet to define, to conduct experiments. I don't think he understands how to conduct an experiment and then to create theories. I think that's his issue.
Right. So you have natural science, and the first step is you have a naturally occurring phenomena. So if you're talking about natural laws, you're also still talking about natural science. And so that the first step is you have a naturally occurring phenomena, and you're going to try to understand it, explain it. So you propose a cause and effect relationship test, right? Because you want to test your theory that whatever it is the cause of that effect, that naturally occurring phenomena, right? So, because that's your effect, that's also called the dependent variable. Okay, and so this cause that you're going to propose, that is your proposed independent variable. And if you change that or vary it, manipulate it, right, you can verify or validate that it's the cause of the effect that was naturally occurring. So the three constituent parts, required parts of the scientific experiments to prove whatever it is that you're claiming, is the dependent variable, the independent variable, and the control variables, which are variables you control to make sure you can isolate the independent and dependent variables to prove the cause and effect relationship. Okay, so when it comes to the Earth, this can never be done to explain how the Earth is a spinning globe in a vacuum. Not one time for one part of the claims ever.
Try telling my boss that, Austin, because he called me a liar and that I was going straight to hell for following the Old Testament commandments. He literally told me that. He said that anybody that does is going straight to hell.
Wow.
I asked him where it says that in scripture. He says it doesn't. I said that. That's what he said, man. I ain't joking. Do y'all ever get kind of to the wit's end of science? It's like, how else can we disprove a globe Earth? It's like, what other options do we have? It's like we're kind of out of options. We've done disproven every single aspect they have of it, and we're still looking. Do y'all ever get into the line?
You might want to rephrase your question.
Maybe so, and I don't know exactly how I'm trying to ask it anyway. It's like we've gone over every one of these aspects a million times over and over. When does it ever end? And what's next? If we tell everybody in the world that look at this and look at that, and let's just say that everybody in the world realizes that the Earth is absolutely a flat stationary plane set on pillars covered by a firmament and all that stuff. What's next? What if we're still living after that? Which, I mean, I am. But what if we're all still living after everybody just gets to the end of that line and just says, well, now I know the Earth is flat. Now what do I do? What do I look into now?
You become self-sustainable, become fruitful and multiply. That's pretty much what you do.
But
You
that's
represent the truth.
that kind of sounds like I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to pull a religion on that reply right there, but it actually kind of sounds like preterist to me. It's like, okay, now we're at the end of the line, and that's all we have now, and now we're just going to live out our lives, and we're happy go lucky. I just find that there's more to it than that.
Yeah, for sure. I hear what you're saying. So yeah, my bad. Yeah, like there's no doubt that it's very obvious that the time to stand is now. The time to act is now. And when it's all said and done, no one can say that there wasn't a buffer zone given to everyone by the Creator, because that's what we've been experiencing for the last however many years you want to draw that line. That's how long we've been experiencing this buffer zone where everyone knows, everyone with any discernment, wisdom, true pursuit of knowledge, being the driving force of anyone, has led them to knowing a bunch of these truths and knowing that it's a pretty climactic time in history, quote unquote.
Yeah, and I totally agree with what people are doing, and I hate to like put examples out there as far as names go, but a lot of people call people like Mark Sargent a shield. I don't think he's a shield at all. I think he's like the gateway. You know, if somebody runs across Mark Sargent, they're going to listen to Mark Sargent. But there's so much more to it than what Mark Sargent portrays. And
I agree with you. I agree with you, sir. I agree.
For a good reason. It's because, you know, like, for example, if I get on Google and I research flat Earth, I'm going to go to the Flat Earth Society. I'm going to go to all these nonsense, just trolls out there, like Fight the Flat Earth, for example. I hate to call people's names out, but I need to put out good examples. That's what it's going to lead me to. And I'm going to hear this nonsense from them. Whereas back in the day when, like back in 2014, 2015, when I started researching it, there was very little information, but it was easy to find, you know?
Yeah.
But
that's right. No, I often refer people to Mark Sargent's channel and material because it's good stuff. Maybe he's a bit of a goop, perhaps, for some people, but his body of work is good. That's what I'm looking at.
Exactly. And just because he might be in depth as some other people, I think he's in a great position to do what he does best and get the concept out there. And honestly, that I think everybody has their place in order to draw the line here. Sorry, am my voice messing up?
No, you're doing all right.
But
you're doing okay, man.
I don't call people like that. You know, I think they're in the position they need to be in for people that has never heard of this to go through the line just like we all have. And then whenever we have somebody that comes along, you know, stating their facts or what they know, I think we should accept that and work with them and you know, and I think
it keeps us unified. It establishes a standard and it keeps us unified, which is what we definitely need. Can't be going out, he's a shield, she's the shield. That's no. Look at the body of the work that they're doing and promote the work. It's all I'm doing, you know?
Well, exactly. But what kind of what I'm getting at is you know, I kind of have a little bit of a in my heart. I think even a troll deserves at least 5 minutes of truth.
Hang on, just 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds. I agree with you. And it should be. Hang on a sec. Just 2 seconds. It should be principles over personalities. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So you know, and I'll say this as well. When you're a flat earther, you are most certainly closer to the Creator than anyone who believes in the heliocentric model. That is anti the Creator. It is not. God did not make a spherical ball spinning in space. No, He didn't.
All spinning in space is nothing but a religion. That's all it is. There's no evidence of it.
Yeah. So you are definitely. I'm not religious. Not religious in any way, shape, or form. But it's clearly obvious that when you're a flat earther, you are closer to nature, which means you are closer to God, without a doubt. There is no mistaking that. No mistake. Yeah. That's not being religious at all. That's just the natural facts, natural order.
Well, what I was getting at is, you know, people that don't know or something like that, they're going to come in there with the beliefs that they've always known, just like we've always known. They're gonna come at us with those beliefs, and if we can accept those beliefs and show them in a loving manner, hey, this is where this belief is wrong, and I can show you why. I just really feel like that's gonna spread the message with love to everybody instead of saying, hey, such and such over here is a troll. We just kick him out of everything, you know, or kick her out of everything. I don't believe in that. I at least should have at least a little of our time.
Yeah, I think you're correct in what you said there. I follow your sentiment exactly. You're absolutely correct. And yeah, you know, nothing wrong with what you said there. Totally resonate. I resonate with that. That is the way it should be. Because we were all believers of the heliocentric model. But now we know the Earth is a flat and stationary plane. This we know and we can prove. So it's not a belief now. Flat Earth is not a belief or a theory or an idea. It's none of those things. It is the reality that
everything's a theory.
And we have to
Everything's a theory.
We have to go towards.
No, that's incorrect. No, that's dead wrong.
Like they're a child. Like they are.
Hold on. Somebody says that everything's a theory, and Quantum just said no, that's wrong. Let this conversation go through.
Let's go. Go ahead.
Who said that everything's a theory? Speak up.
Yeah.
Kavanaugh.
Scared now.
Wow, you're very.
Well, everything started as a theory.
Flat Earth is not a theory.
No, I'm sorry. No, you might want to rethink. Maybe you are a theory. Maybe you don't exist. But no, I know things are real. Sorry.
Go on, Pillpops. Tell him again, Pillpops. Tell him again, please. Tell him again.
Well, I'm waiting for a claim.
Well, do you know how linguistics work?
Yeah, let's see if we can get a claim, Jin, or is this going to be another sophist? I'm an atheist hiding in a flat earth server conversation. Is my prediction.
Right. So you know how linguistics work, the science of language. Right. So we start from there. So literally everything that we have based our reality upon starts with conversations. So you discuss how you see the world, and then you have a conversation with another person about how they see the world, and then you try to come to a consensus that is ideally peaceful. Right? That's civilized debate. So yeah, in a way, everything did start as a theory, right? Objectively, over time, we've looked at the trajectory of our evolution as an Earth from a range of areas.
That's what I was waiting. There we go. Okay, so
you live in a. So it did actually start off as a theory.
Right, so there we
go.
Right,
and it started off conversations from grunting as monkeys, if you believe in evolution,
to
standing on a pundit in front of a massive audience. Everything comes down to language and sharing of knowledge.
I'm going to mute
so,
you.
Yeah, I was actually kind of right for once.
2, 1. Okay, he's going to respond now.
Alrighty. So yeah, this is not true at all, obviously. Our first experiences of reality as a baby are not theoretical. It's when a mother holds the newborn child, and we learn from there. And then pretty soon, a few months later, we learn to walk as our parents teach us without even speaking to us. They don't have to say a single word, and we can learn almost everything we need to learn how to survive. But speaking does enhance our ability to learn, but it is not based on theory. It is based on gnosis, or knowledge of the fact that we are a creation of the Father in heaven. Now, you mentioned evolution, which we know you can't back that at all. So we're going to fast forward to the fact that you are a sophist. So please just give us your best evidence for evolution so we can turn it back onto what the server's built for.
Come on.
Oh, he's on server muted.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's the thing. That this is some sort of sophist approach. People hide in. Yeah, go ahead.
No, so did we just land here? Did we just appear as our own
he's going to hide. I can't have a conversation. He's just scared to death of his own religion.
Okay, wait. Okay, now, my man, we're going to give you a chance, okay? But you're going to have to listen to his question. You need to provide an intellectual grown-up answer back, okay?
Yes, your evolution theory. Yeah. So he has a theory, Jen and Wit said he has a theory of evolution. His religion is evolution. So let's see if you can tell us what evolution is first, Kavanaugh.
Right. So at its basic level, evolution was the refinement and development of genetic code through a series of forms, starting at lower forms, lesser forms, developing into more sophisticated ones.
Okay,
and
so
evolution.
So there it is. Hold on, no, and so that you believe in a higher power created everything through evolution.
So we did just land here. So we literally manifested
he's an
from
atheist.
smoke.
Yeah, he's just an atheist scared to death. He's scared to death to have a conversation. Yeah.
I'm not scared to death. I'm asking you.
Bro,
so how did we get here?
Until we landed here.
Hey,
bro, that's the thing. Yes, you're a sophist living in a jar.
I really want to know what Calvin is saying. Please.
Yeah. Yeah, come on, Kevin. Please explain yourself.
So the alternate discourse you could have there is that we literally just manifested like smoke. We just appeared.
See,
right?
he's hiding
Like,
from his own belief
as
system.
formed.
See, again,
no,
he's
you
hiding from his own
don't
belief
ad
system.
hominem,
Exactly.
whatever.
This is
Like
just
you're not even
retarded.
listening
Yeah,
to what
you're
I'm
just
saying.
a retarded
Yeah.
atheist, bro. You are scared to death of your own belief system. That's what happens every time.
I'm not scared at all.
You're gonna have. But here's the deal. Okay, all you have to do is you have to respond very specifically to what's said. Okay, because sophistry is where you just go on doing all this nonsense, and we're not
That's
interested.
not nonsense.
Well, yeah, sophistry is nonsense.
Right. So answer where we came from. If we're gonna
there's no evidence.
put it back in your
got
corner.
Evidence for
Well,
your,
okay, he's asking you for. Okay, he's asking you. Do you have any verifiable, empirical, physical evidence of your claim? Can you give it? Can you provide that?
Okay. So if you do even a cursory look in any scientific area, you'll know about genomes, right? Like
so
the development of genes, right? The
no,
development
there's
of
no
genes
such
through
thing.
species.
No, there's
You
no
lost
such
us.
thing. No,
You lost
there's
us.
no such thing as the development. They already exist. You have to show us how they got there if you're claiming that they weren't created by the creator.
I'm really trying to listen to you, Kevin. I'm really trying.
Can you stop white knighting, bro?
Yes, please. My
I'm-
gosh, man.
Now I really want to.
No, I mean, yo, shut up, bud.
Anthony, please.
So we started from matter. Yes. We started from molecules. Yes. And they developed a form and they developed a certain level of intelligence.
This is the story
But
part, Wits it. We need the evidence. This is
I
the
would
story.
say that I'm
Yeah,
more
this is the fairy
intelligent
tale
than a
part.
crab.
Yep.
Okay?
This is the fairy tale part. We need to see the
Excuse me,
evidence.
Do you think you're more intelligent than a crab? Do you
I'm
eat
looking
crab?
for the evidence.
Well, that makes you
You're
better than a
scared
crab.
to death. So
Because
now
you're more
we're-
intelligent, does that make you better than a crab?
Right. So we came
five,
from
right. So
molecular
again, we're 5
structure.
minutes in here. Okay, we're
Yes.
5 minutes in, and there's no claim. I can't. He won't even tell me how he has.
Yes.
the evidence
So
at
yes,
all.
we had to develop from something.
There's zero.
Yes, we did.
We're just saying we have to. We have
Our
to.
molecules
So
assumed a
Bro, you're
form
insane.
and they've developed.
Please. It's just
I
retarded.
have to moderate this. Okay, look, here's the deal. You can't just say something happened. Okay, if someone says, okay, what's your proof or evidence of, and then your response is, oh well, it just had to happen. That isn't
That's not
sufficient.
what I'm. That's naturally not what I'm saying. This is what
Yes,
I'm
it
really
is. That's
sick
exactly
of
what he's
when I'm
doing.
You
trying to have a
literally just
conversation
said that. That's why
with
I'm
the community.
intervening. Hey, listen, I'm moderating. That's why I'm intervening, because you literally just said that. So, just try and really maybe rein it in and be specific and have the conversations back and forth concisely and honestly and specific instead of talking to each other. Thank you.
God. Fuck
So
sake.
with
Can I
it-
have
I'll
2
tell you
seconds?
what.
Please, can I have 2
yeah, real quick.
seconds?
Latin with it. Hold
No,
on,
why don't
hold
you
on.
shut up?
We
Ah,
got it
fuck
with the meeting,
this.
Please. Yeah, he's scared to death. Please run
Fuck
away,
off.
atheist.
Yeah,
I
fuck
was
you, man.
nice.
Yeah,
Well, I'm
that's
trying to
what I
fairly
thought.
moderate it for
Rest
you,
in
man.
peace.
I'm trying to fairly
I can't.
moderate.
Like this is a gauntlet.
No,
Listen,
I'm not.
Kevin,
can I
Kevin,
just
you're
explain
scared to
why?
I'm trying to
Can I
fairly
explain
Fuck
why?
moderate.
you. You don't actually listen to me. You don't want to have a conversation, so stick it up your
No, I
ass.
do.
And this
Just
is
a
why
minute.
you're a
Listen,
fringe
hold on.
community.
Yep, retard.
Fuck
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
No,
Thank you. I knew
stop
it. How did
yelling
I
at
know
him.
that? Thank you so
Come
much.
on.
Thank
I wanted to further obviate
He
his
never had a chance.
uselessness.
He came in here to destroy. He came in here to inflict pain and cause strife. That was his job. He got annihilated. It's that easy.
True, and for the audience listening, that's what we call sophistry tactics. Witsit nailed it on the head. What he does is filibuster.
Right. He gave me the fairy tale. He gave me the story. You kiss a frog, it turns into a prince over a million years. Give a frog a million kisses, it eventually turns into a prince. That's not evidence. Thanks for playing.
Right. To simplify it again. Yes. He said it happened that way because it had to have happened
Exactly.
that way.
Well, I was about
That is just
fairy tale. I was about to debunk his whole fairy tale.
No, Anthony, you weren't. I was letting him do it for us. That's the point. Anthony, the point is, no, that's the point, Anthony. I let them debunk themselves. Thanks.
Oh yeah.
No, I was just wanting y'all to be a witness of it.
No, Anthony, here's the problem. Listen, guys, everybody, if they don't have a claim, there's no argument. It's very simple. If they can't tell me how, or if they have information at all, or if they have evidence, or if there was an event, there isn't even a claim. That's how you destroy a sophist, atheist, a nihilist. You make sure they know they don't even have a claim. Thanks.
Yeah, they don't.
Brother, I am dealing with him every single day, man. He was textbook. I did.
Anthony, he didn't even make a claim. That's what I do. I show people they won't even make a claim. Instead of allowing him to just give me a fairy tale story, I'm going to ask him to make a claim, not a story. Where is the evidence? Where was the event? Where's the information come from? One word, information. Where did the information come from? Well, you're smarter than a crab, are you? That's not even a claim. Thanks.
We need a scientific posit. Listen, we need a scientific posit for evidence to back any one of your claims. And that person, go back, rewind and listen, didn't do that once, didn't even come close to making a positive claim, positing some globe evidence.
Yeah.
Brother,
Is he? I'll ask him a question. Is he useful as a crab? Is he as useful as a crab can be on this earth?
No, he's not, Jen. He's not as useful as a crab.
Exactly.
Go live like a crab for one day and see if you're smarter than a crab. Go do it.
There you go.
Go be a crab for one day. You'll fail.
Exactly.
And then you'll be like, God, that crab is smart, bro.
Hey, don't threaten me with a good time.
Brothers and sisters, I am not against y'all. I was just going to shut him up in a sentence. I just wanted
Anthony, you have to let people have conversations. That's not how a conversation works. If Whitsitt and he's helping me. I'm already starting a conversation. If you interrupt it, you're destroying the conversation.
Hang on, guys. I think Anthony was on the right track, though. He wasn't being an obstacle in the way of the conversation. He was genuinely trying to lead him somewhere. So let's not jump on Anthony at all, please. He wasn't doing that.
But Whitsitt gave me the chance to speak to him. If you automatically T-bone the conversation, you're destroying the conversation. You got to let people have a conversation. I understand that it sounds like I'm interrupting. You're only going to remember me when I'm speaking, not the 99 hours I don't say anything, but that's fine.
The issue if you want to hold someone from their hand, but one person holds one hand and the other one holds another hand and pull opposite sides, it's not gonna go well.
Right.
That's right.
Like when Whitsitt's talking, like everybody usually, because Whitsitt's one of the most prominent flat earthers, right? Everybody kind of lets him do his thing, right? That's why it's a successful conversation, one-on-one.
Yeah, fine. It does happen.
Here's the thing, and look, I apologize to everybody, but see, I know Austin pretty well, and I know how his mind works because he and I are parallel.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, you sound really sus to me, but I'm sorry.
I want to apologize for messing up the conversation.
Dude, since I got in here and heard you speak, man, you sound sus as hell.
Can someone just try to have a conversation with the guy or something? Just, instead of us apologizing to each other.
Exactly. Yeah. Who am I talking to? Who wants to speak about the Earth?
So how do those sun dogs with the time lapse have a reflection that just keeps following the sun?
Whitsitt, you had to get out some smart shit. I'm not the smart guy, okay? I'm not the guy to ask about that stuff.
I was going to ask about the evolution thing. I was going to ask a question about evolution. Should it not be visible? If that's the case, that we evolved, shouldn't we be witnessing that still, though? Should we not? I mean, I don't know.
Yes, you are correct. Yes, because if we're evolving into this magic version of apes, then there would be the apes still evolving towards that.
Right, and that would be very evident. Yes.
The theory is that they all died and then separated, and the monkeys then were just different. But they've just always been different, right? So
that's correct.
So that guy left, but we have two new people with no roles. We have the Communist Crusader. I don't know about that name, but then we have N2G. You guys have been unmuted.
Yeah, let's give them ample of room to express themselves. That's very important. Give them ample of room to express themselves. Let them, Pillbox has said, let them make their claim, let them get it out, and then address each slowly, nice and gently.
Yep.
I think that's cool.
I think what the EXO was saying, kind of like and Whitsitt asking the guy to be specific about his claim. He was actually saying, but not saying much at the same time. He didn't have a clone, but what about the new people? Crusader, are you there? Crusader. Whitsitt or GA, Jin would like to speak to you. Crusader is not saying.
Crusader?
N2G. N2G.
Explain yourselves.
N2G means not too good.
It's still happening on this server where they come in and they're scared to speak. I don't understand. They've made it all this way, get verified and everything.
I just gave him VC. I don't know. I didn't see he didn't have anything, so I gave him VC.
Yeah.
What's up now, bro? N2G. What's going on? We're on
N2G dog player. Player, where you at, blue?
N2G, Gus. N2D on the HRC.
Too good,
an empty Jeep.
Very anticlimactic, buddy. Did
Hey,
you know
guys.
that Earth's not a ball and it's not spinning around in a vacuum? That's all dumb. And really, the whole truth bomb is the Earth is just everything you've ever experienced.
Does N2G mean nod to gravity? You, Glover?
Yeah.
Hey,
I mean, it must mean something when the CIA, NASA, and the Army research laboratories, in their documents, it says that when they're firing missiles or flying their aircrafts in the air, they need to consider Earth as a stationary, motionless plane. Stationary, motionless plane in the documents. I mean, that says a lot. I mean, why would you consider that if the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space? Why would I have to consider Earth as stationary plane? Why would I have to do that? Why? I want to fire my weapons. I want to fly my aircraft. Why should I be considering the Earth as a stationary flat plane when I'm flying on a board? Why would I have to do that?
If you want to make it practical and make it from point A to point B, you want to make it work, you have to take into account reality.
Okay, but if I'm on a spinning ball now, wouldn't I have to take in the curvature and the actual spin of the Earth so that I can make my destination, or at least have my weapons land on the target if the Earth is spinning? I wouldn't have to think of the Earth not moving, would I? So there you have it, folks. That is a fact. We can bring you those documents, and you can read the words for yourself. That in the Army, the Navy, the military, aircraft pilots, they have to consider Earth motionless, stationary, leveled, flat plane.
They couldn't do it, man. All the shit they'd have to do up in an airplane to fly over that the globe. What?
Yeah.
I would not wish that upon my worst enemy.
Yeah, especially on their way to New Zealand, upside down. That doesn't look good for your sukiyaki if you're on a Japanese airplane.
Okay, now we've accounted for curve. So how do we account for Coriolis and weather patterns that come from the spin of the Earth? Oh, yes. Shit. Yeah, fuck. How do we do that?
Yeah, and then the spin...
Well, first, we don't even notice it. Really? Yeah, we don't have to prepare for a globe at all. We don't. In fact, it's the complete opposite of a globe. So, and that's why we give you a horizon in the plane. They call it an artificial horizon. But what it does is it matches up with the real horizon, the horizontal straight line from left to right that you see everywhere.
Yeah. And you try to imagine...
The weather or pressure system isn't actually related to the rotation. They just hop and skip over to that because they claim the sun's motion in the sky is due to rotation. Therefore, when the sun stirs the pot and creates different pressure systems with heating of the air, they claim it's due to rotation, but it isn't.
Right. Mm-hmm.
All I can say is the sky doesn't prove the surface. But look, I want to tell everybody,
True.
Shalom, Shabbat Shalom. I gotta go. I get ready for a show. Much love to everybody. It was a pleasure hanging out with everybody, brothers and sisters.
Pleasure having you in here, sir. Come back again soon, yeah?
I'll do my best, and I
Don't be a
really,
stranger now. Don't be a stranger now, buddy.
I won't, man. You neither, man. Much love to everybody.
Stay safe, stay warm, brother.
Stay flat.
It's hot outside. I'm in a house coat with the heater going, man. I ain't lying. I love the heat.
Okay, good. Well, good then. Excellent. Have a good night, man.
Much love, everybody.
Yeah.
Yo, you guys see the time lapse of the little sun dog?
No, you mentioned that.
Yeah.
Where they at? Where they at?
So, wait.
What the dog doing?
Who let the dogs out? Ooh, 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 ooh.
All right, here's a picture. That's a pretty crazy picture, huh, bro? And then we got all kinds of different. Yeah, that's crazy looking. There's layers to the container.
I like gravy.
Yeah, there's layers to it, and then so as I've mentioned a few times already, these are the time lapse of the sun dogs, and they just move with your sun. Of course. So, welcome to Flat Earth. I mean, I guess you can deny that.
No, and you know what? I'll show. Listen, earlier I had breakfast with my mom. She was like, "So it's like a snow globe," and I said, "If you want to think of it that way, that's a good way to start off with the information." Sure, it's not a claim yet, but it's we're working at it. But anyway, so she said that, and sundogs are a really good way to prove that there's something up there surrounding us, and shit reflects off of it. And you wouldn't have reflection. They're going to call it stuff in the Atmos quote fear. They're going to call it all sorts of different things. Why is it the shape that it is every single fucking time? Anyway, that's just my spitballing. But I will tell her, I'll show her the videos and be like, this is what you probably meant earlier. And she'll go, oh, okay. And then, yeah, anyway.
Yeah, and what is super crazy, I know it doesn't do it for everyone or whatever, but like pretty much everyone knows that the LGBTQ Infinite Alphabet Agency, they absorb the rainbow, right? But it's about how the Earth was flooded and it won't be flooded again, is the idea. Anyway, like that makes no sense whatsoever on a globe, bro. But like, cause it's just a pretty thing that happens in the sky that means that or whatever. But
yeah,
with a container, yo, and with layers of the container, and the descriptions of it are 7 layers, and there are 7 colors, and you have the intact, I don't know, like a tent stretched out, effectively, it's really pretty crazy. Whatever you think of the story that comes with the obvious event that came with the flood, right? Like, it's just crazy that our sky shows us these very blatant effects of a container over top of us, stretched over top of it, and it's just somehow overlooked and ignored, and like not even overemphasized from our perspective, honestly.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get some of the books I grew up reading in elementary and middle school and just go back through them and laugh my ass off and just deprogram them. You know what I mean? Just like say each one, like, here's why this is wrong, here's why this is wrong. I think that would be fun. Or just get like an encyclopedia and see how many things they're lying about.
Yeah.
That'd be good fun. I don't know.
It's therapy. Therapy, man.
Yeah,
It's
right.
therapeutic.
I get some woke clients and I'll be like, listen, bro, check this out. This is a lot of fun and you don't have to focus on anything else. Shit.
You know what's hilarious?
Yeah, it's good therapy, man, honestly.
I mean, it depends, but anyway. Yeah, what were we going to say?
You know what's hilarious? Earth tides.
Oh, yeah. The Earth tides, yeah, you're talking about 14-inch movement of Manhattan Island every day, is it?
Twice a day.
Yeah, you
Some
got to
shit.
go back and
Yeah.
look at your history.
What do you have to say about that shit?
Earth tides.
Earth tides.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, check it out.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like they say that we're on a ball and the moon pulls the tides, but they do the same thing in the opposite direction on the other side of the supposed ball away from the moon in the opposite direction, but they're just as big as the ones being pulled by the moon close to it in that direction.
You know, it was easier to be a Glober when I was drinking. That's all I'm saying.
Well, are you saying that the Earth is like it's this giant system trying to seek equilibrium and trying to seek a cycle to it? There's no way. That
No
makes
way,
no
dude.
sense. Yeah, that's crazy.
All the mega cities around the world stretch up to 14 inches.
Yeah, and you don't notice any of it, by the way. The streets remain the same, no cracks in them. All the buildings are just fine. Plumbing systems work just fine. Everything's good.
Hey, so if something is moving at a constant speed, then it's not changing, right?
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, it's constant.
Right. So they say that the Earth is like really slow RPM, moving at a constant speed. You don't feel it because you would feel a change. But they say that the Earth is slowing down gradually over time until here they said it's speeding up because we had shorter days. It just unexplicably started speeding up. So would speeding up and slowing down or accelerating and decelerating be synonymous with constant? Like are they the same?
Since the discovery of the vestibular apparatus in the human mind. Sorry, go ahead.
Opposite would be the opposite.
Yeah, you'd feel some shit.
Literally the opposite. So okay, what's the opposite of constant? Well, acceleration and deceleration.
Yes.
Yeah, but then they're going to say, well, that only applies to angular velocity. That's what I get. That's what I get every time I bring that one up.
Wow. That's crazy because the Earth has angular velocity.
I mean, it would, yeah.
Tangential is what they're scared of the actual movement. I guess the crazy part of the whole thing is, if you're honest, you go live your life again, like another day, but you just think about it, and you're like, whoa. So like, either the Earth isn't moving right now like it feels, or it's spinning around, and I just can't feel it. It's like, dude, you just know instinctively. You would feel it. You would feel something. Like you would know somehow.
Anything ever. That's the other thing. It's like, okay, well, you won't feel it during deceleration, but you will during acceleration. But the problem is we're built to notice our environment really, really well, very precise, so that we can survive and thrive here. That's just the way it goes. So you would notice anything, right? There would be something would happen in the makeup of the entire world if it were speeding up and slowing down. That's just my opinion.
Right. Well, if you wouldn't know it because it's decelerating, then what about how last year they said it's actually accelerating? Oh wow, it's actually accelerating all of a sudden.
And when does that happen exactly? What day of the year? And where could we notice any of these changes? This is fucking stupid.
What actually happened
in October.
Had a little bit. So when the days got a little bit shorter, they had to say the Earth was spinning a little faster. But yeah, crazy enough, back in the day, it was like towards the end of these events, the days would get shorter. So now the Earth's accelerating, but we still don't feel it.
Good. That's great. Super. My senses tell me I'm not moving. I think I'll stick with those because they've kept me alive and relatively healthy, and even saved my life a few times. So
right.
I'll go with those.
So if the day gets shorter, then what's happening?
I don't know what is happening.
The sun's just finishing its circuit a little faster. Yeah.
Oh, sure.
As far
The
as
sun would have to. The sun changes speeds all the damn time. I'm not talking about that.
Yeah.
The Earth can't change speeds because it ain't moving.
Maybe it has to do with the Earth bulge or the Earth tides. It's
I don't know, man. That Earth tides thing messes me up now because I want to see wavy streets. I don't get to see those.
The thing is, so the stars finish their circuit a little bit faster than the sun, right? And so they have this sidereal day, solar day, BS calendar nonsense, right? But yeah, everything in the sky moves. And so if the sun completes its circuit a little faster, like if our day, quote unquote, was a little shorter, it would just be based on the sun over the stationary Earth, right? But they said actually now the Earth is speeding up. So that you tell me how
I still just want to know what the Globers are going to do about the Earth measuring flat.
Yeah.
That's it. It all goes back to curvature.
Yeah, but I've got a question. Would you see wavy roads if it's just the oceans that's moving and the environment below the ocean that's moving, but not necessarily where we built our houses or where the mountains are? So
Okay, but where is it? So a tide is a big body of water affected by. A tide is a big body of water affected by something. But how do you have land tides? You know what I'm saying? So it'd be wavy streets or some shit. Come on.
Yeah, but it's the land below the ocean, perhaps, that's fluctuating, or below, yeah, not what we built on top of it, just below where the water
That's a possibility.
oceans are.
The ground's going to shift. We don't know why.
Yeah. Heat, expansion, contraction, electromagnetism.
Yep.
The land itself kind of, shaking a little bit, shaking up the waves in the water. There's a couple possibilities.
The lemon.
And the water is salty. Be given to, like you said, expanding and contracting. That's another possibility. Yeah. Sun circulating on top, producing the right conditions for that to happen, perhaps. Yeah. So.
Hey, lemon.
It's not the moon anyway. It's not. It is definitely not the 1/6 the Earth's. On the moon, the 1/6 gravity pulling on the ocean away from the moon. No, I wouldn't say it was that.
I have a little theory. What if the sun is causing evaporation and then the ocean loses some of its volume?
I guess that's possible.
That's a good theory. It's a good theory, Hank. Very good.
Well, yeah, I'm being serious. I mean, how much sun could evaporate?
No, I like it. That's right.
No, it's good. It's good. Do you think barometric pressures might have something to do with our tides?
Yeah. Very.
Hey, some of them like to say that barometer proves gravity.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a speculation. I can't remove the sun and see if it was the cause, but I speculate the sun has more energy, therefore power over the tides than the moon does. But it's just a speculation. Who knows? Nobody knows.
Well,
I will say spirit levels proves flat Earth. That's what I'm going to say to the barometer one. Spirit levels proves flat Earth. Okay.
Okay. I like it. That's a good response, Globers.
Yeah.
Globers, it's your turn in the volley.
I'd
How will
also
you
agree with
respond?
sundials.
Right, sundials.
Well, the Globers are going to say something like NASA or something like that.
Well, with the sundials thing, they're just going to say, well, yeah, well, Eratosthenes, so... and they'll just do that. And that'll
sundials
be what it
predate
is.
Eratosthenes, right? It predates Eratosthenes, sundials.
Well, that's what they're going to say. They're going to say Eratosthenes disproved that sundials work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, and then I'll point out that Eratosthenes did not, in fact, think it was a ball. He thought it was a fucking arching rectangle.
Well, the plot thickens.
So I would
Like
go
an
as far to
egg.
say that he never even lived. He was the man that never lived. There's no evidence that he lived anyway. So there you go. It's just a story.
Well,
Can't back him up.
Eratosthenes,
You can't verify this man ever lived.
Eratosthenes doesn't tell you anything unless you assume you're on a ball with some sort of, center. Basically, they got a bunch of shadows, and the shadows were making kind of like a Z, where the angle up to the first stick that's 500 miles away from Alexandria, Egypt, or whatever, is the first part of your Z. The second part of your Z goes from that pole down to the center of the Earth. And the last part of the Z goes from the center of the Earth out to the pole directly under the sun in Alexandria, Egypt. You have to assume a ball for that to mean anything. And from that, they get, their angles and their whole, circle out of, the angle. They basically say that, you get 7 degrees of angle for 500 degrees of pie slice on the Earth, just like you got 7 degrees up to that, shadow for the first part of the Z. And so they have to basically assume that it's a ball for 7 degrees of 500 miles of arc to basically multiply out to, what was it, 2,500 miles for 360 degrees of arc based off of that fraction. So they have to assume it's a ball in the first place for that shadow thing to mean anything. It's kind of begging the question in a way.
Yeah. Would he not have to know what was happening in Alexandria in real time, 500 miles away, or can he do this at any day of the week or what? Do you understand my question? In order to know the angles in Alexandria, would you not have to know that in real time, to compare it or what?
Yes. I mean, it's absolutely absurd. Who's reproduced that, by the way? So long ago, you'd think one person would have officially, they got the shit signed off by the scientific community just once.
Yeah, like Nova, In Search Of, National Geographic.
Yeah, just for fun, just because they're fucking around, right? I mean, it shouldn't be so hard to show us the curve. I mean, really.
Yeah.
Well, they basically did a bunch of geometry.
Hammer that nail down.
Oh, you're cutting out there, Lemon.
I don't know if he's cutting out or if he hit the mute button by accident.
It's actually, he has cutouts. That's what's happened now. Cutting out, he's gone.
Hey, we got a physicist in there in the voice text. Sorry to interrupt, but I always interrupt.
Hello.
Hi,
I
physicist.
just noticed
N2G.
Yeah, you can call me Nico if you want.
I'd like Nico. That's nice.
Yeah.
Cool nickname, Nico. What brings you in?
Thank you.
Okay, Nico, welcome.
Well, as I said, I'm a physicist, so hi everybody. I'm Nico. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just always interested in discussing things, and well, as I said, I'm a physicist. I'm actually my specialization is quantum sciences, so I do quantum computation, that kind of stuff. And if you're interested in that, I can tell you about that. But I don't think that's like the direction you're going in here.
What does your gut tell you? Is that on topic in a flat Earth server or not?
Yeah, exactly. So I just wanted to tell you guys where I come from, so you know something about me.
Okay, so
Thank you.
What do you think about the flat Earth topic? What do you think about this flat Earth reality?
Well, obviously, as a physicist, I think that it's a globe. I don't think it's flat Earth.
Can you now?
But
you now tell me.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Come on.
Like, the point of view that I've always been taught as a physicist is to always be skeptical, to always question everything you said. And in my classes, I had some really good professors, and we actually went through everything. We started off with nothing, and then we went up with everything. And globe Earth is one of them. We went through the mathematics, went through an experiment we did in classroom, and actually convinced ourselves that what we are doing is true. So I think your position of being skeptical about things is actually very good. It's actually a scientific position. So, yeah.
Okay. Now that you've said that, I'm keeping myself from laughing here, but can you please give me your best evidence that you know without a doubt that the Earth is indeed a globe spinning in the vacuum of space?
That's a somewhat difficult problem, definitely. I don't think I can give you evidence through voice like this directly where I could convince you of anything. But
let me stop you there real quick.
Okay.
Real quick. There's a voice text that you can check all the time. We're constantly posting things in this live stream voice text that are pertinent to the conversation. And if someone would be so kind as to give you image and perm rolls, then you could post information in there and we could have a little better conversation about that. Cool?
That is cool. Yeah. I don't have anything here, so I would have to Google things.
That's fine. Just know that there's a way to show us some stuff when you start talking about it. Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
It's okay to Google stuff, by the way. That's okay if you have to Google.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
I need to know how you know without a doubt that you would lay your life down that the Earth is indeed a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. You are prepared to die for this. Let's have it.
Let me put it this way. In my first physics class, we discussed something called angular momentum and basically the physics behind it, and how you have some stuff like the Coriolis effect and those kind of things. And we did one really cool experiment. So we did a pendulum, and this pendulum was.
Can I stop you before you go on? Did you just claim that the Coriolis effect is real and observed on the Earth, and not
yes, you can
within a rotated frame?
You can do you can get a what's it called, a top, I think it's called in English, and spin it, and on the top you can measure effects such as the Coriolis effect. So if you okay, let me
you're doing great.
Yeah, sorry. I'm also somewhat nervous, so
that's fine, man. That's fine.
Yeah.
So
you're doing good, man.
Let me get this straight. So if you spin a top on a table, it displays Coriolis effect, but helicopter, airplanes, and everything else do not display any Coriolis effect.
I mean, helicopter in the back has this other. That's not because of the Coriolis effect. Sorry. Maybe I should go into what exactly the Coriolis effect is.
Yeah,
please. Yes, please. Let him go for it. Let him go for it. Yes, please.
The Coriolis effect is when you are on a rotating frame and an object that is not attached to this rotating frame moves independent of the rotation. So it appears to deviate from your perspective on the rotated frame or reference frame, but the actual object being thrown over, for instance, the roundabout, is not actually deviating, although it appears to be deviating from the perspective of the one on the roundabout. That is the Coriolis effect.
That's a very good definition of it. So what this means is that
Earth, how do you experience that on Earth now? On Earth,
right?
Yeah, not on a merry-go-round a roundabout now. On
right,
the Earth, right.
So just for sake of it, let us assume that we are spinning. This assumption.
No, I don't want to
for
beg
now.
the question. And before you beg the question, did you know that the Coriolis effect was discovered by flat earthers and not Gaspard Gustav Coriolis?
Could be. I don't actually exactly know who discovered it or why it's discovered. That's I'm very bad at remembering names. I'm very bad at actually learning by heart. That's why I'm a physicist, because you can derive things.
Gaspard Gustav Coriolis discovered Coriolis, and that's why it's named after him, through looking at water wheels. But in fact, the Coriolis was first described by flat earthers as an argument against the globe. And the evidence they used was cannons can shoot their cannonballs straight up into the air, and the cannonball will fall straight back into the cannon.
Yeah, into the barrel, into the muzzle of the cannon. Yeah, that's correct.
Now, how in the world is that happening on a globe?
That's spinning.
You don't need to assume that it's rotating, because if it's rotating, Coriolis will be observed.
I would go back to the roots, curvature.
Yeah.
Right to the roots.
So,
well, we're in spin right now. We can
okay, let me go with this. So basically, if you start a pendulum going back and forth, right?
Yeah, you have to start it though.
Yeah, you do. You start the pendulum.
Yeah, you got to start it. Why isn't a pendulum just constantly going forever and ever? Forever and ever.
Friction would stop it.
Resistance.
Okay.
I would say that would be my first thing. Okay, I kind of lost my train of thought right here. Give me a
you
second.
wanted to appeal to Foucault's pendulum, but even
actually, I was
time after Foucault and the pendulum was unveiled, they all agreed that there was no experiment in the world that proved Earth rotation. So they all agreed that that was not an experiment, nor did it prove Earth rotation during Einstein's time. So what do you think changed?
Can you say that again? I didn't quite get that. I was reading something on Discord. Sorry.
During Einstein's time, the Foucault pendulum was not considered proof of Earth rotation, and there was no experiment. They claimed that there was no experiment during Einstein's time that proved Earth rotation, so that was not considered an experiment then. Why do you think it's one now?
I'm not sure who considered what and why. The thing that I know is that if you go through the mathematics of it and actually do the Foucault's pendulum, you actually get out that you actually see the pendulum moving in the y direction, so off the axis of rotation.
That means that Earth rotating underneath.
Not quite. Because it wouldn't work on the equator, for example. The thing is that because you are not on the equator, you actually get it's not a real force. It's a Coriolis force. It's called what was the name? It's the same thing between centripetal force and
But you are speaking about Coriolis, and we don't observe Coriolis in.
Yeah,
if you do a large enough pendulum, you do see it
You're trying
move.
to conflate actual deflection with an apparent deflection. The ball being thrown over the roundabout is not actually deflecting. It just appears that way from the one being rotated.
Exactly, and that's what we see. We see it as if we were rotating, right?
Just a second. With the Foucault pendulum, you require the magnetic drive to drive the pendulum back and forth to keep it swinging. But this drive also is calibrated to go with what you assume would be the results. So you create the results with contraption, and then you assume that proves your point.
What magnetic drive? There's no electromagnetism in here.
Driving most of the Foucault pendulums in the world?
That could very well be true. That somewhere in the Earth there is a Foucault pendulum driven by electromagnetic drives, but you don't need it.
Yeah, but man, where is happening Coriolis effect on the air?
If you do an experiment that you're away from the equator.
Experiment. I can do experiment. I look at a helicopter, let's say helicopter hovering. And now I'm looking at that helicopter. And if Earth is rotating, that means that helicopter should to go away from me.
Well, a helicopter in the atmosphere will experience much stronger effects from wind and heat and
I'm not speaking about. Okay, let's not speak. It's not windy day. It's very clear day without winds, without anything. And I put the drones. and I put
Yes.
drone up,
Okay.
and the drone should to go away from me. You know, it's a sunny day, it's no winds, nothing. It's a 50 meters above the ground, and it's still there all the time.
Yes, Nico, that's true, isn't it, Nico? Yeah, shouldn't the drone be moving away from his location if the Coriolis effect is real? Isn't that not true?
Let me think
Come
about
on,
this
the
one.
Earth is spinning.
It shouldn't move away, but it might
Why not?
rotate.
Why
I'm not
not?
sure about this one.
Why
Though.
not?
I need
Why
to
not?
think about this again.
Okay. So you're not sure. That's fine. That's good.
No,
so now
I
you
mean,
notice the discrepancy in the Coriolis effect and the
no,
Earth
but the
spinning. The
what I'm
discrepancy's right
trying
there.
to say is not that the pendulum would move away; is that it would start spinning.
Since
So
you're
it
a
would.
physicist, have you heard of the term confounding variable?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. How can you be sure that your assumption that what you're seeing is Earth rotation is Earth rotation?
There you are. You see, this is what we're trying to get to the crux.
Well, it provides, given theoretical calculation, it provides evidence that it is so.
No, but then okay, the
Hold
calculation
on.
is nice.
Let me help him. Let me help him real quick. Hey, dude, you can just say I don't know.
No, I mean I did say I don't know a few times, but in this case, I'm really trying to be respectful and honest, and I hope I've been.
You are. You're being
honest. That's what I'm saying. Saying you don't know is the most honest you can be, and you know,
Right.
you know what I'm saying. You don't need to try to explain anything else after that or justify why you said it.
I'm just
it's
trying
perfect that you said it.
I'm just trying to figure out exactly what you mean by in this specific case. What you mean by confound by.
Confounding variable?
Yes.
Easy. First of all, you don't see the Coriolis effect anywhere. You assume this is happening because of the Coriolis effect. This is happening in this one little device, localized, but it's not happening under anything else. So that already contradicts your assumption. Second, if you look at the Sagnac effect and optical gyroscopes are used as proof of Earth rotation, but they have the same problem. You're assuming that it's caused by Earth rotation, and there's nothing to actually validate that fact. Well, Bob Nordell tested the optical gyroscopes by bringing them up onto a mountain and down from the mountain on the same latitude. And the opposite of what you would expect on the globe occurred. So it's not as fully validated as you might think, and I completely understand. Like, they only present you with what seems to confirm their ideas, and so you build on that.
Yeah,
but
you haven't been able to prove the Earth is spinning at this point so far, Nico.
No, yeah, that's fine. I didn't
Okay.
expect to prove that the Earth is a globe to you guys.
Well, but you are using it. Hang on, you're using it as a method to prove the Earth is moving, but you are unable. This is why we say to you that the Coriolis has been debunked and will be debunked for the rest of time. Okay, you understand that now?
Well,
yeah.
Coriolis. We all understand that the Coriolis works fine as an optical effect within a rotated frame.
Yes.
Yeah, but can you prove it in reality, please?
I mean, you can, if you put yourself on a carousel and somebody throws a baseball over your head, you can see the baseball move with the Coriolis effect. So the Coriolis effect is a true, real thing.
Nico, instead of Coriolis, you may learn about Magnus effect, okay? Because football players.
Magnus effect, yes, you can turn it. That's actually really
so
cool.
You can spin an object. You know, even if you shoot from a rifling, you know, from a the projectile, you know, when it gets out from the rifling.
That's actually a really good point.
So
that's because it's rotating, right?
Yeah.
The bullet, you know, will cause a gyroscope. You know, it spins because you know because the it's not so flat. It says it is a spiral, in the riffling inside.
But I don't think. Sorry, I don't think an actual bullet would experience the Magnus effect. Right? Because the Magnus effect,
it doesn't
the
over short
Magnus.
distance. But if you're shooting a sniper bullet over really, really long range and the bullet starts to drop while it's still spinning, it can deviate because of the Magnus effect.
Yeah.
Interesting, because the way I understand the Magnus effect is that you have a ball spinning, and because the ball itself, if you go close, let's say it's spinning in the like the axis of spinning is perpendicular to the axis that it's flying in. So let's say it's spinning forward, that would be called a slider in baseball, if you guys are familiar with it. So basically, you throw it so that it has topspin, in a sense.
Yes, but
now, if you go close to the ball, you can assume that the ball accelerates the air around it because of friction. Exactly like the picture right now in Discord. Yeah. So it creates and effectively it creates a wing. So it creates a position of an area of low density at the bottom and an area of high density at the top of air, and this density differential actually pushes the ball down. So that's why I'm confused that a rifle bearing would actually a rifling would actually make the bullet change trajectory because of the Magnus effect.
Okay,
because it's spinning in the
explain.
direction of
Okay,
please.
riffling works by spinning the projectile about its axis, causing gyroscope forces that spin stabilize it through its flight. Okay, trigger riffling will spin a bullet faster, while loser riffling will spin a bullet slower. So these snipers, professional snipers, instead of Coriolis, they use Magnus effect. So they use some tables,
A Coriolis effect is a theoretical. In actual reality, people don't really calculate for that. They calculate for wind, spin drift. That's what they actually do in practical considerations.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not until the bullet starts to drop while spinning that it actually starts to deviate due to Magnus effects.
The dropping is something I didn't think about. That could add something. Yeah, I'm not sure. Still have to think about it, because what confuses me is that the axis of rotation is perpendicular to the axis it's flying at. So that's why
I'm gonna post some link about that. You may watch later.
But now think
Thanks.
about
Cool.
think about your globe for a minute, and it's supposed to be rotating and orbiting. Why isn't there a Magnus effect on the whole atmosphere?
Well, there is no air in space for it to have friction with.
got air on Earth.
Why isn't the Magnus effect?
The atmosphere is moving with the Earth. If not, we would experience huge winds, right?
How?
Well, I would say gravity.
By the way, if the atmosphere is completely on the lockstep and glued to the Earth rotation, you just said that Coriolis doesn't exist.
Not completely, but I said because of gravity, the Earth moves mostly with.
Are you telling me that air and atmosphere is one reference frame?
Yeah, he said that, but the problem is gravity is not holding air in place and preventing.
Is that true? That atmosphere and the Earth is one reference frame. Is that true? Sorry,
yeah, it's not holding gas and preventing gas from exhibiting its natural behavior, which is traveling randomly and freely in all directions. So it's not being held here in place by any gravity, buddy.
Yeah.
Sorry, too many people ask things at once.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry about that. Just hang on a second.
It happens.
Sorry,
it happens.
we apologise for that.
No, it's fine.
We apologise for that. Can you take your time and address the points that were raised anyway? Take your time. Give him ample of room, gentlemen. Give him ample of room. Go ahead, please, Nico.
So
one
was that Earth and atmosphere is the same reference frame.
Yeah,
that's what you're saying, isn't it?
If you the problem is you kind of have to ask about dimensions, right?
I have no
If your
problems, but
reference frame is the whole Earth, then yes. If your reference frame is one particular air molecule, then no. It's all depends on how close you exactly want to set up your system.
Okay, now Nico, hang on a second, gentlemen, and one question, please.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, fuck. Nico, do you not think we need to consider the Earth as the reference frame or not? It seems that we're on it and it's supposed to be all this wild spin and orbiting the sun. Do you not think we have to? No?
Depending on what you want to do. If I want to calculate the quantum computation in my lab, I don't take anything from Earth besides its magnetic field into account.
Yeah, but you're laying your life down on the on for your heliocentric model to prove that the Earth is indeed spinning in the vacuum of space. You're not actually doing that yet. You still haven't proven this yet. You see? And you're laying your life down for your model here.
I mean, I'm...
Yeah, you're not proving that the Earth is spinning at the moment. You haven't done that yet.
Man, that one reference. That one reference frame. That one, if blah blah, it's going 66,000 miles per hour through that medium called vacuum. You know, and all these gases in atmosphere is going together with the air. You know, through that vacuum without any protection, and they're there. You know, and they are spherical. That atmosphere is spherical. It's called atmosphere, and atmo mean gas, mean air. That mean how the air can have shape.
Yeah, and he said it was held by gravity, but then gravity is an unproven theory, and there are two gravities to consider. Did you know that, Nico? Einsteinian, Newtonian.
Yeah, but gravity doesn't influence.
Yeah, but you can show that Newtonian as a limit of Einsteinian theorem, but that is quite difficult to show.
No, they're contradictory. They have totally different geometries.
Similarly to how
they have totally different geometries for one. Secondly, they have completely
What do you mean by
different
geometries?
frames. What I mean by different geometries, Einstein uses pseudo-Riemannian force space. Newton does not.
Can you define that? I have no idea what that is.
You can just Google pseudo-Riemannian force space or read more about Einstein.
Yeah,
But
I actually, to be honest, I haven't studied
They have
Einstein.
massive differences. For instance, they have different inertial reference frames. For Newton, an object on the ground is in the inertial reference frame. But for Einstein, he says no, that doesn't work that way. A falling object, falling at free fall, that's in the inertial reference frame, whereas everything else is not. So they have completely contradicting ideologies that don't function together at all. And to try to meld them together is just a delusional psychosis.
Yeah, it's not been proven, yeah? It has not been proven.
I haven't studied general relativity, so I don't know the theory of how to combine them. But I can tell you that it works for quantum mechanics. You can derive Newtonian physics from quantum mechanics. So I know that works, but obviously this is not evidence for Einsteinian mechanics or for that. So
yeah. Is it
sorry, but I think Richard Feynman says that due to quantum mechanics, Newtonian laws are wrong.
Sorry? How?
Let me look it up.
Yeah. So you can show that Newtonian mechanics is quantum mechanics if you take the limit as h bar approaches 0. When you do that, the equations of motions, so the Hamiltonian equation, Lagrangian equation of motion, just in Newtonian mechanics drop out of your physics.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me because there's a big conflict between quantum theory and gravitational theories. How do you solve the cosmological constant problem or the vacuum catastrophe?
I don't know either of them.
Well, then you can't marry these two because this is one of the biggest issues in physics today. So I don't get how you can claim that it's solved.
What I can claim is that if you describe a ball rolling down a plane using Newtonian mechanics and try to do the same thing using quantum mechanics, you get the same result if in quantum mechanics you send h bar to 0. And this is true for basis, that the basic path behind Newtonian drops out of quantum mechanics when you do this.
Yeah, but you're supposed to be offering us your best evidence that you lay your life down for, that the Earth
Right.
is indeed
This is not flat Earth or globe Earth discussions. This is a completely different one.
Let me see if I get this correctly. 1 + 1 banana equals 2 bananas. 1 + 1 apples equals 2 apples. Therefore, apples and bananas are the same thing.
No.
That's literally your argument right now. So please.
Can you explain how that is my argument?
One is you're claiming that you have Newton's and what was it? Quantum mechanics. That's the apple and the banana. So you're claiming the two are the same because you get the same out of the equation?
No, I think that's not quite how I would put it. Let me see if I can find a metaphor. The problem with these kind of metaphors is it doesn't really work, right? It's just a metaphor. It's not.
Yeah,
right. You can't.
You're comparing apples to oranges and trying to equate the two. So I'm trying to understand how you get to that point.
The problem is I'm not equating apples and oranges. I'm equating two different theories of reality and seeing if there's any way that one can be described by the other.
Yeah, you're saying if there's a curve on the apple and there's a curve on the banana, that means they're the same, right?
No, what I'm saying is that if I have one system, one theory that tells me that if I put an apple 5 meters in the air, it will drop. And another theory that tells me if I put an apple 5 meters in the air and it will drop, plus a tiny weird interaction called quantum mechanics, if I send that interaction to 0, they're the same theory.
Yeah, I could easily debunk both of those theories or those claims because I just changed the medium and now the apple doesn't fall and your theories are bunk.
Assuming they're in the same thing.
Well, it's at the moment, hang on, Nico, it's all assumptions anyway, so I'd like to take you right. I'd like to rewind back to the beginning where you said, let's assume the Earth is spinning. There's your first problem. I don't want to assume it. I want to know how it is spinning, and you are supposed to be dealing with that problem. You haven't done it yet. You mentioned Coriolis. Now you mentioned the conservation of momentum with the clouds sticking to the globe. These things are being debunked right in front of your eyeballs here. So can you now please address that? Come on, man. You're laying your life down on this thing. Please.
And when you drop the apple, tell me who caused the drop of the apple?
Good point.
Gravity.
Gravity, really? Let's say apple is on the floor. Does apple falling?
Nothing short of reinventing the wheel.
Does apple falling if it's on the floor?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
Does gravity impact apple if apple is on the floor?
It's on the floor.
Yes, it does.
Yes, how?
Well, it's still pulled down.
It's pushing through the. That means that the button of the apple will be pressed, and that means the button will be because apple. If we put let's put something softer. Let's put the bread.
Hold on, you asked him a question first, and you don't let him answer it. Please let him answer the question.
Okay, sorry.
So your question is, if I put an apple on the ground, is it still affected by gravity? My answer is yes. It's still being pulled down by gravity. But the electromagnetic repulsion force of the ground is pushing the apple up just as hard. So it'll stay still.
You need to be able to produce all this proof
great.
through experiments. Hang on, gentlemen. Oh, Gordon Bennett, hang on. Right, you need to produce it because you must understand that gravity is an unproven theory. So now using this scientific method now, you're not going to have to try and establish that gravity is a thing, but you haven't actually proven that Earth is spinning. So can you please deal with the first problem, or you're going to have to concede you cannot do that. Then you can do gravity, okay? One thing at a time here. There are people listening live, and we don't want to gish gallop and jump around the place, okay? So sorry to sound a bit stern.
No, it makes
Please,
sense.
spinning Earth, are you conceding? Because you are not proving anything here at the moment.
The thing is, they're not unrelated. That's why, for me, it's difficult to.
Unproven theories. Thank you.
You said
unproven.
You said apple. Now take the helium balloon and drop it, and he will go up. Why?
Because the air is pushing up on it harder than the air is pulling down on it.
There you go. That's it. Hold on, that was right. That was correct. That's called specific gravity. So can we test that? Yes, you can put an apple in water and it floats, right? And you manipulate the relative density, right? And then the apple, you put it in there and it sinks originally. You put salt in there and it manipulates the relative density and then it floats. So the cause of things rising and falling is specific gravity, right? We can demonstrate that with experiments.
That's a third gravity now. That's a third gravity. That's a third type.
Yeah, that's a scientific gravity that we can demonstrate and prove.
Right.
Right. So when you put an apple in, I'm actually not sure that this actually works, but let's assume if you put an apple in water, that it goes down, and if you put salt in it, it goes up. That's what you're claiming, right? I think this might be true. I've actually never. I don't know if an apple floats or not floats. No.
You're close to right. The apples float in water, but with eggs, generally, you're correct. You could just change it with salt.
Okay, then it was eggs. Now, this is because of the buoyancy of the egg. So the water, the fresh water does not push the egg up harder than the earth, but the salt water does. So this is still just normal gravity. This is nothing different.
No, this is called
that is not. That is not the bending and warping of space-time. This is not Einstein gravity. Sorry.
Yeah. Can you see the problem? Can you see your problem now, Nico? Can you see the problem, Nico? Can you see it?
I can't.
You're a physicist. Listen, you're a physicist. Hang on. You are a physicist. This should be easy as switching on a light, but it is not, yeah? And this is what you're carrying a lot of beliefs and assumptions here, right? Now that we're bringing
the problem
it down
is I don't understand the question, which is why I'm confused as to how to answer it.
Okay, well, the question is this. I'll ask you again. How is it without any doubt the Earth is indeed an oblate spheroid spinning in the vacuum of space? What is your best evidence? Because you're laying your life down, you're going to die for your model. You're defending your model here. So how do you know that the Earth is a ball? Without a doubt. Now you're talking about the spin. How do you know it's spinning? You haven't been able to prove that. You mentioned the Coriolis.
I mentioned an experiment you can do, the Foucault's pendulum, but
again,
that's not an experiment.
I would have to look at the debunking of it. I cannot.
What's the natural cause?
We can talk about a different thing. So we can say, okay, if we have a super powerful telescope, everything else is also.
Well, we're not talking about telescopes.
Right.
Go back to what you're talking about. Tell us what's the naturally observed phenomena that made you start thinking that Foucault is an experiment.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that.
You're not sure how the scientific method works?
I do.
It starts with observe a natural phenomena, correct?
Okay.
What else do you need?
Okay, so sorry, English is also not my first language, so some terms are a bit difficult for me to understand.
You're doing very well.
What do you need for an experiment specifically? For an experiment, what else do you need other than a naturally observed phenomenon?
Well, a theory, not necessarily, but it can be helpful to have a theory providing you with a description of reality, and then you come and try to prove this description of reality, right?
No, that's
and see
backwards. No.
and see if
a scientific theory must have experimentations. I can give you citations for this.
right, exactly.
You don't start with some Papa Jamie random idea that makes no sense, and then just try to shoehorn everything to fit with your idea. That's not science.
No, you don't. But you start off with things we already know and build on top of that, right?
Yeah, something's verified by experiment and by many people.
Exactly, and then you try to make a theoretical description that describes physical reality.
Where's that underlying basis for your on a Foucault pendulum? We're asking for your naturally observed phenomena. I look at things dangling. It's not turning in circles or making anything like that. So can you please?
Well, if you can definitely do the Foucault pendulum experiment if you have a big enough pendulum with enough mass so it doesn't dissipate very fast. You can definitely do the experiment yourself.
And you mean you see a pendulum deviate a little bit, and then you assume it's Earth rotation. How do you validate that?
I see what you mean. Okay. So, what we have is a theory that describes reality because you can see it. You can see the Coriolis effect in non-Earth dimensional things. So you can see it on a playground when things rotate. You can see it happen.
No. If the pendulum were rotating or being moved because of Coriolis effect, we would see it on everything on Earth. We don't see it on everything on Earth, so that would be false. So give us something else, something valid. And by the way, to make an experiment, this can't be an experiment yet. To make an experiment, you need an independent and dependent variable. So could you give us those?
I'm not sure what independent and dependent variable. Can you go into that? What that means? I'm confused about that.
No problem. The independent variable is the presumed cause. The dependent variable is the effect. So when you make the experiment, you want to wiggle the independent variable. The effect, you've already told me, it's when you have a really big pendulum, it appears to move a little bit to the side. So that's the effect. Pendulum moves a little bit. That's your dependent variable. And so how did you wiggle that exactly? How did you wiggle the independent variable, which you assume is currently rotation? So how did you affect Earth rotation to prove that the pendulum was showing Earth rotation?
What you can do is do a theoretical calculation, and in that theoretical calculation, you see that you can derive, you make the assumptions that the Earth is rotating. Okay, just give me a second, please. Give me a second.
Try to make it scientific and keep within the bounds of the scientific method.
Just please indulge me. So, you have a theory of reality, which is this Coriolis effect, which you can see in small objects. Now,
no, you have this assumption that Coriolis effect, which we see on rotating reference frames, which we don't see on everything else, which would be thrown up into the air out of the rotated frame, or like the same. If you were in a roundabout, you throw something in the air, it's gonna appear to deviate. You don't see this in
real life. I don't see. So, if you are on something small, you can definitely see the Coriolis effect, right?
If you are on a rotated frame, you can observe the Coriolis effect, but on the Earth, which is not rotating. You do not see the Coriolis effect on anything you throw up in the air, anything we use to fly in the air, any projectile we use in the military or anywhere else. You don't see it anywhere. And you're claiming that it's only visible within swinging pendulums, which are attached to the roof. Which
I'm never claiming that.
This makes
I
no
never
sense.
claimed that. I never claimed that it's only on a pendulum.
Oh,
What I'm trying to say,
I would love to hear it, but if you want to try to validate this, then you are welcome to. But try to stay within the confines of the scientific method. So I would like to get an independent variable wiggled.
I have no idea what that is. I've never heard that the way you said it. What I'm trying to explain is
it's called natural science.
What I'm trying to explain is.
Sir, stop.
Okay.
You've never heard of manipulating the independent variable? That's the scientific method. That's what we call natural science. You never heard of this?
I might have to look it up in my language what it's actually.
Okay, look it up in your language, but follow me real fast. The car won't start, right? So you go outside. What do? You start the process of elimination, right? Until you find the part that you think is bad. And do you change the tires, the battery, the starter, and the bumper and see did it start, or do you manipulate one variable at a time? So you change the starter. Next thing you know, you put the car back together, and the car. What did you prove?
Right. That makes sense.
Okay. So no more affirming the consequent, which is a logical fallacy that you should look up, because affirmation does not replace experimentation. Thank you, sir. Please continue.
I'm really trying to understand why this is. Why. Or where are the problems? I'm really trying to understand them. I'm having a hard time understanding exactly what the problem
guys, we're so far in the weeds now because we're trying to explain things away from what we're trying to get across to you, such as the entire world depends on flat Earth, which I hope they can get back to. But the problem is, no, my car not starting is also not natural science for obvious reasons. So we really need to back it up, guys.
Right. Yeah. Well, he was explaining.
That's what I was doing. I was trying to get it back there. Don't worry, we are. The problem is, hang on, Nico.
Yes, I'm here.
The problem is this. You're having a problem trying to explain how the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, and you're having difficulties and you don't know why. It's because you've assumed everything. So when you're at your university with your students and your professors and everybody else, you're all assuming. You haven't proven without a doubt to yourselves and to your students that the Earth is indeed a ball that is spinning in the vacuum of space. It's an assumption. And you've come to this server, and we're now asking you to present the evidence, and you cannot. That's the problem you're having. So let's go back to that point. Okay?
Actually,
right. I think the problem is that you don't really.
I would say that the main problem here is that we're adhering to the scientific method and natural science, and you are claiming something an experiment when it isn't, and it's pseudoscience.
I think the problem is a misunderstanding of the scientific method here.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Do you understand what is pseudoscience?
I think there are thousands of definitions of it, but I guess
there's one definition. Please look it up.
I think somebody just put it in the chat.
Yeah. What does it say?
Pseudoscience consists of statements, beliefs, and practices that claim to be both scientific and factual, but are incompatible with the scientific method.
Right, correct. So if you're not following the scientific method, that means what you're doing is pseudoscience. And what the focus pendulum is pseudoscience because it doesn't follow the scientific method. You don't have an independent variable. Matter of fact, you don't even have the dependent variable, which is what you're supposed to observe first to see, oh, there's something going on. Let me test what it is. So this is just a contraption that somebody made and called it science.
Okay.
Yeah, Foucault's pendulum doesn't have a proper variable at all.
Let me put it this way. We have in science, in physics, we have theories, right? And these many different ones from all over the place, right?
Yeah,
And these theories try to make predictions.
Yeah, they mean nothing.
And then
when they
we
don't have
go
experiments backing them.
into experiments and try to see if we can see these predictions, right?
Read the citations I just posted. The scientific method distinguishes science from other forms of explanation, but it is because of its requirements of systematic experimentation. So
Right.
if you don't have experimentation, you don't have science. So
Right, but
pendulum
what
is
I'm
not scientific. It's at all. It's just a religious tool of the globe cult.
okay. Now, how specifically is it not scientific?
It doesn't follow the scientific method.
Okay,
It simply observe and declare.
Okay, so here's the deal. I can say that the green grass on the dark side of the moon is causing the tides. Now, that would be a silly thing to say, right? Because we can't manipulate the green grass and see if it affects the tides. But when you go into a new hotel room, right, you can flip every switch and see what switch causes what light, right? And science is never settled, so there might be a switch on the other side of the room that controls the same light, right? Do you follow me so far?
Yes.
When it comes to space, you don't have your hand on the switches. So all you're doing is looking at the lights and going, I'm telling you, I bet for sure that this light is caused by this switch. Well, we can't manipulate the switch in space, sir. So that's just an affirmation of your indoctrination. So it's only a logical fallacy, right? Which is a pretty big problem because the scientific method rules out other causes. So, a caveman finds water boiling. He wants to know what causes the water to boil. So he says, maybe it's the heat. So he forms the first hypothesis. So he adds heat to water, it boils. He takes the heat away by manipulating the cause. He sees the effect and it stops boiling. And he, hold on, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Yeah. I'm almost to the point. So if you don't manipulate the heat to see the water boiling, you can speculate all day long at the hot spring. Maybe it's the fish causing the water to boil. Maybe it's my deodorant causing the water to boil. Maybe it's the moon causing the water to boil. But you don't know what it is until you reach the final stages of experiment, which is rigorous testing over and over again. Thanks.
So, when you assume, or when you make the first hypothesis to say that it's the heat that boils the water, wouldn't I be doing the same thing with Foucault's pendulum? I have observed the Coriolis effect on something small, then I derive the equations, assuming that the Earth is large, and then I make an experiment after Foucault's pendulum, and I actually see it rotating. Isn't that exactly what you just said? Because in the fire,
you look at your assumptions, and you say, "Oh, that proves it. That doesn't prove it."
It's evidence for it. I never said this is gonna be 100% proven. It's evidence.
You started out with.
In Hank's example, he wiggled the independent variable heat, and it boiled. You never did that, so you're comparing apples to oranges again, and then through rigorous experimentation, you bring the pot to the top of a mountain, and it boils much faster, and you're like, "What's happening?" And you learn that pressure has a part to play in this. So you can manipulate that in laboratory experiments, and you see that this also affects it. But you cannot do that with your pseudoscientific beliefs about what the pendulum is doing. The pendulum moves, and you believe it's because of rotation, but you have no proof of that. You have correlation after calculating and assuming the Earth is rotating.
Yes, I agree with you. It's definitely correlation, and as we all know, correlation does not equal causation. So, for this to be 100% right, we would have to do the same experiment in space, right? We would have to move a pendulum in space and change the independent variable. And this would actually be something very, very cool
That's
that we could
unverifiable.
do.
None of us can go to space. This is unverifiable sophistry. So
That's
this is not science either. So
why would that? Okay, why can't we go to space?
when can you go to space? What, next Friday?
Well,
When
I
can
would need
I
a
go to
rocket
space?
first. You would need a rocket first, or a really big balloon.
There's a
That would
problem with that.
bring you
This
up quite
whole
high.
experiment. Where's the control of
Oh,
it?
got a balloon.
I also
Yeah,
have
you
a
can go
massive
for
problem with
not
this.
necessarily space, but you can go
I have
very
a massive
high.
problem with this because ESA and NASA both claim that the atmosphere reaches out beyond the moon, so no man has ever gone out into space.
The atmosphere reaches out beyond the moon.
Yeah, the exosphere reaches way out beyond the moon, so the air and all that shit reaches out beyond the moon. So
I don't know.
you don't know what the NASA and
Like
the European Space
I
Agency
guess if you
claim?
say
You don't know about
if you say the exosphere, I'm not exactly sure how that's defined, but let's say the absolute vast majority of atmosphere is close to Earth.
Well,
whatever
that's
is
your-
whatever
that's
is
your
the rest
belief,
would
because you
would
believe
be.
it's in a vacuum, which is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
How is it a violation of the second law of thermodynamics?
Because gas expands to fill the available volume. Can you show me
In it without any force applying to it.
on the Earth where gas fails to do this?
Yes, I would just take a container of gas and rotate it very fast. The pressure at the edge would be higher than the pressure in the middle.
Yeah, you just debunked the globe.
Why?
Because your globe is supposed to be rotating and there's nothing holding the gas down.
Besides gravity.
The gravity doesn't affect the gases.
Why
They
does
move
gravity not
freely and
affect the
randomly in all
gases?
directions. They are not all going down.
Why is it not affected? Like if you go something very low, the pressure is higher than at Mount Everest, where it's very
Yeah, that's. Have you ever heard of Charles's law, or how the greater the temperature, the more pressure, the lower the temperature, the less pressure? And have you ever heard that the gas is generated at ground level and then recondenses above into clouds and rains back down again? So you have generation down below and removal from above. So you would expect a gradient within a container like that.
Drace, not only that, Drace, but he said he put it in a container. You're trying to make it without a container, bud?
No, wait. Let me go into this pressure temperature thing. I would have to actually calculate it to see if the pressure difference is accordance with gas laws. Like if you take the ideal gas law, I'm pretty sure you couldn't really modulate it as a completely ideal gas. But
what's the error margin on that calculation?
I don't know. I haven't done it.
So
it's difficult. But I would have to do it. It would be interesting. Take the ideal gas law, see the temperature of somewhere low that's possibly cold, like somewhere way up north, somewhere in Canada, and then take the same thing with the temperature at Mount Everest and see if the pressure difference is actually what you observed. This is also something you can do.
Well,
you don't even have to go to Mount Everest.
See the same pressure at the top of Mount Everest than in Alaska. That's not how it works, because you have the second law: gas mediates, pressure mediates. But because of you have Charles's law, and there's a relationship between temperature and pressure.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Take this law, calculate what it does, and actually see what happens. That's what I said. I would be actually interested in doing that myself. You know,
I like that. I would love it if you did
that.
Right.
That's actually fairly simple. You just need a high mountain somewhere, get a barometer that tells you the pressure. I'm assuming that's
one thing to factor in. I think one thing that should be factored in while looking at this is vapor pressure or the humidity in the air.
Yeah, that could mess up things. I guess you would have to do it somewhere dry.
Yeah, you would just take all the measurements you can of all the different variables you can to show the differences between the variables.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something interesting. And since gravity is an R² law and pressure is linearly dependent, I would not expect the same temperature to be. Actually, I'm not sure.
Well, there's also
temperatures.
There's also the gas generation at ground level. All gas is generated at ground level and then goes in cycles up and down again. So
something much easier. if you have a house at the sea level and have a house very up high, and they're roughly the same temperature, room temperature that we physically need it to, wouldn't, according to your theory, now the pressures be the same in both places? If it's just the temperature that's changing it.
No, it's not just the temperature. I told you many times.
What?
That's
Okay,
just one factor that plays into it, similar to how you need pressure also, or how pressure changes boiling, for instance. There's many factors that play into it. Just like when you look long distance, there's many factors that factor into that. It's just not just one thing.
What else is it? What else is there? Right.
Like I said, gas generation. All gas goes in cycles up into the air. Gas is generated at ground level, and then it rises up into the air, it cools down, recondenses, and falls back down. That's called precipitation.
Oh, rain. Okay, I was confused. I didn't think about water, but yeah, okay. Okay, so you do it when there's no clouds. Do this experiment.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like we live in a dynamic system. It's the weather is constantly readjusting because of these pressure differential. As for instance, the sun heats an area, the hot air rises and creates a different pressure zone, and so the pressure makes the air move around.
Okay, but what I said was that at lower elevations you have higher pressure, and at higher elevations you have lower pressure. And you said the main reason for that is temperature difference.
I would say that's one of the many reasons that plays into that.
Okay.
The air composition.
So now you can make a super simple experiment.
The air composition is also different. The humidity gradient also is different. Therefore, the vapor pressure is also different. There's many things that play into this, and trying to point at one thing and ignoring every other confounding variable is very unscientific.
Well, not necessarily. I'm sure you can find two places that have the same humidity, which are very different in elevation. I'm sure those things exist. I'm sure we can do all of this.
Yes. But the thing is that there's a humidity gradient. So the humidity is always going to be more down below, similar to the pressure gradient.
I'm sure that the Sahara Desert is definitely less humid than even the top of Mount Everest. So,
but that's also why in the Sahara, for instance, you can see really far, because humidity, for instance, the humidity gradient has a big effect on how far you can see.
Right, but you just said that it's lower, going to be always more humid than higher, but it's obviously not.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, even in
definitely fine
places. I think hang on, gentlemen. We are flogging a dead horse here. We're in the weeds again. Can we go back to proving the Earth as a spinning ball, which you have not done yet, Nico? You are failing miserably at this at the moment.
Right. Yeah.
I don't want to hear this debate.
We went through
that. Sure, there are occasionally there happen inversions. Occasionally, just like in the temperature gradient, occasionally there happen inversions. But the general trend is there's a gradient. But all this is besides the point. Like Jin says,
can we go back to where we were?
The globe.
Wow.
The thing is, for all of that, I would like to have gravity, so that's why I went into gravity.
Yeah,
which is my main point was.
Like I've said to you, gravity is an unproven theory. I have posted citations for that already in the live stream. So you can't have gravity. Okay, it's
I'm trying to give evidence for it.
Hang on, and then Newtonian's gravity has been superseded by Einsteinian. So you're in trouble already, and you haven't established that the Earth is a spin. Okay, that is spinning in the vacuum of space. You haven't done these things. You're moving up to other parts of this topic matter that don't concern us at the moment. We're concerned with you.
You're not concerned about gravity?
Hang on. As a physicist,
I'm confused,
how do you know that the Earth is an oblate spheroid spinning in the vacuum of space? You
right, and I went into gravity for it. I went into gravity for it, and you said that.
Sorry, that's not proving it.
I'm trying to use gravity.
It's been defunct.
I'm trying to use gravity to do this. So
you do understand that the density
It
gradient
doesn't
does
follow
not.
the scientific method.
You do understand that the density gradient is not an experiment, nor does it prove gravity.
it's evidence for gravity.
No. That is
You're
not
inferring.
once again. That is not evidence until you can prove that it's caused by gravity.
Yeah, and
No,
you're making
what I'm saying
you're
is
making
that
an inference, and you're not being objective, bud.
Can you do
what
an
I'm-
experiment on gravity? Physicists, can you do an experiment on gravity?
how do you mean? I can let an apple drop.
Can you experiment with gravity? Can you manipulate gravity?
Hold
I
on.
can make an apple drop.
You can make, or you let.
Manipulate
Hold
gravity.
on.
Hold on.
Hold on. He said he could let an apple drop. Let me ask you this: are you proving gravity, or are you just doing a correlation?
I'm showing that
You're
with
showing
the
what?
theory of gravity, with the mathematics and physics behind that, that it makes a prediction that when I have an apple that's 5 meters high and I let it drop, it drops, and it does that every time.
Okay,
which is
so-
evidence for it. It is obviously
Stop.
not.
You're inferring.
You're being stupid. You're not
Again,
listening.
stop. You're stop.
Please
stop with
don't
the stop
call
with
me
the
stupid.
yeah. Please stop with that. Don't do that again. You're still not doing any scientific experiment to prove gravity. First of all, right? All you're doing is making a correlation. You're doing math. I mean, I could make math about Superman jumping. How much force Superman needs to jump over the
Yes.
Empire State Building, right?
Absolutely, you
But
can.
does that make Superman real?
No, it absolutely doesn't,
Okay,
because you
so
can.
exactly
it
my
never
point.
happens.
Exactly my
Nobody
point.
has ever jumped over this.
Exactly
over
my
the-
point. This is exactly
Right.
my point. You're saying you're good at math,
Yes.
right? To calculate what your assumption of gravity is doing,
Yes.
and say, okay, that's what's happening. But how do you know that the gravity is real?
No, what I'm saying is that I use this theory to make predictions about the future, and these predictions always come out to be true.
You're predicting nothing.
And that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter
but
because
that's
Tomorrow
how
is
we
Friday,
do about
and next
everything.
will be 2023.
so I could predict that every time it rains, my unicorn farts and it creates a rainbow.
Right, and then you go there and you see that that unicorn doesn't, and therefore your prediction is wrong.
How is it that? I see a rainbow.
Again,
At what point did you go manipulate gravity to make your assertion that gravity is real?
Okay. Let's go back to the unicorn. Now I come along and say, hey, the rainbow doesn't come from a unicorn farting. It actually comes from water droplets, from light being diffracted in water droplets. And here's the mathematics behind it. And with this mathematics that I can describe. Oh, what?
It does
mathematics
not.
has nothing to do with science.
Okay, give me the scientific formula for what is that called?
My rubber tire.
No. Actual scientific theory has to do germ theory.
Germ theory, okay.
Germ theory is a scientific theory. Where is the scientific? Give me the formula for that.
I have no idea. I'm no biologist.
There isn't any, because science is not a mathematics.
No, but
Science,
mathematics is a tool. And
it
this
is
tool can be used.
It is a tool.
Right.
It is a tool, but it isn't science.
Well, that's a very deeply philosophical question. If we discover mathematics, or if mathematics exists and we define it, it's a question if it's a language or not. But
mathematics is a concept. It's all abstract. Can you give me a piece of number 5?
Read this citation.
Is mathematics an effective way to describe the world? That citation?
It's at 41 minutes after the hour, Drace. That's the whole point about physics. It's not mathematics. Start there.
Physics is not mathematics. No, physics uses mathematics as a tool to make theories which predict the future. That's what
Read
physics is.
Exactly.
read the citation.
Right, but
I'm sorry. I just wanted to say, hold on. Scientists use Bunsen burners. Does that make Bunsen burners science?
no, but it makes them a tool of science.
Okay, so it's
That's
a
my
tool
point.
that scientists
Yes.
use, right? But
Yes.
it's not science. It's not natural science, right? It's math. So you went to
Right, but
college.
it's a tool.
How many math credits did you get for your science classes?
We don't do credits at my university, so I had to
But
take
you
math
get what I'm
courses.
saying.
I had to take 3 math courses.
You understand what I'm saying, right? You understand what I'm saying, though, right? It's a category error.
No, it's not.
Yeah. So math is science. Is that what you're saying? It's the same
So
thing.
when you're
category.
saying your car broke down and you're trying to figure out what went wrong with your car, you're not allowed to use, let's say, a wrench to open up a few bolts to see what happens. The wrench is not what it's. That's what I don't get. You see, math is a tool. We use it to make.
The thing is, when I told you math is science, you said what?
Yeah, well, math is a tool of science. That's what I'm getting at.
It could be used. This is
what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the wrench is not the process of elimination. The wrench is not the process of elimination, right? It's not the method. It's not the method that the mechanic is using to diagnose the problem.
No, it's not. I agree with that.
Okay, so when you're dealing with science, right, the math isn't the method of eliminating all the variables. The experiment is. That's the whole point of science. That's why it's credible, because if you manipulate the cause and you see the effect happening right in front of you, you can be like 99% sure that this causes that, right?
Right.
So manipulate the moon's gravity and show me that it causes the tides. You can't do that.
No, but
not everything fits into the scientific method, right?
Okay,
so you can't prove gravity because it doesn't fit into the scientific method. But our gravity, specific gravity, does fit into the scientific method.
When the car stops, or let's say you get into your car and you put the key in the igniter and you turn it. You say you can make a theory that says, hey, putting the key into the car turns it and turns on the engine. So the key is what causes the engine to start. Now you could go around and short the car or do other things. So every time you can always the key putting into an ignition is a predictor that does well for most cars and will mostly work for unless they're broken into or broken down or something like that, right? So this is all we do. We have a theory of reality, and we see if that makes predictions about the future, and we use those predictions about the future to then manipulate things in our surroundings, like build computers
Okay,
and
you
build
keep
cars and so
saying
on.
theory of reality. You keep saying theory of
Yes.
reality. It's
Yes.
not a scientific theory until it goes through the scientific method, right?
Well, not necessarily, right? You can make a theory about
Okay,
anything.
maybe
It
you
can be debunked.
misunderstood.
It can be
Maybe you
debunked by
misunderstood.
evidence.
I'll ask the question differently. So, do you know the difference between a theory, like a layman's theory, and the scientific theory?
No,
he doesn't.
I think so. I think so. So a scientific theory, I guess, you would say is something that has been proven by evidence, by experiment. Sorry, not evidence, by experiment. And a other kind of theory
right?
is,
So you keep saying these words, theory of reality, when actually there's no reality involved until you do the scientific experiment, right?
Right. What we do,
when you say theory like that, you mean colloquial theory, like an idea or like a story. But when we say a scientific theory summarizes a hypothesis or a group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. So they need the experimentation, otherwise it's just a fancy idea, a story.
Maybe if I give another example. We have something called particle physics, right? And this particle physics has been working forever, and now somebody, let's say Higgs, comes along and says, hey, I have a new theory, a new mathematical description, and it makes predictions that make these and these slight changes to what we thought was before. And now CERN comes along and tries to show that the Higgs boson actually, it shows evidence that it actually exists. Now, that does not mean that the Higgs boson actually really exists. It could be something completely different. It just tells us that Higgs theory is the best we've got to describing reality. So I understand when you guys mean
really.
it's not provable. It's
a
not
belief
proven.
But you're not describing
because
reality. You're not describing reality, Nico. You haven't done that yet. Everything you've done is an assumption. You haven't proven your reality yet. I'm still waiting for you to tell me how you've proven that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. You haven't done it yet. Okay? You haven't got anywhere near explaining it. And don't you think that's a bit surprising for a physicist that you're not
no,
able
actually,
to actually establish?
I didn't think I would get anywhere here, so it's not surprising at all to me, because we have two very, very different.
Well,
viewpoints
we're
of
the
science.
ones sticking to the scientific method, right?
The thing
And
is,
you're the one who keeps. Hold on, bro. You're the one that keeps affirming things without any science to back it up. So yeah, we do have two very different views, except for the problem is that you're the one with the letters after your name, not adhering to the scientific method.
Well, I'm actually still working on my PhD, so but I don't have any letters. But the thing is, what you are describing is definitely the scientific method, absolutely. What I'm trying to describe is that we have a
Science.
theory.
You're talking about science.
Scientists, or yeah.
Nico, can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah, please go ahead.
In current science today, who is the authority for gravity? Is it Isaac Newton? Is it Albert Einstein? Or is it somebody else?
In science, there is no authority.
Oh my! Why is that? Why do you say that?
Science is when you get a scientific education.
No.
What you learn
in science today, the current citation, the current authority for gravity today is Albert Einstein. Do you know that? Yes or no?
I'm not sure what you mean with authority. Nobody tells you what it.
He's the current position. He defines what gravity is today. He tells us what it is. He defines us what. He tells us what causes it. Do you disagree with that?
I thought he died.
Yeah, he died. For that.
The theory described by Einstein is currently for large enough spaces, so not anything quantum related. Is
okay,
the
so
theory
it doesn't apply to Earth?
That
it doesn't apply to Earth, then, does it not?
We don't know how it applies to quantum mechanics. That's something we don't know.
Well, it conflicts with quantum mechanics, doesn't it?
Yes, actually, that's a problem. We don't know how to unify both of them.
But nonetheless, he is considered to be the current position in science, correct?
For the theory described by Einstein, for large enough... Okay, let's put it this way. We haven't seen anything that... for large masses... We haven't seen anything that conflicts with Einstein, right?
It's not true because quantum mechanics conflict with Einstein.
Large masses, large places.
Yeah, but you say that. You say that, and you're implying that the Earth is some kind of special pleadings case that it doesn't apply to, but it does. Just because it's in a different scale doesn't mean it doesn't apply.
The quantum level doesn't. It's
correct.
much smaller scale than Earth.
Agreed, but your position, your inference then was that because Earth has got different scales to it, it therefore somehow seems to be exempt from Earth, and it only applies in bigger scales, bigger galactic scales. But that's not true. It still applies on Earth. It is the current position today. I'd like to read you one paragraph from his theory of general relativity. It's from the section entitled The Gravitational Field, and I want to ask you a question at the end of it, so just bear with me for 1 minute while I read. Sure. Quote, if we pick up a stone and then let it go, why does it fall to the ground? The usual answer to this question is, quote, because it is attracted by the Earth. However, modern physics formulates the answer rather differently, not similar, differently, for the following reason. As a result of the more careful study of electromagnetic phenomena, we have come to regard action at a distance as, ready, process impossible without the intervention of some intermediary medium. Right, that's the end of the quote. In that quote that I've just read to you, he not only describes the current position in physics to be different to the older position, he also says that it's the medium that's causing the acceleration. He then goes on to say, the action of the Earth on the stone takes place indirectly. Okay? That means it's not acting on the stone. The Earth produces in its surroundings a gravitational field, which he previously referred to as a medium, which is the air that we breathe, right? That's what he's referring to when he says the gravitational field, which acts on the stone and produces its motion of fall. He doesn't mention that helium balloons rise. But if the medium acts on the stone, causing the stone to fall, and we know that helium balloons rise, it's safe to say that the medium also acts on the helium balloon, causing it to rise. But guess what? That makes it not the Earth that's causing it. It's the medium that's causing it. Can you see the difference between the position with Einstein in current science today that you're studying your PhD about, compared to what everybody else gets taught in school, and when they finish high school, they go away believing Newtonian principles, that is fundamentally different. Can you see the difference?
Yes, definitely.
Excellent.
I can see the difference.
Excellent.
The thing is,
would you agree with me then when I say that gravity is not a force in current physics? Would you agree with that, given the definition or what I've just read to you, saying that it's the medium that causes the acceleration?
It again comes down to a fundamental misunderstanding of physics and science.
Oh, so you think that Einstein misunderstood the science, do you?
No, I think that you do.
Really? How do you think
Yes.
I've misunderstood it?
Because Einstein, like Newtonian physics, you can still do the same experiments that validate Newtonian physics.
Yes, but in
show
Newtonian physics,
evidence for Newtonian, show evidence for correlation towards Newtonian physics. Let me put it
Indeed,
this way.
but in Newtonian physics, the Earth acted on the stone. But in Einsteinian physics, the Earth does not act on the stone. It's the medium that acts on the stone. That is fundamentally different, and you agreed with me a minute ago.
Yes, I agree
So
with
how
you.
have I misunderstood?
What you misunderstand about how science works is you have...
I'm not interested about science working. I'm interested about what Einstein said and what you think I misunderstood. Please explain. How did I misunderstand his
What
word?
I'm trying to say is what you're misunderstanding is how science works. That's what I'm saying. Einstein's theory definitely invalidated Newtonian theory, but it doesn't mean that the things the Newtonian theory predicted back then are false.
But what you're now saying is that because you've got two sets of mathematics that give you the same result, so we'll say 2 + 2 = 4, 100 divided by 25 is also 4, because we've got two formulas that give us the same results, then we can interchange between the two formulas despite the functions being fundamentally different. That's what you're saying. So we can what's the word? Correlate.
No.
Not correlate. We can, what's the word? You can use them interchangeably. Really?
No. You can't use them interchangeably. But you can use the mathematics of Newtonian mechanics for the for the area within it where it was defined. You see the specific difference? No. You see the specific difference? There's a very, very, very fine difference here. The fine difference is that Newtonian mechanics is a description of reality. in the same way as a painting is a description of reality. It is not exactly reality. It is not exactly reality, but it comes very, very, very close. Now,
so
Einstein
you're saying
comes along. Now, Einstein comes along. No,
hang on,
just let me finish this thought, please.
Go on.
So now Einstein comes along, and let's say in this description, before it was a painting, and now he has a photograph, which is a more exact description of reality. It does not mean that the first one is not a description of reality. It's just a more coarse, more rough version of it.
No, that's a false equivalence. Newton would be painting an action ball or the stone, and he would be drawing arrows down towards the earth, saying that earth pulls on the stone. And then Einstein would be coming along with a density gradient measuring device, measuring the density gradient, and then claiming it's the medium that's causing the stone to accelerate, not the earth itself. So they would be fundamentally different. We agreed on this 2 moments ago. But now you're telling me that one is a refinement of the other, yet I'm still the one that misunderstands it. You're the one doing the PhD in physics.
It's not a refinement.
So why did you say that the picture?
New,
hang on. So why did you compare it with a painting? Why did you compare it with a painting that Newton was painting, and then Einstein comes along with a digital photograph? If it's not a refinement that you're now backing away from.
Let me. No, because using the mathematics of Newton, we can still make predictions that are true.
Listen, everybody can see that you're weaseling right now. You're not answering the question I'm asking, and you're explaining something else instead. The question is simple, right? We agreed moments ago that Newtonian gravitation was different, but now you're describing them as similar because we can get a painting and make a photo. And you're also saying we can calculate Newtonians with Einsteinians, and they're both effectively the same, but they're not. They're fundamentally different.
I'm not saying any of that. What I am
no, but
saying,
you are saying that I misunderstand, and I don't misunderstand.
These two series are fundamentally different. They describe things very fundamentally different.
Right. So when you said about the photographs being a refinement of the painting, that's not actually true, is it? Because that's a false equivalence. That's not what's happening. You've got a painting of a cow, and then you've got a photograph of a racing car.
Because fundamentally, what you're doing is the way you describe the way the first painting is made is by a painter picking up a brush, putting it in colors, and then painting. The other one is a completely different way of taking the picture.
What's the painting of?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does.
Absolutely doesn't matter.
It does, because you're saying that we can calculate Newtonian physics and we can calculate Einsteinian physics, and they compare. So in that context, you're saying that the painting is equal to the photograph. The painting is of a cow and the photograph is of a Formula 1 car, and they're fundamentally different, aren't they?
No, the painting is obviously of the same thing. So that they're both painting, or the painting is the same thing, and they're taking a picture of the same thing.
There's the problem. The
thing is, okay,
are not the same thing. You said I didn't understand this.
No.
It's you that doesn't understand it.
No, the problem. What I'm trying to say is not. I'm not saying that that Einsteinian or Newtonian physics is what they are painting. What I'm saying is they are the methods with which they are painting.
Yeah, but you're still comparing them mathematically. Yeah, I do.
You
but
see
you're
the
still
difference?
comparing them. But you're still no. I understand the difference, but that would only be true if the mathematics were not being compared as the same. And you've compared the mathematics, you've not contrasted them like I did. So they're not the same thing.
So you're saying that? I'm
saying that Newton said the Earth acts on the stone. Einstein said the medium acts on the stone.
Yes.
Yeah, and they're not similar, are they? They're fundamentally different. We agreed moments ago.
Different. Just like a paintbrush and a camera are fundamentally different. The same way.
Agreed. But what you're saying there only stands true if the mathematics was being contrasted, but you compared them. So what you're actually saying is the painting was of a cow.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Sorry, but the mathematics
because you're saying that the painting is different to a photograph, which it is, but because you compared the mathematics and you said that we were both the same in our world, what you're doing is you're actually saying that the painting and the photograph are essentially the same thing because you're comparing the mathematics. You should have contrasted the mathematics.
I'm saying that they show the same thing. I'm saying that they're showing the same thing.
You said it didn't matter what they showed. You said it didn't matter what they showed.
It doesn't matter what they're actually showing, if it's a car, a mountain, whatever.
Yeah.
As
So
long
if it
as they're
doesn't matter what they
seeing the
show,
same thing.
if
As
it
long
doesn't
as they're
matter what
seeing
they
the
show,
same thing.
forgive me, if it doesn't matter what they show, why were you comparing the maths where the answer is the same? Because that answer would be the same as the painting drawn or the photograph taken. But
Right, but the photograph is a better quality than the painting, no matter how great the artist.
So then, when you're comparing the mathematics, you're trying to say that one refined the other.
No, I never said they're fine. A camera is a very, very different tool than a brush. They're not refining. A camera is not a better brush.
What you're doing
very
is you're
fundamentally different
arguing
things.
two sides. Listen, the difference is Newton and Einstein are not the same. They're mutually exclusive. But because you're trying to compare them to a painting and a camera, and you're comparing mathematically,
they're not mutually
making them
exclusive.
sound like they're supposed to be similar, and they're not. They're exclusive, not inclusive.
I don't see how you this analogy is actually very, very good. I don't see the problem with this analogy. But sorry guys, can you give me a second? I really need to go to the bathroom. Okay. Can you give me like 2 minutes?
I'll give way because I've hogged the mic enough.
Yeah.
Thank you for your patience, guys.
Sure. Sorry if things got heated in the end of it. Also,
No,
sorry
it's
for having
fine,
you on.
man.
I'll be right back.
All right. So I just want to point out that a lot of times we're debating things, right? And people want to say that Newtonian and Einsteinian is the same thing. One is 3 space and one is 4 space. So how could they possibly be the same thing? Because Newtonian is spooky action at a distance instantaneously, like pushing a pencil, right? If you push it at the eraser, the at the other end is going to move simultaneously. This is faster than the speed of light, right? And with Einstein, nothing moves faster than the speed of light. So these are 2 totally different things. Plus, there's the 2 space or the 2 body problem with Einstein, right? So I think the problem is that all these pseudosciences explanations for gravity, that's what they are. They're just stories, they're eloquent mathematical stories, but it's just mathematical poetry as far as I'm concerned. It's someone's religion, right? It's their philosophy, okay? But with the specific gravity, you can prove it right in front of everybody. You drop an apple, right? It falls until it hits the water and then it floats, right? You drop an anvil, it falls until it hits the mercury and then it floats, right? And this governs everything except for birds in nature, except for birds and their little aerodynamic thing that they got going on with their hollow bones. Everything else in nature rises and falls through a medium, either from the buoyant force or the lack thereof. Thanks.
Buoyancy is not a force, though. But you were so right up until that point.
Well, tell me what word I needed to use instead of buoyant force.
Just more dense and less dense, and it's medium. That's all you need to say. Because if you say buoyant force, if I was being a pedant on their side, I would say buoyancy. So you're affirming gravity then, because you need gravity to be a force to get buoyancy. And I go, gotcha.
And then
but
I
if you
would
just
say,
more dense and less dense,
prove it. Then I would say,
Yeah.
prove it. Prove that I need bending and warping of space time.
Yeah, but then they'll just go mic drop. They'll go mic drop, and you'll not know.
They can't use gravity because specific gravity doesn't require their gravity.
Equilibrium of densities.
Yeah, you're right. But remember, when we're talking to these idiots, right, they're so brainwashed they can't see any other perspective as even a possibility. They just rule it out completely. So, like, the minute you say buoyancy, they know that that's a trigger word for gravity. So that if you say buoyancy, they'll just go, ha. Well, we can avoid that just by saying more dense and less dense than the medium, and then they can't go, ha.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I would say let them go, haha, but each to their own. We all have our different ways of debating. And I want them to say, yeah, gravity's involved. Exactly, specific gravity. That's what I'm trying to show you. Now you get it. Welcome to Flat Earth. Thanks. Please continue the conversation. Sorry for...
Well, we got to the point where my friend here was saying that I didn't understand science, and then we went through the differences and the comparisons, which there are none, between Einstein and Newton. Yet he still told everybody that it's me that doesn't understand the science, yet hasn't been able to come up with an explanation for why I don't understand it, but actually has demonstrated that no matter what I say to him, he's just going to not answer the question. He's going to come up with an explanation for something else instead, and fundamentally weasel and wiggle his way around it. The point that I'm trying to get you through to yet is that Newton and Einstein are fundamentally different, Yet you're comparing them with mathematics and images and photographs, making them sound like they're comparable, but they're mutually exclusive. That's the point I'm trying to get you to address. If they're mutually exclusive, why are you comparing them?
I think what it boils down to is the use of this all. So, as we all can hopefully agree with, is there is use to physics, right? We can build missiles, we can build nukes, we can build electricity, we can build cars, we can build computers. There is use to physics, right?
Yeah, but that's not physics, though. That's technology applying science. There's a difference between technology applying science and science. You're conflating the two. That's not.
No. Absolutely. I understand definitely what you mean.
Okay,
now,
go on, continue.
All of these things that we build are based, for example, the electromagnetic theorem of how, well, not new computers because they use quantum mechanics, but old computers using only Maxwell equations work, were built upon this theory called the Maxwell's equations of electromagnetism, right?
Yeah, go on, I'm listening.
Okay. The theory of electromagnetism. Now, there was a guy called Maxwell, and he was playing around with electricity for a long time. And he's a theoretician, so he actually came up with a theory describing electromagnetism. And then we used his theory and saw if it made predictions that we haven't seen yet in experiments. And then we looked at those experiments and time again proved that his theory, or showed evidence that his theory is correct. Now, I agree with you. This does not actually prove that
Forgive me, by extension, it showed that Newtonian gravitation, the force, the attractive force between masses that had a function squared over distance, it was that very reason that Einstein ruled it out, because it's like he described, it was process impossible. So we know that Newtonian gravitation is not a force. We know that gravity is not a force. The Earth does not act on anything. We know that. That's the current position in science that you don't seem to be with. Yet I seem to misunderstand. But continue.
Yeah, let me continue with my point as before. So, because we can use electromagnetism the way we do, and it makes predictions that are true disregarding quantum events, we use this, right? We use Maxwell's equations to make predictions about how things work. Now, the same thing is true for quantum mechanics. Nobody actually knows what is happening down in the level. And I completely agree with you. This is not 100% proof, right? I agree with you that. The thing is, the evidence for it is so big, and science, physics, this way has worked so good that there's no point in disagreeing with it. You see what I mean?
It depends on what you're talking about. The evidence for this, you said. What do you mean when you say this?
Let me see. The thing is, I really understand where you guys are coming from. I really understand how.
I don't think so.
You said I didn't understand
the changing subject.
Yeah.
I don't think you do understand. Possibly. You said that I don't understand the science yet. I've explained to you the fundamental differences between Einstein and Newton, and we haven't really got anywhere yet, other than you kind of agreeing with me, but then comparing them, and that's just not possible.
You can compare things. You can compare apples and oranges.
No, you can't compare Newton with Einstein. They're not even in the same geometry.
Both of them are fruits. Both of them are the same size. You can
compare. You can't compare Newton with Einstein. They're not in the same geometry.
Why can't you compare? Okay, so why does the geometry of it? What does it make them incomparable?
Well, they're not in the same geometry. Would be one starting point. Another example would be Einstein's put a limitation to the speed of light, whereas
that was actually Maxwell. That wasn't Einstein. That comes out of the Maxwell's equation.
Einstein put a limitation to the speed of light, whereas Newton said it was instant action at any distance. That was a fundamental change.
Yeah, but the speed of light. Okay, but that's okay. Okay.
So we can't.
I think actually my metaphor from the paintings is, I think, very very close to how it is. Let's say there is. Let's say there is
because
something.
you were using the point you were making with the painting was that you get a better image from a photograph, which, although that is true, you're making a better picture from a photograph. But that's not what Einstein did. Einstein got a totally different. So it's like,
no, this is specifically the misunderstanding. Okay.
Go on.
Newton is one tool. Einstein is a different tool. These tools are completely different, right?
Yes.
I completely agree with you. A brush is completely different than a camera.
Yes.
Yet, if you tell a talented artist to draw a car that's standing in front of him, and you take a picture of the car that's from the same angle, the two results will be very similar, right?
I can agree with this so long as the painter is painting an elephant and the photographer is taking a photograph of a racing car. So long as there's two fundamentally different things that we're talking, because I don't want people to think, because I don't want people to think that you can compare a painting with a photograph and then be misled and go on to tell other people that because a photograph is higher quality imagery, therefore it's a refinement of Newton, because that would be wrong, wouldn't it?
No.
Yes, that's the problem though with what you're saying. It's too much of a convenient excuse to allow people to think that the photograph is better.
Why does the painter now draw something different than the photograph is photographing? I don't understand that. Why does one an elephant and the other one a race car? That I don't get.
Because let's just say the painter draws an elephant and the photographer also takes a picture of the same elephant.
Yes.
If you do that and you allow people to think that, then you are basically saying that Einstein takes the photograph, whereas Newton simply could only paint it because he didn't have the better. And that's not the position in current science.
I see the thing. You are okay. So I see the point. So you're saying because Einstein describes reality fundamentally differently.
Yes.
Newton now. But it's a tool. It's not reality, right? It's the tool that's the thing.
Yeah, we know that. We know it's not reality. We know what space-time is. We know it's a concept. We know it's based only in mathematics. And we also know that it's based in curvilinear geometry. We know that doesn't exist as well. We understand this.
I don't get the analogy.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're okay. I just wanted to butt in just for a second and say I don't get why it's being described as Newton is, paintbrushing. Einstein is taking a photograph. That's not a good analogy. A better analogy would be like Newton is using a car from the late 1850s to go from Georgia to California, while Einstein semi. That's a better analogy way to say it.
That's not better. That's worse. Because what you're doing there is you're comparing Einstein and Newton's mode of travel from getting from A to B, but just using a different vehicle to do it. But the problem is Einstein didn't go to B; he went to C. So the better analogy is they both got the same car, but instead of Newton going from A to B, Einstein's going from A to C, not B.
Right. Yeah, no, I can get you there. But yeah, like just saying it's a painting puts it too much into the possibility of somebody saying something was added to the painting that should have not been.
I'll give you a better analogy.
Correct. That's what you've just said there hits the nail on the head, sir. Well done.
Can you elaborate on that?
It appears to be an ugly dog, but when Einstein took the picture, it was actually a man who was just really ugly and looked like a dog. They're not the same thing. They don't even try to describe the same thing. Like they're completely.
They are trying to describe the same thing.
Let me give you an example real quick. If you drop something, what happens to the object?
It depends.
Yeah, it depends very much.
Mostly it falls, but
yeah, but what is happening to the object? Is the object accelerating down, or is the ground?
That's usually the definition of dropping. It's
so the first.
But you can drop a helium balloon to the clouds, can't you?
Yeah, but that's like not really dropping, right?
But it's still not going down, though, is it? That's the point.
Dropping is a colloquial term, so it's kind
It is a colloquial term, but when you drop something, you let go of it, right? But if the helium balloon goes to the clouds, is there what, an attractive force towards the clouds?
No, there is a repulsive force of the. This is down a different rabbit hole. I want to stay close to Newton and Einstein. So
I was trying to give you one of the differences between Newton and Einstein. In Newtonian, which you kind of wanted to agree with, the object falls down and is accelerated down.
Yes.
Through some
and the Earth's up a tiny bit.
Newton doesn't even agree with himself and would not like this to be attributed to himself. But in Einstein, the ground is actually accelerating up towards the object, which is stationary.
No, that's wrong.
Yes. That is what Einstein's position is.
No. That kind
so
of
it's not respectfully. It's not us that doesn't understand the science here. It's you.
No.
Yeah, you don't have your PhD yet. This is from Sabine Hohenfelter, who has her PhD, and she's contradicting you. So
everybody in current science contradicts you as well. You're not up to date.
Yeah. The problem is this is a depiction of it. This is not actually what Einstein describes. Einstein describes is that the curvature of the Earth.
The falling object is in the inertial reference frame and is not moving. He said the ground is the inertial reference frame is moving up towards it, kind of like an elevator. So
from the point of view of the apple, that's always true. That's even true in Newtonian physics.
Yeah, but what if you can't prove that? What if you can't prove the inertial frame of reference?
You can't prove any of this in the real world, can you?
Correct, because you haven't got that equivalent in real world to show.
You can't prove it in the real world.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Because you can't show anything from the inertial frame of reference.
Yeah. Come on. I haven't been able to do that. It's been 2 hours now. You've been at it for over 2 hours. You haven't done it yet.
Well, no, I mean, I completely do not expect to be able to convince anything here. I mean, all I'm trying to have is a fun discussion with you guys. I'm actually, honestly, I'm kind of enjoying myself.
Hold on, we're not trying to get you to convince us. We want you to provide science for your
quick
claims.
question, NG.
Well, it's not the same thing.
Just a quick question, NG. NG, just a one word answer. What is the radius of Earth? What is the size of the radius of Earth?
I don't know the numbers. I'm horrible at memorizing by heart.
No further questions.
Okay, there's the physics. There's your physics.
That question goes that question goes in line with what has been happening. He doesn't know what science is. He doesn't know what gravity is. He doesn't know any of these things, but he's trying to defend them.
They don't teach you that in physics school.
He wants to get a PhD.
I would disagree with that, but that's okay. I mean, I wouldn't expect to get anywhere. I wouldn't expect to get anywhere.
Disagree with us, right? We just want you to address something. Hold on, Gus. We want you to address something that I brought up in our first debate, the first time I met you. Karl Popper, you said that Karl Popper changed his mind later on about the falsifiability being the cornerstone of the scientific method. And I asked you in a text message or in direct message to cite your source for that. Have you ever found a source where Karl Popper later on recanted about falsifiability? Did you ever find that source?
Were you talking to me? Or no?
Yeah, to you. In our first debate, right? It was about 3 months ago.
I was never here before. This is the first time I'm here.
Okay, were you not at the Wisdom Discord?
No, this is the first time I've ever done something like this.
Are you sure you're not that same guy who's half Japanese and half...
No, I'm not Japanese, I'm not Asian.
Oh.
No.
What are you talking about, Hank?
I thought you were somebody else. Okay.
No, it's okay. Happens.
Why are you acting like a Glober, Hank? Imagining things.
He might sound
You
like
know
it.
what? I had a bit of the pareidolia,
Nico,
and I
can you
thought he was
see
the same
Nico
guy.
well, blimey. So can you see Nico as a physicist? You haven't been able to prove your globe at all. Yeah, you're in your laboratories, you're in your classroom. It's all assumptions. It's all pretending. Nothing is real. You haven't substantiated your globe today. 2 hours gone.
I would disagree with that, but
well,
you've proved nothing. Hang on, you've proven nothing. What do you mean you disagree? Where's the evidence? What evidence have you provided?
I disagree with the way you think about science.
How do I know? How have you shown me that the Earth is a spinning ball? How have you shown me?
I didn't show you anything.
What the scientific method
No,
is.
I didn't show you. I didn't show you anything like that. I gave you an evidence. I gave you some.
Hang on a second. I leave my front door. How do I know I'm on a globe? How do I know that I'm on a globe now with what you've said today? You've said nothing that proves to me that I'm on a globe. Nothing.
That is, well, I mean, from your point of view, that's obviously true.
Nothing, man. Tell me. Tell me again. Tell me, please. Please tell me.
What shall I tell you?
That was my question to you was, how do you know without a doubt that the Earth is a spinning globe in the vacuum of space? You're laying your life down on this one, and you were laughing a little bit, but okay, let me go. I'm going to go with the spin debunked.
Well, I mean,
I can show
that with the
gravity has been debunked, mate. You haven't proven gravity. So hang on, you're talking over me. So basically,
I'm not saying anything.
You haven't been able to display, or present any evidence for your belief. You are believing in things, no evidence. It's all assumption. Your very words. The Earth is spinning. The Earth is spinning. You need to prove that. You can't. Okay? Helicopters, reference frames, you lost it all. You've proven nothing. It's gone with the wind.
Can I just ask?
The thing is,
something?
Please go ahead.
You have the tag Globe Skeptic. So, where does your doubt begin with the heliocentric model? Why not explain that?
I didn't give me that tag. I don't know why I have that tag.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was given to me. That might be a Discord thing that was given to me when I joined. So I don't know if that's by default or.
Yeah, just you go.
Yeah.
So are you going to concede that you're unable to prove the Earth is a spinning ball to us? Are you going to concede to that point? You haven't done it yet.
Concede point.
Nothing you said has proven anything.
Because you added the to us in the end, I will definitely concede that. Yes. But
Can you then also concede that you don't have any experiments, you just have correlations and assumptions?
Yes, but this assumptions and correlations give astounding ability to be able to predict reality.
In 2G.
That's the point. That's the exact point. Yes.
So you haven't been able to do that because you've just proven anything in the last 2
No.
hours.
All I said
is your assumptions have no basis in reality. They're not based
all I'm
in
saying
reality.
that my assumptions.
They don't follow the scientific method.
All I'm saying is that my assumptions.
You're talking over me. You're not listening. You're not listening, sir. Your assumptions are not based in reality. Okay. So everything you've said is not real. They're just assumptions.
What I'm saying.
Prove the reality we live. So your predictions, listen, your predictions are not prediction because I can say next year is going to be 2023. Tomorrow is going to be Monday. I'm going to be 61 next year. What kind of prediction are you talking about? You're not predicting anything. Nothing you predict. You can predict nothing. Okay?
Thank you, John.
But that's not true.
Just a second.
How is that not true?
How? Ian was just telling you something, And that's he read my mind, because I was going to ask you, do you know the difference between a prediction and a post-diction?
Right.
Well, yeah.
Define it.
Right.
Prediction tries to tell the future. Post-diction tries to explain the past, roughly speaking.
Not quite.
No,
roughly.
Post-diction predicts the future based on past events, essentially.
Okay. Yeah. True. You're right. Yes.
Yeah, you only do post-dictions.
That's not prediction.
You don't have any predictions.
Yes, but we have never seen it be false.
It's arrogance. The arrogance of the man, honestly.
Why?
There's arrogance here now. Typical physicists.
Please explain
nothing,
how I was
assume everything. Prove nothing, assume everything, but
Please,
you get
why
there
are you
predicting.
mad at me? I have been nothing but nice to everybody.
I'm not mad
then
at
why
you.
are you
No,
yelling?
I'm not mad at you.
Please.
I am
Can we just agree
clarifying
on
the
one thing?
fact.
Look, I found something
Because
we
you've
can all
been at
agree
it
on.
2 hours
Okay?
now, and
You never
it's been
felt the earth
fruitless.
move, and none of us here did
It's
either.
been fruitless.
So
2
we all
hours.
experience Earth as motionless. And guess what else? No one ever saw the curve, including you.
Thank you. Right. Exactly.
So we all agree with that. So now
Right.
everybody's happy, right? You agree with that?
We
all experience it as
I have
flat
experienced earthquakes, so that the Earth
Okay,
is always
I'll give
still
you
is
that.
not
Yeah,
true.
so
I mean, I give you for all
I'll
intents
give you
and
that.
purposes. I've
So do you
never
agree?
seen the rotation of Earth. I've never felt the
Exactly.
rotation
So
of
we all
Earth.
experience Earth as flat and stationary. Thank you, bro.
Correct.
I rest my
Except
case.
when I did the Foucault's
Can I
pendulum.
ask?
Then I saw the
Again, the
rotation of
Foucault
the Earth.
pendulum does not prove the Earth is moving.
NTG, did you shit yourself when you were in an earthquake?
Earth move, don't.
Oh, I almost did. That was so horrible, the earthquake. Oh,
Yeah.
man. I ran
So,
out of the house so fast. I
and-
grabbed my little sister and just ran because that was horrible.
And how quickly did you detect that something wasn't right with the ground?
Oh, that was, I don't know.
Immediately?
Difficult. Very fast.
As soon as the quake was strong enough that you could, of course, detect it. So.
Yeah.
I just like to point out. I just like to point out, to think about.
No, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So can you then agree that the starting axiom for everyone is flat, non-rotating Earth, and that's just a base axiom you can have from your experiences? And then
but it doesn't make it true.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
That
Wait,
the Earth
but
is
that-
moving.
So the Earth not moving is not true. Is that what you're saying now? So
No,
now
just because it's your base axiom doesn't make it true.
Just
it's
because
what
you
we
experience
experience
it,
all over the
Is that
Earth.
what you're saying? Just because you experience it directly, it's not true.
No, that's not what
Is that
I'm
what
saying.
you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What are
What
you
I'm
saying?
saying, just because that is what you experience does not make that is the truth.
That's exactly what I asked you, and that's what
No,
it is.
there's a very
You don't even know
specific
what you're
difference.
saying.
There is a very
check this.
specific difference. Tell me
this.
this: do you experience aging? Do you experience?
Yes.
Yes,
Right,
we do.
right
Yes,
now,
we
right
do,
now,
yeah.
every
Yes,
day,
we
every
do.
day, do you experience aging?
Oh my gosh.
Do you experience your nails growing?
Yes, I do.
Do you feel it? Do you actually ever feel your nails
I
growing, or have there
experience
been?
my nails growing.
Or is it just? Or is it
I
just that when you're
experience it all.
sleeping, that
Yes.
a goblin comes
I
by and
experience it
puts?
all.
I
The
can
answer
measure
to
it.
your question
How
is
about that?
yes, I do. Yes.
How specifically have you
Yes.
ever experienced?
watch
Have
my
you
nails
actually
grow
ever
from day to
seen
day.
it?
How? Are
Have
you
you
going
ever
to ask
seen
me
it?
that question? Are you
Have you
really
seen
going to
it
ask
growing?
me
Yes.
how I experience
From day to
age?
day, it's
Yes.
noticeable.
Are you really going to ask me that?
Yes.
A
Are
few
you
days
really
later,
going
the
to
nails
ask
are
that
shorter,
question?
so is
Yes,
the hair.
actually.
What are you talking
Have-
about?
Are you that
So it can be
stupid?
measured
Are you that
directly in a
disingenuous?
physical reality.
Fuck.
So
got
you
mad
experience
when you
yourself
asked the
breathing
question.
right now. Do you need that you're breathing? You are breathing right
Silly
now,
man.
right? Are you asking for
Yes.
proof? Are you saying it's not true because you're experiencing it?
No.
Does that
What
make any
I'm-
fucking sense?
Don't ask such absurd questions. Very unbecoming of a physicist.
So you're pretty much saying because you experience something doesn't mean it's true.
No,
Dude, just
that's not what I'm
listen to
saying.
yourself.
That's
Well, don't
what I'm
ask
saying
such
is it
wild
doesn't
questions.
make it the whole truth.
Please
That's
don't
That's the
ask
thing, though.
wild
This is the
questions.
thing, though. This is the thing. The claim is that it's moving.
Okay.
Your axiom is that it's stationary. So while they make a claim, that means they have to prove their claim.
Yes, absolutely.
And
that I
not been
completely
done.
agree with.
And you haven't done it yet.
Do you have proof of that?
No, and
Hey, I'm going to jump
know
in
I
just for a quick second, real quick. Hold on, guys.
Yes.
So, just one thing that me as an observer to this whole entire conversation, Jen, no offense towards you, but you sound very upset. And N2G has been
You
very
don't need to
respectful to
concern
everybody.
troll John. It's fine.
Okay, all right. I was just wanting to say, like,
Call the referee.
let's stay respectful and nice to. That's it.
That's
Continue
my
on.
method. That's my method. When they start to fail to prove, I start making silly wild claims like, do you experience this? It's time to press home the truth. And that's what I'm doing now.
All right,
I'm
we can
pressing home
continue
the
on,
fact
Jen. We can
that this
continue on. We don't have to.
individual, for the last 2 hours, has been unable to present his case. And remember, this is the heliocentric model that is being taught across the flat earth. And we're the ones that getting the brunt of it. We are the retards. We're the ones that get the insults. Yeah?
Honestly,
So now
I
that's what he's
very
getting.
heavily disagree
getting
with
that
anybody
emotional
insulting
content.
you. I
No,
do
no,
not
not you in
believe you are
particular.
retards.
Not
I know.
you
I
in
just wanted to. I just wanted to point that out. I do not believe. I do not think that you guys are retards.
Right.
And
Okay.
I
It's better
always
than mine.
try to be a completely respectful person towards you guys.
All right,
because
so great.
I'm being
Now
respectful.
let's go back to the point.
I hope
Let's
we
go
can
back,
appreciate
Let's go
that.
back to the point.
Yeah.
The claim is still that it's rotating, that it has a sphericity, and that gas can exist at a container, gas pressure. So these three claims you still have not been able to show us any evidence of.
Address. Exactly. About the world.
Well,
Talking about the world I live in.
we did get at one point to something where we developed a way we could do an experiment with the pressures at different heights, right? You guys remember that?
Yeah, that still requires a container.
Exactly.
Right,
Otherwise
but
you won't get
you
pressure.
can show that the pressure inside the container and outside the container is the same. Or what do you mean by container?
Meaning, in order for gas pressure to exist, there has to be a container for the gas to press upon.
Otherwise, you have no pressure.
Right. A gradient can exist with a container, but gas pressure cannot exist without a container. It's an antecedent relationship.
Let me think about this one. A gas pressure cannot exist without a container. Well, I would say that gravity is the container, but I think
It's
not
a
force.
theory. So you're getting back to that unproven theory that you've just been
we
debunked.
discussed gravity before, didn't we? We established
Yes.
that it wasn't that the Earth attracting the stone; it was the medium.
So it's got nothing to do with gravity, you see.
Okay, so not gravity.
Yeah,
The
but in
curvature of
his
space-time is
in your mind, he can just say gravity for any of these things. It's a word on a piece of paper. He doesn't actually know what that
Sorry,
actually means.
I take back gravity.
he
I
thinks-
say the
you
curvature of
think
space-time is containing the gas.
Wow.
So you think that's a blanket statement for things to happen? You can just say gravity, and that will cause things to happen.
So hold on. So you said the
gravity back,
curvature
so-
of space time. So are you telling me that a concept could become real? How could a concept be reality or
That's actually-
physical?
That's actually a very deep philosophical question.
It's not philosophical. It's actually because you're saying a concept, meaning the number 5. I could take a bite off of number 5.
No, but I would say that number 5 definitely exists because there can be
Where?
5 apples, right?
No, those are apples that exist. But
yes,
the
but
number
the number
5,
the number 5 kind of does exist, right?
It does
Because there are
not.
5 apples.
It's just conceptual.
The entity of 5ness is inside the apples.
No,
when you
that's
have
just
5
imaginary.
apples.
You have the apples are there.
Thank you.
Now,
Elbow.
that's
This
the
is actually
quantity.
I think
the quantity
okay.
of it, right? It's just a descriptor of what we say. Well, there's 5 apples, but the number itself is conceptual.
Can I call you Elbow? Actually,
Sure.
Yeah, right. So thank you, Elbow. I think this actually completely showed me where we agree. or where we think differently is the whole idea of, because 5 describes the amount of apples, does 5 really exist? Is it real, or is it just a tool, a descriptor? And in my sense, it is reality, but in your sense, it's just a tool. And I think that's the point, right?
Right,
That's
it's a descriptor.
difference.
So how could a description of two concepts, the space time, right? How could it hold in gas? How could it become a barrier? How could it become a wall?
Well, because
just because
these no please. I'm talking slowly. I'm thinking while talking, which is
please,
weird.
physicist. Yeah, be careful now. Be careful.
Yeah, I will.
Right.
So this curvature of spacetime is a descriptor of how massive objects are accelerated towards each other. Right? Is that fair?
Is it actual acceleration or is it apparent acceleration?
Is it fair to say that it is a descriptor of how these things accelerate towards each other? Is that fair to say?
Is it actual acceleration or is it apparent acceleration?
Acceleration. What's the difference? Apparent acceleration is like Coriolis force, for example, would be apparent acceleration. Is that what you're saying?
The Eddington observation of 1919 demonstrated that there was an apparent acceleration of the stars because the sunlight was passing, the light was passing around the sun's mass, causing a gravitational lensing effect. But it wasn't an actual acceleration. But you said that 2 objects of large enough mass will accelerate towards each other. Is that actual acceleration or is it apparent acceleration?
Because of their 2 large objects. So they're compelled to accelerate towards each other.
I would say it's actual acceleration.
You'd say it's what?
Actual acceleration, not apparent. Actual.
So Newton's first law of motion states that for an object at rest to accelerate, a force is needed. But we know that gravity is not a force. So you're either in violation of Newton's first law of motion, or you're wrongly ascribing an actual acceleration when it should be an apparent acceleration, but you can't have it both ways.
Exactly.
You
see? Debunked again.
That's a good point, because that is the significant difference between the tool of Einstein and the tool of Newton.
Correct.
Right? The tool of Newton says that a force must exist. A tool of Einstein says it's not a force, it's curvature, it's something else.
Or it can't be actual acceleration, can it?
Why?
Because an actual acceleration requires a force, and we know that Einsteinians said it wasn't a force between masses. It was the medium effect in the mass, and we know with the Eddington observation of 1919 that the acceleration was apparent. So either way, it's not a force.
I don't know that Eddington observation, but
well, you should, because it showed that Einsteinian gravitation was not a force. It was an apparent acceleration caused by gravitational lensing of the medium, the curvature of space-time.
General relativity didn't... When did general relativity come out? What's it, 1919? Really, that
1915? 1915? Eddington was 1919.
I thought it was later. Okay.
Eddington was 1919. LIGO also proved it, because LIGO detected gravitational waves.
LIGO definitely proved it. That I know.
Yeah, LIGO said to prove gravitational waves, which is caused by a curvature of the medium, because the curvature of space-time around the Earth is causing a slight differential in the dilation of time as these 2 things are in the things, right? The 2 light photons are in the thing. But the point is, it's not an actual acceleration in real world. It's an apparent acceleration. So when we see things that seem to be moving, it's not, unless gravity is a force and Einstein's wrong, they're not actually accelerating. So when you said that 2 masses attract each other, that's not true. They don't attract each other. They may seem to, but it's not an actual acceleration. It's an apparent acceleration.
Oof, this is a
contradiction.
That's actually pretty good. Yeah, I like this one. I think you would have to go into how forces are defined in Einsteinian mathematics, and that I'm not
Well,
sure.
He doesn't define gravity as a force. He defines it as an effect. So you don't have to define forces with Einstein, because he's not talking about forces. He's talking about effects. For forces, you need a force. You need an interaction, a push or a pull. But we're not talking about that with Einstein. We're talking about the effect.
Yes. So
force with Einstein was the uneven distribution of mass, was it not? Which is an attribute of matter.
Uneven distribution of mass. Why? You lost me there.
That was the definition in Einsteinian gravitation. It was the effect of the curvature of space-time caused by the uneven distribution of mass.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
So the uneven distribution of mass is not a force, is it? It's just an attribute of matter.
The uneven distribution is definitely a attribute of matter, but the effect of this uneven distribution of matter acts as a force.
No, it curves space-time, which we perceive as an acceleration, but it's not an actual acceleration. So in other words, there's no actual acceleration, there is no force.
But there is an acceleration.
There's not. There's an apparent acceleration because of the curvature of space-time. The geometry is curving around it, and we perceive it from our perspective as an acceleration. It's not an actual acceleration because you need a force for that, but gravity is not a force. So then we're left with the paradox of, well, how is the containment of gas being created by gravity?
Well, it's not being contained by the curvature of space.
Get lost.
Right?
It isn't. Isn't the point? There is you're applying the new explanation because you don't have an explanation for the creation of the pressure. You're just applying the curvature of space-time. It doesn't cause any actual acceleration, so it doesn't stop the gas molecules from vanishing into space. You need a force for that, and you haven't got one.
But why couldn't the curvature of space do that? That's what I don't get.
Because it would have to curve by 180 degrees.
What? Why?
Because the gas molecules are coming back to us, aren't they? They're not escaping. So that they're acting as a container. They're going to have to bounce off the container, come back towards Earth. Well, that would mean
if it was 180 degrees curvature, we would have infinite mass. That's a black hole, by definition.
I was just going to say that would be a wormhole, wouldn't it?
Right.
Essentially,
black hole, not or wormhole. I don't know.
Wormhole, because you can go all the way around the thing, or you can cut through the passageway in the middle. But the point I'm making is the real world explanation is we must be contained because we've got gas pressure. In the same way that there must be a cow if we've got steak. You can't have a steak without having a cow. You can agree with that, right? You've got to have a cow.
Wait. Let me go back to 180 degrees. What do you mean by this 180 degrees? It just means that locally at Earth, the curvature of space-time is higher at the surface than it is at higher up, right? That's all that we need.
Acceleration.
You're using something you've never seen, touched, tasted, smelled, experimented with as a proof.
No, I'm using it as a tool to describe what it is.
Yeah, but
now,
I have tools.
Okay,
I have tons of tools.
I completely agree with you. This will not.
My tools.
Yes. Okay.
Space curve. That's just words.
It's mathematics.
That's all it is.
It's mathematics.
Yeah, right. Language.
Space-time's not going to cause the gas molecules to turn around, actual or apparent. The deviations are tiny.
Okay,
even
here we're back to back to the
your opinions and beliefs are not gonna have an effect in gases and entropy and all that kind of stuff.
Well, entropy
so
maybe, but not
exist.
gases.
Okay. Hey, hold on. Unicorns exist, and I'm going to prove this to you, and I'm going to show you my math equation showing you that unicorns exist.
Okay.
And if you don't believe me, you're anti-science.
No, that's never what I said, right? What I said is
that's
that
what you're doing.
You're using the existence of. It all boils down to how we see the difference. For me, the tool that we use to describe reality is part of reality, and for you, that's not true. And I'm completely okay with that. I'm completely okay with that.
Link that tool to reality somehow. Like if I was to tell you I proved unicorns exist because of my tool, my math, but I've never shown you the unicorn. How can I call that reality? You cannot call that reality unless I actually physically show you the unicorn.
That's the point. Yes, I completely agree with you.
No.
I completely agree with you that for
but no, yes, but no.
For what is reality?
NG.
Eyes, please. Okay.
I just want to. Me, man, I'm listening.
Well articulated. That was well articulated. It's true.
Yes, let me ask completely true. For me, the tool that describes reality.
Are you familiar with talking about descriptions of reality? Are you familiar with any of the gas laws?
Yeah.
Which is the accurate position? Do we have a free expansion of gas law, or do we have a directionality of gas law?
Free expansion of gas law, I would presume.
We have the free expansion of gas law. Now, given that we're supposed to be in a gravitational field, and given that we do have vacuum chambers, wouldn't it be reasonable to think that there might be a directionality of gas law, given that we're in a gravitational field? But not just a directionality of gas law, a supporting experiment demonstrating how there's a directionality of gas law. Yet in real world, there are no experimental demonstrations of a directionality of gas, yet we are in a gravitational field, and there's a free expansion of gas which supports what we say. Does it not bother you in any way?
Only if your system is small enough. I think if your system is if you make a chamber that is big enough,
how
you
big?
Can definitely show that the pressure is
how
lower.
big and when will it start going against the laws of nature? How big does it has to be to go against the laws of nature?
Depending on how sensitive your instruments are. So it all comes back down to this whole pressure thing, right? Let's say you have a...
Guys, I have to interrupt. Sorry for interrupting. Please forgive me. This is the second time he's done this where he said that there's different laws for big and large things. So if I can direct your attention to the live stream voice text please, at 49 minutes after the hour. If someone could read that for me, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'll do that. The laws of physics are always quantum mechanical laws. You don't have separate laws for big and small things. The real question is, how do these very same laws, when applied to big things, by big things, mean the things that you see in daily life give the impression that the world is Newtonian? And then it's Professor Shankar, University of Yale.
Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm using tools to describe mathematical tools to describe what happens. Now,
but we're trying to get you to tell us how we can breathe.
These tools, these tools are not reality. I definitely agree with you on this.
Misnomers. It's a misnomer.
Thank you for admitting that. That's all we were doing, is that you were saying you're using this tool to show reality when you just finally admitted, which I applaud, that it is not reality. It's just an explanation or a language or mathematics. It's me telling you there's a unicorn showing you a chalkboard.
Right.
Well
but
articulated,
the difference
and
is,
thank you for your honesty. At last.
the difference is that the unicorn theory does not describe reality very well, but the physical theories do.
No, I can
describe
give
reality
you the
very,
dimensions
very
of a
well.
unicorn. I can give you how long his horn is on his head, how tall he is, what color.
Misnomer, man.
Yeah,
What is a misnomer? What is a misnomer?
Sorry.
Saying what is true in the microcosm is in the microcosm in unicorns.
You're cutting out, Balmer.
Was that plain and
Can you say that again,
I'm cutting
please?
out.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult to understand you.
To say what is not true in the microcosm is true in the megacosm, or what's true at the microscopic level begins to be not true after you build it large enough out of these building blocks. It's an incorrect description of reality. It's no
right, and there's
true
no way to
than
confirm
a
it.
unicorn.
Right.
Or demonstrate it, so it becomes Newton's. So it's Newton's flaming sword from this point. What can't be settled by experimentation is not worthy of debate.
Yeah, the
Isaac Newton.
The unicorn theory gives you the same mathematical, or gives you math, and then that leads to the same results. So you can't choose based on the results.
We got
either one,
pictures.
but they give you the same one.
We got pictures of unicorns.
Well, we're making ground here. You actually
Hell, we
admitted
got
that it's
pictures of
not
Bigfoot.
reality, but you continue
Yeah,
to
the
use
tools-
it as an argument to describe reality. So you're saying there's a link between your tool and reality when there's no way to demonstrate that or
Improper
repeat
description.
it. So
Yes, I would definitely agree that it's an improper
this
description.
is a tether.
That is absolutely
we
true.
need to. This is a common ground we need to both stand on to proceed forward, right?
That's right. That's right.
So I mean,
Yeah,
so
the
and then
improper
instead of
descriptions
arguing,
of reality are not accurate.
right? So instead of arguing about the
totally.
same thing, we
Totally.
move forward with it. And then so
Yes.
your next step would be, I admit that the things I believe to be reality are not testable, repeatable, demonstratable. It's just purely theoretical, and I believe in it. And if you say that, we will respect you. Just like when a Christian says, I believe Christ lived. I don't know, but I believe in my heart that Christ lived. Right?
Yeah.
And I respect them because it's a faith, they
You should
believe
be
in it, and it's their
It
faith.
is a fantasy. It is a
Bible
fantasy. You
lobby.
believe in a fantasy. That's fine. As long as you can admit that. But don't say your fantasy is real
It's no
in
more.
our world
It's
because
no
it is
more
not real.
provable than.
But the tool that I can use this tool
No,
to
tool.
make
The tool is a description, and the description is not accurate.
Please don't say it's not accurate. It's actually
you're
not
using
accurate.
an 8mm.
It cannot be accurate.
Listen, you're using an 8mm on a 10mm bolt, which won't even go on the bolt, man. I don't want to hear tool again. It doesn't make it scientific.
Yes, it's never real. It's never accurate. It's never
false. That's a very false way of describing what I'm saying.
It is not a false dichotomy. It's a true description.
I didn't know.
It's
I didn't.
Absolutely dichotomy, and I would say you have a remedial level of academic achievement if you think tool will make something sound scientific.
What is the tool?
I can describe it as a word.
Okay, I got a tool that you
A
can use
phrase.
that includes mathematics.
You use the turn of phrase to describe something you can't demonstrate in experimentation. So what does it matter?
I got your tool out here, globe head.
It's like a
Very
word
nice.
used out of context.
Very nice.
It's no longer proper and defined. So it's no longer coherent or cohesive. It's gibberish.
So how exactly would you define a tool?
I'll give you a tool.
A tool.
I'll give you a tool that is.
Guys, can we stop interrupting? Battlemon, please.
I know it's a specific thing for a specific job. That brings in the analogy.
So there are no all-purpose tools. You can't have
to
a
break a
wrench that fits
8mm
multiple
bolt.
things, right? You can't have an adjustable wrench that does multiple things.
Not one that works good.
Not
in
perfectly,
reality.
obviously not perfectly, but it does a very damn good job at it.
Listen, and you think your sit wrench is a good wrench, but you're not a mechanic and it's a piece of shit.
Yeah, but it.
I mean,
does
now you're just
the job
grasping at
somewhat.
straws, dude.
Now it does the job somewhat.
Now
and then
you're
next
just
theory
grasping
makes
at
it better.
straws. So
and
you have
better
an
and
approximate
better.
tool. Listen, it's
Yes,
not
absolutely.
a tool.
That's you have an approximate tool. That's
Wordplay.
the
It's a
whole point.
It's a
That
description.
is the whole
And
point.
when you're misnomer is a specifically used at specific use. It's an improper description. So how is it a tool? What's the tool doing? in properly describing reality. What are you fixing? Tools are made to fix things, fine tune them. Oh,
right?
Yeah, well, it doesn't make it any greater than a philosophy or a colloquial theory, dude. You're talking gibberish and you're trying to make it sound scientific. I'll let you continue to try, but it's annoying.
I'm sorry that I'm annoying you. I was actually gonna say that I'm somewhat enjoying myself here, and I hope you guys somewhat enjoy
like
having
an
me here.
11th
But
grade education.
Yeah, we enjoy
we
having you
do.
here. Yeah, that's why you're
We do,
welcome.
but you haven't
You're
proven
welcome
your
back.
case yet.
Right?
Oh,
no, I haven't proven my case.
listen, guy, this appeal. Listen, that's an obfuscation of the point. You're appealing to feelings when you should be directly addressing your tool that's not specific for the job.
In
It's more
earnest.
accurate than word.
Yeah, you should be in earnest, proving your
Yes.
globe, and you haven't done that yet.
Jen's a teacher. Jen, you're a teacher. Can you get some honesty out of this guy?
Yeah, I was talking to
Yeah,
him. I've been pressing him home. I've said to him that he hasn't established or substantiate his globe, and he hasn't done that now, moving on for 3 hours. So please try.
Damn, that's long.
what I'm asking you to do.
Yeah, your words aren't the proper tools for the job, so we seek demonstration. Truth is known through demonstration. Facts are demonstratable. The natural scientific method is the only way we can know truth. So take your description, make it into an experiment, and demonstrate your premise. Otherwise, Newton's flaming sword, dude. It's not worthy of debate. Bullshit.
That's it.
Yeah.
I know it's laughable to you, but listen, we're tired of arguing fallacy with remedial people.
3 hours. So you have admitted that your tools don't prove reality, and that was a great step forward. Now you've got to say to
No,
yourself,
I admitted that my tools are not reality. I didn't admit that my tools do not prove reality.
well, that's what you agree to.
That's all we need.
What tools do you use that do prove reality then?
You keep trying to appeal to it.
Yeah.
I have a tool that describes something. For example, how Newtonian mechanics describes how a ball rolls down a slope.
Is that tool mathematics?
Obviously, this does not prove that everything about Newtonian mechanics is.
Does it
true.
prove that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space with curvature?
Geometry.
No, but actually, if you expand that to Kepler's laws, if you expand this to,
hold on, Nico. Sorry, Nico. Hold on. I asked you, how do you know
A ball rolling
doubt?
down a hill on Kepler's laws of planetary motion.
So we use Newton, and we are able
I'd like to
to
understand
describe
how
things.
the ball rolling down the hill is analogous to Kepler's laws of planetary motion.
Exactly. So that then can get expanded to describe planetary motions.
Would you mind if I changed the word when you said describe? Would you mind if I said that the word that you really should be using is correlate?
Here's the thing.
Oh, it describes it. It's a tool.
Here's
It
the
describes
thing.
it. It's a language.
Here's the thing.
Correlates.
It describes it.
Because the answer, when you do your sum, the answer then correlates.
No, I would still say it was described.
Listen, bro.
Because
All we need
math
to
is a
correlate
language, remember?
description
Math is a language,
is
and
not
what
a
does language
a
then describe?
description is not a
It's abstract. That's the bit that you're missing.
description.
By definition,
is
it's
not
abstract.
a demonstration.
I can't
of
understand anybody. Sorry, there are too many
fact.
people talking
I'm
at
gonna
once.
mute you, dude.
Who else is talking? There's only me talking.
The
I
battle
know
mod
I'm gonna
was
mute
talking
him here
over
in a
you.
minute. I don't have to fight. No,
Oh,
it's not.
well.
Can you
Yeah,
not hear
mute
me?
this flathead.
Oh, I kind of seen it the other way. Listen, a description isn't a demonstration of fact.
That's
Next attempt, please.
right. That's true. I agree with you. A description is not
People that give you
fact.
these long-winded bullshit arguments. Take the fallacy and keep it in your fairy tale, but bring demonstration to my scientific lobby. Thank you. Otherwise, don't stand on it as an appeal to factual reality. You can't build a concrete reality out of abstracts. You're using every abstract man has that man's created to try and build a concrete reality. Two abstracts don't equal a concrete. Two negatives don't equal positive.
But can't we take our abstractions
Can
and
you
try to
demonstrate
build,
Newtonian
try to
physics to be
describe?
true?
Can't we take our abstraction and try
Yes
to
or no?
describe what reality is with it? Isn't that the whole point of what we're trying
Listen,
to
guy.
do?
Listen. I have a degree in mechanical engineering, so I know we can describe
Nice.
everything, but that doesn't mean we can apply it in reality, okay? What I'm asking
Well,
you
isn't that what we're trying to do, though?
can you take your excuse me, it's rude to talk when other people are talking. I'm about done with the be nice shit. Can you demonstrate it to be a fact, or are you going to concede that it's just an abstract theory? Colloquial version. If you can't demonstrate it, if it's not backed by experiment, it's not even scientific. It's just a colloquial theory. Newtonian physics only works on a small level. It doesn't work on a planetary level, even though you can use it to describe motion on a planetary level. It will not equate to an absolution with math, and you want to go to math. Give me an absolution for a fucking 3-body equation and don't give me an answer or the explanation or a description. Give me mathematical absolution, please.
So first, I apologize for talking over you. You were cutting out a lot, so I didn't know when we were actually done talking or not, which makes it a bit difficult. So please don't feel attacked by this. That was not my intention. So now for what you said is,
Dude, can you leave
my
feelings out of this? I'm not mad. I want a specific thing. I want to get to a specific point.
Yeah.
Okay.
To accurately demonstrate reality. Everything else is non sequitur.
So you can try.
Can you prove gravity in New? Listen, Einstein, the new rhetoric is space warped by math, right? Newtonian is a force, but in fact, you need a force for two things to attract each other, like magnetism. So you experiment and make this reality, not mass attracting mass or the warping of space-time. Neither one of these can you demonstrate to be a reality experimentation with a natural scientific method. You can only postulate. Postulations are not concrete statements about reality. Facts are concrete, and they're demonstrated. That's what
the problem is. That
science is
I'm sorry,
about.
you're still talking.
Not about talking long-winded till everybody says, I'm tired of hearing you talk, I'm just going to fucking agree. I am. Sorry, I just don't like, I don't let people go to places they can't build. Either consider it's not reality or just in your mind. Newtonian mechanics to work. You'll find no absolution in the equation. You need faith and belief sign to be a reality. And then he's only a reality in your faith and your belief in your mind, in your mindset, your dichotomy. Belief. It's more religious than Christianity. Christ. It requires more
I'm sorry.
faith.
You
went
on such a rant.
I give two shits about you.
Whatever.
There is no rebuttal to it, dude. You can't demonstrate it to be a reality, and you know it. You're trying to think of a way you can wordplay
I'm not trying to wordplay anything.
Applicable. It's not a functional or an applicable reality.
That's it.
Don't need Newtonian physics or gravity and structural engineering. We don't need it in mechanical engineering, and we don't need it in application of an engineering process on Earth. It's not applied. It's theoretical, and not even at a scientific level, at a colloquial level, because you can't back it by experimentation. Scientific experiment is required to be backed by experimentation.
I feel like at this point, we would have to just, as one says, agree to disagree. I don't think this is going anywhere anymore.
something.
And this, I don't think this is really going anymore. I'm sorry. I really enjoyed me being here. I really enjoyed me being here, and I hope that we can talk also about other things. And but I don't think that this is going somewhere. And I hope you guys don't ban me because I do like being here.
If I may be allowed to say this, Nico,
Cannot demonstrate any form of.
I can't understand you. I'm sorry. There are too many people talking.
Nico, can you hear me? I must be muted. Sorry, I must be muted. Okay, can you hear me, Nico? You took a long time. Yeah, Nico, you took a very long time to get to nowhere. At the end of the day, you didn't prove anything here.
Well,
but you did one thing. You did admit. Hang on. You did admit that the tools you had did not prove reality. You said that, and we got that live recorded. You actually said that. The young man articulated it clearly and concisely, and you agreed. Okay, and that's a fact. The thing you want to do is now ask yourself the question: how do you know the Earth is indeed an oblate spheroid spinning in the vacuum of space? How do you know this in reality, and how can you prove that? Because you haven't done it yet. Okay, and that's what you need to do. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I know that you're leaving. I just want to say one thing. You said earlier on that I didn't understand science, yet you're studying a PhD in physics and didn't know the radius of Earth. Thank you.
Yeah, I have Google. I don't need to memorize that.
Hey,
I'm sorry,
Nico.
but that's pretty. That's I'm sorry, but that's just complete.
Hey, Nico.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy. Now that the room's kind of quiet down, so I gave my example of the unicorn and me proving the unicorn by showing you mathematics on a chalkboard, and we got that common ground. You admitted, yes, it's not reality; it's just a tool. Well, what I wanted to do is you kept calling it a tool even after the fact. Someone posted a tool. So this is a mathematical formulation. Based on the size of Earth as claimed. So this is a tool. This is a tool that has mathematics. So just as you were describing, and this is something that you can actually use, go out into reality and use the tool and test it to see if the tool works. Right?
Yes, I would presume so, yes.
Okay. So many people have done this, and you can do this. Anybody can do this. You can use this tool, and you can go to various places on Earth and use this tool and test it and see if this tool matches reality. So this is an example of a tool that we can actually use to test. And my question is, have you done it? Have you looked at anything or anybody who has done it? And what are your thoughts?
I mean, I have used Newtonian mechanics a few times in experiments I did at university, but obviously I've done much more in-depth experiments in quantum mechanics, which use the same
Can you give me an example where you used Newtonian gravitation or Newtonian physics?
I'm trying to bridge the tool with reality. So what I'm trying to do here is offer the bridge that
I would
goes
like to hear
between
the specifics on how.
I'm
where
not
it
sure what
can
to
be
do. So
showed
many
in
people talked.
reality to the tool, and there's a bridge that connects the two.
Yeah. It's a fair question.
And that bridge would be the experiment. So what experiment have you done, the bridge, experimentally to prove that your tool is actually useful in describing reality? So I gave you one tool here.
Yeah. I used Newtonian and by a bit more direction Lagrangian mechanics to describe the double pendulum, which I then built and let run, and it correlated very closely to
Conservation energy.
Correlation is not causation, right? So it's not an experiment, not a demonstration of
But
Newtonian science.
I was able to predict it using the tool of Newtonian science.
Yeah, but there wasn't an experiment there, was there? Prediction?
Post-dict as you have described before.
Specific.
Yeah, but predictions are not part of experiments. You need the experiment. Predictions. What? So what did you predict? A correlative calculation? Is that what you predicted?
No, I showed that.
Is the law of conservation Just mute this motherfucker. Got
Hey, Battle, your microphone's really messing up.
of energy in the mechanic of Newtonian physics. It's a law, a
I
statement.
don't understand
No,
you.
my
I'm
internet
sorry.
is.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't understand you.
You are cutting out battle mode. Yeah.
What
Can
I'm
you
saying,
repeat?
all I'm saying is that I can use this tool to make predictions that I can observe.
Hang on, keep calling it a tool. It's not a tool. It's a It's an abstract calculation.
Yeah.
Okay, I
And
can use this
is it
abstract
proving the
calculation.
real world, the reality, the curvature, the spin, the globe, yeah, in the vacuum of space? It's not. You haven't done that yet. You haven't displayed.
Yeah,
Otherwise, I'd
Nico.
say yes, well done. The Earth is a globe. I would be saying this, but you haven't done it yet. That's the point.
Actually, well, it's using Newtonian mechanics that predicts that the world is
The deflection of
sphere.
a pendulum.
But that's
There we go again, predicting.
right.
You can't predict nothing.
Wait.
Why
Can
can't
you
I
explain
predict
to me
anything?
how Newtonian mechanics predict the deflection of a pendulum?
Yeah, you have to go through angular momentum, and then again.
You said earlier, I heard you saying that you have studied quantum mechanics, which at the moment I kind of doubt if you go along with Newtonian mechanics, because in quantum mechanics, we have superfluid liquid helium, opposite liquid flow, frictionless flow.
Yes,
so
you do.
This liquid can flow in two opposite directions without encountering any kind of friction. It is a frictionless medium. It means that if you spin a propeller inside it, you will be generating no current. You cannot push yourself from it, which completely demolishes Newton's laws of motion.
That I'm not sure
I'm
about
sorry?
because if you spin a propeller, this liquid is only frictionless in 2 dimensions. It's not in 3 dimensions, and spinning a propeller always uses 3 dimensions. This liquid is only frictionless in 2 dimensions. It's not frictionless in 3 dimensions, right?
So you're telling me that this liquid doesn't have a zero viscosity and is not a frictionless medium?
This definitely violates Newton. I completely agree with you there.
Well, why does it violate? Is it because Newton's laws of motions are not actually true, or
They're
what?
not completely accurate.
Not
They describe
completely accurate.
reality
Can
very,
you
very
define
well.
what? Can you define what it means? This term, not completely accurate.
Yes, I can define it. So Newtonian mechanics
Not
can
reality.
describe. Newtonian mechanics is able to describe reality
Even
as
an
a language.
approximation.
It's able to describe reality within the confines of its assumptions, right? So if you have a ball on an inclined plane, if you have an apple falling from anything, if you have Mars orbiting Sun, almost perfectly is described by Newton.
Yeah, I want to see an apple.
It is not perfect.
I want to see an apple falling from a peach tree.
You can put the apple on the peach tree and it falls, right?
Yeah.
John, this is actually a very cool experiment.
I was kind of sure you were going to say
I want to ask N2G why I can measure across water and lake, not see curvature. This is a very good experiment. You should do it. Definitely. John, go ahead. Please do it. Please do this experiment. Make it large enough. Make it large enough.
About the pendulum. Why, if I
if I glue two opposing magnets, if I glue them together and use them as the weight of the pendulum, when I swing the pendulum, it will not deflect sideways. It will just swing from left to right, and it will maintain that direction. Why does that happen?
I don't think that's true.
Well, it is. And
Do that
I'm
experiment.
telling you
Please
that.
do. Please
Yeah,
do.
I
Make a
did
video
it.
about
I
it
did
and
it.
post it in here.
I did it. I recommend you do it yourself.
Can you
He's
send
like
me
pulling
a
fucking teeth,
video to it?
man.
Did you do a video about it?
He just keeps
No, I don't
interrupting
make
you.
videos, and what I
Oh.
just told you is something very easy, which any person that has two magnets in their homes, they can perform this.
So
If you
what you're
don't,
saying?
if you think
Did
you don't have, if you think you don't have two magnets, take any
I have two magnets.
old head. If you have any old headsets, yeah, you
Mhm.
can find inside them two small
Yes.
magnets which you can use.
So what exactly to do?
Yeah.
Ask you a question. Did he demonstrate gravity or Newtonian physics to be a reality by subtracting mass? Since we're using Newtonian physics without Einstein, did you prove that to be a reality or concrete reality yet? Or
I
still
never
just
said I am.
talking
What I said I
gibberish?
am is I use it as a description.
Oh, I know. I was very specific about we're looking for a concrete reality here that is demonstrated through experimentation like science was meant to be, not for long-winded professors. We crush them daily.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah,
I myself can create a formula which perfectly you can perfectly calculate the powers of Superman, and it will work
It's not
perfectly
hard.
okay. Yeah.
It's not hard to equate motion, bro, once you've observed it.
Hey, N2G, got a question for you, buddy. Because
Yeah.
this is something I can test physically in front of me. I've been trying to jump in here for a while. So, I live on a lake in Georgia. I actually have a straight shot of land water. So, water is to be exactly 100% flat. And they tell us that how they're a curve. So I can sit there in a 3-mile shot and I can put a stick in the water and mark red, do different color pieces of tape all the way from the very bottom to the top of the stick. Doesn't matter.
Uh-huh.
And I can go and set up a telescope, my camera, that's a 200 millimeter, as well as my own eyes, and set it up to where it's just a foot off of water. Now, the mathematical numbers that give us says that in a 3-mile shot should be about 1.7. Okay, 1.7 feet. When I go to do that with a telescope, I'm able to see well below 0.7. I have yet to actually find the curve. So the more powerful my telescope, the more further I can go out. So even when I'm out in the ocean, I can check a boat app to see how far away a boat is from me. And when it gets to, these ungodly numbers of over 10 miles to where they're like supposed to be like well beyond drop behind the curve, I can still see them with my binoculars that I use or with a telescope. So those are actual experiments that I have put my hand on. And if anybody ever says that, oh, well, the telescope is, something that you bought, I could make the damn telescope, So that's what I get at is like when I hear someone that wants to prove a globe to me, prove it with an actual thing that I can go outside and do something that, more so something that you've done, so I can go back and improve it. So that's all I want to say. So, I mean,
Yeah,
by the way, I'll
I
also
would.
say
I have only one thing to say about correcting you, and that is not an experiment which you have related, but it's actually an empirical observation which you did. And yeah, it's empirical, you know. It's fact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just something that
very
we can actually go out and do. I don't get into plates, but thanks, Jim, for correcting me. But whatever it is, like I want to actually see something that is proof. Like they say that water, that for a globe, water goes around there. Show me how I can do in an experiment for water to attach to a globe perfectly like that, and it stays yet level all the way around for the body. Like those are things that I want to see. So I know that I spoke a lot. It's something to digest. But yeah, if you got anything like that to where I can go outside and actually observe, test it, whatever you want to call it, I'd love to hear.
So two things.
guys,
Two things. The first thing about the visual over the lake. You should definitely. You said that you did it. If you did try to do it again, use the whatever numbers. I'm not good at remembering things by heart. Use the numbers of Google of the curvature, and actually make sure that you're at sea level on both sides, and also maybe factor in because light does bend over moisture because of diffraction as we know it.
No, wait. I'm sorry,
Diffraction
but
exists.
you claim that you are an educated person.
Yes.
And you are saying to us that light is bending?
What
the hell are you talking about?
Light bends all the time. Look at the glass of water.
Light does
Light
not
is bending
bend.
there. Light is bending there.
Light does not bend.
Look at the glass of water.
Light is not steel.
He's talking about refraction.
I'm talking about refraction.
Refraction, my friend, is a change in the angle of propagation. It is not bending nor curving. It is a direct change, sudden, at an angle. It changes at an angle.
That's exactly what I mean. That's specifically
what I mean. That's not bending, man.
It's just words.
A lot of small bends over a distance can definitely be seen as a bend. I mean,
no. You misunderstand the term bending.
Okay. So you
cannot bend freedom. You cannot bend space. You cannot bend 10 minutes.
A metal is made out of a bunch of atoms.
Because they are
bend is nothing. A bend in a metal is nothing more than a bunch of atoms, a bunch of tiny angles inside the atoms, actually creating a bend. Isn't that the same thing?
Is the time atoms? Is space atoms?
Sorry, what?
Is light atoms?
No.
Is this what you are telling me? Yeah.
No.
Because steel is atoms.
This is absolutely false. This is absolutely false.
Light. Is it made of atoms? Is space made of atoms?
No.
Then you cannot bend them.
But wait a minute. What is a bend in the metal? Wait, come on. I let you talk so much. Please give me a chance. Okay?
Go ahead.
A bend in the metal. We have a metal that is straight, and then we put a bend in it, which means if you look at it microscopically, there are atoms next to each other, and the angle between two atoms changes in tiny pieces in each place of the thing. So the bend is made out of tiny angles.
This is bullshit what you are talking about.
How is this wrong?
Metals is not atoms put together. Metals is crystallized atoms. Yeah, atoms form atoms. Listen, atoms form crystalline structures. They crystallize. And when you bend metals, you are deforming these crystals, not the atoms.
But in the end,
No
angles.
but. There is no but here.
That's not what I said. That's not
Yes,
what I
you
said
did
at
say
all.
that you are changing the atoms. You're not changing any
the
atoms.
angle. I'm changing the angle between
No,
atoms.
you're not changing any angle of any atoms.
But that's what you said. You changed the crystalline structure. What is crystalline structure? Anything else but the angle and distance between atoms. The distance doesn't change in the band.
Form crystalline shapes.
Right. And what is a crystalline shape?
They crystallize.
What is that? What specifically is that?
It is a solid state of matter.
Which can be described as the angles and distance between atoms, right? So, you take this angle and distance between atoms, and now you make a bend. Now, the distance between atoms doesn't change, right?
Tell me what angle is between two atoms.
Well, it depends on your crystalline structure. Depends if it's how exactly it's made up.
How can you have a diamond structure with two atoms? Yeah, show me that.
You can't have. You can have a diamond structure with a bunch of atoms, with a lot of atoms.
How many?
Well, at least as many as make one unit cell.
Yeah, what's the minimum? What's the minimum for a diamond structure?
A diamond structure, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think it's around. I think it should be 9. Atoms can make a diamond structure because that's literally the definition of a diamond structure, right?
So your claims there's been tons of observations, long distance observations. Is dude just described at his lake that he lives on, and then your first response was refraction or light bending, right?
Well, I mean, that can be a factor. I don't know if that's a factor in this case, but it can.
Hold on. It's just that's what comes out of the mouths of, I'm not down talking you at all, but people like you, when these things are presented, this is what they go to. This is their go-to every time. Now, this go-to has never been proven. What I mean by that is how would you go about proving that this thing that we're seeing that we should not be able to see is in fact refraction or light bending and not the actual object? So I hear this claim all the time without proof. And then it's a bunch of words and then arguing back and forth. But show me that the stick with the tape is actually being refracted and not the actual stick.
I said you have to account
He doesn't
that.
even have the ambient conditions.
Right. I don't know the conditions. I just said that you might have to account that.
You cannot.
Why can't you account for that?
You know why?
And it's not
No.
I will tell you now. I will tell you now.
Because it's a fluid medium, it's not consistent. But
because
it's
you
not
don't have
to go with that without seeing proof.
Mike, only one second.
Can I please answer?
Listen, because you don't have phenomena which and any kind of deep type of refraction which can extend the horizon, that doesn't exist.
Can I talk? That's the number one point.
Did you hear me? What did I say? You don't have phenomena, type of phenomena, refraction which extend the horizon.
Correct.
Can you?
What Sasha said is very correct.
Will you address or obfuscate the point when you do? You get to talk.
My point.
The question is whether or not you'll address.
The thing is, diffraction is proven. We can
not diffraction.
Not diffraction.
We can prove diffraction.
Not diffraction. Refraction, man.
It's the same thing, just a minus sign different.
No, it's not the same thing.
Is not.
Can
No,
you
it's
tell
not
us
the
the
same.
difference between refraction and diffraction, please?
My claim is that it's diffraction.
No.
I
ask you to define the terms. Both
diffraction.
Of them. Yeah. What is diffraction?
Diffraction is the. I need to Google what it is in my native tongue.
Please Google it. Please Google it.
Oh
Yes.
my god!
How do you make a claim of what
It's how
something
light.
is
So
and then have to
It's
go and Google it?
okay.
listen,
Can it? Yeah.
So diffraction is it applies to an aperture. If light's not delivered through an aperture, then it.
I'm reading now. Diffraction is the spreading of waves
Snell's
around
law is what I'm going to. Right, Snell's law.
How spread out will light become after it goes through an aperture? Yes, you meant Snell's law doesn't apply to refraction. There's not two isotropic mediums. There's one wrong there too.
Yeah.
Water
the
is
same question. Same question for you. Can Snell's law extend? Can Snell's law extend the
Refraction
horizon?
is when light passes from one isotropic medium to another.
Yes.
Can that law extend the horizon?
So first of all, to the angry guy was yelling at me.
Occurs, but you only have one medium.
Snell's law
battle mode
can happen because there are water
not
droplets
angry
in
guy.
the air,
Listen,
which is two different
Okay.
things.
Okay, great. Can that move extend the horizon? That phenomena.
I don't walk past that.
Can that phenomena extend the horizon, please?
Hold up. Outside of my name again. I'm not angry guy. I'm battle mod. If you don't like the way I talk, don't tell me what mood I'm in or how I'm feeling.
Battle mode actually told
you're not me,
you
you don't
the
know.
definition for those
And
terms.
I'm not the one.
Yeah.
Oh, he left because I'm muted.
He got tired. Man, is this what PhD means lately? Yeah, battle mode. This is what PhD means lately. To be capable to use Google.
He's not a PhD, okay, because of him with a doctorate of philosophy, you know.
Oh, he studied quantum
On his
mechanics.
defense, he said he does still not a PhD.
Would actually
He's working.
Yeah,
he did not. He obfuscated every point given to him. He came back with a non sequitur.
That's what they do.
He's not the dude. He didn't demonstrate an academic level equal to a philosophy degree, or even someone working towards one. In my opinion.
True.
I agree.
He did that since the beginning of the conversation.
He doesn't even use words specific to their usage and definition.
Yeah, like a diffraction and refraction are the same thing, but let's look what is on Google. What is refraction? I know what is diffraction and refraction; they are the same thing. But let's look what is on Google. What is diffraction?
I got a question for his physics teacher. I want to know what the escape velocity would be from the Big Bang if you calculate all the material that we can see in the universe and the 95% of the material that we can't see. How would that well be? And what kind of escape velocity would an atom of hydrogen have to get past that gravitational pull or gravitational well, as they say? I would like to see that. Just one helium atom. What kind of velocity would it have to have? I'm betting it's faster than the speed of light. Since they like math so much, I want to know.
He left because he got muted.
They'll disprove the speed of light. So that's something they can't do. They'd have to find a way to wiggle around it.
Hey, Hank, by the way, that N2G guy is gone.
Oh, no, but usually when people leave here, they stick around the YouTubes for a few minutes to see what we say about them because they care what other people think about them.
I understand.
Yeah. I would love to hear a physics professor answer that question. So If you're a
I
physics
still
professor,
wanted. I really wanted to know what he had to say about. I can sit there and still see 1 inch, across 3 miles above water.
I realized 10 questions ago that guy wasn't going to address any question you gave him. He wasn't
Well,
conceding anything.
I
He
will.
wasn't having.
The only
He
thing
wasn't
he
having an
conceded.
honest conversation.
Yeah, I think the only thing he conceded, which I'll give him that, I'll give them when the credit's due, that when I brought up the example of I'm proving that a unicorn exists via my chalkboard in mathematics, and he had no choice but to say, yes, I get it, it's not reality. But then he goes back to saying it's a tool.
Yeah, he
You have to
conceded
bridge.
it, not reality, and then he
Yeah,
appealed to it for 20 minutes, and
that's
it
right.
was allowed. So
Right.
Yeah.
we need to
He got
start a
he got wor-
debate. We need to start a debate class because you
he
don't
got
allow
worse and
people to
worse.
appeal to shit that they just conceded. Man, come
Right.
on.
That's right. Exactly
Yeah,
right.
in the beginning when we started talking to him, he was much better in making concessions, but he still tried to like jump to the next topic, and we just racked him there, and then he jumped to the next one, and then I think he started losing a little bit of confidence, and so he just started getting more and more trolly.
And then he brought up diffraction to explain away what the dude was saying about the lake observation, and he didn't even know what he had to Google it, so he used a word to try to explain away what dude said
He
without even
demonstrated
knowing what
his
the word
ignorance.
meant. So,
I don't even know
Yeah,
why he went
Anyway, the
to
fact
trying to prove that point.
that he
to me.
mentioned the tools were not helping him prove reality was a stroke of genius. It was good, and that's what we take from this. He admitted that he could not prove
Diffraction
it.
I wasn't here for 1 hour.
equate how a
Does he
beam
look
of
into?
light perfection will mathematically equate how a beam of light spreads out through an aperture. Refraction
But
is scattering and absorption.
yeah, my question is, does he look at anything about evidence? Anything about?
The equation of attenuation. Sorry, Jim.
Well, I can wrap it up and explain what is actually going on with him. He's been to this educational system where he has been given stories and he has been told these are the world's facts, unquestionable facts.
You hit the nail on the head.
You do not need to perform any experiments because we have already did in the places where you never go to or reach,
so
and
meaning
that is the imaginary realm, yeah, which these priests operated and built this religion. Yeah.
that's why
So
they always push the argument
yeah.
to space, because nobody can repeat it or demonstrate it.
Yeah.
And they like their predictions, you see. They like to think that they can predict. They like to predict things, you see, but they're not predicting anything.
But
post-prediction is
the
not
only
prediction at all,
thing they do is post dictions about lunar and solar eclipses, But if you ask them about the eclipses which are not visible, because when you study the Saros cycles, there are solar eclipses taking place at nighttime. So, because it's happening at nighttime, it is impossible for us to see it happening. By nature, it makes sense and logic. It's logic. Yeah. But the Saros cycles, they do show us that they are happening. And also lunar eclipses in the daytime. But you will not see the moon in the day sky. It will not be visible. But this Babylonian science it tells us precisely that the moon is in the sky there, but it's not visible.
But
And
listen,
you will
this guy,
not see it. Yeah.
if you
Go
are
ahead.
physics, man, if you are physics and you
Yeah.
get the point about you know math for sure better than others, you know, and then you watch the example of Black Swan or whatever and look at the math, you will realize faster than me, you know, in the moment what is going on, you know.
Yeah.
If you're physics, you will realize in the first moment what is going on. You know, you don't need to
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Very true point.
also want to point out Hank's question. It was a very good question. Like, how did this matter accelerated after the Big Bang? It should be moving with speeds faster than the speed of light. And the problem is when we talk about such things, we are going into the tachyons realm, you know, and in theoretical physics, because that's where these imaginary particles belong to. The tachyons is the particle which we call actually time. What we experience as time or what we call time, they say it's a physical particle, you know,
Yeah.
tachyons.
Imagine that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a river flowing, and yeah, you can take control of the flow of
You
this
can scoop
river.
some up. You can scoop some and drink some. You know.
Yeah,
Where is gravity in that pocket? When you know you have Big Bang, and now
yeah,
you have in the Big Bang, it's a gravity inside, ready to how to say deliver in the space, and then and the gravity is not the same everywhere. You know, it's different. You know, and that Big Bang, how to say, spare. I don't want to use. You know, it's everywhere. It's function how it's and speeds and everything. Big Bang arranged everything that function good. You know, that is incredible. That's you know, everything is rotating. Everything is in speeds. Everything is functioning so perfect. You know, you have sun 400 times bigger. You have Big Bang made that we can see the same size. You know, the moon and the sun, but it's not that. He made that it's 800 or 400 bigger. That doesn't matter. Big Bang made that. Can you imagine?
Yeah, and what went bang? What was the bang thing that went bang? What was that thing that went bang? What was it?
Well, how did it went bang
Your
if there
parent.
was no
It was
if there
explosion
was no
from nothing.
air?
You know, explosion from nothing. In that nothing, it was gravity inside, ready to go, but not in the same how to say rate.
Yes, big
Because
bada boom. Right, Sasha? Big bada boom.
yeah, but from
Yeah,
nothing.
but
Don't forget, not big boom from something, from nothing. And that Big Bang
yeah,
made the order, not chaos. You know, from
yeah,
It's your
the only
parents.
explosion, Big Bang, the only explosion which made the order. All other explosion making chaos.
well, the
So I want
problem
to
is
say
that
something.
at air pressure of 10 to the minus 17 torr, they tell us that you do not have sound propagating. If you talk, you cannot be heard by anybody because there is no air for the sound to propagate through, no matter. And with the Big Bang, they say that all the matter, like the visible, the 4% or 6% of the matter which we physically quantify, plus all the invisible matter, dark matter and dark energy, and all that, which
And Big
is
Bang made all
96% of it. All of that was squeezed into a very tiny little bead, size of a sewing needle. the tip of a sewing needle, you know. Yeah. And that went bang. But to go bang, it had to happen inside a gas pressure because you don't have sound without air, at least.
Well, I think
So
the
they
Big
say
Bang
that
is
gravity
modeled.
holds.
I
Go ahead,
think
bro.
it's the term the Big Bang. I believe in the Big Bang.
Yeah.
So over 30 years ago, I'm not going to say the exact number. My mom and dad had the Big Bang, and here I
Yeah.
am. So
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the Big Bang, and then you're a
Maybe it was.
tadpole going through
Yeah.
water,
And look at
go
and look
onto
at this.
land eventually.
How do you know it
Look at
wasn't a
this
little
clever,
bang?
look at this clever Big Bang making water only on the Earth and nowhere else.
Yeah.
Well,
In
sometimes you gotta
Soviet
stream
Rush,
piece the truth in your lies to make it more palatable, to make so that it resonates more. So those different
So if
key parts of the Big Bang are true in general as far as rebirth, but so it rings
Can we
true
say
to
that?
people.
Can we say that Big Bang made Earth somehow special because of?
now in Soviet Russia, Bing Bang you.
Big Bang.
So if we were
Nice.
to, since we're talking about the Big Bang, and mainstream accepts the conservation of energy and motion, so once the Big Bang happened, wouldn't the universe have to continue moving at the same speed from the initial bang?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
if so,
I was thinking that
and
too.
if that's the
If there's
case,
no
then how
resistance,
do we?
No.
Hold
if
on.
there's no
Just let me
resistance,
finish.
what's slowing it down?
And then
No,
if that's
because
the
Yeah,
case,
it should have slowed down. If you look at any explosion,
it depends of space winds.
the shock wave, yeah, the further it propagates from the center of the explosion, it decreases in intensity.
So no
yeah, but that's
medium, a
through a
shockwave and no
pressured
medium.
environment. So that's like within a pressured environment in which the Big Bang did not have a pressured environment. What did it explode into?
Yeah, there's supposedly no
Yeah,
resistance, so it should maintain its momentum.
There's nothing to slow it down at all. So conservation of energy, if we go with all that kind of shit, that it should still be going at the same speed at the initial explosion, but then thousands of years we haven't seen any parallax in the stars. Still to
well,
this day.
you are trying to visualize, for example, like electricity or electrons, between inside the electric field, where you have the two Gaussian planes. You need two Gaussian planes, positive and negative charges. Yeah, so you can have this electric field in between, where the electrons they do their stuff there, and you are trying to visualize all these things that the electrons are doing without the Gaussian planes. So, I mean, that's where the electrons exist, between Gaussian planes. If you don't have those, then you don't have electricity, I mean, duh.
Yeah, there's no way to make it coherent. Their whole story is
Yeah.
incoherent, and it can't be made to be coherent. We just
Yeah.
marvel at the individual inconsistencies, like he just said.
Right.
If there's,
It's just like
exactly that, and that's
you
why
will.
I brought that up, because
It's just like
that
you
last
will be
dude was
taking.
also he was talking about space-time, which is Einstein, and then he was going to
Yeah.
Newtonian mechanics, and he's bouncing back and forth when it suits his argument. Like, which one is it? It
No,
can't be both.
he said on the beginning that Einsteinian gravity it's like somehow update on Newtonian gravity.
Yeah, Einsteinian gravity means that your feet are older than your head. That's what it means, and that's what it says.
That's how time flows. Which direction does it flow? Because I want to know which way to piss. Because I don't want to piss upstream.
I want to point out to Einstein gravity saying that the Earth is moving up at 9.8 meters a second. Isn't that bullshit that Flat Earth Society's always saying?
Yeah,
that's
correct.
their claim.
But when people hear that bullshit and they go, "That's not right," oh, that's Einstein. Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah.
Bro, you guys gonna walk past how deep that is. He said he didn't want to bada boom, bada bing.
But it's also interesting that with Apple, you know, always Apple is in the hand, but where was Apple beforehand? Maybe on the floor, maybe on the table. And then when you take that apple from the table, you are moving that apple through the medium that is less dense than apple. Does people know that?
Yeah, if Newton was sitting in a pool of water and the apple fell and hit his head, and then landed on the water and stopped. Now what? Where's the force pulling the apple down?
When would we get to the 10 miles away? Quick, go.
You broke up, Battle.
Actually, Newton, when he presented this work about the theory of gravity and the laws of motion, the academicians asked him, how did you come to this calculus and these conclusions and this theory? What were the steps? And
That's why I wanted to bring up when I brought up the Big Bang.
Can you let him finish? Can you let him finish? Can you let him finish? Can you let him finish instead of jumping in the middle of the sentence? No, no, just wait for him.
He wasn't able to explain, so he came up with this example of the falling apple from a tree. Because he knew he's talking about a down vector. He did not knew to explain it eloquently like the scientists of today who study these laws of motions and physics and stuff. But he did not knew because he stole papers from Leibniz. And Leibniz was working, researching on mathematical equations and physics equations and also alchemy and stuff like that. Yeah. But Leibniz, there are some papers. There are some papers where Leibniz was explaining what he was actually truly searching for, and it was something big. Yeah, and Newton was just a plagiarist. That's all he was.
In these competitive sciences, you know, if you see promising researcher, you know, just steal their work and get famous before they do.
Yeah. Because he stole those papers, he couldn't explain what's actually truly going on there. But he saw this the theory of those equations, which are called the theory of gravity, force, and stuff like that. And when he tested, he saw they pretty much fit reality. And in his time, he wasn't able, he did not have sufficient knowledge to debunk that theory. It was very plausible in those times.
I just think that it's charge separation essentially. Stuff goes up to its proper layer in the, charge layer, up, down, floating. It floats when it gets there, or rises, descends until it does so, unless it's supported or held back. That would be the closest thing to quote unquote gravity, I would, imagine.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that statement.
In those times, to have a compass, to own a compass, was not easy. A compass in those times, a magnet, it was like like owning a quantum computer today. It was not in every man's reach in those times. So
most people left unaided would not cobble together some sort of gravity theory. It just doesn't come naturally to the mind. When you look out over the earth, anyway, when you look out over the earth, you tend to imagine a flat plane, not a ball.
Yeah, and up and down are just so fundamental. There's no reason, you have no prerogative to look deeper. There's up and down.
Well, how far down we went.
Well, I mean, it's like breaking the will of a human being in a very fundamental way. Like if you had somebody in a blank room, and you're like, all right, I'm gonna craft this person into my slave. Maybe I'll teach him a story that I'm his god or whatever it may be. There's only so many ways you can break somebody's will or condition them.
Yeah.
But they're basically like, okay, I'll take his up and down. Like something that fundamental and make him second guess that and break his will. So they're on a very, very fundamental level, they have broken people's will, where you literally don't know you're up from your down now. Now you have to delegate your trust and thinking to someone else.
You take away their independence. And when you have common sense, you can easily have independence of thought. When it's so esoteric and so, ivory tower theoretical, you're highly dependent on ascendant masters within the academic tradition to tell you how to properly think.
Exactly. And they did it on the deepest and most fundamental direct level. Your literal worldview and experience. Simply being born on this earth and your experience, they've attacked that.
This mathematical mysticism allows them to enslave others to their way of thinking. Nope, don't think independently along those lines. Don't find the answer for yourself. Listen to us. We are the ascendant masters that give you the wisdom.
Exactly.
And I can give an example in my own personal life.
Exactly right.
What you're saying right now, is I remember years ago. This was when I was in my teen years. I remember many times standing there watching the sun, as the sun's like setting, and in my mind I'm convincing myself the sun's not moving, I'm moving away. The sun's not moving, I'm moving away. And I was like training myself. I have this distinct memory of doing this multiple times.
Yeah.
And then it also brings up another memory in my teen years. Somebody asked me, how does a space craft travel in a vacuum? And I remember thinking about it for like 5 seconds and saying, oh, well, it pushes off itself. I had no fucking idea what I was saying. I had no clue, but it just came out of my mouth.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I have real world working memories of that.
Yeah. The problem is that even if you take a vacuum chamber and inside you place a magnetic levitation bearing and you start spinning it there will be almost zero friction with air because there is almost no air inside the vacuum chamber. So that bearing should be spinning for indefinitely, but it does not. They do not, because simply the magnetic field actually creates a sort of friction, and it will come to a rest at some point. It will not spin forever.
Even in what we
We,
call a vacuum, one theorized that something is left over. I would call this the ether, but I guess there's other terms for it. Quantum, what do they call it? The 0 point energy field or some other name for it.
yeah.
But it looks like there's something left even in the vacuum providing friction for this thing.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then like you said, once they break people's independence and will, now they have to latch on to an authority figure.
Yeah, then you explain away as the what I just said about my stories back in my teen years. You go inside of yourself and just say the dumbest shit to try to justify it to yourself and explain it away.
Yeah.
You're reconciling it. You're taking two different worlds and reconciling it together so that you can function.
Yep. Right. Right.
That's why religious people are so difficult to reach on this topic. Like my parents, for example, are both pastors, but throughout the years, they've wrestled and struggled with these things about creation in the Bible and all this different stuff. So they've already prayed about it. They've actually reconciled it within their own hearts and their own selves. So now when you come years later beating on those walls, they're like, no, hell no, I already reconciled this. Like you're tugging on strings that they do not want tugged on.
Yep.
And it makes it even harder.
Yep. Yeah, once you've put yourself into a box and you've closed the box, people do not want to leave that box.
Yeah,
They're
like, I've already worked this
They
out.
have some sort of. That's right. They're comfortable in that finding, and they're good with going on through the rest of their life with that. Because people, for whatever reason, need to think that they know the answers. When most flat earthers I've talked to are okay with not knowing something, like me, I'm good with it. I'm fine. I would rather go to my grave not knowing something than believing a lie.
Yeah, or to stress about having to have all the answers because you're never going to anyway.
You're not.
So why
That's right.
stress about it?
Correct.
It's better, like you said, to put yourself in a frame of mind to be prepared for not knowing everything.
Yeah, man. I take the quote from.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's why I take the quote from Bruce Lee: "Be water, my friend." You know, it can form and mold to whatever container it's in. It becomes the cup, right? So
instantly.
Or how about the good old? You're thinking too much about this. I mean
Water pressure, gas pressure, both need containment.
Yeah.
You're thinking too much.
Oh, my bad. Let me think less.
Right, you know how you automatically try to justify it in your mind, right? That's what they mean. Like, stop thinking too much. Just fill in the gaps with what they've told you. You know what I mean?
And then they go to other people.
Thinkers. They want workers. They don't want people that can think and possibly overthrow them. So they just need worker bees.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
And they let others do the thinking for them. So they delegate away their thought process.
Specialization, compartmentalization. The experts say this, so I'm going to stay in my lane, in my compartmentalized lane, and not think out this.
It's very effective too, because it's broken people's will in their brains to the point where it's so bad now to where they can bring down entire towers at near free fall speed, not free fall, but near free fall speed in the middle of a giant city, and people go, "Oh no, that was airplanes." It's like, dude, like, did you not see that the entire building crumbled to the ground? Like, oh well, who? I'm not a building expert. Who am I to? It's like, dude, do you not have eyeballs? Like, come on,
Well,
man.
you don't have to rely on your senses, right?
It's okay to
So-
think about some things.
So you show them the study that was done in Anchorage, I think it was Anchorage, Alaska. Fairbanks, Alaska. The college there, they released their study on like September the 3rd, and it was a 4-year comprehensive study of the World Trade Center. And the results, if you read it, it says it was a near simultaneous collapse of all the structural columns in Building 7. And this is, not indicative of a fire. That would be a, progressive collapse. So for the people who still think planes
That's
brought
the
that building down,
experts.
they're insane.
But that's the experts. I'm saying you don't have to be an expert for some things. Sometimes you can just say, hey, that was a controlled demolition, and I don't need to be a fucking expert. You know what I mean?
Or you
I'm
could
talking
also
about how
believe
people's will is broken.
a bunch of dudes in
I got a headache. Like, are you an expert? Just flip it the other way on them. Anytime they say anything simple, be like, yeah, right, like you're an expert. Get out of here.
You know what I find funny is the same people that deny the science of 9/11 and all of the buildings and everything else will go to the same science to use as their proof for this, that, and the other. Right?
Yeah. And the same, some of us flat earthers do the same stuff.
The same laws
science,
that they.
and we'll go back to the other science and be like, well, look, we read this in Google and this on Wikipedia and this and the thing, and so what? It's still the same bullshit. So
It's useful when
Well,
they
actually,
want it to be, and it's not when they don't want it to be.
You don't understand how complicated was the technology to demolish those buildings, the VTC. They use oxyacetylene welding, cutting technology mixed with thermite. So they had that thermite powder, injected inside this oxyacetylene blowtorch, and
I was gonna say they probably have something.
This is burning so hot, and it's not that it's just burning very hot, but it actually spits these particles of molten metal and whatever sand it is inside it, in that mixture, like tiny pieces of rocks which are molten state, like the lava coming from volcanoes. It's very hot, but it's also sticky and very high temperature. And only this kind of thing can melt concrete. It does melt, it cuts through concrete. And the steel, metal, it cuts it like a hot knife through butter.
Can I be heard okay?
In any case,
Yeah.
you don't need to be an expert to know.
Well, how do you make steel, guys? You heat up the fucking metals and you put them together at a certain temperature. So it would only make sense to just separate it like butter, the same way you put it together like butter.
Yeah.
Nick,
So take that to the steel builders and talk to them about that.
Off subject for a second, but that guy earlier was trying to say that light was bending for the lake. I don't get why, but anyhow, because I was using a stick to see with. But the thing that I just did is I literally took a balloon to where the friction on from rubbing on your hair will bend the water. We can see that. But I'm holding a laser down. I made a video of it, so y'all can go check the voice, chat, text, whatever it is. You can look at my videos, and you see that the laser never freaking moves. It stays in the exact same spot, and it's going along the water. So I don't get why they think light bends. Sorry, I didn't mean to kill anything y'all were talking about.
Because
because water is curving and that laser is also curving, you know?
no, the other guy, the physicist, I mean the PhD guy, said that light is something is just like steel. Steel is made of atoms, so you can bend it. And light is also bending, so it has to be something like atoms.
Okay, that makes absolutely no sense.
I know.
I know. It's bending 8 inch per mile squared also, don't forget that.
Yeah, I mean, with how they say that light can bend over it, is complete nonsense crap. Because technically, if you looked at the video, you ain't got to. You can take my word for it. But I mean, literally, I take a balloon with friction where it bends it out. You never see that damn light move at all. The laser stays. If it was a light that is like a light bulb, that type of light that's dispersing already into it, type deal, of course it's to bend until that water comes all the way out to where that light still goes. Sorry for cursing. It's aggravating to hear somebody come up with things that they're told in books. They never go home to actually do an experiment or whatever you want to call it, because I know Jen got on to me earlier, so I don't know if it's observation or whatever, but don't go home to actually try this. It's mind-blowing to me.
Well, if you increase, for example, the index refraction of water or of any liquid, and you can also increase the refraction index of the air also by heating all sorts of metals. You can also make lead evaporate. And
right. That I understand.
Gaseous lead is very refractive.
Yeah.
Because it's a very dense metal.
Yeah, but that light actually has to touch the water, so to say. If it ain't touching the fucking water, it's 6 inches off 6 inches above the water level. Then there's no way for it to ever bend. Therefore, is the reason why I can be 3 miles away and I can see the dang light, even though that's not how I'm doing it.
Well, the air that we breathe and we see through it does not have a index of refraction of 1, which is perfect visibility.
Right.
It has a little bit above 1. But in very bad weather conditions, this index is growing. And when you have also temperature increase, you have a lot of water evaporation, which will cause the rise of the refractive index of the air. So we will see a change of propagation, angle propagation of light. It will look like it's curving upwards, because when refraction happens in the air, it's always upwards towards the sky, but when it's inside the liquid, it's always downwards toward the ground. And it's a very interesting thing. Why? Why is this happening so? You know. But yeah, it explains also why when the sunset, the sun is going so far away that the intensity of that light, it's a electromagnetic wave, and a wave you can picture it like when you have a very long chain or whip, yeah, and you wiggle that whip, it will make a wave travel through all the length of that chain or string.
Correct.
And yeah,
This is a kinetic wave.
and at the end, where the string is ending, yeah, you will see that at the end of the string will rise up as the wave is rising it, and then it will fall back down to the ground. And that thing, when it's rising up, is actually causing a red shift. So we observe the sunset, like the sun is turning red color. But that's just because of the light, the intensity of that light does not have any more energy to propagate further, and it has to stop propagating. And when it
Yeah, I
does
know.
that, it will look like it's shining upwards, you know, and on the ground it will look like you will see that beam hitting the top of a building, and it looks like it's illuminating that building, but actually it's not, because it's the obstruction because of the ball shape curvature, you know, like casting a shadow on that building. It's actually because light, the way it's coming, at the end, it's curving upwards. It hits that building, and on down on the ground, you have darkness setting, installing. I mean, there is no light reaching there at that angle.
Yeah, like when you were talking about a string and a wave, the kinetic wave and all that. So, for instance, I've actually seen hands on, like with the whip, with how to make a sonic.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, it
you
goes.
know, I
Yeah,
totally get that stuff.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for. I just want to see one dang globalist come in that says, here's something that's, indisputable evidence that you can go out and observe or whatever, or test on your own to see, something. And I haven't yet. All I hear is silly word plays of, oh, this is what this means, and here's the definition. I don't give a shit about what a word means or what the definition is. I got to see it.
Yeah.
For the most part, Globers don't do measurements. They just parrot Wiki and Google.
Agreed. Like they're the ones who like literally just sat in school and just copied what the book said. Like
There's no such
a
there's
little
no
bit
such thing
off.
as a definition.
Do
Because
what?
once they come up with one, all they have to do is make a new one to outride that one. And then they say science, and they say force, and they say this and this, and they say no, pseudo force. No, this acts like, but not. So they like, it doesn't even matter. It just, words are fucking arbitrary too. They're just
I
whatever you
agree.
agree on.
Yeah. Yeah, like another thing that I is like, so when I was in math class, I'll never forget, I asked the teacher, how did the formula become existent, for like a squared plus b squared equals c squared, that stuff, and the math teacher's reply back was, that's the formula you use. And I'm like, no, I want to know how the fuck did you come up with that formula? So I literally, that's when I started like going home, figuring out how they simplify things to come out with the best looking formula. And when I went back,
you mean like one dog and two frogs and one cat, one D, one F, two C. Like that's all they do. They just put any other
well, no,
arbitrary
I mean
dog shit.
something that's more complicated, though. Like you'll figure
What?
you'll
C
have
means
like
500 cats, 5
no,
million
no,
cats.
no,
What?
no, not like that. Like the formula, like figuring out, the degree of one side of a triangle that you have when you have two sides. That one side's 45, the other one's 5. What does that mean that other one is? And they'll have a formula that out. And so what my question was to the teacher was, how did that formula become to an existence? And they couldn't figure it out. So I literally had to go
By
home
making
and
it up.
yeah. Well, what I had to do was go home and I actually found how to make it on my own, of saying, hey, here's the long way of doing it. And then how do I simplify it? And once I started simplifying it, then I made the formula. But that's all these damn schools are doing. No offense to Jen, because I know he's a teacher. But this is all they're doing majority of the time. They're just telling you, oh, here's the formula. Go home and do this. It's not, go figure this shit out for yourself.
Yeah.
It makes you want to bash your head against a brick wall trying to argue something
You would
outside of the
never
point that
figure
we're
out.
talking
Listen, without someone teaching you their format and their way of doing their type of math that they want you to learn, you never go home and sit there and figure out the theorem that they calculated or concluded or came up with. If you came up with your own, it would be something different, and you'd have to teach them.
Yeah.
You understand
You
that?
know what gives me cogdis? I'll tell you guys something that gives me severe cogdis. I have an immense disdain for teachers, but Jen, Mary Mom, and Karma are like some of my favorite people in the server, but they're all teachers. So this place gives me the cogdis.
Yeah, they are amazing people.
If you went
Yeah,
home,
I definitely enjoy voice chat a lot better than regular chat. I said it earlier, and like regular chat, I got people that post. They'll be just flat earthers. They'll believe anything. If I hate saying this towards our own people, but you put it in regular chat of something that is, you just tell them, oh, it's flat
Did
Earth.
you hear this?
Just prove it, and they run with that shit. And then you say it like in voice chat, and you'll have like an actual correct. Like Battle Mods corrected me when I was talking about, snipers and how the bullet goes. But if I said that in regular chat, they'd be like, "Oh yeah, that sounds great. Let's roll with it."
No, if you said it in the chat here, most of us would rip that a new one.
Yeah, yeah, but
yeah, if I ever saw a person to be like, "Hold on, you were saying what now?" Yeah, that's about ready to say something.
Yeah, I could definitely tell that Drace, when I was talking in regular chat, that he would be one that probably would have corrected me if I said something of just stupidity, even though it's for flat Earth. I could pick that up when I was talking to Drace earlier, that he definitely would have been one who corrected my little ass.
I got one line. I say, "Fuck all that." And then I say, let's start from this point right here. Like if we did go out and I'm like, hey man, look at like a turkey or just look at a plant or just look at anything. You just look at something that you want to look at and come back and tell me what you think about it. Like no one's ever existed except you in this whole world. And then you come back and tell me something, right? And then, and then we'd have to have, of course, a discussion. Like if I said fish don't breathe air underwater, for example. You know what I mean? If I went out and said that and everybody else, the 99, 100% of everyone else thinks fish are breathing air underwater. So they would call me retarded at first, but that's something I'd have to go teach them. Yeah, like, well, yeah, it could be this and this and this. It's a pump. There's no different from what you're calling the air or electric energy that you get out of the water. No different.
Can I input real quick? You guys heard of the Vedas?
Yeah, the Vedic text. Yeah, Vedas, yeah.
Yeah, you know how they have their own way of doing math. I think it's way faster and better than the way we do math. But my point is like you know how language. I think math is like a language. Like we're all trying to reach. Go to the same goal, right? Trying to figure this out, that out. And I think there's different ways of doing it. So you know how Roman numerals, right? We used to use Roman numerals, and now we use a different one because of the zero, from India. So I think science is everyone trying to figure things out. But when you say, when you let somebody tell you what it is and then you don't go check it, then it's not science anymore. It's a religion. It's a faith now, right? Because you're putting your faith.
You slightly
Right.
dumb yourself down and give yourself too much dog shit. It's like having too many languages. How the fuck do you need so many? Why do you need so many words? Why do you need so many languages? Of course, people in different places are going to grow up as little babies and talk different with different tongues and different way. But like once you get together in a group, you guys are eventually going to learn what each other are saying, and it's going to become one language. And that's the only way you're ever going to get far. You're not going to get far changing your fucking shit every second or every day. Would that make any sense?
What I would correct you, Dimok, would be that they are not dumbing you down, but they are turning you into a fanatic.
Yeah, separation
Yeah.
anxiety. Yeah, anxiety. Yeah.
A fanatic. That works.
But I mean, that's literally what goes down because the same with Babylon. How did they fuck up the people? Confuse the languages. That's it. Before that, they were doing everything. They could make everything they could do. If we agreed, your grandma, my grandpa, same people up at the top of the mountain, and we're at the bottom, we're helping them get up more and more and more and more and more, and we're all working together. Who the fuck is going to stop us?
Yeah.
I haven't met them.
Yeah, it seems like communication. Yeah, right. Like trying to communicate your idea to somebody or what and then communicating a lie and make it seem like it's what I mean, like it's a truth.
We'll keep it simple too. Like, don't like fucking discount. Like you're talking about these or not you, but whoever talk about equations and then simplifying and this and this and this. It should only been simplified in the first place.
Didn't Einstein say something along the lines, if you can't say something in like a couple of sentences on an elementary level to somebody, then you don't even know what the hell you're talking about. It's something.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything goes down to the brass tacks, to the bottom base fucking level. And the same with fighting, the same with war. Washington said the same thing. You got to go down to bare feet or get on the foot on the ground because that's how every war is won. They're not war talking. They're not won like they're not actually won the way like people say and all this other shit. Like not 100%. Like if you really want to take people out or like hurt someone in a war, you have to be on the ground physically taking them out.
Good point. I never heard that one, but I like it.
Well, by the time those two guys are trying to understand each other when they are speaking different languages, the third one who knows both languages understands both of those what they want to do together, and they will start to ridiculing them. They will give up.
Well, it'll be lost in translation. You got a Newton, you got an Einstein, you got a whoever, you got this person, you got Galileo, you got all these people. Like, and it's funny to me, how come Da Vinci didn't do the same as all the other dudes? How come he wasn't looking at the earth, measuring the earth and doing all this, but he's doing other shit? Get the fuck out of here. These people, half of them seem like the same fucking idea of the same thing. It's like one chose to do this and do math and be a weirdo, And then the other one chose to look at stars and do math and be a weirdo. The other one chose to look out at the horizon and do math and be a weirdo. Like, but none of them all chose to like do the other things of the other. It's just weird, right? Like you and I sitting here, we get bored, right? So we look at the horizon, we'd say, oh, okay, we measured this day, so we're done. We don't look at the stars, we don't look at anything else, we don't do anything else. Leonardo da Vinci, we make all these inventions. Somebody says the Earth's this or the Earth's that. We don't put an input in there. Kind of odd, right?
Yeah.
I can throw in compartmentalization, but that's old. It's been around forever.
Where's Da Vinci's flat Earth, round Earth saying? Isn't that weird? Where are the other intellectual people's flat Earth, round Earth sayings that don't exist?
I actually would like to have heard Einstein's discussion on flat Earth versus globe, because I'm telling you, the way that he talks about that there's no, or how he believes that there's no force in gravity or something like that. And it sounds like more and more that you actually dive into that he believes more in like buoyancy is how it's called. Like, that guy had to talk at one time about flat Earth versus globe, and there's nothing out there.
Well, I mean, Tesla thought it was a globe, and he explained it in a couple of his schematic ideas, I think. Well, I don't know if it was him explaining it, but these words were somewhere, supposedly from Tesla, and talking about the way he wanted to set up certain things and have it out, and the way the Earth supposedly spun so he could build his current.
When even for that, like when they say that Tesla said that, and I hate saying this,
right, that's what I'm wondering.
Like I sit here and I'm like, that's so, excuse my French because I curse a lot, but that's so fucking much of bullshit, because that guy literally did experiments, observations, whatever the hell you want to call it. He did that stuff. He wasn't one of these of wordplay bullshit. He did it.
But think about this, just like you and I, if our mind is preoccupied with other things and we're not really thinking about that thing, who knows? You know what I mean? Like when I was a kid, I thought the same thing like Tesla. If you're on a big ass ball, you hold your hand up, you're going to fucking get wind, you're going to get air, you're going to get power. Who wouldn't think that? Right?
Right.
But then who's like, the only thing I could think is the observation that he wouldn't have seen is like, how come nobody sees strings being tied to the ground and just flying up? I understand they keep talking about gravity, but we know centrifugal, like a spinning force is greater than gravity, right? Outdoes gravity. So if you're spinning, how are they saying the spinning is going and helping gravity when it's greater than and does the opposite? I don't know. I can't conflate those. But yeah, I think Tesla just went along with the idea of round, and maybe he realized afterwards it was a realm and not a round thing because his shit didn't work that way. You get what I'm saying? He had to add the water underneath and the other stuff.
Tesla, and Thomas Edison. We all know the story, right? I mean, I read a biography, so-called,
They were together though.
supposed to be written by Tesla, but I don't know. I can't even trust that biography. I can't trust any of the quotes, any of the history that they tell me about Tesla, because if Tesla was the man that we think he is, then he definitely knew that the Earth was not a ball. You can't have developed the Wi-Fi, radio,
Tesla
remote
was paid.
control. Okay?
Tesla was paid by. Hold on. Tesla was paid by Edison. A lot of people don't understand this. Tesla was Edison's lackey, not through brain powers, not through thought of fucking perception or being smart, not that way, but a lackey as in this dude had the backing and the people and the money behind him, and Tesla didn't.
Right. Patreon.
So they were together. They shook hands like Batman and the Joker. They were together. They helped each other because listen. I promise you 100%. Because now, if I'm making my stuff, and then I got Edison that comes out and says, "Okay, I'm going to shock an elephant," and then Tesla was quiet about it, didn't say shit. Get the fuck out of here. No, I would have came out and said, "You just shocked the elephant with direct current, you idiotic fuck. Where'd that current come from? Because that current didn't come from my device. It came from you plugging something in and shocking the fucking elephant in front of everybody." And I would have drew it to everybody's attention that his shit shocked the fucking elephant. Direct current, not alternating current, which I can stand in, and it wouldn't hurt me or the elephant.
So let me ask you in this way then. How do you know that Tesla did not actually try to convince the people, what actually happened due to ignorance or not understanding, whatever you want to call it, that the people could not understand that. Therefore, that's why we never heard, or, today, why we haven't heard that. I'm really at the point of I don't really believe any quoted. I mean, it's very hard. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're good. If you're going against the government, are you going to say, "Hey, government, I'm going against you. Here's my blueprint: 12593825251. Here's what I'm going to do. Day one." No.
Yeah.
So if you do want to do that, you got to act like you're with the government for the most part of being with them, so they can see that, and then you got to secretly just say what you're going to say. Okay, have you ever heard of a cryptic speech?
Right. Yep.
Okay, well, he came up there and then he started crying, and they told him to get the fuck off stage. And he said, "I'll be brief." That means they told him to hurry the fuck up because he was saying shit they didn't want him to. That's the only way you can do it. You come out, say what, like you say to certain people, maybe you give a explanation. But when they finally understand that, when they finally understand when they finally understand that invention that you tell them about or describe something to them, or a realm or a plane, that doesn't sound like a sphere, does it?
Correct.
So slowly but surely, if I give you information on something, how to do something, and you build it and you think about it, there might be a lot more behind that than what you're fucking actually looking or thinking about. It might tell you the answer to all kind of shit. A UFO, right? Tesla was dealing with like energy, power, magnetism, levitation, right?
Freaking portals, the U.S. The Philadelphia experiment, Montauk project.
Free energy, for everyone.
All right. I mean, we got wireless. You guys got wireless chargers, right? Yeah, Tesla came up with that.
But I can tell you,
the carpet.
He's from Croatia, Serbia, and people because I'm from there, and people know for Tesla, and they have in Belgrade they gave even airport name called Nikola Tesla, and he's connected with many how to say stories and you can say mystery stories. A lot of people made so many documentaries in my country about him, and it's so mysterious about his. I didn't watch so many of them. I didn't maybe one or two, but it's like 1,000 of them, and they are all mysterious. Always was something like that. That Tesla knew it's something, and nobody wanted to put that out. That kind of how to say what he realized, what he I don't know how to say on English. Fuck, my English is bad. But he explored what he knew.
All of modern technology is based off of the work of Nikola Tesla. Your phone. And then there was Donald Trump's uncle that took his work after he died, after they stole all his patents. Makes you wonder.
John Trump, MIT.
That's the one. This was a very mysterious man. Yes. I don't believe any of the stuff they write about him. I don't know what to say. If you look at some of the photos, It's either a Freemason photographer posed him that way, so he appears as a Freemason, with the whole gestures, hand gestures on the face, or he was one. But he couldn't have been that ignorant, right? Man was a genius. If you believe the
But you have,
story.
yeah, but you always have government behind. You cannot go like your individual and do whatever you want.
Right.
How he died? Some illness, I think.
Alone in a hotel room, desolate.
Yeah.
I mean, just
Yeah.
broken.
Is that the real story?
Oh, that's the story. Yeah.
Yeah, is that real story? Nobody knows. Yeah.
I was just watching Stranger Things the other day. Tesla. Okay? There's a magician movie, the Edward Norton and yeah, Tesla's in it too. The magician movie. I forgot the name. The Magnificent or something like that. I forget.
You talking about the Prestige?
The Prestige. Yes, Hank. Tesla was portrayed as a kind of wizard, so kind of like After X type.
Well, they showed his ass, right? He screwed in a light bulb in the ground, and that's not how the ground battery or ground generator works.
Right.
In order to have a ground generator, you have to have two different types of metal, right? Just like you have in a battery. And then you put it in the ground, and then you wet the ground. And when the ground gets wet, it automatically starts producing, right? The only problem is that you have diminishing returns. So if you put a series of 6 2-volt cells in the ground, you're not going to have a 12-volt battery. Unfortunately, it's extremely diminishing returns. So I would say that if you wanted to have like, one or two, it might be worth it, right? But to have your yard full of them, I don't think it would be worth it.
Yeah, they asked Einstein, so how does it feel to be the smartest man alive in the world ever? I don't know. Ask Nikola Tesla.
Yeah.
Who? I've never heard of him in school. Who's that? Never taught you who Nikola Tesla is in school?
Is his mother Jewish?
No, I told you he's Serbian from Croatia.
Yeah. So we're using all these wireless computers, electricity, AC, DC, right? And you're not going to teach us Tesla in school. What's going on here? You're going to teach me who Thomas Edison is, a Freemason.
Man, that was our battery in ex-Yugoslavia, like Tesla, battery, like it's like
the Baghdad battery.
The battery for the normal battery, 1.5 volt.
1.5 volt.
Yeah, and also bigger ones, that 4.5.
You could do that with a little plate of metal sticking in the air. Yeah, you can get a couple. You can get a volt out of a lot of things.
No, I'm saying only that was famous, like a fabric in our country, and it's called Tesla in the 80s, 70s.
Oh, it's called the what?
Tesla.
And it was a fabric?
Of course, but he's from our country. Man,
yeah. Well, I didn't hear
Belgrade.
all what you said. I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
wasn't trying to.
yeah. But he's born in Croatia, but he's like I think father is the Serbian, yeah.
Is that
And
Edward Leeds Kellman dude from there too? Croatia?
I don't know.
That the other guy that like levitates the Coral Castle and all that?
I don't know.
Huh. So he's from Croatia. And where's Croatia at?
Croatia, it's has a board. You have Adriatic Sea across its Italy.
Okay, so is it in Italy?
No. You have Adriatic Sea. I'm
Oh,
telling where is
Adriatic
Croatia.
Sea across
Yeah.
Italy.
Across is Italy, and there is Croatia. It's on this, let's say, on the north.
Okay. And what's so great about Croatia to where like you come from there and you know all stuff about electricity?
Oh fuck! Maybe only because we have one guy who is famous making electric cars. Even his car is better than that fucking who is guy name. That guy who has the send
Elon.
yeah, he has the better car than Elon Musk. Faster and it's called fucking
Oh,
I
you're
forget
talking
the
about the
name.
guy, the old white haired guy? You talking about him?
No, it has fucking I forgot the name. He has the name of the car is his name, and his car is better than Elon Musk's car.
Yeah, there's a guy that Elon Musk took the idea from. It's an old guy, old chunky guy, big dude, white hair.
No,
Is he
this
talking
guy
about
is young. Fucking, this guy is really young. This
Oh, he's
guy is like,
young. Well, there's an older
yeah.
guy too in America or somewhere that like builds. He's been building like electric motors for like 30 years, 40 years
Fuck,
now.
I need to find him.
They said he was like the king of building electric motors. This dude, so he might be the same dude. Tesla had to use some of his shit. Not Tesla, Elon.
It's called Rimac. RIMAC.
Airmac?
RIMAC. Like Rimac, yeah.
Airmac. Air iMac.
Yeah. RIMAC.
Air.
It's pronouncing Rimac, but yeah, in my language.
Air. I'm just wondering if they're not really just. It's like sweet. It's not just the air. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, all ground is just building up a current through static or any other way you can build up movement or build up a fucking heat or a charge, right? And then everything wants to go or discharge itself to a ground. But if you put all of your electronics and everything where ground would supposedly be at first, so you get all the power you need for all your stuff, ground would be an offshoot source after that. And then I mean, it's never ending free energy. All you have to do is have a ground. You hook right before you get close to ground or whatever. That's your power. You turn it on, then the rest goes to ground. I'm just saying, you could literally hang a whole bunch of pieces of metal off the trees and shit, right? And once you get close enough or become ground close enough to it to connect, then you get power. So if you were like insulated, you wouldn't be grounded out yet. You'd be insulated. You'd build up your charge, and then you drop your little ground wire as needed. Just put off your discharge. Like literally, there should never be a uncharged battery anywhere, ever.
That's an interesting word. Charge. I have been charged with committing a crime. What does it mean? To, to give energy or to acquire energy?
That's right. They want your energy. They don't have any money. It turns out the government get their money from the people. So therefore, any power that the government has must come from the people. So when they place a charge on you for having, I don't know, some illegal plants, right? What they're trying to do is they're trying to get your energy, right? Because they can't produce it themselves because they're not real people, like men and women, like walk the earth. They're only personas.
Yes. Like why have we used
When they
this word?
charge you, then you got to off put, you got to offset, you got to make it right or make it even. You got to go to ground or pay it off, pay it right, make it even with that money.
Pay it back.
With
Well,
that
wasn't
that one energy, that one exchange.
Would you say military duty would be your charge? Because when you're done with it, you are discharged?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I guess. Yes, sir.
So it wouldn't be an
You're in
uncharged
charge.
battery. It would
So
be a
when they tell you
discharged battery.
So when they tell you you're in charge, that don't mean you're in charge.
Means you have the power.
That means you're going to distribute the energy the way they need allocated.
You underestimate my power.
You're at the bottom of the hill, bitch. Come and get me.
That was funny.
Do I look like a Padawan to you, mother? Come get some. You might be able to kill Padawans, but I'm the Obi-Wan.
Or when you go to
You know,
the store.
think about it, though. Just think about it. I mean, these guys wield, like, a plasma torch and a fucking gravity, right? That's what they wield. What if anybody just thought about, oh, I don't know, shooting them with a gun instead of a laser? I don't think that plasma would do shit to that lead projectile as it's moving. I know it would stop a laser. Also, they were the terrorists, right? The terrorists, the ones that used the force of gravity.
Force.
It's almost like, what they did with the veterans. Oh, we're going to use you and tout you as heroes, but as soon as you're done, we're going to demonize you and turn you into terrorists.
Albert Pike, was it? In Morals and Dogma, said something about men and wasted force. Look at all these people. Look at all these men wasting their force, wasting their energy. We need to harness. Man shouldn't be allowed to just wander about the wilderness. No. You got to focus his energy into something. Morals and Dogma.
That
It's very interesting how he words it.
that kind of goes back to the reason for the deception, right? Like throughout antiquity, the struggle was always trying to get man to not be a philosopher, to not reject the status quo of things, right? That's why the modern education system is such a success in doing this, as such as raising laborers and workers and not thinkers.
Right.
It's to prevent a dark age from everyone abandoning civilization when they realize the truth.
Or people, or them losing control. When you think about business and commerce, trading, chickens can only give you so many eggs, so you gotta get a whole bunch of chickens, right? But so they can't give you more eggs than they, but if you get a man, right, he'll give you all his freaking eggs. And if you get a man, I could just take all his eggs.
Like
right?
man eggs? It's actually labor force. See, we actually are slaves to do. See, we think we come up with these designs, right? But no, they program this problem into us to where we come up with the solution for their issue. Everything we do is to suit them, right?
Yep, that's it.
We
Using
build
that
a system that is our own demise.
Yes. It's almost like just programming a computer to do the work for you. Alan Turing, right? Crack the it was the only way to crack the Enigma. The code, right, was to build a machine that can do it. So look at all these machines walking around, breathing, thinking. Like you said, we're building the solutions. We're providing the solutions. We're giving them the data they need to see how they can manipulate human behavior. Right? The animal. If you think of a man as just an animal, it's just another study, another thing to study, right? Another, you know what I mean?
Yeah, another level.
Look at all the tricks we can make animals do for us, right? What about the man? Can we get the man to do some tricks for us?
Yeah, just stuff a dollar
We had
bill
a
in
man
a
earlier said he
banana
was more
hammock.
intelligent than a crab. Remember?
Stuff a dollar bill in his banana hammock, and he'll do some for you.
Yeah, see, an animal, like man can do one more trick than an animal can't, right?
My.
Like an animal can be used for labor, right? And it can be used for food. Man can be used for labor, and they can be used for growing food. And they can be used for sport. So sport is the only thing, warfare. That's the only thing that separates us from the animals. It's not thinking.
I would say that thinking only temporarily disassociates us from the animals, because as soon as we get emotional again, we're back to thinking like an animal.
Yep. As soon as we get into a herd, we start destroying each other, right? Herd mentality. It's, an individual is intelligent, but a group is not.
Yep.
Especially when they're angry with their fists in the air, shouting, red in the face.
I've talked to people so many times about, taking them through the Black Swan, right? They understand what's being said. They understand, that it's not appearing as a ball, it's not curving, and then they kind of just keep believing it's a ball. It's like what's going on here? Like, you know what I mean? It's like you've basically seen the evidence, and you still are not, accepting the evidence. Now you're turning the evidence. You're saying you're seeing things that are not there. Like, what the hell is going on here? It's fucking weird, man. It's fucking scary.
Oh, I know. But it's all by design. Trust the plan, right? The plan will save us all. The plan will create 1,000-year civilization without any more resets. As long as they can get us 100 years with their plan. People woke up.
Well, if we're talking about the MAGA sort of QAnon sort of thing, I think that there was an awakening about how evil these elites were with the pedophilia. Were there rabbit trails and misdirection and, just fake Q? Yeah, but I think there was a little bit of truth mixed in there too. Is Robert Kennedy Jr. going to come, hailing, Trump in on a steed in 2024? I don't know. But, I guess we'll have to see about the rest of the stuff, At the very least, it was a pretty good lesson in misdirection, truth, falsehood, discernment, that sort of thing. The
Mm-hmm.
whole Q thing.
I'd like to think that, my family comes from good stock and, that my brother, he's a smart guy because he can string sentences together and make valid arguments sometimes. But he said that he wanted to make Trump the emperor so that he could do all the things that he wanted to do. And I was like, dude, you're a fucking moron. Why would you want to make Trump the emperor? Right? Look who his, son-in-law is. Right? Who's going to inherit this, So, it's like the only way that this shit is ever going to work is if we become ungovernable and like radically self-reliant. And when I say radical, I mean that, peacefully. Just
Well,
self-reliant. Just relying on yourself.
creepy
There's
Kushner
no third
aside.
body. No third body. Yeah.
Well, creepy Kushner aside, I mean, the power hungry people will always, try to elbow into the realms of power, be it a presidency, a self sufficient people, whatever. They're going to try to grab the reins of power, whether it's Emperor Trump, self sufficient people, you're always going to deal with that. You just got to be prepared for that when it comes, whether it's possibly Antichrist, creepy, soulless Kushner, or whoever they plant next to the seat of power to monitor and possibly, take it over if the need presents itself.
I think they have contingencies for every situation. Contingencies to swing it always in their favor. That's why we cannot rely on them. Because they are they and we are we. Two different entities. We is the people. Look what happened in Kazakhstan. The people got kicked out. The people are pissed. The people have flooded their capital. It's like a sea of people.
The people are a mob, and mobs are not
Democracy.
smart.
Mob rule, democracy, the herd, the beast.
Yeah.
The beast will rise from that sea. That is the sea that the beast rises out of. It will be a charismatic leader in an anarchist movement.
I read enough.
Arise, chicken. Arise.
Yeah. Arise, chicken. Arise. What are you doing? Oh, excuse me. Arise, chicken. Arise. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, not good reception here. Let me try here.
I think people are at a point where they just want peace, and even if the devil showed up and offered them peace, people would be like, "Yeah, we don't care. Just give it to us." You know what I mean? People want security and peace. You shall have no peace.
What's that saying though? For those that will give up liberties for peace and safety shall deserve neither peace, safety, or rights.
Yep.
That's right.
I have a really good quote that I've been trying to share this past year. It's those who wish to be both ignorant and free, wish for something that never has been, hope for something that never can be.
Yes. Whoever told you that you are free, that is the enemy. It's very simple. They're trying to control your mind, trying to get you to think of some sort of an external deity so that you don't come to realize what they know. That's what it's all about.
Well, kind of on that point, consider yourself a child, right? You depend on your parents to secure your life. You depend on them to teach you what you should know, right? And in the same vein, isn't that kind of what people, not in totality, but in a certain vein, they would say, hey, the government actually is going to help us move forward as, humanity. You know what I mean?
They're always trying to steer civilization. They're trying to steer culture in one way, but culture always finds a way of correcting itself.
Well, sure. But I'm talking more about the psychological influence of this idea that government has a pure idea for you, where it's like I can even though government is regulating these things, they're doing it in our best interest, right? This is for some reason people think this is what's happening for them by government. Their governments, for the most part, are have their best interests at heart.
But once you realize, hey, the Earth is not a globe, and if the government is telling you that it is in fact a globe, think about it.
Well, sure. But that's not even the. We talk about flat Earth,
ultimate,
but it's like there's
no. Hear me out, though.
Yeah.
Right? It's like the ultimate, slap in the face, the ultimate lie. If they are telling you that it is in fact something that is something different, that reality is something that you cannot perceive with your own eyes, that you have to trust them.
Well, it's like even with government. All of the
they think themselves as gods.
Yeah, well, the top scientists. They go through all these elite schools and everything, but they still trust in government. So it doesn't matter which part of the schooling system, the education system you are a part of. Everyone has an equal vote, right? This is the claim, right? And quote unquote democracy, which is not actually the thing, right? Because democracy, well, electoral college is another part of
democracy. Is a mob in action.
That's only in America, but hold on, they have elections in other countries besides America. But this is I'm talking about the ideology, not necessarily the voting system and whether or not government has your best interest at heart, and whether or not you're smart enough to figure out that there's no reason to vote for any of these fucking dipshits that claim to have power and influence, which they do, obviously, because they make shit happen, but it's not in our best interest to support them at the end of the day.
I think democracy can work as something like a village, where the family member, the person representing the family, has the family's best interests in mind, right? And when a bunch of fathers come together who have their family's best interests in mind, then you can probably have a successful democratic system going.
Yeah,
Yeah, bong.
and
Yes, of course. That's tribal. That's tribal stuff, right? That's
you take it one step over,
tribes. That's
and a
like
family
small
can be.
communities, tribals. Yes, of course. Yes, it
Sorry,
could
you
work
take it
that
one
way.
step over, and a family can be communist, right? So they all stick all their money in one pile, and they buy a house, and everybody works and puts in, right? But as soon as two people quit working and the other two people are forced to work, communism breaks down. So go back to the tribe, right? As soon as one or two fathers get together and they say, "Oh man, we got enough, right? We got enough for the winter. Let's quit working right now." And these other assholes, they can keep working. Well, isn't that exactly what's going on with capitalism? You got people that own all this shit and they don't actually lift a finger, right? They got people to pay their taxes, to mow their yard, to do all the things that they need done, the heavy lifting, logistics, and all they have to do is, wake up, take a piss, and they make like $300,000 while they're pissing, right? So it's like no matter what, like any form of government isn't going to work except for self-governance. And that's hard enough. Like, go ahead and try to commit to a New Year's resolution. How many of you have failed so far? Right?
Kill
How
the
much
phoenix
willpower
by
do we?
freezing it.
I don't do that.
How much willpower do we actually have?
I don't like to make oaths I can't keep, so I don't do that.
But seriously, think about it. The phoenix always gets burned, right? They always say, "We're going to burn it down." No, don't burn it down. Don't destroy it with fire. This time, puree it, get the water out of it, and make it a big mush and freeze it into a solid block, into the cube where it belongs, back into an ice cube, so the motherfucking bird cannot resurrect from the ashes.
Fuck that bird.
Hate that goddamn bird.
Bong, I think you're probably closer to understanding. I mean, people in America, white people or whatever you want to call people. I think you're closer to some type of tribal idea than anyone else is, because you're from Samoa, so it's that
Well, I
part
think
of
you
the.
all are. I think you all are too, because we have families. That's why I brought up the
That's
word
what tribe
family.
is. Yes.
Yeah, because we look after our family's best. We're not only we don't go there because I want to get rich and then fuck my family. No, that will never happen. If dad is representing you. You know what I mean? Versus some guy that's there to represent the interests of a corporation, and yet he's supposed to be a senator that's representing, or a republic. A representative. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I think they took that away so that we don't have a voice, so that we
And
don't
see,
have a voices. Go ahead.
they've also done something too. They've implemented the destruction of the nuclear family, which gets rid of the tribal mentality. So that now your tribe is the nation, the national mentality, right?
Red, white, and blue.
Which they can exploit any way they feel they see fit.
Yes. They can do that with fear. That's how fear works. Fear programming.
And a lot of people just well, no, they're not doing that to me. I mean, haven't you seen the news? Don't you see what's happening? It's like, yes, I do. See how you're influenced by what they say on the news, and that's why I'm trying to warn you that you're being manipulated.
There's a lot of cognitive dissonance going on. When new information comes across that contradicts what you know, that means that there is alternative information. That means that the cognitive dissonance is caused from brainwashing. And it happens even in religion. So it's one of these things where...
Wait, even in religion? I mean, sometimes it's especially in religion.
Yeah.
Not even in religion.
You know what
as
I'm
if
talking
it
about, Hank.
can happen.
I
I
know what
know.
you meant. Go ahead. I wasn't gonna.
Like
I
it's
wasn't
all about
gonna.
doctrine, right? It's all about
Yeah.
theory,
Orthodoxy,
doctrine. Yes, like
postulation.
a PhD is a philosophical doctrine, which
Yeah,
means he's one of these doctors, right?
you know,
Now,
I mean, PhD stands for Doctor of Philosophy.
now, what does medical physician mean?
Well, there's still PhDs in
Well, they're
medicine.
called doctors. They're not PhDs. They're MV or MHDs or MPDs or whatever.
Well,
They're
their MD is a medical doctor, but
Yeah,
they
but
still
it's
have
a
a
medical
PhD.
doctorate.
They still have a PhD.
But it's a
That's
doctrine in the medicine. It's a doctorate of medicine.
doctor of medicine, right?
Doctrine.
But
Doctrine,
it's
not
still a
doctorate.
philosophical.
Doctrine.
It's still still a doctor of philosophy when it comes
Basically,
to
it
medicine.
means an expert in the doctrine, an expert in the dogma.
Which I'm not saying it never helps anyone, and I would never say that. But yeah.
So when people say, "Oh, well, an elite board of physicians says this," well, that's technocracy. Well, an elite board of experts says this. That's technocracy. Oh, so many doctors said this. Yeah, that's hearsay. That's technocracy is what some people say is the answer to the world, right? And that's where an elite group of experts in their field get together and make decisions based off of their expertise in the field. But then again, we have like people like astrophysicists that are completely off by a magnitude that's.
Check
I mean, you
this
cannot
out. I
fucking
mean, they have these hospitals.
tangent that.
They have these hospitals built in major cities and stuff, and everybody does anyone want to go there for help? To be honest, I never want to be in that hospital at all, ever. I don't want to go there.
I'm talking about the problem with the culture, the problem with the way that people are thinking. And most of it stems with the upbringing and the doctrine that they are forced down our throats since our birth.
I mean,
They incept into this globe idea.
Well, I mean, the globe and the hospital, right? The hospital is a distraction. That's really, it's really kind of a. Never mind. I'm not going to talk about that. All right. So the globe. Let's get back to the globe because I'm getting me started on that.
Yeah, let's get off the Knights Hospitalers.
The Knights Hospitalers? Is that what you said?
Yes, it's actually a thing.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, so we're going back to the globe.
This is not medical advice. You don't always consult your doctor and ask your doctor if neurotoxins are right for you.
Dude, I avoid hospitals like I avoid freaking rats. Whatever. So we're going to talk about.
I was just saying the Red Cross has to do with some.
No, those are vampires. Yeah, I avoid vampires too because I don't let them take blood from me.
Hey, doctor, is this right for me? And doctor's like, oh, so I see you have seen the commercial. Unfortunately, it's not right for you because that's not the brand I'm selling. This brand is right for you, though. Like,
dude, if you look into the history
like NASCAR drivers.
of the
Holy
Red
shit.
Cross, the Red Cross. Come on, man.
They look like fucking NASCAR
fucking
drivers.
Easy. Yeah, it's just like
they really need to start displaying
Red
who they're
Cross
sponsored
is the
by.
easiest one to figure out. Fucking A, man.
They're just salespeople for pharmaceuticals, man. Like they don't know anything about it. It's like, let me read up on
The bullets and the bandages are for sale. I just like World War III. If only there was a way that I could convince Israel to be pissed off at Iran for no reason because they haven't attacked another country in 250 years.
If
maybe I could
only
sell some of these bullets and bandages.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Hank, if only we could say what we actually think on here. Holy fucking shit, man. Yeah, Red Cross my ass.
Careful, Helio. You don't want to be doing that,
No,
especially with
yeah.
me in the room.
That's a double bandage, right? Anyway,
Ooh-wee.
woo! I'll shut up now.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
don't rip
you
it
don't
off
have to.
slow, just rip it off.
Let's just talk about the old globe. Let's rip that Band-Aid off, shall we?
Yeah, so I came across some interesting findings. It appears that the globe projection that wanted or that featured the Earth contracting towards the poles and expanding towards around the equator is actually from Claudius Ptolemy, which refutes, and in his papers when he did his map, right, he pretty much refuted and debunked Eratosthenes and Mariner of Tyrus's rectangular projection of the Earth. Remember, Eratosthenes never thought it was a globe.
Well, roundabout what years are you, or to what are you referring here?
Here, let me find some things on it. Here's this right here.
Your interview voice is a little weird.
Claudius Ptolemy, around circa 80, 90 to 168. That's where he was born, 90 AD to 190.
Imagine saying, what year were you born? 90. 1990? No, 90. Look, what?
He
sounds weird to us. Anyway, go ahead.
He summarized that his proceedings and constructed an accurate map of the known world. His great achievement was to enter detailed information about the known world on a map projection from a sphere on a flat surface. Ptolemy's work later became the basis of the revival of scientific geography early in the 15th century. He criticized and corrected the work of Magnus of Tyre, AD 100, arguing against Magnus and Eratosthenes' rectangular projections in favor for one contracting towards the pole and expanding at the equator. These are projections for maps.
Wait a second. So the book's hold on. The book is a sarcastic dig at us, right? Inventing the flat Earth. Okay, but then in this, just like anything from the demons, they give you a little truth right down in here that says that the map projected from a sphere onto a flat surface, guys and gals. Okay, not from a flat surface to a sphere, which is what the Globers always say. You know, they took their maps and wrapped it around the sphere, and even though all maps are flat, they're based on a sphere. I just don't get it.
So it's Ptolemy that came up with the sphere. It was not Eratosthenes.
Yeah, it was Ptolemy, or
Hiram Abiff.
Exactly right.
Right? Hiram Abiff is Marinus of Tyre.
Hold on, Hiram Abiff. Do we trust that that's even the name of somebody? Come on,
that's
Hiram
the character
Abiff?
Known as Hiram.
Yeah, well, I'm going to disagree with
From the Bible.
existence of that person. Okay.
From the Bible, Hiram. From the Bible.
That's fine.
Marinus.
That's fine. I'm just saying.
Hey, you know how easy this is? Every time a Glober comes in and says, well, if the Earth was a sphere, this is what we might expect to see. I mean, how easy it is. It's like when you say if, it's like, dude, you're pretending when you say if. Here's what I might or might not see if the Earth were a globe.
So the Mercator projections, all of those projections of modern day maps comes from the reason why things are skewed out on the flat map and the continents are not the right size is because they're skewing things on what it would look like on a ball. Right? So they're mathematically skewing the run lines.
Well, I mean, if you go through different projections, you're going to have to explain it different ways. Yeah.
I know that, but we all know that, you know, the Mercator projection is completely off because if you look at the north, the longitudes are drawn out a lot further than they are at the equator.
But it always
what this means.
But as far as like what I was saying, the first question is, if Earth were a globe, it might look like this. And then they're going to show us these map projections, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Which is
As
why
long
all
as we're on
modern
the same
maps
page.
are off. You can't really use them as a direct, landmark. Oh, this is what the land looks like, because it's
All right,
based
and
off of
so all right, if
something different.
Earth was all right, let me ask you, flat earthers, if the Earth was flat, what would the Earth look like? Do you have a projection or a map of that?
Sure, you just subtract the exaggerations from the globe projection.
Because I know that, but exactly. So
Instead of these elongated longitudes and short latitudes, which is the aspect is off in the northern regions, you have them all equal
hey,
and the same.
Hold on, Josh,
You come out with
before you try
full
to
equidistant map.
before you try to retract and extract from the globe, extractions, um, it's not necessary for anyone to make a flat Earth model. It's not. We don't have to make one. It's not. It's not necessary.
Yes, I know that.
I have an idea. Like, the question, like, well, if the Earth is not a ball, then what is it? In my mind, right? Well, if it's not a ball, then Earth means soil. And if Earth means soil and it's not a ball, then what is the meaning of your question? Are you asking me to fly up like God and look down at the Earth, right? Like NASA does, right? Like, how can
See,
anyone
me
do
and Bong are on the same point. There's no reason for a flat Earth model.
So,
Yeah, what I mean
let me
is
take
it's just
away.
measurement of distances on the landmass
Right, but
mapped
wait,
out. That's
if
it.
Do a
if
flat
we
Earth
take
model,
away
but
the
you know
Earth,
what I
the
would do?
Earth.
No moon or
If we,
sun.
that's what I mean. It's
Flat Earth
they're
model.
asking for a model, right?
Dirt and water.
Right, because it's just the Earth, nothing to do with the sky.
Yeah, I mean,
Dirt and
Bong,
water.
continue. I want to hear the rest of Bong's statements. Go ahead, brother.
But if we remove the word Earth, because if Earth is not a ball, then it just means soil, right? And if we remove that word from their question and then ask them to ask the question again, now ask your question again, but don't use the word Earth because it means soil, and see what kind of question you're going to ask. And the question is, do you guys have a model? It's like, oh, everybody face palms. So that is what they're asking for. They're asking, and I think the question is invalid. If the Earth is not a ball, it's not a valid question to ask. How can
Look,
anyone know?
all I'm talking about is just mapping out the topography without skewing anything to any kind of projection, just for what it is.
I think you need to say that everything in the fucking world is and always will be a flat Earth model. Every piece of dirt you stand on, every sandbox you've ever sat in that's flat is a flat Earth model. Every kitchen floor you stand on, every store floor you stand on, every house floor you stand, everywhere you've ever been, every plane you get into, everything's a flat Earth model.
Let's just get a look. I think the real question, I think what people are really concerned about are explanations, because they have this idea that we can explain everything, even the origin of the universe. You know what I mean? I think that's the heart of their question. We want explanations. You know what I mean? But then, it's hard to focus on that without. You guys know what I mean? Like explanations. Like, we think we know everything. I mean, there's pride there, right? So asking the question, well, what's the Earth then? It's like, I don't even know what that question means. If the Earth is not a ball, I mean, shit, I looked at the sun one day and cried because I didn't know what it was. And I was like, this is why the people ancients worship the sun. I was like, I can't even ask the question. You know what I mean? Like, what is the Earth? What is the Earth? What are we? Well, why are we asking these questions? Like, how do we not know the answers? Like, what do you mean? What is my dream? What is the shape of my dream when I fall asleep? Like, Is my dream happening on a ball in space? You know what I mean? Is that kind of question? Like, is it a valid question?
Somebody needs to redo the zombie song and turn it into Globy. It's in your head.
The globe's in your head. Globy, globy. Yeah.
Curve, the curve.
Gravity,
Your
gravity.
head.
Hey, hey. You don't know if it's. Yeah. Anyway.
Unbelievable.
Not Josh.
With the math and the science and the pseudo and the equations and the guessing,
Did you say and the pseudo?
their globe is dying.
Are you doing the dishes right now?
It's in your head.
You're doing the dishes, aren't you?
No, no dishes, no pisses.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Demok. What are you doing? What's that shit in the background?
It's someone in the shower.
Whisper 2000.
Someone in the shower on the other side.
Damn, bro. Where you live?
Damn, your neighbors can hear you fart and shit, huh?
It's not my neighbor, it's my wife in the shower.
Oh, shit. Wait a minute. Never
It's
mind.
my house, man. I can hear the shower in my...
So are you in the bathroom with her?
No, I'm on the other side.
But how can we hear her shower?
We can hear her.
You have supersonic, magical, special...
No, bro, it's your mic. Your mic's picking it up.
He's got a waterfall in his.
Are you in
I'm just
the
fucking with you,
bedroom?
bro.
I don't know.
I bet you he's in the master bedroom.
It doesn't sound that good like a... yeah, it's in the master bedroom on the other side.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Oh, good. You just ruined the adventure for me.
That's what it is. I mean, if he was in like another room, you wouldn't hear it.
Yes, thank you. I know how a house works.
Okay, just making sure because
The
some
inverse
people
square
hear.
law of sound.
Don't get me mad about houses, Josh.
Some people here, like me, live in trailers, like travel trailers.
Hey, I started out in a trailer. There's nothing wrong. They're good. They're good starters. That's how you do. You got to get your shit.
And you can take that anywhere.
Hey, somewhere to live is somewhere to live, man.
Hey, bud, I agree wholeheartedly there.
Yeah, but during the wintertime, it's best to be down here.
What?
Yeah, there ain't no insulation on the bottom of these motherfuckers.
On the bottom, that's right. Yeah, you gotta.
You ever thought about a wood burner from the bottom up?
The fucking thing's made out of wood, dude.
Started from the... What?
Yeah, start it from the bottom up. The whole thing goes up.
That's not cool. The fucking the ones up in here, they got the steel frames and shit. I mean, they got
Yeah, it's steel frame, but like everything else, like the wood framing is made out of wood. Like the interior is made out of wood. Highly flammable shit. I don't even want to smoke in this bitch.
Damn.
Because the last one I was in, I had a laptop that was charging, and went to work, came back, fucking goddamn motorhome burnt down.
Holy
because
shit!
the
Are you
laptop
kidding
battery
me?
blew up. Nope.
Dude, what? That's crazy.
That's a big dude. What?
The battery exploded on the fucking laptop. It was an HP. So since then, I'm like, fuck HP.
Was there like, yeah,
I'll
dude,
spend more and get an
HP's been
Asus.
garbage since day one. Yep.
It's cursed. I'll get Asus.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, from my experience, Asus is really good quality. Lasts a really long time.
Yeah.
Do you have a plugged into an extension cord, a cheap one?
I'm using a 12-year-old Macintosh, and it's still screaming like the day I built. I guess I built it online.
I said,
I picked out the parts. 12 years. Okay. Get an Apple. Stop fucking.
Nah. Fucking Apple. You know, I can actually partition this bitch and throw a Hackintosh on here.
Yeah, well, I can do the same thing on mine and throw.
Because the touchpad, it's the same thing as a MacPad.
Okay.
It's even got the thumbprint reader.
You're a special boy then, aren't you?
Well, it's like I specifically got this one so later on I can like use it as an emulator for whatever machine I want it to be.
Yeah, I should see, and that's the thing. I don't know how to do it at all, but I want to get at least a partition on this for PC to play Unreal Tournament 2004.
What about just getting like
That's a good game. I've played that
Fuck
before.
yeah, dude! It's my favorite ever.
Like $600 on.
I mean, yeah, I could get a gaming computer for cheap. I might just do that.
Just a tower.
Yeah, and
Just
well, see, I'll get a gaming computer that can just regular, fucking well, and then I
spend
can
most of the money on a graphics card.
Yeah, I can beef shit up. Yeah, I mean that's you just need a
RAM and
regular
graphics,
motherboard. Yeah, and that's it. I understand. I've only built one gaming computer. I was building it for this kid who had cancer. He was a friend of mine.
And then the best.
He died before I could finish it, so I guess I just kept it.
And then the best, since you are already used
I'm just kidding.
to Macintosh, you can run Linux as a native with
Right, yeah.
a backplane on a separate hard drive, not a partition, just separate hard drive.
Right,
I
have
can't
a
be
big one.
accessed from the Linux system at all, and have your Windows system on that, so you can run Unreal Tournament.
See, it's already way too much work for me.
Nah, you just got to get 2 hard drives. That's it.
I have 2 hard drives.
And see, the good thing
I'm
with
not willing
Linux,
to get them. Dude, I've been doing research for so many years that some of this stuff is like day of 7-Eleven was a part-time job that
you
I found.
can run Mac programs with Linux with the proper plugins.
Mac programs in Linux.
Yeah. You can't do like GarageBand or anything.
Oh, fuck GarageBand. Although, for the layman, GarageBand's actually fine.
Yeah, it's good beginner and it's actually. Yeah.
Say what?
You gotta hit that upgrade to Logic.
Upgrade to Logic. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I like Reason more than Logic, but Logic's good too. I like Reason's so much fun to mess around with, so easy.
All right, so what would be reasonable articulable suspicion? So, like, if they catch me with like ice cream in Texas, it's illegal to have it in your back pocket. Like, can they reasonably assume that I'm going to stick that ice cream in my pocket?
Wait a second. It's illegal to have ice cream in your back pocket?
Yeah, in Texas, because that's how you steal a horse.
That's a lie.
Oh boy.
Wait, what?
Biden would be pissed.
People don't walk around with horses. You got an ice cream.
Took this speech right out of Biden's mouth.
Arrested. Come on, man.
No, but seriously. But seriously, is it reasonable to think that if I have ice cream, I'm going to put it in my pocket?
Especially because now
No, it is not. It is not reasonable.
Yeah.
And some people do. So that they
Yeah, you can put an ice cream sandwich in your back pocket, no problem. So can the cops just make up any reason? Like, I want to touch that man's scrotum. Like, hey, you there with ice cream, get over here. Stop.
planning on stealing a horse fast.
He was going to steal a horse. I bet you.
I reckon. Like Texas.
And if you think that's funny, please do look up Terry versus Ohio, because that cop was like, I knew he was about to break and still he was going to rob that place. I knew he was going to do it.
That's science.
Are cops like psychics now? They can tell we're about to commit a crime?
Absolutely.
It was a
Well,
smash movie. He had done it 3 times before.
Time cops.
Precog. Minority Report.
Exactly. Oh, you know what's a great movie? Idiocracy.
It's a documentary.
So
wasn't meant to be, but it ended up being.
Get your electrolytes.
Romp, romp. Carl's Jr. Fuck you. I'm eating.
Carl's Jr. Hello, Jen.
Hello, Denmark. How you doing?
Fine, fine. What's the amount to send something from where you're at to where I'm at? Like if you sent like, I don't know, set of chopsticks or like a little fan or something, like, you know, like the little thing.
Like a sweets. Send them some sweets too.
Well, no,
Those look
I'm just asking.
probably $10.
No, because they're
Something like
not
that.
like American
Huh?
sweets.
Probably $10.
So I wonder if there's something in there, because I got a daughter and she loves little like tea things, Japanese like little things, tea sets, little cool like stuff. Like, I wonder if there's any way I could get something like a little care package sent, and I could return the favor somehow too.
I see. Yeah, why not?
You know, actually, my relatives in Japan just sent some stuff to my grandmother. Still hasn't gotten here yet, though.
Oh, right, wow.
It's like furikake and stuff like
How
that.
many days ago did she send it?
First of the year.
Oh, okay, right. That's taking way too long. That's taking way too long. That must be it's probably arrived at your end. They're
Well,
giving it
it's
the
through the
customs check.
mail. Yeah, it's through the mail.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Doesn't it still have to go through customs to check it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably what it is then. It's probably being held up at your end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
Because,
usually is.
Yeah, because usually.
Oh, there's got to be drugs. It's coming from Asia. Check for fentanyl.
Yeah.
Fucking Japan is not China.
Well, I mean, the only reason I was asking is because she likes that type of stuff, and I know, you know, you live there, so I was just asking.
Yeah, what is it she wants exactly? A cup of
She
tea
likes
and
like the little tea sets, like, you know, just anything cool, like little, you know what I mean? Like she's a girl, so
How old is she?
she's in her teens.
Okay. So not Hello Kitty or nothing like that.
No, not young. Maybe, you know, like, you know, like little tea stuff, knick-knack type stuff, little cool things that aren't like too expensive, just like stuff that's cool, you know what I mean?
Little totems or something.
I mean, you would have a better idea than me, Jen, of like what actually exists there for like cheap little trinket type things that are cool, you know what I mean?
Does she like green tea?
I know, like, yeah. I know, like, that little fan type thing would be cool, I think. Maybe a set of chopsticks that are
Oh
original.
Maybe a doll?
Original
Like
things
a geisha doll?
from Japan, like a little gift pack that would be cool. That'd be cool. Like a set of cards, just anything cheap.
I got a question. How about those tables, those Japanese tables that got like the top that you remove and you got the heater underneath and you just sit down and
Yeah,
tuck your
that's
feet
nice, but
in?
that's not cheap. That's not going to be cheap, is it? It's called a kotatsu. That's not going
Yeah,
to
I
be cheap.
got
Okay, how
her
much
like a
are those?
little. She's got like a little thing with like a little tea set you pull out of it and like a little case you open up. But yeah, but that's not from, you know, actually from Japan. I mean,
Yeah,
it
I'll see
looks
what I
like
can
it.
do. I'll see what I can do.
Nice lacquer tray or
Yeah,
something.
so if you can, just let me know. I'll do addresses or whatever you got to do or whatever, and then, like I said, I'll.
Yeah.
Well, shit. I mean, be honest. She's in her teens. Pretty soon, she's going to be old enough, so you could probably send her
Yeah,
a
pretty much
sake set
whatever. It
too.
doesn't.
So when
Yeah,
she
I
gets old
wouldn't.
enough, he can give it to her,
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, it wouldn't bother me.
like a bamboo cup or something.
No, I'm going to get her something that she can use all the time. You know, it's got to be useful. Things that she's going to want to use. That's what it's going to be. I'm not going to
Yeah.
get things that I'm not going to get you anything that's going to be gathering dust. I'm not into that kind of stuff. So it's going to be
Right,
something
You know
that she
those?
can use.
smart. You got yeah.
You know those training chopsticks?
Well, it's her birthday, so I was like, yeah, I'll try to see what I can do.
Yeah, we'll
Those
try and get her
gaijin,
something that she can use.
the chopsticks for gaijin.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
those yeah. And like I said, that little fan thing, she likes those. And then original one, that would be great.
They're like little automatic chopsticks. Helps train your fingers.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I still can't use them because my hand's crippled. I have to use them with my left hand.
Right.
So I just prefer a fork.
Yeah. I mean, it's fun to try to use them, if you got the ability and shit, of course, but if you can't,
I mean, shit, my grandmother can cut steak with them. Like, why?
Oh, man. Well, my grandma was good with paring knives and stuff, but not chopsticks, but she could, do some stuff.
Yeah, what she's doing, she's separating, she's cutting the steak, of course, along the grain of the meat, and all you're doing is just separating the grain. That's all you're doing.
It's like ripping it. It's like, how are you doing that? And she goes, just like, I was like, how do you?
Just opening it, yeah.
I can't do that with a fork with that salmon. How are you doing that?
Yeah. There is a nice skill etiquette way of doing it, because to use chopsticks as a dart, if you will, to stab something is totally bad manners.
Yeah. Oh, sitting there arguing with my grandmother about rice. She goes, I need some Gohan. And I go, okay, well, right here at Costco, they have fancy #1 rice. It's short grain rice. She goes, no, it's not. Okay, well, let's go get the botan, get the botan. I go, look what it says. Fancy #1 American rice. It's short grain rice. So it's the same. And it's $30 for a 50-pound bag of Costco. And here you're paying $35 for a 20-pound bag.
Oh, bloody hell, that's
a lot.
Yeah.
So it's like, come on, Grandma. I mean, I don't understand the thing, but we got a little dispenser machine so I don't have to measure it. And then after I wash it, right? So, to do proper sticky rice, you have to wash it. If you don't wash that starch off of it, it's it's not going to be right. It's going to be too glutinous. So you want to wash that starch off so it's proper, right? You actually have form to the rice, and it's not a glue. But then the amount of water that you put in it, right there to the line of the finger, right? You put your finger at the top of the water, or at the top of the rice, and then you fill the water up to the first crack on your finger, your index finger.
And that when I was like 8.
Yeah.
That's what I was doing when I was 8.
It's like, what are you doing? I'm washing the rice. Washing the rice? Wait, what?
Yeah, you got to wash the rice first. Yeah, at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course you do. Yeah, you got to wash the starch off of
And
it.
with your beans, too.
Heavy metals, you got to wash that off.
No rocks.
Well, it's washing off the starch because the rice goes through a polisher.
Wash it 4 times.
The conventional way, that we wash rice in Africa, let's say, is that when we cook rice, is that we put the rice in the pan, put the water, so it's just over the very top of the rice, just a little bit over the top of the rice, and you boil that up. And then once that is boiled, you stop, you pour that out, rinse the rice, pour the water out, and then fill it up again to the same, and then on a low heat, let the water evaporate, and you got your rice cooked. That's the African way. That's the African way, and it's so delicious, okay? But with the Japanese way is that you wash the rice first. You see, you wash it first. And then basically you throw that water out. You wash it maybe 3 or 4 times to remove the starch, and then put the water in at the top, put it in the rice cooker, and leave it and let the rice cooker cook.
I only rinse it 3 times.
Yeah.
I leave a
Don't
little
get your rice
cloudiness.
from Texas.
Yeah.
Always try to get your rice from California or Asia. Don't get it from Texas. Too many heavy metals.
Yep.
Right.
California
Well,
doesn't grow rice.
You know what? I'm sick of driving all the way down to Texas to get a couple bags of rice there. Yep.
You'd have to have it sent to you then. Get the UPS or the.
Hey, you know what they got in Texas, though?
Or DHL.
Well, all I know about in Texas, they got steers and queers, and you ain't got no horns, boy.
We also got a Tesla tower.
They got them damn Lafafers down there, too.
I don't know what that is.
Sorry, what?
Lafafers, the colloquial name is peyote.
Ooh.
I never stumbled upon that noun there.
It's Chihuahua Desert.
Chihuahua?
Right out west.
Yeah. Can you still get
Chihuahua
the
desert.
Uncle Ben's rice? Because that's what we
Yes.
used to get as well.
Oh wait, I don't think so because it's racist. I think they
Yeah,
stopped
it's
selling it.
canceled.
Yeah, I knew something happened. I knew something happened that they stopped
They
saying
think
it.
it's fucking racist. Hey, listen.
Okay, well
I'll
then let's
bet
turn
Ben
it
made the
around when
best
they start
motherfucking
putting
rice. Doesn't matter what
when,
color he was.
when they start doing that to like all products, just boycott it because it's racist, just like
Yeah,
Uncle Ben's and
it's
Aunt
like,
Jemima
dude,
was.
when the aliens come and live amongst us, is it going to be racist to put fucking alien faces on alien food? Come on.
What about
I'm still waiting for them to
Jasmine
change
rice?
Cracker Barrel to
You know?
Honky Hut.
What about Honky Hut? That's good. That's good stuff.
Okay.
So you go to a Chinese buffet to either get diabetes or food poisoning.
You know why they called it Cracker Barrel, right? Because the slave owners kept their whips in a barrel. So the
That's
Cracker
right.
Barrel was all the whips were.
Awesome.
Cracker.
Because they
Better
would
get
crack.
to that work.
Crack that whip.
Better
Crack
get to
the
work.
whip.
That cracker come off, crack you in the back.
They used to store
Well,
ships biscuits in barrels.
is it just me, or is that where the word cracker comes from? Cracking the whip.
Yeah.
It's actually a
Yeah.
white
Good.
settler, a white Spaniard settler of Florida, a cracker.
Ah, cracking the whip. I didn't know that. I always thought, like a
And they have
saltine
graham
cracker.
crackers too, because not all slave owners are white, right? So they got graham crackers too.
So remember, cracker is not okay. It's cracker. Okay, they are makes it racist. Yeah.
None of it's racist. Everything's just pure offensive now. Nothing's racist.
I know.
Nothing's
I'm
not
just trying to
racist. Everything's just
trying
don't
to
say
take the
anything to
piss out of it.
anybody. Fuck it.
Cracker Jacks are
Yeah,
racist.
just have a living language of like face gestures and like emojis. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and you can't even do face gestures because we wear diapers over our lips.
Was that Monty Python, the Department of Silly Walks? Was it, or was it the Ministry of Silly Walks? Right. That's where we're headed. The Ministry of Silly Emojis and face. That's how we're going to communicate in the future. Because everything is going to be racist. Okay, sorry. I digress. Can you imagine aliens trying to communicate with people and people are like, I think it's the wrong planet, sir. No, this is Earth. You sure it's not Hearth? Oh, it's Earth. When we left Egypt, they were pretty smart. Now they're not.
Right.
Alien conversations, right?
No, seriously. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking about. So Don't Look Up. The movie just came out. I think if that's, I don't even want to say predictive programming anymore. That's just kind of a. But anyway, so
it's predictive programming, bro. I get what you're saying. Say it.
So like, okay. So they're gonna fake asteroid meteor coming to us. They're gonna fake one of those. It's gonna be up in the sky.
They've already primed it. They've already started a mission to go there to mine it.
You can see. Well, okay. Here's the deal. You can see up in the sky what they're going to fake, and nothing has to hit the Earth.
Yep.
But I think they're either going to say, "Look, we saved the Earth," or "Look, the aliens saved us, blew that shit out of the sky." Now we're going to team our Space Force up with the aliens from outer space, and we're going to just fuck the whole universe up.
Mm-hmm. And you know what Space Force is doing? Growing potatoes.
What?
Yeah, that's what they're doing is growing potatoes.
Oh, good. Up in space?
No.
Oh, just down here?
Cheyenne Mountain. They're growing
I heard
potatoes.
they discovered oil on the moon Titan. Looks
They're
like
trying
they
to do
need some liberty.
They're trying to do synthetic soil potatoes.
Got it. So you're really? I thought you were making a joke.
No.
Well, potatoes are they're good.
They need
They're good survival
to
food,
grow
man.
in. You can't really grow potatoes in potting soil. You need actual soil for them to grow in, so the potting soil has to decompose a little bit.
I don't know, man. I saw something growing on my foot the other day. Looks. I mean, you could probably.
You had a potato on your foot? That's called corn.
Right, not a potato.
Why is a foot
That's
potato called
corn. I'm
man?
sorry about that. Yeah. So how do you get them suckers off? You burn them? What do you do?
I think you need to go see a podiatrist.
A potatotrist.
Love corn.
A potatotrist.
Oh my god. Okay, so guys,
Be like, is that a potato?
potato feet only happen on a flat Earth.
I think they're growing potatoes. They're pretending they're growing potatoes for the moon, but I think they're growing it for the deep underground bunkers. I always think about the flood and what's coming, and that they're going to probably have to do what they did in the past, flee under the ground.
Maybe not. Maybe they're just going to protect themselves from the fire, because the prediction is fire this time, not water.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
They don't have to really go like too deep to get away from the fire, right? You get behind like 6 feet of solid, rock or metal or something. You're fucking fine.
Epipyresis.
Yeah. I'm not agreeing with the Bible here. I'm sorry. I agree with the Bible. I'm not talking about the Bible here. I'm talking about the Bible correlating with what's happening today, right? People are getting ready for
the seas will boil.
For the stars to fall to the earth, right? A third of the earth might be destroyed. Another reason why you should grow potatoes in the ground, in my opinion. What do you guys think? Wars. I don't know what it is. It might be bad.
Have you seen the new Ghostbusters?
The new one? No. Don't say anything about it. Nothing.
Oh my fucking god, dude. Yeah.
Okay, good. Then that's all you get to say, Josh. That's all you get to say. Hey, wait. So do you have one of those links you can send me?
Yes.
Bro. Oh my god.
Hype. There you go. I just sent it to everyone in the voice text. Hype.
Dude. Oh, shit. Okay, see. And because Ghostbusters, the original one, came out the year I was born, is my favorite movie ever.
Yep.
Right?
They fix it.
What do you mean they fix it?
They fix it. You know how Remember how they tried to do a reboot?
Oh, that was so horrible.
Yeah, they fixed it.
Oh, good. That's good. Because I really thought they were trying to kill Ghostbusters with that movie. Holy shit.
No, this is the afterlife resurrected.
I love it. Good. But don't say anymore. You already said resurrected, and that pisses me off.
Make sure you watch the end credit scenes.
My mind's going places now.
It's like Marvel. There's 2 end credit scenes.
Fine. That's fine. Let's not even get into DC and Marvel actually doing equally well making movies.
Yeah, I don't know who owns Ghostbusters though.
Oh no, it's a toy
Hasbro?
Yeah, I think it's Hasbro.
Same as Masters of the Universe.
Right, yeah. And that was also He-Man.
They're supposed to be doing one of those, and hopefully they get it right, because that first one, fuck that. That was an atrocity.
But don't we love Dolph Lundgren? Don't we just love old Dolph?
Fuck no. He was better at Universal Soldier.
Yes. Oh dear.
It's the Russian from Rocky IV.
Why couldn't they give Skeletor a deeper, more intimidating voice? Why you gotta make your enemy sound like this?
Open up my window.
ain't got no lips. I'm beating whoever sounds like that. I'm beating the shit out of that person. I don't care how big they are.
Cause they ain't got no lips, or a tongue. It's just a skull.
Because it was the 80s.
Yeah, it's astounding.
Should use Josh Brolin as Skeletor.
Dude, Josh Brolin's a shit. I'm not a real big fan of a lot of actors, but
yeah, Josh
anything I've seen that dude in.
I remember.
I'll tell you what. I love Old Boy until you find out that one part, and then I was just like, no. The end ruins the movie, but the whole thing. I mean, it's well done, Old Boy. Well done.
Ghostbusters too. That was fun.
Ghostbusters. So this would be the third one then, right?
Yep.
All right, good.
Oh, wouldn't this be the fourth?
No, we're gonna forget that
there is only Zool.
Shit, never mind. That other one didn't count, right? True.
That one, no. We don't even mention that one.
I didn't even watch it.
There is
Wasn't
no
it?
mother,
Wasn't
there
it
is
just
only Zool.
four? So wasn't it 4 trannies? That's all it was.
Yeah. Well, and then
Bad
and a
writing.
blonde ditzo, 4.
It's full of
4?
agendas, bad writing. I mean, if you're a Ghostbusters fan, you're gonna hate it. Just like the Star Wars, they fucked up.
Dude, I'll take the Star Wars fuck ups over that Ghostbusters movie any day.
Yeah, the cancel culture backfired on their ass. They got canceled.
There you go. Well, it was bound to happen.
Kind of like when Depp got in all that trouble over nothing.
You guys weren't fans of the cartoon? I was.
Yeah, it goes okay. Yeah. If you like the cartoon, yeah, the first cartoon, not the second one, but the first cartoon, yeah,
Yeah,
the one that had, the one that had Slimer in it.
Yes,
Yeah,
Slimer. Oh man,
not the second one, but the first one. Yeah.
that's the canon run, right?
Yeah.
That's the original.
Did someone say there's a new Ghostbusters movie?
Yes.
There is, and it's supposed to be.
When did it come out?
It doesn't matter. There's the link for it's in the voice text. Doesn't matter when it came out. It was recently.
Okay, thank you.
December?
Yeah, it was recently. Oh my God, EXO, that's my favorite line in the whole movie. You're right. No human being would stack books like this. Dude. The most sarcastic and tongue-in-cheek fucking fuck you, I'm going to poke you in the ribs while I'm saying something to you statement is that one from Bill Murray.
Oh, it's the writing, man. The writing is so good.
Yeah, and that's Harold Ramis. I met Harold Ramis once, okay? It's a quick story. Snowmass, Colorado. It's Snowmass Village. I forget the name of the restaurant. We used to go there all the time, and, stars would come in, whatever. But the only one that I truly remember was Harold Ramis because I had to go up to him and tell him that Ghostbusters is my number one favorite movie, and it's a lot of the reason why I'm funny today. I said those exact words to him, and he was a big, big boy. I mean, you see Egon, he's tall and skinny. This guy was not Egon, let's just say, but he's so jolly and happy with his family. He looks so good. Anyway, I got to shake Egon's hand, and Harold wrote all of these stories.
Yes.
So yeah. Anyway, it was like, oh my God, I'm not starstruck. I'd be more starstruck at that point.
If you don't know, I'm not going to tell you. Okay.
With him, no, I'm not, dude. Trust me, I know there's going to be some shit in the movie.
You're going to have a fangasm right now. Okay?
I'm gonna have one. Yeah, I know it.
No,
okay,
check this
guys.
out. Check this out. It's got Paul Rudd in it.
I know that.
Yeah.
This is what I know. That's why it's going to be great.
You guys remember first seeing the first Ghostbusters? Like comparing it to the cartoon. I was amazed how they got Egon right.
Egon.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, they got him so right.
Dude.
Except for the blonde hair. Why did they give Egon blonde hair in the cartoon?
I know, right?
What was that about?
I was like, they got
that never works out.
Yeah. Especially Peter Venkman. I was like, holy shit, they even got Bill Murray. Cool. Yeah, I really like that.
Oh, yeah, for the first season, they had Bill Murray's voice on there, didn't they?
Yep.
Oh, my God.
That's why it was the best, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And then, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant. Heroes in a half shell. Turtle power. They're the world's most fearsome fighting team. We're really hip. Hey, man, get a grip.
I think the Turtles in Time was the best one, though.
Brain?
Oh, yeah, Krang.
Krang, that's it, yeah.
Dude,
Bebop
I love all that.
Rocksteady.
Yeah, Bebop and Rocksteady.
Hey, boss.
We're gonna make turtle soup tonight. Hey, turtle soup.
It was like, yeah, man. Back when writing, the writing was so good because there was only so much you could show visually. So what I mean, the writing had to be good, especially for the cartoons too. Now it's all just cheap, visual effects nobody cares about.
Just watching that GIF over and over with Harold Ramis, Bill Murray, and Dan Aykroyd. I could watch that all day. Those are some of the three funniest and best people
You're
in Hollywood
really
ever.
going to enjoy this movie.
Good.
Well, when they're in the elevator, you guys remember the elevator scene? It's like, you know, we didn't test packs, right? And he kind of like, yeah, it's my fault.
He goes,
like,
he goes, what are you guys, some kind of exterminator? And he goes, yeah. And then some.
Yeah,
and
you
then
should see the size
Bill
of the
Murray
rat.
says, "You should see the size of the rat. It must be some cockroach."
like, that's all right. We're only wearing nuclear pack powered, but the same
right.
Proton accelerator packs.
Right, switch me
I
on.
really wanted that to be real. When I was a kid, I was like, I can't wait till I grow up and I can get the real Ghostbusters stuff and be a real Ghostbuster. I totally thought the stuff was real, guys.
I'm gonna study science and psycho now and see all kind.
And I was like, that was back when I thought
that see stuff on TV.
That was back when I thought Sigourney Weaver was a woman.
1
billion electron volts.
Yeah. You know what I'm glad they didn't do was knee-jerk make a Ghostbusters 3 because of the success of the first two, right? They waited till this long, and I think that's fine.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to watch it. I'm not going to...
It works. Hey, it works with with canon. It works with canon.
So I don't have to watch fat trannies ruin the story for me?
Exactly. Just imagine that never happened.
Yeah, okay, good.
It's a different universe.
Yeah, no more pink Ghostbusters.
Oh my god, it's so bad.
They turned it into a Starbucks.
They should be beat about the neck and face for that. I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna Easter egg alert, right?
No.
They turned the firehouse into a Starbucks.
I don't. God
damn the movie.
Don't talk about it.
The other series.
Well, I hadn't intended to watch the new Glowbusters.
I'm gonna go watch it right now because Josh, you're gonna fucking ruin it for me. I'll be back later.
Well, I mean, it's just like with no spoilers. Is it worth watching? Because I didn't watch the last one. I was just
it is worth watching.
Okay,
it is worth watching.
Okay,
even with spoilers, it's worth watching.
The only one was referenced because how horrible they made the other one.
Okay, I guess I'll check it out.
You know, higher and higher. Whoa, Marshmallow Man.
I'll take your word for it, but if I'm wrong, I'm going to come back and fucking slam it. You know?
Well, did you like the first Ghostbusters, Helio?
What? Yeah. I mean, when I was a kid.
The ones from the 80s and
I
early
was a
90s?
kid when that shit came out. Yeah, I loved it.
Yeah, then you're gonna love this one.
All right,
You guys remember dancing when the Marshmallow Man came out and they played the song and
hell yeah,
opens it up.
Josh, whatever you gave me, the link doesn't work.
Look at all that
marshmallow. I'll find it. I'm not
going
gonna watch it tonight because I'm already watching something else. I'm watching the new Cobra Kai season, but I'll share the link to the new Glowbuster.
Why would you watch Cobra Kai?
Because it's stupid.
Yeah, it's stupid and fun. I like it.
Try this one, Glad.
What are you talking about? Why would you watch Globe? I mean, keep saying Glowbusters, Ghostbusters. Why would you watch Ghostbusters?
I'll watch Glowbusters. How about that?
Because it's stupid and fun. That's right.
Yeah, Josh. Yeah, that's the shit right there. Yeah.
Okay.
You know what's silly about Karate Kid, right? Is the move.
I think it's because you're on a safari.
You know the move that the kid does where he stands on one foot? That's from the crane martial arts, which is also Wing Chun. It's not a karate move at all. That's not.
Yeah, exactly. That's what's so fun about it. It's just like, I mean, that's
drama.
Yeah, it's drama. I mean, why do you think that you read books? I mean, it's suspension of disbelief. It's just like, well, that's not real. Well, it's not real for you, and it's not real for anybody. But it's action and it's performance. It's like it's fiction. Which is it's exciting. I mean, what the fuck else are you gonna do? Go fishing?
Everyone that does karate, it will be offended by that movie. I'm telling you.
Oh, I know that. Yeah, we all know that. We all know that.
I mean, that's entertainment today. It doesn't have to be accurate, right? Balls don't have to be curving. Come on, man. How?
Hey, how about every single murder mystery that you watch or listen to or read? That's not real either. I mean, most people don't do shit like that. But it's a murder mystery. It's a fiction story, and it's enticing. To just like, ooh, this is a possibility. Let me suspend my disbelief. Outside of my real experience. And I'm saying this from because I listen to a lot of fiction, fiction audiobooks, and I've read many, many, many different fantasy and audiobook or fiction books, throughout my lifetime. But I'm kind of addicted to a lot of audiobooks right now, and so yeah, I mean, it's like, hey, this isn't real. It's like, you know what, you can tell it's not real when it's not real. But
No, you could tell it's not real because it looks so real. That's how you know it's fake, right?
Exactly. You know it's real because it looks so fake.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
I can't believe he actually said that. I can't believe he actually said it though.
Oh, you're talking about Elon when he said that?
Yeah, when you guys told me that he said that, I didn't think you were serious, and you guys actually had to show me him saying it.
Yeah, and he did.
I actually had to read his lips.
Can you imagine how many Globers would not believe it? He actually said, like, come on, man, you guys are just trolling. And then you show it to them, and they're like, they do that.
That's what he said. But it's like,
that's when they do that backflip mental gymnastics, and they say, well, he said it because he's being honest.
Exactly.
Yeah, and they come in here saying we're lying about this and that. And it's just like, hey, when we say that Elon Musk said, it's real because it looks so fake, they're like, oh, show it to me. And then when we show it to them, like,
They're like,
well, he
like,
didn't mean it like
CGI
that. He didn't mean it like that, It was just
like,
like, God damn it.
somersault flip into a back out of this world and abort.
That's
a
crazy.
backwards front flip. Those are called backflips, by the way.
Yeah. Triple somersault backflip into a backstroke. Yes. That's where we're at, like you're showing people evidence of things, and they're doing this mental thing, like, wow, what do we have to do? What more do we have to do, right? Okay, horse, here's the water. That's not water. Splash, splash.
Please
water.
splash.
Water's not wet. I asked my teacher. My teacher said water's not wet. I believed her.
Oh, is this Ghostbusters movie? Is it Afterlife? Is that
Yes.
Is that the one you're talking? All right, I have a link for it. Oh, come on. This link.
I have a Wootly link, which will work on most devices, including PlayStation and Xbox.
There's a shiitake mushroom.
This one's pretty good. I mean, you might want to have a ADB installed on your browser, but this one should work. Anyway, so we talked about the Globebusters. I mean, Ghostbusters.
So did you say you put an aid on your computer? So you're an aid user?
No, ADB, which is Ad Blocker Plus. It's a if you're using a Chrome browser, it's called Ad Blocker Plus. It's just an add-on you put on your browser.
I use Brave. It blocks all ads.
Yeah, I don't use Brave. I tried it. I
like,
just use Chrome. I know all about Brave and everything.
Those old websites you go to that's just full of ads. Those websites won't even load with this. You have to take the shields down and for it to load.
I'm quite familiar with all of that. I mean, it's just more comfortable for me to all across, the platforms, my phone and everything. All of it works together, with me, for this.
I kind of want to get one of those real life They Live glasses.
Well, I was born with those glasses, so I don't even have to use.
It
I don't
blocks
have to
all
worry
digital
about.
media
I don't have to.
screens.
I have to pretend that I'm not being.
So say you're like walking downtown New York and you have all those digital screens with all this video, right? That everyone sees all the time, right? It's like programming. So you have these glasses on, these sunglasses, and all those screens are black.
And it says obey.
So we
They all
survived.
say obey, right?
No, it doesn't say obey. It just doesn't say anything. It's just blacked out.
Oh,
it blocks all media. Except for like LED tickers.
Okay, bro, whatever.
Like any kind of digital screen, it's blocked because it does something with the polarization. Like your cell phone too can't be seen.
Okay, well, see, I'm not anonymous.
Like $60.
Everybody can find. It's really easy to find me. I'm not anonymous. Whatever. I'm not scared of the government or anything like that.
No, I'm not. Never mind, dude. I'm saying, like, instead of being bombarded with advertising all the time, subliminal advertising, you just put these glasses on and, you won't get a headache when you're walking through, like, downtown metropolis areas with these digital screens displaying shit everywhere. It's pretty interesting.
Are you talking about physical glasses that you wear?
Yes.
They block LED screens?
They block all digital screens. Here, let me find the.
I actually don't
the
want
thing.
that. I actually kind of want to see what's happening. That's
like the polarized glasses. You know how they block off the glare.
I've used polarized lenses before, but they don't block. They don't just completely make LED screens freaking blank. I've never used glasses like that before. It's pretty strange. They need to make some of those glasses, like if you're walking through Times Square or whatever with all those fucking big LED screens, just like make it look like in that movie.
There's the link for it, IR
Like,
Labs.
here, put these fucking glasses on. Choose
IRL Labs. Like you can still see signs and all that stuff, but wherever like there's a television screen or a digital screen that displays anything, it doesn't pick it up.
Okay, well, why wouldn't? Well, yeah, I see dead ideas projected to me as propaganda. Have you guys ever seen? I came across like this, randomly on Facebook the other day. It was Shaq was like, I met. This is what reminded me of it. CB just put this up. He was talking about I was with Stevie Wonder, and he was like, I don't know if that motherfucker's blind or not, but he knew where to touch, where to go. He was just explaining like one experience in an elevator.
Yeah, Shaq.
Did you see
That's
it?
hilarious.
Yeah,
it's hilarious. He said, "I didn't say nothing to him. I wasn't breathing or nothing." He said, "What's up, Big Diesel?"
And he's like, I'm not sure if that motherfucker can see or not. I mean, he acted like he could see, but I don't know. That was funny. And I think there's something to that.
George Bush did wave at him, so maybe Bush knows something we don't know. Or he's a fucking idiot. Or he doesn't, so.
I mean, he's from Texas anyway, but
No, he's not.
I'm just fucking with you. I'm fucking with Hank.
Delaware.
I had to fuck with Hank on that one. Whatever.
Shit, no, they're from Delaware, dude.
Yeah, I mean they're probably related to the
Just like
Kennedys. Right?
Biden. Oh man, Skull and Bones.
All that shit.
Yeah, he moved to Texas when George Jr. was young. Jeb was born in Texas.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they're related to the Kennedys. You know, it's not necessarily a secret when it comes.
Yeah, that magic bullet's related to Bush.
Sure enough, is. I mean, what this is?
Which Bush has the most bugs in its operating system? Is it Bush 2.0 or 1.0?
I think 3.0 is the slowest. Doo-doo-ch.
I can't be racist. I married a Cuban.
Dude, we gotta have a movie night watching Blazing Saddles one night. I mean, we can't do it on live stream, but we can do it. And we got. I love this movie. The Blazing Saddles. I can't remember the fucking words of the song. Instead of trying not to offend anybody, can we just
try to
back?
offend everybody?
Yeah, can we go back just offending everybody? Let's do that. It's better. Funner.
Baby, you're so talented. And they so dumb.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we got.
You guys ever seen the new guy?
We have to have a Blazing Saddles watch night.
New guy. What's new guy?
With Eddie Griffin?
Eddie Griffin?
Is that the one where he pretends to be a cop?
No, that's the one where they go to prison. And he's like, who's the bitch now?
No.
Anyway, that dude is so funny. If you ever get a chance to watch that. The new kid. I think it's the new kid. I think that's it.
Oh, yeah. New kid, yeah.
Let me try it. See if I can find it. Let's see if I know what
Helio, can you please delete your last voice text message so I can give some credit to the wonderful chat that we have tonight? Chalian Cat, Triple for the Truth, Godzilla, and Muscle Car Overload holding it down that I can finally retire and Glatphobe can finally retire from the chat. We don't have to kill any more newbies in there. Thank you very much.
I haven't
Great.
put
That's a
anything
great
in there
comment.
for a
That's
while.
exactly what I wanted you to say. That's
Meme you
exactly
posted
that was the
is what
perfect
is.
thing to say. Thank you.
Okay. Fine. I haven't put anything in the live
My
stream
goodness.
text for a while.
That's good. Just keep up the good work.
Okay, your mama. How about that? Me and XO get along great. I mean, just it's okay.
There you go, XO.
It's already fixed. Don't even worry.
I just walked back in the room and I heard you say "Yo, mama."
What? I haven't.
What is
He
up
was
with
saying
those
to delete my
green-ass
last text.
eyes?
I haven't put anything in the live stream text for like
Seriously.
an hour. I don't know what the fuck.
Seriously. What's up with those algae eyes?
That's true. For 2 minutes to Helio Skeptic is basically an hour. So I apologize for the confusion on the time. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to fill me in
Gemsy.
on what the fuck you're talking about.
Gemsy. No, I just need Gemsy to know. I just need a witness, and Gemsy is my witness, and I don't have to explain anything else.
All right, Jimsy, since you're helping out XO, why don't you give me a screenshot of where I posted in the live stream voice text?
Check it out, bro. I tagged you, my brother. Check. I tagged you. You haven't posted anything for the last hour.
So real quick for the record, so 22 minutes after the hour, Helioskeptic went ahead and posted, instead of trying not to offend anybody, can go back to offending everybody. That happened actually, though, in the mind of Helioskeptic, approximately 63 minutes.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the YouTube channel. Maybe that's where we're losing, you know, because I haven't posted in
everybody
the
can
YouTube
tell
channel
it's my
text.
fault. Yeah, it's fine. Everybody knows it's my fault. Thank you.
I mean, do you want me to remove this one of Blazing Saddles?
No, it's taken care of. It's fixed.
It's fine.
Don't worry about
Thank you. It's good. We're good to go. It's not a big deal. Special shout to Chai Cat for exposing the Gay Tricks movie that was recently released. Yeah, he had a good review on that.
How do you? I mean, anywhere.
Is anybody else confused about this besides me? Everybody knows except for me. Is this like a joke?
We've already moved on past. Yeah, we've moved on past that, Helio. We're trying to move back.
I haven't gotten a DM from anyone about this.
I sent you a DM. Check your DM.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
not
Helio,
seeing
you
it.
and
I'm
Don
not seeing it.
Dennis.
Who?
You're the only ones.
All right, cool. All right,
You
so
and Don
you're
Dennis, I know.
offended by the.
No, he's not offended. He's saying, okay, go back to
Slowly
the
backing out.
live
I'm
chat.
slowly walking backwards right now. I'm leaving the room. Okay.
If you go to the live stream voice text, right, you'll see where
you later.
Gemsy says here 2 hours, and then you have the XO posted something, and then you posted instead of trying not to offend anybody, and then right above that KJ posted this, and then I posted actually I think XO deleted it, but he posted that right there.
I guess I'm making a bigger deal than it should be. I guess whatever. But
Anyway,
whatever. It's over. I guess whatever.
Don't be
I see. I
offended.
think I see what was happening. Whatever.
don't take offense to it. It was just a confusion, right? He wasn't talking about the live stream text. He was talking about the live stream voice text.
I was just piggybacking on that offensive. Yeah.
Not the YouTube chat, but the Discord chat.
So in other words, Helio, put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Yeah.
You thought he was talking about the YouTube
I think
chat.
I will. I think I will do that.
But what he posted in the Discord chat had to do with the live stream chat on YouTube. Confusing.
See, that's where I was kind of confused. I was like, "What are you talking? Which one are you talking about?" Anyway, It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's over. Let's move on.
You know that chat that we post in relation to the live stream. It's kind of confusing, but that.
Yeah, that. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Let's go on.
I concur. So
Any
where's the
new
curve?
people? Any Globers that want to speak to Helio? Because we have Helio here.
No, you don't want. I don't want to talk anymore.
Where?
What?
I don't want to talk
Where's the
anymore.
curve?
Why are you lying, Helio? Why are you lying saying you want to talk?
You're just talking.
No, I just think that's funny. I don't blame you, bro. It feels like that sometimes, but it's a little upsetting. Like if I still believe, like
That's
I
funny.
said,
It's really
if I
funny
still
though.
believe the
Jamsy's
Earth
like,
went around the
Helio.
sun, I would want somebody
I'd
to
never
shake
do
the
that to you, Jamsy. He's like, hey, anybody want to talk to Jamsy about flat Earth? I don't do that shit to you.
Hang on, Helio. Page One Ministry was trying to say something.
Oh no, I was just saying I agree. Like, but at the same time, that if I believed that the Earth was spinning around the sun still at this point in my life, I would want somebody, because I believe the world's ending very, very soon. I would want somebody to shake the crap out of me and do everything they could to show me.
What do you mean the world's
Like they
ending?
do.
Is the sun gonna stop?
Yeah, I mean, in the
shining?
next few years, you know what? If I go in this tangent, if I answer this, it's going to get off topic. So maybe but I know that is not the frame.
Are you talking about the age ending in a few years?
No, I'm literally talking about like Jesus is about to destroy the earth, and they're going to tell you it's aliens,
Yeah,
and certain things.
Why would Jesus destroy the earth? That's kind
Because
of
he
weird.
promised he would.
Because
Really?
And certain things.
Jesus told you he was going to destroy the earth.
Yep, he
Yeah,
would be coming with a flaming sword.
by sword and by fire shall the Lord plead with all flesh.
For
And
the
from
record, I mean,
the one that
obviously he's just a man. I mean, anybody that can destroy the whole earth is just a man. So yeah,
Are
that
you
makes
writing
sense.
like a web server?
I don't think man has that power though. I don't think man is that powerful.
Sarcasm.
don't do
Sorry,
it
insert sarcasm. I'm not sarcastic enough. Let me
Telling you right
insert
now, don't do it again.
Phil Harris. Thank you.
Just trust me, man. What would you write it in? JavaScript.
Oscar Reyes. I'm glad you're here, Oscar Reyes. Yeah, keep going. Thank you.
Fuck them. They're dumb. They don't know what they're doing. Just listen to me, bro. Trust me.
Thanks, Oscar. Yeah.
Some idiot wanted to tell me that Office 365 was a good way to send out emails over a website. That's your job.
Yeah, my company uses that. It's really dumb.
From whatever you sent me. It's because I think my job has like standard tools that we need to use. It sounds like your job is like the people at your job think that they're gods when they're not.
So we went from Jesus is going to destroy the earth to emails over the wrong.
I feel like the management team wants to do engineering as well, but be managers.
Well, it's not just email demons, right? These daemons are all programs. Like when these auto run functions, when you plug a device in, a daemon will pop up and auto run a function called a file called auto run, and basically it tells it what happens when this peripheral gets plugged in, right? And it comes from the Latin word demon.
And then after that, put it in like ADL or AWX. And that's just kind of like the power, the answer power. That's not going to fix your issue. Yeah, it fixes the issue because you need a server, bro. Where are you going to have your server at?
Bruh, is this literally live right now, bruh?
For the
Are you
API.
listening? Is your mute
For
button?
the website. No, so the firewalls already have an API. The Ansible would be... No, don't use Ansible.
Is he supposed to be
All
on
you
mic
gotta
right now, guys, or am I?
You got to have a website.
I don't know. I think he's hot mic.
A URL, okay?
I think Oscar.
That this
Oscar,
person
sir.
can go to,
Oscar. Okay. Oscar Reyes. Thank you.
I was kind of confused. I mean, is anyone else following whatever he was saying?
Nobody has a clue. No,
Yeah.
he's talking about building a server.
So
Nobody cares.
back to
He's
Jesus
talking
is
about
going to
email
destroy the
streams.
world.
Yeah, Jesus is going to destroy the earth.
Amen. Amen. Amen.
All right, so amen. Jesus is going to destroy the earth.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's like a perfect sample for a death metal song. Let me tell you, Helio. Let's start writing.
No, you said it. I didn't. Or someone
So do
else
you
said
think
it.
he's
And then
gonna?
I'm just
I'll take
asking
credit.
if you agree with that person that said it. You said Jesus is going to destroy the earth.
Yeah, fire from the
Absolutely.
sky.
There will be a new heaven and a new earth. Yeah, he's going to absolutely destroy this plane of existence.
Fire in the sky.
This heaven,
Can't you see
this
that all
earth,
my
Wait,
castles
Helio,
are burning?
Helio, listen, I got a better idea. Helio, since you're kind of tipsy, let's just go right to it. Let's go to what matters. Fight fire with fire. Take it away.
Fight fire with fire. Ending is near. We also die.
Can
you already know what's up, XO, man. But
I know,
we've talked about this before.
All these metal bands were whining. Yeah.
Can you believe that Metallica invented death metal? Isn't that weird?
No, they not necessarily. They did. I mean, I wouldn't put it all on them.
Listen,
but yeah,
that's the very first death metal song. Yes, that is the #1 first death metal song ever.
What about the redheaded dude from what is it, Iron Maiden?
Weren't
Yeah,
they?
that would be called gay metal. Sorry, Hank. Thanks.
Gay metal.
But wasn't he originally a member of Metallica?
You talking about Dave
you're thinking
Mustaine?
of you're thinking of Mustaine.
Yeah, Mustaine. Yeah.
Well, he was
Yeah.
he
Who
was the
was that?
original guitarist
That's
for
not Iron Maiden, was it?
No. And Dave Mustaine was never death metal. He was like progressive heavy metal or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, hair metal. Yeah.
No, I'm not. No, he was good. It just wasn't death metal. I'm just saying, James Hetfield. I don't know what why he got the idea, but if you look at that song, listen to it, the riffs, that's death metal. That's 1983, 84. That's ahead of everybody.
Where?
Yeah, Kill 'Em All was one of my favorite albums, bro. I just forget.
Right, but the Ride the Lightning with that is it the last song on Ride the Lightning? That's Fight Fire with Fire because that song, let me tell you, that's fire.
Entangent near, fight fire with fire, busting with fear. We shall die.
I mean, come on. I'm gonna go look for a modern cover now. You got me thinking of this. I'm glad I reminded you to remind me to look for it. Thanks.
All right, well there you go then.
Elio's always glad he could help.
If you guys haven't noticed, a lot of some musicians have been trying to put forward a message hidden in their lyrics.
Well, it's like with a lot of Metallica stuff. I mean, I don't necessarily think that James or Kirk. I mean, I don't think they're smart enough to come up with a lot of their lyrics. I mean,
I'm just saying,
they probably came. I think some of their lyrics were
Are you
given
kidding?
to them.
Sonny Irma.
Have you listened to James Hetfield? I mean, he's made out like he's a big brute by the media, but he's actually pretty intelligent. The way that he talks about living off the land, natural food, clean water. I mean,
No, I'm talking about some of the earlier lyrics, like on "Kill 'Em All" and "Ride the Lightning," and it was the Four Horsemen and shit on "Ride the Lightning," and I think that's what XO's talking about. Just like some of these things, I mean, he wrote like songs about the Bible. Talking about I'm creeping death. Yeah, I mean, creeping death is about Exodus. But I mean, do you think that James Hetfield was a Christian and he's like, oh, I understand the Bible at 22 years old, and I'm writing a song called "Creeping Death."
No, they suck, bro. They're sellouts anyway. I don't care about them. That's why I'm looking for a cover. I'm not gonna listen to Metallica ever again. Go to hell.
No remorse, no repent. We don't care what it meant. Another day, another death, another sorrow, another breath. Anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, they were bitching about, getting robbed. But in reality, the fucking record label was robbing them. Fucking dumbass motherfuckers. Talk about useless idiots.
Like this shit. I don't care what you guys say. I like it. I like some old Metallica, whatever. But the patano that'll do. But the patano that'll do. But the patano that'll do. But the pow. Pow.
Max Caballero is pretty badass, though. You ever listen to his shit?
Caballero isn't
Sepultura. Early Sepultura. He's from Brazil.
Some of that stuff, yeah.
Soulfly. The Caballero Conspiracy. Nail Bomb. These are different bands he's in. Now he's playing in Cavalier Conspiracy with his son Igor on, I think he's lead guitar.
I wasn't a huge Sepultura fan, back in the day or whatever.
Igor Amadeus. Caballera.
I just found out. I saw a post today.
This is
on
new
Facebook.
metal. You're probably not into this new metal.
Wait, NU metal?
No.
New metal?
NEW. New metal that's come out, like Nuclear, Atomic Blast Records, all that stuff. Nuclear Records, Napalm Records.
So, you mean Nuclear Blast?
Yeah.
Yeah, Nuclear Blast has been around since in like early 90s. That's not.
Remember the song Back to the Primitive?
Yes.
Oh, man. That's a good song. What about Corey Taylor? He did a song with them, Soulfly. Jump the Fuck Up?
Yeah.
It's a good one, too.
They're all sellouts, though. That's the problem. Max is a sellout, too, now.
There you go, Helio. You might be interested in that one. It's Napalm Records.
Yeah, I know. They're all sellouts.
Spectoral War.
I don't deny it.
Listen, I wasn't calling them that until they're pushing this thing lately, by the way. I let them go with all their crap music. But now, the fact that they're pushing this government mass murder system, I'm sorry, but yeah.
Is that Pillbox? Is that Pillbox?
Dang right
it is. It is.
Remember?
Yeah, right. Pillbox. I've got a question for you,
Yeah.
and I've got Pillbox and for the rest of you guys. You know, sometimes we get the heliocentrists come in and the so-called professors and that they come in here, physicists, and they try to give us a psychological evaluation. You know, do you remember that? They want to interview us. Right. Okay. My first question is this: how many of you think that there is such a thing called the chemical imbalance of the brain as a real thing?
That's one issue. There are other issues, but
I do,
you
but
could call it. Yeah, you could call it that. But go ahead.
Right. Yeah. So you think it's a thing? Yeah.
Well, I mean, only
I think there are
because
other
that's
factors.
what it's been. That's
I
what it's
think
been
there are
explained to be.
other factors, though. I think that there are more spiritual factors involved, Jay.
Well, hold on.
Thank you very much. Right. Okay. Okay.
Hold
That's
on.
cool. Because you'd
Hold on
be
a second.
surprised to know that there is no such thing. That's completely been made up. There is no scientific evidence for that. It comes from the psychiatrist, and the psychiatrists themselves will tell you this. Okay.
So, what is schizophrenia?
Right. It's been man-made. Okay. Now,
What's
another question is
schizophrenia?
this.
Hello.
Sorry. Hello.
What's schizophrenia?
What? Schizophrenia? I don't know what that is. Talking to yourself, is it?
No, it's when you hear voices or
it can
you
be.
see things.
Hold on. It
It's
can be
rarely both.
You're talking to yourself.
Possession.
Hold on a minute. Hold on 1 second. It can be all kind of different things. I had an uncle. They said there was a chemical imbalance, and then they became schizophrenic, and they were regular before that the whole time that I ever knew them. Then all of a sudden they weren't. So something happened.
Yeah. Yeah, the drugs that they gave him, because if they gave him medication, it was the medication that done that, because there was no such thing.
Was it after he played with the Ouija board?
Years and years and years and years ago.
No, he never played with no Ouija board.
Right. So he was given.
Well, I
he was
definitely
given
wouldn't recommend
drugs.
it.
His father had the same diagnosis. He was regular for a while, and he was like a preacher, a pastor. Like he got high up, and then he became schizophrenic after a while. But they give you medicine. They gave him medicine that like helped him when he took his medicine. He didn't act like anything was the matter. But if he didn't, like at a certain time, like if he ever had like an episode or whatever, like the chemical imbalance or whatever you call it, I don't.
Yeah, there's no such thing.
He would act like he was a kid. Like whenever it would happen, and he didn't have any medication in his system, he would act like he was younger. So it wasn't nothing bad. It just, you know what I mean?
Jin, let me
Yeah,
know
well-
when I can talk to you about this. You just let me know we can talk for about 30 seconds.
So what is it? A miswiring? What is it? I mean, what would you call it? When somebody's regular every day, and then all of a sudden not regular. Like, I mean, it's something going on in their head, right? And something, I mean, right?
Yeah, I mean, okay. I mean, we don't know the story behind what happened to you. Was that your dad? Was that, or your uncle, or who was it?
My uncle. Well, I mean, I think
Your
the
uncle.
story they claimed it to be is it's hereditary. Is happened to his father's father, and then happened to him.
No scientific evidence at all. No
Of
scientific
what?
evidence for that. But
Of what?
if you're living in a condition,
No scientific
I mean,
evidence of what?
if you're living in a condition where, yeah, there's no scientific evidence.
Of what?
Follow any scientific pattern of what you're talking about. You know, of it being hereditary, of the said disorder being hereditary. There is no scientific method they use to evaluate.
Well, they were all deemed schizophrenic after a certain
Well,
age.
that's what I'm saying. It could have all been made up because in the psychiatric industry, it's been well said that they cannot tell the difference between someone who's sane and insane. And there was an experiment done. I think it was called the Rosenthal experiment. I might have murdered that word. Okay, I can get it back for you later
Hold
on.
on a minute.
Rosenthal
No.
experiment.
That
Wait a
can't
minute.
be.
Wait a minute. Let me just get this out. Right, the Rosenthal experiment, where 8 people went into a psychiatric institution and they pretended to be, crazy, saying that they could hear things, and the main word they heard was like thud and other made up words. Okay, and then they got what's the word? Well, they got committed into the institution, and as soon as they were committed, they decided to go back to normal again, to see if they would be detected, and they never got detected at all. The only reason they knew that they were pretending was when they actually left the institute after claiming that they were sick. They were then released, and that's when they were told that there was nothing wrong with them in the first place. And with that, now the institution was absolutely annoyed and said, "Why don't you send some more in then, and we'll detect them?" Okay. So what happened? They didn't send anything in, and that same institution turned away 41 people that they thought they were pretending, and then there was 42 that were suspect. And it turns out that that no one sent anyone to them. So they proved their own point. They proved the point that they could not tell if someone was sane or insane. They can't. It's all made up. You see?
Hold on a minute. Yeah, but okay, I understand. All right, saying words, okay, I got you. But like,
Yeah.
if you're sitting there and your wife or your mother or your child that you know every day is a certain way, right?
Yeah.
Talking to you regular, whatever. You normally comes in, puts their coat down, does this, does whatever.
Right.
Today they come in, they do a spin, almost fall, start talking about lasers and say weird stuff, and like, what would you say?
I would say that that person was poisoned. Because that is the signature of someone who's received some kind of psychotropic drug of some kind, unknowingly. Because it doesn't happen. It doesn't follow that somebody you know. Hang on a second, dem. It does not follow that somebody you know coherently looks after the children, does everything perfectly well, comes home in that state.
Now hold on a minute. Now you said if somebody drugged them or if they were drugged,
Yeah.
right? Now
That's what
what
I'm
would
saying.
that drug? Now listen, what would that drug being introduced to their system be called other than a chemical imbalance?
Well, that's the thing. It's not of the brain. That was induced, wasn't it? that was induced by somebody.
Right.
That's
Hold
an
on.
external force.
That's what you're saying. Now, what if there was no drug induced by anybody?
Well, then, if there's no drug, then that's something that needs to be looked into properly. Then, as some kind of.
So I mean, all I'm saying is there's a reaction or something going on within that person's mind that I mean, they're an older person. They're like, hey, no, I didn't do this. No, nobody did. You know, what I mean, I don't know. Like they can answer you, they can talk to you, they can tell you what happened every day and all the time. Like they could tell you whether somebody was fucking poisoning them or if they felt like somebody was threatening them or.
Well, it's just the way you've described the situation is very, very vague indeed. It's not clear cut.
Well, I mean, no, it's not vague. Listen, my favorite uncle, right? My favorite uncle knew exactly how they acted, knew how they were, knew how they did stuff, how they joked, how they talked, right? All of a sudden, I go over there, a little bit older, go over there, talk to him. I didn't go over there for about a year, and I go over there to talk to him, and all of a sudden they're not the same. And I talk to their wife, and they're like, I don't know, just one day.
Well, that's not all of a sudden, bro. A year, a lot can happen to someone in a year.
No,
I
listen to
mean,
what I
there's all
said.
sorts.
Listen,
I did.
Hold on, damn it. You didn't even hear me. I talked to his wife. She's with him every fucking second. She said it just happened all of a sudden. He's just regular, and then all of a sudden he wasn't. Now I don't know if she did it. I don't know what the fuck. But from her mouth, from my understanding of what I know of him, he was regular and then did it. And then from her understanding, I asked her. I said, "Did this happen within time or whatever?" No, he was regular. Then like overnight, he wasn't. So I don't know.
Maybe he went to some places and they give him jibby jabbies.
I don't know about that. It's too long ago for any of that. Maybe he did go to a place and do something maybe he shouldn't have done. You know what I mean? Maybe he did have some psychedelics or
That's
something.
right.
I mean,
That's right.
now that's always possible. Now, why would that make you go? I mean, I know a million people that have done psychedelics, and there's nothing wrong with them. So why?
Well, it would be the kind of psychedelics, and for the duration of time. There's, I mean, again, what you've said. There's a little bit vague for
Oh, I
me.
guess, and if you mixed it, or if it was, yeah, you never know.
Yeah, you know, what I mean, I'm being very serious
But I
at the
mean,
moment. I'm being very
he went to
serious
like a psych
because.
ward.
Go ahead.
The one time he went to like a place or somewhere.
Okay, yeah, he's going through a bad patch. He's obviously driving and he's losing signal there. I'll just carry on. The reason I'm asking for this is because we need to look at those people who come into the server with their beliefs, and we have coherently, concisely, and today's performance was fantastic, guys, tried to explain to that physicist, right, his position clearly. On several occasions, you guys have been magnificent in clarifying their situation, clarifying it, and they still don't get it. Now, that makes you think, now, what's going on there? What kind of behavior patterns could you label them? And I'm sure there are several. Pillbox can begin. How would you describe the heliocentrist who comes in? He's calling himself a physicist or a specialist in this, that, or the other, and you explain to him the flat Earth truth together with the anomalies in the heliocentric model, and yet they don't get it. What would you describe that? What kind of labels would you give? Please.
Psychosis. If he goes out and makes the measurement himself, and then they see that they can see too far, and they say, well, it must be that something else is happening, even though I can't see it, I'm just going to use that word so that I can maintain my belief and this, that's separate from reality. So the definition of psychosis is, when you believe something and you've lost touch with reality, right?
Okay,
So
psychosis.
if they
Thank you
never
very
made the
much.
measurement and they just believe it because that's what they were told, that's called anchor bias. If they go out and take some measurements, like Tim Osmond, and see that they can see too far, and they say, well, it's just because there's wonky conditions at a foot above sea level, right? That dude has psychosis because he's seen the truth and refuses to accept the facts, and he's lost touch with reality.
Okay, now my question to you with that now, do you think he's a candidate to go to the psychiatrist and then get medication? Should that be the route? Get some kind of psychotropic drug?
Yeah, I would never recommend sending someone to a pseudoscientist.
Well done to that. Well done to that man. Right. Anybody else got another explanation and diagnosis for the same situation? Psychosis is not.
Yeah.
Go on.
You have them play with reality. Give them a tape measure.
Yeah, but we've said that. You give them a tape measure, they've gone out there, they've measured it, and they're still carrying on that it's not, as Hank said.
Oh, then there's just they're insane. They're insane. They're
All
going
right,
against the
you're
grain.
saying they're insane. Okay, so now that you've diagnosed that as insanity, do you think they should go to the psychiatrist now to get medication to correct that?
No, you don't need psychiatry for that. You just say, hey, this person's like clearly not stating reality. They're just going with their own shit. That's all.
Thank you very much indeed. Good. Anybody else care to chime in, please? Come on, Pillbox. I was expecting a lot from you, mate. He seems to have disappeared, perhaps. Or maybe it's not to his liking, perhaps. I don't know. That's a pity because I was wanting to have his input in particular. But okay, so can you see where I'm going with this, guys? Is that you've got a psychiatric industry that has got a diagnostic manual, right, which is full of emotions that we all feel every day, and they put that down as illnesses, which require some kind of psychotropic medication. And don't get me wrong, the psychiatric industry makes just short of a third of $1 trillion a year without any scientific.
It's sorcery.
It's
Truly
sorcery.
is magic, mind-bending shit.
Right, exactly. Thank you very much. Right, there you are. That's all I wanted to find out, because we've got people who come in here, and they think we are the retards. We are the ones that's incoherent, right? It's them that are incoherent. They're not. They can't even be bothered to actually look at the thing. It's a given to them, and that's strange. That's strange. I know we got cognitive dissonance. Okay, that's another disorder of some kind. But yeah, I just find it odd, and I just want to say
So,
that.
how many people know Pete Shea? Does everybody know Pete Shea?
Oh yeah, I know Pete Shea. Yeah, I know him for a long
Okay.
time. Yeah.
I don't have anything negative to say about the guy, but the last time I saw him, he was kind of talking about some things, and he was in the Jim Panda's hangouts. And I said, Pete Shea, I just took a picture of what I pulled out of my pocket, and I pulled 33 cents, 3 dimes and 3 pennies out of my pocket. I said, what do you make of that? It's kind of, because they were saying he's crazy, right? So I was kind of giving him a little litmus test. He said, well, maybe you need to understand the importance of 33 and Jesus' life and stuff like that. And I was like, okay, that's a good answer. And everybody else was saying, oh, he's a fucking madman, he's crazy. And I thought, why? Because he sees this as significant because of the Messiah, and then you guys don't see any significance at all, and therefore he should be locked in a cage and forced lobotomy and all this, medicine that'll make him want to be suicidal. Like, is that the answer, guys? And of course, they were like all spiraling like out of control. But I thought his answer was very coherent.
Yes,
Maybe
I would have
you
to say
need
it
to
was.
learn the importance of 33 and the
Right.
Messiah's life and death. That's what his
Right.
answer was.
That was a great answer, because he didn't judge you for being penniless. You penniless flat earther. No, he said basically the truth, didn't he? He got the number, and it has a relevance in the world today. It's important to know the significance of that number, because there are certain group of people who follow that number, don't they? Isn't that right? Isn't that right, Hank?
Yeah, I mean it's a symbolic number. It has different meanings for different people. Obviously, for me as a follower of Christ, I understand that it has to do with the year of his ministry, right? Because I believe he was in ministry for 1 year, not 3, like most people say. Um, but yeah, it's really important that final year of his life, right? And it doesn't matter if you think he's this or you think he's that. He changed the world forever. Like forever, this dude changed the world. In fact, today when we tell each other what date it is, we're referencing his birth as the reference frame when we give years.
Well,
Still to
okay.
this
I
day.
mean, but is that really a real time? Can we really verify that? No, we cannot. But anyway, that's
No,
fine.
we can't verify it, but it's the reference frame in which we count the years.
Yeah, so that's fine. But
That's why they say the day of our Lord and then the year of our
yeah,
Lord.
yeah, in the year of our Lord. Yeah, that's right. That'd be a Christian thing again, which is a man-made construct in itself. But okay. So what I'm trying to say is that flat earthers are more coherent and closer to God. Not that I'm religious, but closer to the Creator than any of the heliocentrists, professors, physicists, and the like that come to this server. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Oh, well, hold on one second. Just on that note, right now, 1 minute past the hour, overly sensitive Mr. Guy just entered the room, and I can tell this guy's really smart and has evidence for the globe, and everybody's been waiting for this guy for several hours. So please, if there's any moderators, let's get him initiated because the genius has arrived.
Okay, let's have a go. Have you been listening, Bill Box? I asked for you. I called you for your opinion earlier.
Yeah, it was just there was a lot of people talking at once, so I needed to get an open set. We'll talk later about it, Jen, though. So don't trust me, I'm not going anywhere. So let's hold that thought for a minute, and let's see if overly sensitive. There's a genius atheist in the room, and I want to see if he knows how to use a microphone. You got to talk to them really slow, so somebody else is going to have to take over. Thanks.
All right, thank you. So we got someone coming in. All right, good news. So I will carry on until this individual arrives, and that is this. We are closer to God than the heliocentrists themselves and the so-called professors and the experts in the field. What would you say to that, guys?
Well, let me elaborate.
If a flat earther,
okay, I'll wait.
Yeah, if a flat earther is talking about going back to, the Ten Commandments, the natural way of doing things, I would say that's much closer to God than all this, so-called, modern way of thinking and doing things.
I would agree. I mean, I think, aren't most professor sciencey types atheists?
How the fuck do you know that?
How do I know that?
Well, hold on. Yeah, hold on 1 second. Watch this. Name one scientist that's an atheist. One. Thanks. Take your time.
Richard Dawkins.
Is the Earth a ball
He's not
yet?
a scientist. Wait, stop, excuse me 1 second. That's not a scientist. So now, so far, you've just proven that you don't know what a scientist is. Do you want to try again?
Why is everybody being silent?
Dave. Okay, Dave. Reset, Dave. Tell somebody.
Every day you talk.
Yep.
I mean,
just wait, let's do a mic check.
Yeah, I can hear you, Dave. We can hear you. Perfect. And a happy New Year to you. Right, let's move on.
Okay, hopefully Dave will reset. So real quick, so Richard Dawkins is not a scientist. Would you like to try again to name one atheist scientist? Go.
No, I guess there must not be any then.
Top of the hour here on Flat Earth, and tonight we take you deep into the belly of the beast as we tirelessly search for the ever-elusive evidence. I almost got it, KJ. I almost had
it. Listen, that's the point. Listen, do people know what a scientist is? Right? So let's hear about you. What do you have to say, young man? Let's talk to you for a second. I want to help you out. So tell me where you're from. How did you get here?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, he is.
Yes.
Yeah, Clint Eastwood, your fucking voice. Just talk normal.
All right, what do you want? Sorry, can you repeat your question?
I want to know. Wait, so just give me a second, guys. So if we can have a moderator help me out, if need be, just in case there's a seizure that could happen, which is very normal. So real quick, Guy Gene, clearly you came in here confused about what a scientist is. So I'm gonna just presuppose that you believe in evolution. If not, you at least believe in outer space and especially a magical ball religion. Am I correct?
You're goddamn right.
Of course I am, as usual. So the point is, people that believe in outer space and magical ball religions have no idea what a scientist is, let alone what science is. So I'd like you to elaborate on how you came to the conclusion, what went wrong in your life that made you think Richard Dawkins is a scientist. Please inform us.
Why are you being so aggressive about this?
Trust me, I am not being aggressive at all. And excuse me, just relax. Don't concern troll because the moderator is going to kick you. We're giving you a chance. You're in our house. We're giving you the microphone, okay, to speak. We want to help you, but we know that there's some serious problems here. I'm not going to be mean about it, but you've already claimed that you believe that Richard Dawkins is a scientist. So right now I'm hiding my children because I don't know what else to think. What's the next thing that's going to be out of your mind, Guy Gene is your name. So please, what would make you be so possessed to think Richard Dawkins is a scientist?
Because he is a person that performs science.
Oh, okay. So we still got a serious problem here. So again, put your kids in the other room, guys. This guy thinks that Richard Dawkins performs science. Okay, so now with that note, I'm now going to take the safety off my weapon. Can you please inform me one example of science that Richard Dawkins has performed? Slowly.
One example of science that he has performed?
Yes, one.
I don't know any of them off the top of my head.
Why would you make such a claim? Why would you make such a claim, sir?
You want to take over, Jen? I'll let you take over, Jen. You can take over.
No, you carry on.
It's really difficult to respond if you don't let me respond, right?
I know. Well, 1 second, guy. As you can tell, somebody else spoke up, and that's Jen. So he also is going to allow you to speak. So we're just kind of try to do this one thing at a time, Guy G. So do you notice so now we got two serious problems, actually three. First, you said that Richard Dawkins is a science. Secondly, you said because he performs science. And now number three, you have no idea what he's done that is involving science. So again, I'm going to now show the audience, someone that believes in outer space now has made this example for all of us to now wonder about what went wrong in your life, Gene, that you would make such a claim that Richard Dawkins is a.
Was that a question?
Yep.
Yes.
What was the question?
Yes. What went wrong in your life that would make you presume that Richard Dawkins is a scientist or has anything to do with science? Did you see something on TV? Was it an article were you in the store one day and you slipped on a banana peel, hit your head? What went wrong, Guy Gene?
So I'm going to assume that the question that you're asking is what makes me think that he's a scientist, right?
That's correct.
Yes. There you go.
Okay,
Thank you, Glad. Yep.
So, he has published papers in the field of biology, which is a science. And I believe that a practitioner of science is a scientist. Or at least one that does it in a professional domain, right?
Okay, so we're running into this issue again. You're presuming, or did you actually read the article, or can you? Here's the deal. Watch this. I'm not a prophet, but we all know for a fact, and everybody listening, that you have no ability and nobody's in any danger of you pointing one thing that's scientific that Richard Dawkins has ever done. Would you agree with that?
You are correct that I have not read any of his research papers.
I know this is amazing. And again, to the audience, no, I'm not a prophet. I've just been doing this for a very long time. So, Guy Gene, I'm just going to try to save your reputation right now. Would you like to pick somebody else? Would you like to pick anybody else besides Richard Dawkins right now to save your reputation so that we don't think you are a fundamentalist, psychopathic religious zealot? Please.
No, I don't see how you've shown that he's not a scientist. I think I very clearly laid out the case for it.
Oh, okay, very good. Very good.
It's just that you just don't like my answers.
Oh, okay, so then we're going to go back to your initial answer, Richard Dawkins. Great. Can you just give me one example? You can even use Google or phone a friend or maybe have the audience. Well, my audience here will actually, of the process of elimination, will give you some 4 examples, such as is evolution, the magical religion of, chia pets in outer space turning into monkeys. Is that part of science?
So you said you would let me research a little. Could you give me 30 seconds
Sure.
and I will pull up a paper?
Listen, if that's
and
the
it gives
point.
me a
If I
chance.
listen, Guy Gene,
Yeah.
just listen. While you're doing that, I'm not going to stop talking and then just have dead air, right? It would make sense for me to continue to talk.
That's fine.
While you're okay, can you just?
That's fine, but you
continue
should
to
know that I'm
search?
not going to be listening.
That's fine.
Guys,
I'm
you
listening.
don't
We got
have
an audience. You're not the only one in the world, kid.
It's okay, Guy Gene. Listen, we're giving you the proper ability to state your case. Here, he just deafened, so that's good.
That's fine. That's good.
Again, so this is a phenomenal example of, again, what we can tell when somebody comes into the room and claims that Richard Dawkins is a scientist. You know that you not only need to hide your kids, you need to hide your dogs and your goldfish. So when he comes back, hopefully he will at least attempt to give us one example of so-called science that not only Richard Dawkins, he can switch. I will allow him to change his answer to any other so-called Satanist pseudoscience practitioner. So hopefully he comes back very soon. In the meantime, Glatflobe and Jen, if you'd like to fill the airwaves right now, here it is at 11 past the hour, West Rocky South, several hundred miles south of the 37th parallel. Welcome to the end of the world, the edge of consciousness, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, where atheists show up.
Thank you very much.
And die. Thank you, Jen. Take over.
Right, I was just going to ask, does anybody know the meaning of gaijin in Japanese? Any one of us? Gaijin.
White devil.
Yeah, it's very close, very close. It means foreigners. Okay, so anyone who's not Japanese who goes to Japan on holiday, you'd be seen as a gaijin, a foreigner. That's what it means.
Gaijin. That doesn't sound good in either language. Foreigner or gaijin. You're a fucking gaijin. Get out of here.
Now who?
Okay.
Now excellent. Now excellent. Now who? So you changed his name, right, Jen, or did somebody else?
No, I didn't.
Oh, that's his name, I think.
That's his name. So wait, so that's a different name. There was another guy. I think he must have changed his name. It was another weird, really weird furry schizo name. You know, these new agers. And I think once I called him out, he changed his name to Gaijin. So you know, these kids love their anime, Jen, and these little white kids in North America.
The anime. That's right. That's correct. Yeah. So that's where that's coming from. Yeah. I do make it a point though when I see Japanese on holiday in other parts of the world, I call them gaijins. You know, and the reaction is funny. You go, no, I'm Japanese. No, you're gaijin because you're in a foreign country. Yeah, gaijin san. Take it and eat it. Gaijin. Thank you.
I just want to point out for the record, it's been an entire minute and a half, minute and 45 seconds. Gaijin is still looking for science involving Richard Dawkins, but you guys.
Yeah, it's going to take it. That will take him a little while. I would have to say. Let's give him at least 5 minutes to get it together.
No, I'm not allowed to bet, but I can remember who's betting. If you'd like to bet if he's going to just leave or not, if he's going to stay, that would be the going odds right now are 2-1 that he's going to not come back and.
Well,
yeah, and you know, my friend, I see that he's deafened, I see that he's muted, and I see that bodes well. My friends, ladies and gentlemen, this guy might actually be doing some research.
Yeah, I will give him the benefit of the doubt because he does sound articulate, that he will come back. He's got some balls, I think. I would hope.
Ooh,
So
the
I'll
odds
give
are
him the
changing now. Now the odds have tilted in that he's going to return now. 72% chance that he's going to return. Impressive.
Yeah.
Fucking pillbox. You're a fucking nut.
No, you see, that is the sign of sanity at its best. Pillbox is the sign of sanity at its best.
Exactly.
Okay.
You know why? Listen, you know why it's so funny, Jen and God Rockin' and Glat? Because it's the best truth you've ever heard in your life, and truth is hilarious.
It sure is. It gets you right to the core, and that's why you laugh.
Truth is sweet. Truth is sweet. Truth is beauty.
Yep.
Truth is great.
Right.
And when it's been delivered by you guys, it's ecstasy.
Yeah, you ever notice anytime you watch a comedy show, it's when they're telling the truth is when it's funny.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I do like it when you allow the heliocentrist to actually try and express him or herself, and they talk themselves into trouble. It's just hilarious.
You just
honestly.
nailed it. That's exactly what I do. I am here to allow them to build their own mousetrap and kick the stick out from underneath their own ass. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey,
listen. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, once the Globers figure out the difference between their asshole and their oatmeal, they could come in and talk to us about whether or not the Earth's a globe and why they think it might be.
Exactly.
Well,
What
folks,
we
looks
do
like
here is literally.
looks like the odds are changing though. We're back down to about a 50-50 chance now in the returning or leaving. Right now
Yeah.
it's been approximately 4 minutes since the little furry Gaijin has made his claim that, again, for the audience that wasn't here, 4 minutes and 21 seconds ago, Gaijin came in and said, of course, atheists are science. And when we asked him who would be a scientist that's an atheist, of all people, he chose the name Richard Dawkins. So again, keep your fish behind you, keep your dogs hidden, because at this point, we don't know what's going to happen next, ladies and gentlemen. But here we are.
Don't lose sight of your
4 minutes and
fish.
45 seconds. Yep, just don't let your fishes out of their tank just yet. Hold on. Now, the good news is if the fish comes out of the tank, more than likely, according to people like Richard Dawkins and other people that practice satanic blood rituals, it might grow legs.
That's right. It's trying to get the evolution thing going, dude. It heard the conversation. It's like I need to be a part of that. Let's see if I can evolve.
We have now passed the 5-minute mark.
Where did we go to cast our votes on our betting odds?
Well, right now, it's not looking good for you guys. Listen, I tried to warn them about 4 minutes ago. Glatt and Jin, tried to.
I'm still holding out for this guy.
Yeah. Right now, the betting odds are now 3-1 that he is going to go bye-bye. Okay, so we're going to see real quick what's going to happen here or not.
I think he's going to come back. It's going to be something else that he wants to argue.
I think you might be right, yeah. Could be.
I hope so. Please. Yeah, he's back, guys. Shh.
There he is. Okay, we have a winner real quick, ladies and gentlemen. 5 minutes and 59 seconds on the dot. Just shy of 6 minutes, of course. 666 seconds, of course, is what he was eventually
counting.
to.
Guy,
welcome back. If you could just relax for about 5 seconds, let us give you another intro. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Gaijin is back to tell us about atheists in science. If he doesn't have an example for Richard Dawkins, we will give him a freebie and allow him to change the name and then find another example. So, Gaijin, what did you find?
Oh, if you want me to start with Richard Dawkins, I have one right here.
We'd love to hear about it. Go ahead.
Do digger wasps commit the Concord fallacy? It's a research paper that he published. And by the way, if you want other names, I have other names as well.
So check it out, fella. Does Richard Dawkins give you an inkling on whether or not the Earth measures flat? Or,
Well, Glad. Wait, don't cut him off just yet. He has to give us an example, right? So again, since and what's his name?
Okay, go ahead. Sorry,
John was correct. So, Gaijin, what is the example of science that, in any way, shape, or form, what sort of science is Richard Dawkins involved in? And could you please give the citation and then point it out, please?
Sure. I already read out the title of the paper. Would you like me to say it again?
No.
Yeah, just one more time. That fallacy's got me reeling.
Sure,
Is it fallacy?
Yeah, the study is called, or the paper rather, is called "Do Digger Wasps Commit the Concord Fallacy?" Are you going to ask where the independent variable is? Is that what you're going to ask me?
I want you to point out in the article where the science is and what type of science is it, since I know that you believe there's multiple versions. Go ahead.
I see. Well, I know it's very difficult to understand, but the science is an abstract concept that's not like the words in the paper, right? Science is a method.
Okay, that's fine. Hold on, guys. Hold on 1 second. That's fine. I hold on. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, Gaijin, and pretend that that's okay. So now go ahead and point out where there's words, right? There's letters and stuff, right? That's in the article. Where is the science in the article? Go ahead and read it for us.
Again, you're asking me to point to love, right? Like, I can't point to an idea.
Precisely.
He's already. Are you backing out already, Gaijin?
We're outside of science.
Now, hold on, Godrock, and hold on, gentlemen. Glatphobe, 1 second. Now, what you just witnessed is that I allowed him to even define his own science, and he still can't point it out. Do you like that, Jin?
I like it.
You understand that?
What do I need to do? I need to hold him by the hand and give some crayons? Would that make it easier? I don't know what else.
I
What do I
think
need
you're
to
going to
do?
need to do some assisting there, I think.
I know. I mean, someone's going to have to help me help you now,
No,
Guy
he-
Gene, because I'm literally allowing you to pick a definition for science and then show me where it is. And now you're saying you can't already?
Yeah,
Really?
He'll just end up eating the crayons.
It's impossible to point to abstract concepts.
But guys,
Whoa, it's an abstract. So now, wait. So okay.
Yeah.
So hold on, listen. I'm going to have to hand this conversation over
point
to the
to
line.
It's a revelation.
Just relax,
It's a
Guy
revelation.
Jane. Guy Jane. Yeah, guys. This one. Hold on. Just, I'm going to have to go back and forth a couple more times. 1 second, guys. Everybody relax. So, Guy Jane, I'm desperately trying to help you. So help me help you. And can you just read out of that article the part that is science?
My name's Guy, by the way.
That's fine.
Guy.
That's fine, little.
Oh,
That's
now
fine,
you're
little guy.
judo
Okay,
Guy.
furry. Right. That's
Okay.
fine. Okay. Are you Japanese, by the way?
No.
Okay, that's what
But
I
you're
won
using
that bet.
Japanese
Is it
words.
John?
Right. Hold on, Jin. One
Gijon?
second, guys. Guys, can you just let
Like
me please
Gidget?
just? I know. Can you relax, Joshua, please? So 1 second. So okay, that was my prediction, Jin. So you got me on that one. So again, Guy, can you again? I'm asking you, point out or be able to read, use your big boy words, the science in the article, please. Thanks.
You're asking me to point to an abstract idea, which
No, it's not abstract. It's science. Which
you
do
see,
you know what?
you see,
Okay.
this conversation
No.
requires-
You're hiding again. Don't be a normal atheist. Listen, it's okay for atheists not to hide from me. I'm not that scary, and this is just the
difficult to
internet.
answer
I
you if you
can't
keep
hurt
interrupting
you.
me.
Guy, I can't hurt you. It's okay. This is your claim, and now you're saying you can't even tell us what you're talking about. You can't even give us the example. We allowed you to find the article. You didn't even know what you were talking about. You just found the article. You claim it's science, and you can't even tell us what the science is. Do I need to define the word is for you, Guy?
No, I can tell you what the science is just fine. I just can't point to it physically. It's not something
No.
lives
There is a
concrete.
portion such as, oh, they found out this insect does X, Y, and Z. Letters combined creating words to explain what this is. That's all you have to do. Did they learn
yeah, I can do
something
that.
that they didn't? Just go ahead and try. Tell me where the science is in the article, please.
No. Well, that's different than what you just said a sentence ago, right? A sentence ago, you said.
No, that's what he
point me
said
to
all
the
along.
part-
That's what he
Hold on. Hold on.
That's
You
what he's
said
been saying all
a
along, mate.
sentence ago- A
Honestly.
sentence ago. Hold on. A sentence ago, you said just point to me to the conclusion, basically. Which I can do
No,
that.
I did
in
not
the
say
last-
conclusion.
Yeah.
See, now you've added a word. See, that's
Never
how
mind
evolution
anyway.
works.
Let's carry on.
Nobody
Let's
said
carry
that.
on. Let's carry
Yeah,
on.
just go ahead and
In the
try.
interest-
Guy, just go ahead and try to read where the science is, please.
Oh, it's
Go
not
ahead,
what the
Jim.
science is. I can't read where the science is because
Wow.
science
So you
isn't in the
haven't read
physical
the
place.
article? Did you want to try to maybe read the article first before you make a claim? You think that might be a better idea?
Nah, I read the abstract. I understand what abstracts are supposed to
Okay.
convey.
Do you
Okay, go
wanna
ahead then.
claim what type? Okay, well, hold on 1 second. What type of science is it? Because I know that you believe in many different versions of science. So, Guy, what type of science is it?
This is biology.
Okay, so it's biology in the sense of that they dissected a wasp. What's the animal in play here? Of course, Richard Dawkins didn't do that. So again, what did Richard Dawkins do that involves science?
They observed the behavior of a specific wasp, made a hypothesis about it, and then observed to see what reality said about the hypothesis, whether it was true or not.
Okay,
Right,
so
and then
what
based
part
on
of that
and
did
based
what
on-
part of that did Richard Dawkins do himself?
really
So what did
difficult.
Richard Dawkins do?
Oh boy,
What
it's
did
really
Richard Dawkins do? Yeah, you
It's
can't
really
answer.
difficult to give you an answer if you don't let me answer.
Haven't you already
it's the
figured
same
out that that's
question.
the way
Yep.
he talks? Just deal with it.
Interrupting is the way he talks.
No,
Yeah.
We're looking for an answer. You got to stop hiding from it, please.
Okay, so the what was your question again?
Oh my god.
See, I get in a bad state of mind because I keep getting interrupted. You know.
I
It's
know,
just-
Guy. Okay, so
it's just the way I
Guy,
speak.
what part of this experiment, which I know is a word you want to use, right? Experiment or science or extrapolation did Richard Dawkins do?
Oh, it's not an experiment.
Right, so where's the science? What science did Richard Dawkins do?
It's biology.
Right, so what science did Richard Dawkins do, Guy?
Yeah, I already explained it to you. He made a
So
hypothesis.
nothing. See, I
about the
can't even get. Listen,
behavior
guy. That's my
of
point.
wasps.
Okay. So for the record, again, I'm gonna have to hand this off to somebody else. You can't even get an atheist to make a claim. It's that easy. Thanks, guys.
I'm
Take
not
care.
an atheist.
Okay, so what's
Yes,
your claim?
You are
What's your
clearly
claim?
an atheist.
I'm a Catholic.
That's a claim. Excuse me.
I rest my case. Thank you.
I wasn't
I'm
answering
gonna.
the XO.
Okay, so the XO has just now said he rests his case, so I'm gonna take over if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Gaijin. Right?
Gi.
Guy, what is it now? Sorry, go ahead.
Just call me Gi.
Gi. His name is Gi now.
Okay, like when you
I have a Japanese word for
when
the
you don
uniform
a
we
gi.
wear when we
Yeah,
go
yeah.
out or
Yeah, like
You're
when
gonna
you don a gi.
right.
Yeah, sure.
You're gonna don a gi. Okay, got it. Gi. Super duper. Is the Earth a globe, my friend?
Butterfied butter.
What?
Is the Earth a globe?
Is sorry, Gi, is the Earth a globe? That's a yes.
Yes.
Okay. And what has convinced you of that? What about the world that presents itself to your senses, 5 senses? What exactly does the Earth do to tell you that it's a spinning globe?
Several things, if I'm allowed to think about what my senses detect.
We'll just talk about the one of them. Just give me one of them, because I feel like if we go into any others, we got to do time, right? Baby steps.
Right. If you're asking me if I can see the world as a globe, or I can feel the Earth as a globe, or I can smell the Earth as a globe, or I can hear the Earth as a globe, no, I can't do that.
Wow, see, that's very honest. Right. Nobody can, because it isn't a globe, but we'll get to that. It's a great answer. Thank you for being honest. So then your senses don't tell you you're on a globe. So what is it then that convinces you that you're on a globe? Could it be perhaps somebody else's for it?
Well, see, my senses, my 5 senses, don't tell me that my wife loves me, right? But I know my wife loves me. My 5 senses don't tell me that I have a bitching car, but I know I have a bitching car. My 5 senses don't tell me that. Well, I mean, I think you get my point, right?
I don't get your point. No, don't know what you're saying.
I don't get your point.
My point is that there are things.
Jin, hang on, Jin. Hang on, buddy. What were you saying, sir?
My point is that there are things that are obvious, immediately obvious from your senses. For example, that light is blue, right? That is immediately obvious when you look at a light. And there are other things that require...
It's a simpler question than you're making the answer. Let me try again. What about the Earth makes you think it is a globe, other than what you've been told?
Okay, that's a different question than what you asked.
No, it's not. It's the exact same question.
No, you asked me about my senses.
Listen, so if you can't trust your senses, what else do you trust? You have to trust someone else.
No.
And their senses. And whatever the fuck they say. Does that make sense?
No, it does not. You keep asking different questions, and I feel like you don't realize
it's the same question, man.
Yeah, it really is the same question. But that's okay.
Give me just 30 seconds, less than 30
Yeah, go ahead,
seconds.
Jin.
Right, basically, Guy, look, my man here is talking to you coherently. He's asking you the straight questions. You are not understanding the question. All I'll ask you to do is relax, breathe in. You're not being judged here. It is up to you to explain to us how you know the Earth is a globe. Now, you said you're not using your senses. So logically thinking, you must be listening to somebody else then. That's a logical path. It's still on course with the answer we want from you. How do you know the Earth is a spinning ball? Please answer. Go.
So I actually have several reasons. But you are correct that one of them relies on, at least to some degree, trusting somebody else, right?
Right.
And I mean, I can list off the reasons why I believe the Earth is.
Please
not.
Go with one. Yeah, just one, please.
Yeah, sure. Because, I mean, you're gonna have to give me like a minute, all right?
Yes.
So here's how I've typically seen learning facts, as I was growing up since I was a little kid. Right. I would go to science class, I would go to geology class or social studies class or whatever, right? And I would see a fact that was presented to me on a textbook.
Facts.
Right? And, and every once in a while I would see something that's unbelievable, right? Something that I have trouble believing. I'm like, that can't be right. Right?
Well, and then what did you do?
Unicorns?
Right? It's something like the square of the sum, or the sum of the squares of the side of a right triangle add up to the square of the...
Yes, so a banana walked down the street and asked a building out on a date. Yeah, who gives a fuck about it?
Yeah, and leprechauns in a book.
This specific
What
example
else does that help
is not
you with?
important. This specific example is not the point. It's not important.
Okay.
Right? My whole point is that I would see something, I'd be like, I don't believe that. Yet they're presenting to me as it's a fact, like it's true, right? And so then I would spend the time, however long it would take me, to verify that it is indeed correct. Then I'd be like, holy shit, this is right. This is correct. That one thing that I doubted. But hold on, I'm not done. Please. Allow me. I'm almost done, I swear, but I'm not done just yet. And then that would happen again, right? I would see, I would, like a teacher would present me a quote unquote fact, and I'd be like, that can't be right. So then I would look into it myself, and then I'd be like, holy shit, he's right.
You look into what? You're saying a bunch of nothing. When did you look into the Earth being curved?
Hold on. Let me finish, please. Yeah. So my whole point is that every once in a while I would find something that I don't believe was true, and then I would verify it, and it'd be true. And then I realized, okay, it would be a lot more efficient if instead of verifying every single little fact that was presented to me, I just verify a random subset to
you lost me. Excuse me. Listen, you lost me, and you lost the audience a while
what are
ago,
you talking
and that's
about?
okay. But listen, it's fine. It's fine.
Because you don't understand what I'm saying.
I do understand what you're saying. Let me see. You said that the kind of thinking is good, sir. You're questioning things. Yes, we get it. That's good. So you're saying, it's too much work, though, to go out and verify everything myself. That's great. That's exactly right. So what you do is you whittle your claims down, the claims you actually make that you can back up. You separate the wheat from the chaff on that, right? Then you got a lot less stuff that you have to claim you know about because you fucking don't. And then you can start one by one going and figure it out yourself. It's empiricism. But yes, you're right. That thought process, the questioning aspect of your demeanor is healthy. Use that moving forward.
I think you totally missed the point of my...
No, I didn't miss it. I understand what you're saying. Okay.
Yes, your ability
I've got
to
a question
talk.
for you though. What I think you need to do when you're explaining that your teacher or you saw something that you need to clarify that and recall what you did to verify that the Earth is a globe. You need to keep that coherent. You're being honest. I love it. Carry on.
Yeah, and you need to stop with the thinking you have this ability to talk over our heads in some way. You can't do that. I'm sorry.
Well,
we're with you 100%. Believe it or not.
The only reason I say that some points are going over some people's heads is because I'm sorry if I'm talking about.
They're not.
I mean, how do you know that? You can read minds?
It's okay, man.
Because we're not slow.
Yeah, some people just.
I'm not trying to say
get
you're
it.
slow.
You
Everybody
feel me?
misses
Some
stuff.
people just get it. Okay.
I mean,
anyway,
it's also possible that I'm not doing a very good job of using the right words to express what I'm thinking, right?
Maybe.
So,
That's
I'm
why
not
I said
trying to say you're stupid.
No, I know. Okay.
We started off asking you for evidence or demonstrations, and now you went to whatever you're doing now. So I mean, we don't know.
Yeah, it's just
right
gone
because I got accused of talking down to you guys, which I'm trying.
I didn't say that.
Just get on with it now. Come on.
You're fine. Let's just clear the slate. Can we please talk about why you think the Earth's a globe? One physical reason, a demonstration, a measurement, anything.
So the main reason is not physical, and as you alluded, is because I trust people, right? It's because I've verified a bunch of random claims for the so-called mainstream scientists that this is one that I trust. That's the main reason.
All right, cool. So
Helio, stop.
No.
Let him
I want to find out what.
Please let him finish, though.
No,
he wasn't done.
I know, but I want. What points do you think are going over our heads?
No, that's going backwards. We almost had him to make a claim. Just let him make a claim, dude. Please.
Second reason is that I've actually verified myself.
How?
Yeah.
So.
Do tell, please.
So if you granted, I have not gone out to the desert or to the ocean and taken a bunch of pictures. I just get them online, right, from like random places. But if you do that, and you can take, there's several approaches, right? What you can do is you can take the claimed radius of the Earth, right? Plug it into what you see plus what we know about electromagnetism, right? And you can reproduce scenarios which would give you the picture, which are not consistent with your
Scenario. Hold on. What's a scenario? What do you mean a scenario? What's that?
A scenario would be like different temperatures of the atmosphere at different points, like a different
what?
So over time, you understand that temperatures in one place.
Absolutely, but you haven't given us one piece of evidence yet. Nothing. Come on, man. We're just waiting
You
for
haven't
monkeys.
shown us.
I
turn your camera.
I
Do you
can't
have
give
the video
telling you why.
of you doing this stuff?
You're just making shit up, bro. Quit it. Tell us
Can I
the real. Just give us the real shit. Just give us the real shit.
So hold on. Guys, hold on, Dean. You're saying to take the radius, right? Plug it into some kind of equation and blah blah blah. But we're asking, what radius? You know, how did we do, like, where did the radius come from? Like, okay, the radius is a claimed number, all right? Where is it?
So as I said,
this is what he's avoiding.
How did you? Hold on. How did he substantiate it?
Okay, so 3 different people asked 3 questions. Let him answer one of them, please. Thanks.
He was. Go ahead.
As I said earlier, there are 2 ways in which you can do it. The way that I described it earlier is I just took the radius that the mainstream scientists tell us. The other way you could do it is that.
Which is what's the radius, by the way?
I don't remember.
Okay, then shut up.
No, Helio.
Now, hold on a second.
No.
When you got the radius, when you got the radius, how did you verify that was the radius? How did you verify that that's a right radius or not? Because maybe they put spaghetti numbers on there and it was wrong, and now you have to be in a position to see if it's right. How did you do that?
Yep, because for example, if you take a picture of the horizon, if you assume
you took a picture,
if somebody takes a picture, right, of the horizon,
Maybe you took a picture one time, right? Maybe you might have.
I am a photographer.
Why is everybody cutting this guy off?
No shit,
this
dude.
guy can't
Everybody
even
needs to
get a
shut
word
up and
in.
just let him speak.
I'll
Like
shut up.
we
You
get to
guys
talk
talk.
all the time. He's a glober who wants to talk to us. Just fucking let's do it right. Thank you.
Okay, so as I'm trying to say, is that if you take a picture of the horizon, okay, and you figure out a way to find out how far the horizon is, like you put a stick there or something, and you keep moving. You have a friend that moves it back until it disappears. So you have some verified way of finding out how far away the horizon is. Yep.
Do you see live stream text, Guy Jane? Click on live stream text. That's where we're posting stuff as we're talking about it. There's a picture of the horizon right there. I posted for you. Yeah. Go ahead and explain what you were saying.
Yeah, I'll start over. So the way that I can verify a certain radius, right, is that if I take a picture of the horizon and I know my elevation, I know how far away the horizon is.
Use the picture I posted. We know the elevation is given right there. Use that picture.
All right, I'm going to start over because I keep getting interrupted.
Yep.
The point that I'm trying to illustrate is that if somebody tells me a radius of the Earth and I'm trying to verify whether or not it's true, I can take a picture of the horizon, and all I need to know is how high I am, what's my the angle that I'm aiming the camera at, how far the horizon is, et cetera. And I take that, and then I plug it into a physics model that simulates our known laws of physics for electromagnetism, which is able to, sort of shift your perspective up and down. It's able to make this shorter or longer depending on atmospheric conditions, right? And you plug that in, it will predict where the horizon will be and how far the horizon will be, and you can just empirically verify that against the picture, right?
All right, cool. So I agree with you. I mean, where are you saying the horizon is the curvature of Earth?
Well, hang on, Helio. He didn't say gravity either. He said electromagnetic.
I know
electromagnetic, right?
I heard that part. I want to confirm this with him before we move on. Do you think that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth from where you're looking?
The curvature of the Earth will shift the horizon. Like where the horizon is a function of the curvature of the Earth and other things, right? But it's also a function of
based on what? Nobody. I've never heard anyone say that before.
Hold on a sec. Yeah, Jenny, you're right. Helio, you're right. You're right. When did you measure the curvature of the Earth, young man?
Or anyone else by that?
I just want to see his picture.
To him right now.
I want to see the picture he used.
Let me give
you guys
him
are wasting time.
Hold on. I mean, he keeps saying, where you're standing, we can do the measurement to the horizon. He's talking about, that must, I'm wondering if he thinks that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth. Is that a yes or no? That's a yes or no question. That would be a yes or a no. That's a yes or a no. Is the horizon the curvature of the Earth? Yes or no?
They're two different phrases. They're not
All
the
right,
same.
so the horizon is not the curvature of the Earth.
Correct.
You might want to talk to your globe friends about that one. They will not agree.
Oh, that's fine. Believe it or not, we're not all the same human being. So
hold on.
The globe narrative is finite and specific. But anyway, go ahead.
There's something like you said that if you were given the radius, right, of any ball, okay? Now let me give you a radius for a certain ball, okay? The radius is 4 inches. How do you know, right, where the horizon on this 4-inch radius ball is?
Yeah,
sure. Is the curvature of this 4-inch radius ball is the curvature the horizon when you look at it? Yes or no?
No, it's not.
It is. I've given you a baseball to hold in your hand, and you're looking at it, and you're seeing the horizon of that baseball. That is the curvature of the baseball. See, that's why I gave you a small radius example, so that you can kind of get your mind around this curvature thing we're talking about. We're talking about geometry, right?
The horizon is the visual point where the surface that you're standing on meets the sky.
Appears to meet the sky.
But now we're talking about planes. We're not talking about planes. We're talking
is the second derivative of space on a surface.
Hold on a second. If you hold on a minute, where's your picture at? Where's the picture where you're telling us where the horizon's at? Pop your picture in the back. We're gonna look. Then you tell us the distance to your horizon or your curve.
Yeah, you guys were telling me to shut up earlier. I knew where he was going. And that's why I asked him if he knows the claimed size of Earth, and he's like, "Well, that's not necessary."
Nobody told you to shut up.
No, somebody did, but anyway, but he doesn't. He doesn't know. He's like, "Well, that's not necessary. You don't know have to know the size of claimed ball Earth, and that's not true."
Right. He was ignoring the radius as if it's something you can just plug in. But it's very important. The radius is very important for any geometric shape, cube, sphere. It's very important to know the size of that thing if you want to work with it. So you cannot just go with concepts, man. You got to go get out there and measure things. And you can't go look at something that looks flat and say, just imagine things changing because of electromagnet. I don't know what you were saying, but we're talking about.
I can explain why I brought that up if you want me to, like the electromagnetism stuff.
Hey, Mr. G.
A lot of you already do this.
No, I want you to explain how you think the horizon can exist, and if it's the curvature of Earth, if you don't know what the claimed measurement of the radius of said ball Earth. That's what I want you to explain.
How can I know that the horizon exists?
No, the horizon exists to everyone. We all go to the ocean. We can look at the ocean as far as we can see. Yeah, that's the horizon where the ground appears to me, or the water appears to meet the sky. That's the horizon, right? You can see as far as you can see, right? Very simple, right? All right. Now, is that horizon the curvature of the Earth or not?
No, they're two different.
Okay, so now we live on third rock from the sun, ball Earth, 93 million miles away from the sun, and they say this ball of Earth has a certain radius. Do you know what that is?
I don't recall. I think it's
okay.
something
Well,
like
okay. Google it. I mean, that's what I'm saying. You think it has no relation at all to what you might or might not see when you're standing on a beach looking toward the horizon, and that's why I was asking you if you think that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth. I mean, this is very simple question.
Do you understand? I fully agree that where you see a horizon totally depends on the radius. As the radius goes up, the horizon changes, right? But that does not mean that they are the same thing. They're two related concepts.
The thing is, that's how planes
You
work.
said goes up. I don't know what goes up means. What do you mean by goes up?
Increases.
The problem is you're looking at a plane, right? And you're seeing, and you're trying to say that it's a ball. That's the problem. And you're saying that it appears to me. No. If it was a ball,
Hang
right,
on.
then the horizon has to be the curvature of said ball. Go ahead.
No, it's not the same. You saying if the world was a ball, therefore the horizon is the curvature.
This is the claim of the ball Earth. This is the claim of the globe Earth.
This
is geometry. It's geometry.
They're not the same thing. They're related, but they're not the same thing. That's like saying, let me think of a good analogy.
Yeah, it's time for the Black Swan now.
Hang on. Let me ask him a question, guys.
Go ahead.
Let me ask him a question real quick.
Go, Josh.
Say you're on a plane, like where you are is on a horizontal plane. This is a hypothetical question. Say a horizontal plane. Would there be a finite extinction to your view where you cannot see anymore because things are rendered too small for you to render through your optic nerve? So the higher you would go, the further you would be able to see on that plane. Would that also be correct?
Can you
would see
rephrase
more
your
ground. The higher altitude you go, you would be able to see more ground on a plane.
No, it doesn't matter at what altitude I am on a plane. Well, hold on. Sorry.
You know what I mean? Like, say you're on a table. Like, if you get at a ground
yourself
level,
because you
level
can
on a
see
table.
further.
Hang on, Helio. Say you take yourself on a ground level at a table, right? And so you can measure that distance. And you think, this table's pretty big. And then you just elevate yourself a little bit off the table and you can see the ground a lot better and see the true shape of it and notice that, hey, it goes out there and I can see a lot further. Saying that the table is the horizontal plane that you're looking at. I'm not saying the Earth. I'm just saying the horizontal plane as opposed to a spherical surface.
Would you mind if I ask my clarifying questions?
Yeah.
I keep getting interrupted. Okay. So, barring atmospheric effects, okay, going higher on a presumably infinite plane would not allow you to see more of it.
No, sir. Hold on. It's not presumably infinite, but just say plane. And re-ask the question. Re-ask the question. Don't say infinite plane. Never made that claim. Go ahead. Thanks. Got to be specific now.
Okay, he was.
So you go higher on a plane, right? You're seeing the plane. You're going up.
Bro, he was asking about a plane. I'm not. I presume he wasn't.
Whatever. Okay. Fine. I'm splitting hairs. Keep going.
Yes. It doesn't really matter anyway, because if you're
well,
on a
actually,
plane,
I was talking about a tabletop, but yeah.
If you're on the general plane, it doesn't matter if it's finite or infinite. Going higher up, as long as there's no atmospheric effects, will now allow you to see more of it.
Yes, of course. Yes.
You sure about that? Put your eye on your desk.
Yeah, sure.
And tell me if you can see the entire desk
field of
from
view
that level.
increases as you rise in altitude. Yes, of course.
Parts of my desk.
That's without question, whether or not it's flat or a globe. Your field of view increases as you rise in altitude.
No, if you're on
Are you freaking serious? Who told you
your
that?
field of view does not increase as you go up in altitude. It does not.
Really?
Okay, so you can't see further the higher you go. If you go up in a hot air balloon, you can't see further.
Okay.
Is that what you're saying, sir?
You're lying, child. You're lying.
If you're standing on an
infinite plane.
Nobody said it doesn't matter if it's a plane or a globe.
Christ.
When you go higher, you can see further. It's very simple. I mean, a 3-year-old knows this shit.
Helio,
Why
stop
are
yelling.
you? I know, right? Well, I just don't know why he's lying. I'm not lying, and I'm yelling, but whatever.
He's trying.
He doesn't
He's
know
trying.
that.
He's trying. He's not lying. He just is very confused.
I mean, I can draw a diagram about this, but if you're standing on a plane, infinite or not, it doesn't matter your altitude. You always have a direct line of sight to every single point on the plane.
Right. Do you agree it will always be at high level? But do you agree that no matter what height you are at, that the horizon will always be at your eye level, though? Because that's what you're saying.
For an infinite plane, yes.
It's not, well, it doesn't have to be an infinite plane, right? I mean, you can't really go, no matter how high you go, you're not going to see that it is infinite. You're only going to see as far as the clouds and the air lets you see, right?
No, I mean, we're talking.
I'm just saying without atmosphere, and for some reason, this guy wants to be on a virtual plane, and as you increase in altitude, you're going to see the same distance from the ground to 100 feet in the air to 1,000 feet in the air. You're gonna see the same distance around you. I mean, this is you have lost your mind. That's insane. No flat earther ever claimed that. You're just making this shit up in your mind.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, bro. You said that everything you can see. What?
He just called me insane. He said no flat earther ever claimed that. I'm asking him, claimed what?
You want to talk to Helio some more? Go ahead.
Yeah,
he got triggered by you saying the infinite plane. That's it. That's all it was.
He said
just
no
disregard
flat
it.
earther ever
Disregard
claimed
it.
that. So I'm asking him, what is what? Or that? What is what? What is that?
Hank has a question for you.
All right, I guess we're just moving on. What's up, Hank?
So you said that everything you can see on a flat plane is line of sight. That's true. But what if you have a drone and you fly it away, even though it's above the plane, just like you, but it's 2 miles away? Can you see the drone?
2 miles up or away forward?
Away, 400 feet off the ground. Can you see the drone?
So, depends what you mean by see.
What?
Are we taking into account the limitations of the human eye?
Oh, that's what we're getting at. Okay. So, the human eye has limitations. When you put the eye on the ground, the angle in between the ground and your eye, it's very low, right? And then as you increase altitude and you raise your eyes up, like in a hot air balloon, you can see more, right?
Sure.
Okay. So that works on a globe model and a flat model.
Correct.
The higher you go, the more you can see.
Correct,
right?
because areas which were really small in your field of view get stretched out as you move higher.
Right. There's more room in between your eye and the ground because you can see almost infinitely to the sky. If something was coming out of the sky, you'd be able to see the whole thing because the ground's not blocking it, right? But on the ground can block things even though it's flat because your angle of resolution is too low. Do you understand? So if you got a hockey puck, a mile away and it's perfectly flat, like perfectly within like the finest measurement that you could think of, like within the width of a human hair. You can't see the hockey puck a mile away if your eye is on the ground.
Right, but you could with a good enough telescope. My whole point is about principles. See, here's the thing we do in science.
You can't
we
see it
eliminate
with a
all
telescope
compounding
either.
variables, right?
That was adorable. 14-year-old goes, here's what we do in science, guys. Let me.
Yeah, bro.
Wait. I want to add to what Hank was saying.
Go ahead.
I want to add to what Hank was saying. When you put walls right up too, so now you got this plane underneath blocking. But when we bring up some walls, right now that's blocking. Now, I know you put something on that wall all the way down. you won't be able to see that hockey puck on the wall, just like you can't see the hockey puck on the ground. Why is that, right? What's happening here?
Wait, what? What was
Let's
the
put a
question?
ceiling on this and call it a hallway now, right? And let's put the hockey puck on the wall, one on the ceiling and one on the ground. Why can't we see any of them?
Wait. What's going on here? Could you
Okay.
repeat your question?
Okay, let's turn our ground into a hallway with a ceiling,
Okay.
right? And extend it. We
I'm on
have the
board.
hockey puck on the ground that Hank gave you, right? We can't see the hockey puck because the ground is blocking it. But now we're
No,
gonna
no.
put
Why
hockey
would the
pucks
ground be
all through.
Why would the ground be blocking it?
Wait, yeah, that's what I'm explaining. Now let's put those hockey pucks on the walls as well and the ceiling.
Hold on.
Right?
Why would the ground be blocking
Exactly.
the?
I'm answering that question. We cannot see the hockey pucks on the walls and the ceiling, just like we can't see a hockey puck on the ground. The question is, why? What's going on here?
I am so confused by this line of questioning. You've lost me.
So what I'm trying to point out is, if we extend our walls, right, so wide, right, we're going to see the hockey pucks
Bro,
on the wall.
stop adding
Right?
stuff. Go back. I need you to explain the very first thing you said.
Okay. Oh, check it out. The hockey puck is on the floor, right? And you say we can't see it because, but if we
Are we
pull up
still on the
a
flat
telescope,
plane or not? Are we just on the real
right, on the
world now?
plane, we're on the same plane.
Okay,
but we're
we're
gonna
on a
put
plane.
walls up. We're gonna put up walls just like we have the plane underneath, and we're gonna put a hockey puck on the walls just like we have on the ground,
On
right?
the walls?
On
What
the
are
wall.
you talking about?
Right?
I'm sorry. I don't
Right.
know.
Let me finish. Let me get to my point. Let me
confused
finish
right
with my point. Let me
Okay.
finish. Because I'm still painting the picture here.
Okay.
Your distance from the walls affects
Uh-huh.
whether or not you can see the hockey pucks on the wall. So if we made our walls, our hallway so big, right? You're gonna eventually be able to see the
What do you mean by
hockey puck
big? Do
on
you
the
mean
wall.
tall? Do you mean wide?
Wide, like wide. We're gonna make our walls wider. So as we extend outwards our walls, right? We're still not gonna be able to see the hockey puck on the
I
floor.
don't see why I don't see the hockey puck. The only reason why I
Well,
wouldn't
this
be
is
able to see the
what
hockey
I'm
puck
trying to
on the wall is
explain. Let me
because it's
finish the
behind
story.
it or
Let me finish the example.
bro.
We're still not going to be able to see the hockey puck on the ground. But if we extend our walls so they're wider, right? So we're farther away from them, we are going to see the hockey pucks on the walls, right? We're going to be able to see the hockey pucks on the walls.
Hey, listen, when you're far enough away from something, you can't resolve. It's called angular resolution. You won't be able to see something, no matter how large or small it is. The further you move away from it, it's called angular resolution. You will not be able to resolve it in your sight, even if you have a telescope.
Okay, Helioskeptic, real quick. You were correct earlier when you said that he was absolutely insane because he thinks that your vision doesn't change as you go higher. Obviously, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You might have to look for somebody else to speak to because you have a couple other people here that maybe, hopefully, aren't that stupid and have actually lived outside of a Cracker Jack box.
Oh no! I don't want.
No, I mean, was I wrong about that statement I just made? Was I wrong about that one?
But he doesn't believe you can see farther. Yet everybody in history stands up and gets higher to see farther on a flat surface.
I know, but anyway, even if you're on a surface, he thinks you can zoom in on a hockey puck fucking 1,000 miles away. You know,
I know
it's
he
crazy.
doesn't believe in binoculars. He doesn't believe in radar. He doesn't believe in cameras. Only works on a magical ball, which somebody baited him with. That doesn't make any sense. This has turned into a disaster.
Hold up, because I got to do the ceiling. This is the drone that Hank was talking about. Now, if we do the same thing with the ceiling, put the hockey puck on the ceiling. See, we're farther away from the ceiling. Let's just make the ceiling 10 feet tall. The ceiling is 10 feet tall, right? But if we extend the ceiling up and make it higher, you're eventually going to be able to see the hockey puck, right? If the hockey puck keeps going farther, or the drone keeps going farther away from us, it's going to dip back into that. It's going to go out of your angular resolution. You can't resolve because it's out. You have to push the ceiling of higher now, right? So you can see more of that plane in the sky, right? This is how the sun is moving above you. This is how airplanes are moving above you. Does that make sense yet?
No. You lost me so long
yes,
ago.
Bonk's out. Bong, he doesn't have a clue, Bong. He's grown up watching TV and thinks he's a Christian because he believes in the
Oh,
Catholic
okay. The XL explain it to what he said to me.
No. Guys, hold up, please. Do this experiment. This is a thought experiment I did. I removed everything around me, right? And now I'm just this thing in space. I don't know how big things are. I don't know how big I am. And then I put a plane underneath me, right? And then things start to, I can now maybe start to orientate myself. You know what I mean? Do this thought experiment. Take the walls away, put the walls back, put the floor back, put the ceiling on. Take it away, put it back on. Put things on the floor, on the ceilings, far away. You're gonna
When you
get it.
say I
You're
add a
gonna
wall,
get it.
hold on. When you say I add a wall, you need to explain to me the orientation
Right.
of the wall. Is the wall
Right.
facing me? Is the wall like a hallway, like a wall of a hallway going forward in my direction?
Right.
Because you didn't give me
So,
any of that in your
right,
explanations.
right.
I'm so
Right, I'm
confused.
going to give it to you right now. The reason why I say walls is because the thing underneath us that we call the plane, right? That's a wall, right? But it just happens to be underneath our feet. So how does this wall underneath our feet affect what I see on that floor, on that wall? Well, let me put a wall on the side and put things on the wall and see if it's the same, if it's going to have the same effect, if I'm too close to the wall, too far from the wall. Let me put a ceiling on this and look at that and see if it's the same, if it's doing the same thing. As I get far away from the ceiling, as the things on the ceiling get far away from me, do they do the same thing? Yes. And these walls are straight lines, see? And they're doing the things that we see in the real world do, right? That's what I mean by doing this experiment. You can kind of grasp the idea of a flat plane underneath us is obstructing things that are too far away, depending how far we are from that wall or floor or plane. That's the point. Go ahead. Does that help?
No.
Did that? No?
I
Put
need
things
a
on the floor.
diagram.
See if you get.
I mean,
Put things on the.
I got the flat plane beneath us, right? But you still
Hey,
haven't explained
there's a
the wall.
picture. There's a picture. If you back out of this voice chat, so to say, you'll still stay in it. There is a picture that is above that says Livestream voice chat. You click on that, and you can scroll through there. There's actually a picture that Central posted explaining what this subject's about. That'll help you.
Oh, I see. Okay, so in this picture, I see a flat plane. Excuse me. The coin moves back. Okay, the coin doesn't disappear over curvature because
no, it's just getting obstructed by the table, right? Because the table is closer, right?
No, well, the fact that the coin is obstructed by the table is one of two effects. One, either the table isn't actually flat, or two,
it's flat. It's a flat table.
Actually, three points.
It's a flat table.
One, either the table isn't actually flat. Two, there is somehow enough refraction over this short picture.
Buddy, it's
Oh wow. Okay, he's a refractionist, guys. You're talking to a schizophrenic who can't trust his senses anyway. It doesn't matter. It's over.
Things that are closer will appear to obstruct things that are further away. That's all
he
it
just
is.
conceded.
No, he just needs more time with this. Let's not push him away.
You think there's refraction in a picture that's not doing anything? It's just sitting there. It's not moving or anything.
He lives in
There's refraction in any picture.
So we know the table is flat. All right, that's what we know. We can remove that. We know that there's not enough atmosphere to talk about refraction. There's not enough moisture or anything in the air. Not to talk about refraction. It's not refraction. What was number 3?
Gravity. I think he quoted electromagnetism.
Hold on. Okay, guys. When he comes back, can we please not jump all over him? We got to try to let someone finish talking and then give it just 1 or 2 second space, and then try to speak. If we all do it, it might actually. It's crazy enough to work. So, thanks.
Agreed.
Yeah, please let him talk. Let's not rumpus and jump over him.
Yeah, because this is something that's hard for him. It's hard for everybody that's a globalist. The biggest thing is that they're coming from reading books of what they're told. So it's like earth-shattering for them to sit there and try and prove something without a... So...
Excuse me?
You're excused. Hello?
Yeah, I have a question.
We might have an answer, fella. What's going on?
I don't know about that.
Was that the question that you have a question?
No. My question is, if you were ever asked to actually go into a rocket, how would they even be able to fake it in any formal way?
Do what?
Same way they
I
do
guess
it now.
I guess you'd have to try it.
Very
Yeah,
simple.
I don't know.
When they
the way
send
that
the
they've already
rocket
been
up,
faking it for
they
50
blow
years,
it up.
they've been faking it.
Hold on a second. Can I just? How would who fake it and what? Who is they? Please.
Excuse me?
Who is
They, I
they?
mean,
Who are
the
they?
government, whoever
Hold
fucking
on a second.
controls that rocket.
How would they? What do you mean? How? What do you mean faking it? Explain to me what that even means, real quick.
I don't know. I want to stay on topic.
Yeah, so stay on top and explain to us what you're talking about, slow mo.
Slow-mo? It's so slow, man.
Yeah, rockets are dependent on a flat Earth. To be able to send a rocket and watch it go up and then come down like they always do, that's dependent on a flat Earth.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying,
Still,
like,
my question is, if you were to be sent into a rocket, they wouldn't not blowing it up and also taking other people in, of course, not flat earthers. How would they fake it? How would they fake
They don't
0
need to
G?
fake it. They don't need to fake it. 0 G is just when you're falling, right? You're falling,
Yeah,
right?
but how
You don't
would
need
you
to fake that. Hold on, listen, bro, listen. Branson just went up, right? He didn't go to space, so he didn't see any curvature. They don't need to fake anything. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you that he did not go into space. Not Branson, not the other guy.
No
Those
one.
two billionaires did not go to space. They
No
didn't
one
see
goes
any
to
curvature.
It's like, hey, we can put the question right back at
Let
him.
me elaborate. Hold on.
No
Let me,
need to
Lucas.
put
Yeah,
any
Lucas.
questions
So
back
hold
at
on.
me. I'm not got an answer yet.
Lucas. They're showing a flat Earth every time they go up. Recently, they're showing a flat Earth, so they're not faking it. They're admitting the Earth's flat.
That's not my question. It's not
I
my
know
question.
that's not his question. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So hold on. Hey, if the offer was made to me or you, one of you gets to choose to go into a rocket and be shot into space, would you say, "Ooh, me, I want to go. I'm gonna defer to you and be like, yeah, put that motherfucker on it. Go ahead."
Oh my god.
And
Oh
how
my
did
god.
it-
I gotta stop this. You guys are letting him drag us into the weeds.
Yeah,
So
that's
Yeah,
not.
I mean that. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's like, has anyone
No,
been at the head of a rocket and gone to space? I mean, it's really, it's.
No, that's not what he was saying.
it doesn't matter what he's saying. Fucking let's not talk about rockets, shall we? We're talking about the Earth, please.
I was asking a question. I was still asking just a question. How
I don't know what would happen. You'd have to go do all that yourself, dude. How would we know?
That's why I'm asking you.
We wouldn't know that shit. We've never tried, dude. We've never tried that shit.
All the SpaceX
How
videos
can
are
you
just
do
CGI.
something that doesn't exist?
We're not going to talk about CGI. We're going to talk about the
I like
Earth
how you're all
measuring.
deflecting the
This is not
flat.
a space channel. This is not a fucking SpaceX channel. This is not an astronaut channel. This is a flat Earth channel. So who gives a fuck what would happen if you were to get into a rocket?
He's right. Settle down, Josh. But Josh is right. So, what say you?
But but it's still, I'm just staying to the question. Like,
Yeah, you're
how
asking
would they
dumb
fake
questions.
it? If you were with them, how would they fake it in front of you?
My friend.
Yes. Well, listen,
Please
guys,
stop
stop.
asking
Please,
questions like
guys,
that.
can you please give me a chance? Yes, we go up in the air and we come back down. That's what they do. So what do you mean fake what?
But then, hey, you've been proven. But that's not what they want, of course.
He's drunk.
That's
Is
what
this guy?
it
Is this
no,
Alex?
I'm
This
not
guy's
drunk.
Is this Alex?
He is drunk. Whoever
I
this
am
is,
drunk.
they are drunk.
I will admit
What?
I've been having a couple of bourbons.
Yeah.
He's not drunk, but he's on medication, so they might wear off, and he might or might not make more or less sense. Maybe who
Can we
knows?
get a sober Glover, please?
I like how you're trying to throw that I'm drunk at me now as well because I'm asking a
You're not
question.
drunk. You're on medication, so it's kind of different, but almost.
No, I'm actually not, and I'm
It is.
just
You're
asking
right,
a
Dempsey.
simple question.
Dempsey's
I'm
correct.
just asking a simple question.
A symbol question?
Yes. Oh, sorry.
I already answered it. Why are you hiding from my answer?
I'm not hiding
Why are
from
you
your
hiding
answer.
from my
How are you
answer? They don't have to
answering? Why
fake
are
it.
you
I've gone up into
hiding?
the air and I've come back down.
But how would they fake 0G still? You're not just going down again.
They don't show you. When did they show you zero G recently?
All
When did
myth.
they show you that?
All myth. Parabolic flight path.
Yeah,
I'm at
it's
zero
not
G.
0G. They fall like
Nice
a
plot has
fall, a
taken.
free fall, a vomit comet. Yeah.
Look up the Argos technology that they use. Look up Hollywood and how Hollywood.
Here's how they did it. It's the same way they did it in Apollo 13 or 11. Which one was the Tom Hanks movie? Anyway.
What about 2001: Space Odyssey?
All movies.
50 years ago. 50 years ago.
It's what we call a parabolic flight because it's a parabolic maneuver that makes it seem as if you're floating, given the way that the plane is diving.
But that's not going to be continuous, and you're not in a plane. You walk yourself up into.
Notice her hair. She's in zero gravity. Notice her hair. Don't.
I'm a Glover.
Stop, guys. Stop. Lucas, show me a video of what you're talking about, and then I'll explain how they faked it.
No, it's not. It's nothing to do with a video.
Exactly.
It's just
You
a
can't.
question.
You don't even have a claim.
not
Fake
trying
what?
to
You're
prove
talking about your
anything.
imagination, Lucas. You're on crack. You're talking about your imagination.
Will you
You're not even.
down.
Stop. Listen, I know. Stop. You have to show me what you're talking about. I know. Stop.
Calm
It's okay.
down.
Listen. Just stop.
Calm down.
Relax. Okay. Show me
All
what
right.
you're talking about. You can send somebody a link of a video that you need me to explain to you how they faked it. When can you do that?
That's not well. I'm not trying to
You see,
prove it.
that's the point. Show me what you're talking about. Give me an actual example. Stop hiding from your own claim, please.
Well, we're
I'm
looking for
not
evidence of a
hiding
glove.
from my own claim. I'm asking.
Okay, some moderators, you're
about
gonna have to
something else.
mute him if he can't show you what he's talking about. You got to mute the person that's on these types
Hold
of
on,
psycho
XO. Let me-
whatever drugs. that
No,
he's doing, guys.
what the
You're just
hell?
enabling someone
Let
that's
me-
on crack.
Let
Stop
me ask you something
enabling
real
these
quick,
people.
XO.
Thank you.
Will you calm
Where's
down?
the
goddammit?
evidence?
Guys,
There's
can you
nothing to
stop
do with
enabling this
evidence.
insanity and have
Rocket
them
Man.
prove their point? What do I need to show them they're
XO, will
faking?
you calm down, please, and stop
Can you
cutting
please
off?
Can you please stop this troll, please, guys?
I'm not
And just get back to
trolling.
the
Somebody
other
needs
guy.
to
Just go
moderate
back
this
to
mess.
please. Can you please go back to the gay gene guy, the gay guy? Thanks.
What?
I'm right here, bro.
You're just supposed to
It's
show
me.
us.
I'm
the
calling
globe
him out on
again.
this one. What
Thank
the
you.
hell?
Everybody, please, one at a time. I don't care who goes, but it can't be like 5 people at once. So we're gonna pick one flatty and one globy. So who wants to go
I'll
globy
do it.
wise? All right, everybody else, be quiet. Who wants to go flatty wise?
Okay, the guy's back
Guys,
though.
I'll
Please
do
go
it.
to Guy Gene. He's back.
E.
It was Democ and somebody else.
Democ, go talk to Guy now, please. Thanks.
Yes, Guy Gene. Thank God. Thank.
What up,
I
G?
appreciate you, man. It sounds like you appreciate the way that I discourse.
My goodness.
What's up,
Let's not go there. What do you want to talk about regarding the
no
Earth?
homo, but maybe a little bit.
Great. So Earth, then? Does it measure flat? What happened? Did you do your
What?
research?
Well, no, it has nothing to do with research.
Oh,
man.
we're done talking to you, partner.
No,
for a minute.
it doesn't. It was
Yeah.
just
Please,
a question.
moderators, please, for the
Lucas.
sake of the channel, please mute Lucas. Please.
Lucas, there's not
What?
enough room
I'm
for
not.
both of us
Why
here,
am I
boy.
being mute?
There's only enough room in this round Earth for one of us.
Yes, very funny. Okay, so now, what was the homework?
I don't know.
Did you go and do your? Oh, you didn't do homework, huh?
I went and got another drink, and I started up Mordhau, and now I'm playing it.
You're playing a video game. Well, this is just super.
Yeah, I'm making an easy mode for you. I can do both.
Okay, so
No, you can't. Humans are not really good at
well,
that.
here's where I'm failing. I don't remember where we left off with this young man.
I don't either. Do you want to restart it on a different topic just to make it more
Sure,
interesting?
Earth measures flat. What are you going to do about that?
It's not a different topic.
Damn it! I was trying to jump in and moderate. Yeah, I was just saying if he's not interested in the flat Earth topic, he doesn't want to talk to us, and he's just like bullshitting around. Just mute yourself and listen, and play your video game. Who else? Well, I mean, if somebody wants to talk, I thought somebody was going to talk to Hank about.
Yeah, Lucas wasn't playing any video games.
All right, cool. I mean, yeah, I mean, you guys.
Okay,
were
let's
doing
talk to
it.
Lucas
I thought-
then, please.
Yeah, I thought you
Okay,
guys were
guys,
doing a
real
good job
quick.
getting ready. Somebody
Okay.
was going to talk to Hank about,
If Lucas is going to say something about how they fake it, you have to ask them to show you what he's talking about. Please,
I was
don't
engaged
let
in
him
the
ramble again.
conversation, by the way. Just because I'm playing a game doesn't mean that I can't.
No,
converse. If it
that's
makes it
true.
more
That's
comfortable,
true.
I can stop it.
but just make sure.
Actually, to be fair, he's right, because I would rather the guy sober and playing a video game than drunk and trying to defend a lie. You know what I mean?
Are you saying the guy as in the guy or Guy? Because I'm Guy.
Guy, yes. See, you're correcting me. So you're doing fine playing the game. We'll continue to talk to you for now.
Yeah, I agree.
Great. Good for you. It's one of those things. I do it too. You're doing something. Hold on. You're doing something that helps you focus on something else. It's like having the TV on in the background while you're cleaning the house. I understand. Now,
that's cool.
Go ahead.
Let it happen. Let's go. Let's go.
Fight me, bro. Fight me. Come at me.
What? No, we don't do that. Anyway, Hank, go ahead.
No, it's not a fight. It's a discussion. Hank,
okay.
You were talking to. I just want to make sure that was happening because whatever. Go ahead. My bad.
Well, how about I pick the topic?
No,
sure. As long as it has to do with the Earth.
Yeah.
How did your genes move on to your generation? Like seriously?
Come on. Let him.
How
do
did
this.
my genes move on to my generation?
Don't answer that.
I'm not going to entertain that.
He's
I'm just going to acknowledge that's very, very, very.
No feelings. Just come on. Let's talk about the Earth.
Yeah, okay. Let's talk about the Earth. All right. Let's talk about. What should we talk about?
Let's talk about why all video games have to be flat.
No, that's dumb. Okay, can we please talk about the Earth measuring flat? So, what I mean by that,
course.
So, do you understand that there have been countless? Great. Do you understand that there have been countless measurements, laser tests, long-distance observations? World record for long-distance photography is 275 miles. Given the globe math, none of those things should be possible. What say you?
I mean, I don't know what specific instances you're referring to. I mean,
can
you
somebody
know
please
that
start?
I have a 25-inch penis. What say you about that?
Well, you'd have to demonstrate that to me.
Exactly. So demonstrate it to me.
Right. So everybody already depends on flat Earth. That's the thing. So every institution, every engineer, every scientist, every pilot already depends on not adjusting for curvature or spin. So the ball's in your court, literally, to prove.
Yes.
Thanks for playing.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's actually correct.
Ugo, good. I'm glad you saw that. Thanks for telling him that he was correct.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks from the back.
You stealing QE's
bathrooms on the left.
KJ's the DJ.
DJ
all right.
Right here.
The reason for that, right? So there's something
yes,
called.
I already know the reason. You'd have to come up with something other than what we experience on a flat stationary plane of existence. You'd have to have.
Again, I think you're just stealing QE. I think you're just parroting what QE says.
We just agree with QE. We've already we agreed with QE before
QE doesn't even say that. QE does not say that. Everybody says welcome to Flat Earth.
Oh yeah,
yes,
QE
that's
does
true.
not say that. You're right. QE does not say that.
Hello.
Wait, what is
okay, so
in your mind in this conversation when he's not here? That's kind of weird.
Yeah,
because every single time he comes on, he bans me. Okay.
Guys,
no, but he's a funny guy. Sometimes we parrot each other's terms, but yeah, I mean, we've been saying the same shit over and over for
That
5 years.
sounds a little
it's not
romantic.
We're
to
not.
me.
Yeah, I mean, we're not doing the same thing QE is.
There's no such thing as 100% original. Can we please move?
Yeah.
Want to talk about Black Swan?
Funny guy.
Want to talk about Black Swan?
No.
Black Swan? Okay. You
I
don't want
think
to
Stop it. Can I please speak with him?
Okay, we got a problem, guys. Here's the problem, guys. Stop for 1 second. We're looking for you to make a globe claim, not confirm the flat Earth. Can you help us out? Thanks.
I have made several, but I can make another one. Yet another one.
No, you don't even have a claim. Just name one claim that requires Earth curvature or spin, because nobody can.
Make one claim that requires Earth curvature?
Yeah,
yes,
like taking off in a plane or whatever.
Is shocking, guys.
Anything.
I know this is shocking. This is terrible.
So
your
the
globe Earth religion
reality
requires Earth curvature.
Yeah, right. Which part of reality? Exo, he's asking. He's trying to give it to you, I think.
Pictures that we have of the Earth.
No,
you don't
not
have
good enough.
You don't have any. You can't even tell me when it starts to become visible.
We have pictures. We have 4K.
No, just one. Okay, show me one picture. Stop. Okay, that's fine. Just show me one picture. Okay, stop, relax. Show me one picture right now. You can send it to me or Glatflobe.
I'll put it right here on the live stream voice text.
You've got to send it to one of us first. Sorry.
No. Just
go ahead.
I do. Why?
Well, live image or
voice stream if you can. If you do have.
Does he have it? Then that's cool.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll just put it up. Just give me 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Just gotta pull it up.
I didn't know if he had the perms or not. He doesn't have the perms, guys.
Okay, so here's the bet again. So he's going to show bulging water with the lens compression $5. What do you say?
Yeah.
Don't go in there.
Every time, man.
You
I
have little
have good
faith.
timing.
Give me,
What
give
can
me
I
a
say?
second.
Here it comes. Watch this, guys. This will be
Trying to
funny.
Benny Water. Benny Water. Here it comes.
Guys, he doesn't have perms to post that in here yet. That's
Oh, I
someone's-
don't. I do have to give this to somebody. Who to give it to?
Right. So just give it to me, and we'll
Weird.
continue. If it's not porn, we'll post it.
Oh wait, never mind. I think I can.
No, we won't see it. Yeah, no. Yeah, we won't see it. Hang on.
I try to. But hey, I'll
It's
just take
fine.
it.
It's fine. I'll take the chances. I'm on a Macintosh.
I promise I only like kinky stuff.
He thinks there's a car. Listen, guys, he's much dumber than you thought. This Catholic person thinks there's a car in space, and the two-dimensional cartoon is.
Oh yeah.
Thanks for the two-dimensional.
Absolutely.
Earth. That's awesome.
So you do think that car is in space?
Yes.
Motherfucker, I'm out.
Wow.
No
and why
normal-
do you think
listen,
that?
Hey, Ray, no
Why
normal
do I think
human
there's
being
a
could stack
car in
books
space?
like this
Okay,
or
okay.
believe
Does
that.
it not logically follow that if I believe rockets can go to space,
No,
that we can
don't
put
have
stuff
so
on that
logical not to debate a
You're
fool
not answering the
because
question.
that means you become a fool.
You're not answering the question, bro. Why
What
do you
happens
think
if
there's a
rearview
car
mirror
in
in the car?
space? Why do you think there's a car in space?
Okay. Do you accept that I believe that rockets can get to space? I'm not saying that you accept that.
Never mind. Never mind. You can't answer this fucking question.
You can't answer
So,
anything.
He
He's
just
showing
did.
us
It's a
cartoon,
belief.
guys.
He just answered it. It's
boy.
just a
Well,
belief.
let's
saw it
be
on
a little
TV.
more precise here. So, do you know of any demonstration or any evidence of gas pressure existing without a container due to gravity?
Yes. Yes.
All right. What would that be?
Show us that, please.
So okay, I'm so glad you brought this up. So the pressure, the phenomenon of pressure, okay, does not require a container in the way that you're thinking about.
Oh no! You're already lying.
For
You're already lying to
example,
us.
let me give you an example, an empirical test.
Okay.
If you take a bathroom scale, right, and you also take like a leaf blower, and you point the leaf blower at the bathroom scale and you turn it on, the bathroom scale will register a weight, a non-zero weight.
Hey, you know, an interesting thing about
Okay,
that
let's
leaf
just-
blower.
Pressing against the scale.
Sorry, it's going to give you.
The reason-
Sorry, the leaf. Sorry, hold on. The leaf blower
Hold on,
is
let
going to
me
give
finish.
you.
That's excellent that you have a point. Well, you can make it after I'm done with my point. Okay.
All right,
No,
go
you're
ahead,
not
Dave.
making a point. We're talking about consistent pressure. Let me ask the question again. Just listen to the question. Let me ask it again a different way.
Right.
So, do you know of any evidence of gas pressure, consistent gas pressure, existing without a container? We're not talking about
I don't know what
wind
you
or
mean by
leaf blowers.
I don't know what consistent gas pressure is. I think it's just a term you just
At
made up.
14 psi at sea level for hundreds of years, thousands of years, however long the Earth's been here.
14 psi at sea level.
Uh-oh, yeah, that's what it measures.
To give you an example of how you would prove that gravity can cause gas pressure, since we already have 14 psi at sea level, if you could say, take for instance, have a demonstration where you have 1 cubic foot of space where there's 20 psi instead of 14 psi, and you manage to keep that consistent gas pressure in that 1 cubic foot of space with gravity. Can you do
That's
that?
a different question than your original question. I can answer that one in turn, but I feel like as soon as
It's
I
the
start
same
answering-
question. It's just more precise. It's the
No,
same
it's not.
question, more precise.
So here's the thing. Your first question was, how can there be pressure without a container?
Let's
Which is a
answer that
question
one,
I
please.
hear
Just stick with that one,
all the
please.
time.
That first one. Just go with that
I
one.
want to, but you guys keep asking different questions.
No. Okay, so Orion, we're just going to get him to show us a demonstration of gas pressure existing without the necessary antecedent of a container.
Great. Okay, now I'm going to continue with my first example when I fucking try to answer this question, but you guys don't let me finish. If you take a leaf blower and a bathroom scale, and you turn on the leaf blower, and you point it, like the pointy end that shoots out air, to the bathroom scale will register a weight. Now, why is that? That is because the air molecules that are
Because
coming
the
out of the
leaf-
leaf blower...
So hold on.
Let me shut the fuck up! Jesus Christ!
Gravity is a big fan.
That's not air pressure, jackass.
One
You're not
fan.
measuring the pressure.
Spinning fan.
Holy shit!
What part of your example
Anyway.
is gas pressure being held in by gravity?
Holy
Guys,
shit!
Which
Guys,
part
giant
of
leaf
What gas
blower?
pressure is. It has nothing to do with velocity.
On the bright side, at least everybody on YouTube gets to see how stupid he is.
That's excellent. Yes, please
ahead,
let
go
me
ahead.
show everybody on YouTube show how stupid I am by letting me fucking finish my statement. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you take a leaf blower and you point it at a bathroom scale, and you turn on the leaf blower, the bathroom scale will register a weight. Now, why is that? That's because the air molecules are hitting a surface, namely the bathroom scale, right? They're exchanging their momentum in the bathroom scale. That exchange of
Velocity is
momentum
your
over
answer.
time is what
The
we call
walls of the leaf blower.
Holy
is your
shit!
answer.
You guys literally can't let me finish.
Velocity is your fucking answer.
You literally can't let me
The
finish.
reason why you would recognize some sort of a difference in a measurement of the weight is because of the velocity of the
when are you gonna
air.
shut up? When are you gonna let me? When are you
it's
gonna
not
let me
the
I'm
answer.
going to continue to overrun you because you're fucking
Let
retarded.
me answer the question.
It's not the question
You
he
believe a
asked you.
car
That
space,
can you
dude.
show a demonstration
You're a
of
leper.
consistent gas pressure without a container? That's not what you're doing.
we get what you're saying. Okay,
No, you
Gaijin, we get
don't.
what you're saying.
Let me
No,
finish.
wait, Gaijin.
No, Gaijin. If you do the same thing one more fucking time, someone needs to ban you.
Gaijin, wait, we get what you're saying. Don't be frustrated.
We
Just
get it.
listen to the response.
you
Okay,
don't.
we're gonna go one by one. Just
I'm not done.
Listen to
Okay,
this.
go ahead and finish then.
Your leaf
All right,
blower
go
is
ahead.
a
Everybody go on mute. Let the guy go. And if he repeats the same thing again and he asks the same questions and then monologues afterwards answering his own question, then we'll definitely kick his ass.
Yeah, that's sophistry.
As I was saying, you point a leaf blower at a bathroom scale. The exchange, the air molecules hitting the bathroom scale push down on it. Okay, that
On
is
a
an
container.
exchange of. Hold on, that is an exchange of momentum over time. That will register a force over an area, namely the area of the scale. That's a pressure without a container. So now I've demonstrated
No, it's
to you
not.
how you can have pressure
No,
without a
it's
container.
not.
Yes, it is.
A leaf blower is a fucking container with a big ass tube, and it pressurizes the fucking wind and takes in more than it's pushing out the tube. Idiot. There's a differential there. And then you're hitting it against another surface, which is another containment, which is the scale surface itself.
You think a
So shut
bathroom
the
scale
hell
is a
up
container?
and quit saying a leaf blower is not a
Alright.
container.
I'm not saying the leaf blower isn't a container.
He doesn't
The
understand what he's
volume
talking
in
about.
the air is.
So Gaijin,
Velocity
I need
is not
you
pressure.
to be quiet now, right? Right, and let us explain to you what we think is going on here. Okay, don't get frustrated, please.
That's
Let
fine.
us-
Can I
go
answer the
ahead.
guy that answered my question?
Sure.
If your prerequisite is that counts as a container because a leaf blower counts as a container. Right? If the prerequisite is as long as the air was pressurized in a container at a certain point, that's a whole fucking other ballpark. Okay, I was asked
Without
the
a
question:
container.
How can you have pressure without a container? The implication being a container containing the volume which we are talking about. The volume of the gas.
Of a container of leaf blower. The leaf blower is the containment of a resistance, building the force of air to do anything. It's just.
So let me explain this. Okay,
Am I talking to
an
Demo?
engine. Listen, bro.
Come on. Is there
An engine,
pressure imparted on
bro.
the scale?
Listen, dude. What's your name? Mute your ass. You'll be quiet. All right. So the engine inside the leaf blower is a pump, right? It has to do with containment. So this creates a turbine that's spinning, right? And it's connected to another pump that's pumping the air from point A to point B. Now, do these things work without the engine and without the compression from the engine?
Yes.
So right there, you don't have a leaf blower without an engine,
You
bro.
could, in principle, do it with, like, for example, your own breath if you were like Superman, right?
Yeah,
The leaf
your
blower is
lungs are the container.
inconsequential to the
Then
example.
the leaf blower is a container, bro. So are your lungs.
When your lungs run
said,
out, your air stops. Your
How do
pressure.
you have gas pressure without a container? The first thing you did is
I
invoke the
just
container
explained
known
how
as a leaf
if your
blower.
prerequisite is right, as long as the gas is contained at a certain point in the past, therefore it counts in the future as if it were contained the entire time, then you're right. You can't have pressure without a container.
Gas pressure without a
But
container.
then in that case, using your same definition, I can just say force of gravity is the container.
No, gravity
over a
isn't
greater
a force.
distance.
Gravity isn't a force. That's your problem, son.
You're right. It's a pseudoforce. Einstein taught us
So
that,
so
right?
stop
But in
saying. Now
classical
shut the hell up for a
physics, it
second.
is.
So you just said a leprechaun isn't a leprechaun, but then you're going to use a leprechaun for something, but a leprechaun isn't real, and we know that. So you can't say goopy shit like that. So there's not a force there that doesn't exist. Fuck a pseudo. It's nothing. It's not a force. So what now?
You can if you actually understand
Can
the
you
definition of these
demonstrate what the
words.
gentleman asked you? 20 pounds of PSI right now in the middle of the room.
Can I demonstrate?
With
I don't know what that
gravity.
means. Can I demonstrate 20 psi in the middle of the
With
room?
gravity. Yes, you're talking about gravity. You're telling us about gravity. Demonstrate, please.
Can I demonstrate
Demonstrate a
20
spherical ball.
psi in
Yeah,
the
like
middle
the
of the
pressure,
room?
the pressure
I
you
don't
would
know
have
what
in a
you were
propane
asking
tank.
me for.
Ball of
He's
gas
asking you.
by gravity. How about go
Should I
get a
get a
vacuum
propane tag
chamber?
that's at 20 psi and put it in the middle of my room, and that would demonstrate it for you? Is that what you
No,
mean?
no. If gravity's the container, sure. I didn't say a bag of shit. Listen, go get a vacuum chamber, fart in it, make it a shape, and then we'll work with that.
Yeah, but he's exactly right, Demog. He can say whatever he wants to say. But if he wants to come in here and show us gravity or that gravity can cause, the Earth to be a ball and contain all of the atmosphere and everything that we've been talking about, that's a total different story. You can tell us that story and how it relates to your leaf blower and scale method. That's, it's not like we haven't thought about these things before. It's not if this is a thing to you, if this is a thing, hold on. Well, then what the fuck are you saying?
Well,
so first of all, right
Can I
now,
interrupt one
I have
second? On a side note, this
Go ahead,
is
India.
unrelated
Really
to what y'all are talking about. Y'all muted Lucas or something? You'd like another chance if you guys are game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He got muted for asking about a rocket or something. He said.
Did
you? How they faked it.
I'm mute him now. I'm just saying, like after this guy's done or whatever.
Yeah, I think he's done already, but
I think this guy needs clarification on what he's being asked for still.
Well, can I answer this question real quick? Because I can do it in like 30 seconds.
Do it, India.
If gravity caused pressure, if gravity caused thermodynamic air pressure, you could do this experiment. You could take a cylinder that was evacuated, right? A vacuum chamber cylinder. You could insert gas and it would sink to the bottom. But that does not happen.
Yes, it does. Actually, over
In a
long
vacuum
distance,
chamber.
that's exactly
Show
what
us.
happened.
Show us a
Yeah, I don't
vacuum
have
chamber that
I
you
don't
insert
have-
gas in and it sinks to the bottom.
I don't have a large enough vacuum changer here with me.
I'm sure
As
you
can
have.
imagine,
theoretically,
Where has it been demonstrated that you saw?
as you can imagine, I was not.
No, I don't have
prepared for
to.
the
See, you
interview,
lose
which
me at
I'm sure
imagine.
you
I don't
know.
want to imagine anything. I don't want to imagine.
I know you don't want to.
Yeah, because we live in the real world, not in the world of imagination.
Sure.
So where did you see this experiment done?
I have a
Where
question.
did you?
So when you say that, did somebody say they don't believe in
Question
gravity?
is to change the topic. Go find that experiment.
Let's answer a question with a proposition.
Hey, I can hit a golf ball 300 yards, and I can prove it.
But when you say you don't believe in gravity, like what do you think?
No one said that.
When you say you don't believe in gravity, like
Nobody
what do
said
you...
that.
Okay, so you do believe in gravity. Sorry, my mistake.
No, hold on. Listen, when you say
We don't believe.
There's a theory of gravity, then there's the we have to clarify this because this word is conflated to mean the cause and the effect simultaneously. So if I say what's gravity, someone says drop something. Right? So that's the effect. Then I go, what causes that? And they're like gravity. So it can't be the cause and the effect simultaneously, right?
I would never say that's a cause. It's just an observation. It's just reality, and I just give it a name.
It's the word we use we designated when something falls. We've said this word is gravity. Falling is gravity.
Yes.
That's what we said.
What I'm saying is the force is the effect, not the cause. It's
Okay,
just
so what's the
empirically what I'm
cause?
observing. I don't know. Nobody knows.
Okay, so it's not mass attracts mass.
It is mass attracts mass, but nobody knows what causes mass attract.
That would be the cause, right?
No, it's not. It's just an observation. It's empirically true that mass attracts mass. We just don't know why.
It's empirically true. What empirical test was that done? was done for
Which
that.
masses?
Hold on, we're getting sidetracked on the whole point.
Which type of
This
mass?
is not a sidetrack. This is a solidified point. Answer the question.
This is the whole point. Like things fall, no one knows why because there's no experiment that proves it, right? So like,
oh boy,
you can assert all sorts of causes, but like you need the experiment to demonstrate the cause.
I got Jello on one side of my
You can't just
room.
hand
that's
wave it
never
and say,
moved.
you can't just say
Hold on.
assert
All right,
it's mass
let's work
attracts
our way
mass.
there.
That's the
Let's
cause. That's
let's
just
work
proof
our way
by
there.
assertion.
Surely, let's work our way there. Surely you agree that things fall down, right?
Yes, things
You
fall.
agree with that
Why?
Excellent. I don't know
What's that got to
why.
do with mass
Okay, then what are we talking about?
Hold on. I
Hold on
would
a
say
second.
that.
One
I
second.
would say
Can I-
that a more
No.
fundamental
Let
effect
Indio do this. Come
is
on.
Let him
that
finish.
mass
I want
attracts
to hear him finish.
Okay. You hear what I said?
No, I did not. You start
Great.
over.
I will start over because okay, that's fine. You and I agree that stuff falls down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. So what I will say is that is an emergent effect, right? A more fundamental effect is that mass attracts mass. However, it doesn't seem like you agree with that.
There's no experimental validation of that, and you don't have any experimental validation that the cause of a falling object is mass attracting mass.
I disagree with that, but that's fine. We can disagree.
Well,
We can disagree.
it's not whether we disagree. Either the experiment exists or it doesn't.
It does, bro.
why
I don't want
doesn't-
to branch off this argument an infinite amount of
How
times.
come dust doesn't collect on the
Look,
bottom
either
of
the
the lead
experiment
ball?
exists or it doesn't.
Oh boy,
Like,
you really
the
want to go
causal
down?
experiment with the independent variables, right? You say, listen, here's
and you say no,
listen,
it's not.
because that's how science works. Experimentation. It doesn't work by thought. It works by experimentation in the real world. So you have a hypothesis. Things fall because mass is attracting mass. That's your hypothesis. Okay, let's prove the hypothesis, right? So we do a scientific experiment to prove the hypothesis, right? That's what we do. Is that how science works? Is that how science works? Are you saying you could do science without experiment?
I don't even think he knows what mass attracting mass is.
You want me to answer your question? Do you think you're capable of not interrupting when I answer?
Look, you've been trying to interrupt me, but I'm going to say my piece, dude. You're not going to, like, filibuster. I want answers to my questions. What's the experiment? I don't care about your concepts and ideas and your proof by assertions. I don't care about those. I can make claims, too. I can claim all sorts of shit. We're talking about objective empirical reality. What can be proven by demonstration?
You really think I'm filibustering?
You're trying to. Just not working.
He's actually doing it right now because he didn't answer your
Because every time I'm talking, I hear your voice for some reason. I don't know why.
Because you keep talking over me. That's why you hear them both at the same time.
Well, what's the word mass and then the word attracting?
Hold on. Indio asked you a question directly,
he has a claim,
and he hasn't
right?
answered it.
He has listen, he has a claim. His claim is things fall because of mass attracting mass. Mass attracting mass is the cause of that, right? Yes or no?
Indio, I don't want to go down the Cavendish experiment route with you. Okay,
Okay,
I know
nothing would fall in the Cavendish
I don't
experiment
wanna- I
anyway,
don't
so that wouldn't be an appropriate experiment.
Indio.
The only thing you could demonstrate is in that apparatus,
Indio,
mass
you're
attracts mass in the apparatus.
Indio, you're filibustering. That makes you a huge f***ing hypocrite. Come on, bro.
Listen, nobody's filibustering anything. You'd rather complain than provide the experiment.
Answer your question.
Stop starting your sentences before he talks.
Look, I'm not. Listen, I don't care about your fucking feelings, okay? Instead of answering the question, you're like, well, I don't want to go down the Cavendish route. I don't care about your fucking feelings about what you feel, what route you want to go down, or what you feel like debating or not debating. No one gives a shit. I'm just muting your ass, dude.
I'm trying to answer the question that you're asking.
No, you're not. You're complaining about answering the fucking question.
Because you don't let me answer the questions that you're asking me.
So listen. So this is exactly what you said. I don't feel like going down the Cavendish route. That was an answer to the question? That was your answer.
You know what? I will yield that.
Was that your answer? Yes or fucking no?
Let's go down the Cavendish route then. Let's do it. Let's go.
Was that your answer? Yes or no?
Yes, it was. Let's go down the Cavendish route.
So that was the answer to the question.
Yeah.
I don't feel your feelings were the answer to the question.
Flat earthers and globers.
Your sophistry is not going to work here. It's really not. It's not going to work. You just said I wouldn't let you answer the question. Your answer to the question was about your fucking feelings. That wasn't the question, dude. I didn't question your feelings. I don't give a shit about them. But that was your answer. So yes, you are being allowed to answer the question. You just refuse to fucking answer it. You're full of shit.
You want to talk about the Cavendish experiment? Let's go. Let's fucking go. You feel there's something wrong with it?
It's not an experiment.
The Cavendish experiment is not an experiment?
What's the independent variable?
Oh my god.
Fuck that. What was the control?
Independent variable, okay, is the mass of the objects that you balance.
Okay. So how did you manipulate that?
By increasing or decreasing the masses. That's how you manipulate them.
Even before that, what was the naturally observed phenomenon?
When you manipulated the masses, what happened? When you altered the masses, what happened? What was the effect that was observed?
The torsion in the string, which holds both objects together, increases or decreases depending on...
Really? And how was that measured?
All right, bro, like, come on.
How
like,
was that measured? See, you're making shit up because you know that experiment's never been done. So now you're just making shit up. So how was the torsion measured? How was the torsion measured?
How was the torsion measured?
Yeah.
I don't remember. I did it in fucking college.
You didn't do it.
I did do it. I just don't remember.
I bet you don't even know what's observed in a Cavendish experiment. What's observed in a Cavendish experiment?
I already told you. The torsion.
No, I actually know. I don't think you know. What's observed in the Cavendish experiment? When you put the balls, what happens?
The torsion, the torsion on the string that holds both objects together increases when you place.
And then what happens? What happens? What do you observe the balls to do?
You're not gonna quiz me on whether or not I actually.
You don't even know what it is. You don't
Damn,
even know
he brought it up. He thought he was going to teach you, but he can't even say anything about it.
You don't even know it's observed. You don't know anything about it. You just got answers from your other fucking anti-flat Earth retard friends, dude. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, bro. You keep telling yourself that. I'm okay.
I don't have to tell myself anything. You're demonstrating. It's on record. It's recorded.
I'm okay with you in this state of mind.
Now we're going to talk about my state of mind. That's where you guys always go. You got to talk about us.
He doesn't even comprehend the word attracting. He thinks
Does he even know that
you know the Einstein definition of mass is resistance to acceleration?
Yeah, inertial mass. That's different.
Yeah, so resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration. And that's how Cavendish works, right?
Yeah, ricochet, resistance.
So if you take two resistive to acceleration things, they're attracted to each other, and we call that falling.
Indio, there is a difference between inertial mass and gravity mass. Where it's the analogy to it would be like the charge of the gravitational force.
Listen, you've never heard of the equivalence principle?
They happen to be equal.
They happen to be equal.
Yeah, it just so happens.
Just look up the definition of mass. Just look it up. Mass is not the quantity of matter, dude. Not the quantity of matter in an object. It is the resistance to acceleration. That is the definition of mass in general relativity. It is indisputable what the definition is. Okay? Just because it makes no logical sense when applied to the Cavendish experiment is not my problem. That's your problem.
Why do things rise?
Keep telling yourself that.
No, wait.
Hey, Helio.
No, Indio is exactly right. He said it's not his problem; it's this other guy's problem. And to be honest, he didn't even really say anything. India was being a teacher. Yeah, he's being a teacher. He brought some shit up, and India was teaching him.
Hey, Helio.
Balls oscillate on the torsion wire. That's what ends up happening. They go towards each other, then oscillate back and forth. But the fact is, you can't just willy-nilly claim that things fall because mass attracts mass, and even use the Cavendish experiment as evidence of that, because nothing in the Cavendish experiment is a falling object.
Falling, yes.
So how do you even get to the Cavendish, right? You have to just say, oh, this is a universal phenomenon by fucking fiat. Just say it. This is a universal phenomenon because I said so.
Because I'm slow.
It's kind of retarded. But anyway.
I'm retarded. I'm going to say this stuff. without being able to back it in any way, shape,
Well,
or form.
what I think what they're trying to do is say that the Cavendish proves balls spinning around the universe, which is sort of ridiculous, you know. But
What they're supposed to be proving is mass entering another mass. So if they had a BB across the room and a ball of Jello across the room, and they had a camera turned on, and one day the BB found itself inside the ball of Jello, I'd be on board with them. Now let's see that happen. Mass attracting fucking mass going to the center of mass. Get out of here.
That's pretty funny, Denmark.
Hey, Gabe, you might have a better chance to let these other guys just sit here and talk, and you listen to them, and you might learn about, hey, why they actually think a flat Earth.
No,
because
bro,
you're just in a losing battle.
Fun.
Why the
No,
fuck
he's
are you
trolling.
over talking to me, dude? I'm sitting here giving you fucking respect and everything.
Oh, I'm not saying disrespect, dude. I'm just saying
But
I'm
you're,
having.
but you're talking over me, and this is shit that you want to argue about.
Because he's an anti-flat earther and you are a flat earther, so that's why he's gonna talk to you. You just
Yeah,
don't like.
he's never going to concede any point. He's just going to bring up bullshit all the time.
Listen,
we
India,
recognize these
where's
type
India?
of people. It's whatever.
Yeah,
It's
wait,
cool.
wait, hold on 1 second, John. Hold on 1 second. India, were you here an hour and 45 minutes listening when he said Richard Dawkins was a scientist? That should have been the first one. Thanks.
Oh, I didn't. No, I did not hear that.
Yeah, he'll never concede a point
there you go.
at
I mean,
all.
yeah,
What
just
experiment
try
has
to
Dawkins ever done?
Yeah, good luck. Yeah,
Talking
good luck
about
with that.
conceding points already. That's not fair at all.
Okay, that's not fair at all. I just would not. All right. So, what point have you conceded so far with when you've been talking to us for 2
I don't
hours?
remember, but I do remember conceding a point.
Which one?
I don't know. Oh wait, you
remember,
recorded this shit, right? Do you want me to rewind the tape, spend like 10 minutes looking
India,
for it?
you should switch to the
Hey, go for it. Go for it. Share it with me, man. Go for it. I mean, we're live streaming 24 hours a day. Go ahead.
Ask one more question.
Lucas wants to talk. Ask about rockets.
I want to
Yeah,
ask one
let
more
Lucas
question
talk.
about
Watch
gravity.
this. Let Lucas talk.
You're gonna make me stop playing so that I fucking.
Can I ask him one more question about gravity? Just one more.
God. Yeah, try.
Okay. If I'm sitting underneath 1,000 apples in an apple orchard and they're all exactly the same weight, how come only one of them falls on my head?
What?
Don't say what. Just listen real carefully. I don't want to hear what.
When I say what I imply, can you clarify what the
Okay,
scenario?
I'll say it one more time.
When you say there's
Newton.
1,000 apples, you mean like they're all on
sitting
you, or are they
underneath.
on still?
Hold on a second. I'm going to clarify. Newton's sitting underneath 1,000 apples. More than one of them weigh exactly the same weight as the one that fell on his head.
Are they still on the
Gravity, shut the hell up. If gravity is a constant, why would not all the 2-pound apples fall on his head at exactly the same second?
Are they still on the tree? In your scenario?
Was the apple that fell on his head in a tree?
I don't know. First of all,
You
that's
don't
true.
know.
Boom.
Hold on a second. You don't know if the apple that fell on his head fell from a tree? No, isn't that usually where they grow?
It's an old wives' tale. It's not actually.
Yeah, I know, but isn't that? Listen to what I'm saying, you idiot. Isn't that where fucking apples come from? A tree.
Idiot.
Are you fucking slow?
Not the one that fucking leaves the earth like a fucking moron. Okay.
Apples come from a tree, you dumb son of a bitch.
Fuck yourself.
The shoe fits, buddy. Wear the motherfucker.
Hey, you know what? And when people pick apples, they sometimes pick them off the ground if they've recently fallen, or they can pick them from the branches on the lower branches
Right, now hold on a
if they're
second.
ripe.
This is a real good point, though. So all the apples, out of all the apples in the orchard, shut up.
Just kept your fucking ideology quiet.
Dude, shut the fuck up, you idiotic fuck. You haven't even heard anything yet.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So you got 100 apples, right? That are 2 pounds, and the rest of them aren't. So why would all
let Demonk finish? Let Demonk finish his point. Go ahead.
Hey, shut the fuck up.
You got 100 2-pound apples, right? And 100 non-2-pound apples. A 2-pound apple falls on Newton's head. Why would not all the fucking 2-pound apples fall at the same time? Gravity boy.
Did all the apples sprout at the same time?
They're all the same fucking mass attractor.
It
They're 2
doesn't
pounds.
matter. It
You might have to consider.
right?
You might have to
Whether or not
consider.
the apple falls is a function of how old the stem is. Okay.
Exactly. You might have to consider the stem,
gravity.
right?
Something fell on his head and told him gravity existed. It was an apple. So why didn't all the fucking same way apples fall at the same time? I'm asking you this question. Stop asking me dumbass.
You just don't hear the answer. I
What's
already
the
told
answer?
you. I already told you. It depends on how old the stems
So it
are.
depends. So gravity picks which apple to pick, right? That's 2 pounds.
Oh, Jesus Christ! You're not listening.
No, that's a good point. That's a really good point, Demok. Actually, looking back at what you're saying, gravity knows which apple's going to fall every time, right? When?
Which branch, at which time, and which branch of
I'm
leaf.
so worked up over this shit. This is so
We're
fucking
mad
dumb.
at the standard
So
model
when
of
did
fundamental
gravity talk
physics
to the
because
apple
they say
tree?
gravity is not a force, and
That's
it's
right.
not
They
a fundamental
say,
force.
right,
Man. Like,
of course. Kind of like
so
centripetal
in
force.
the standard model of fundamental physics, it says there's only 3 forces. So
So what dropped
why
that
aren't you mad
apple?
at them? Why aren't you mad at the mainstream scientists and go to their channels and argue with them? Like, why
I'm mad
haven't
at
they included gravity as a fundamental force?
Bro, why
Because
would I
of
be mad at them?
Cavendish. Why don't you
It
go
made
argue
me-
with them over that?
It made me a millionaire. Why would I be mad at them?
Well,
I fucking
because
love.
they don't. Because
You're a fucking
you think
idiot. You think
Cavendish proved
scientists are
gravity.
rich?
Seriously, either way. I mean, if you're a millionaire, tell me
It's
how
time to move on, guys. We got to let the
That was a
words speak
simple
for
question.
themselves, please.
I've had 3-year-olds get
That
better.
was a really good. That was a really good point. I thought you were going nowhere, but then all of a sudden,
No, I'm
you were
going
like,
everywhere with my.
I got you. Yeah, me too. Me too. Sometimes. Yeah, that was a really good point. It's like, which point is gravity going to show us which apple is going to fall?
And it's a function of not just gravity. Right? If a stem is really old and shitty and can't keep an apple up.
No, but if it's old and shitty, it wouldn't make a good apple, right?
What?
Man, can I input real quick?
That's not the way fruit trees work. They mature. Wait. Fruit trees mature to, when you gotta have a good apple, then the stem itself will deteriorate to create a good fruit. Right?
Super great at what?
Yeah, can we talk to
So
Rocket Boy?
a good fruit. Like you're gonna get the best.
Rocket Boy by chance?
Go ahead.
Rocket Boy,
guys. Yeah, if we're
Wait,
fucking.
I want to input on the apple thing real quick. I've been waiting. Look. I'm holding an apple in my hand right now. Right. I decide when I let go of the apple. Okay. Now, when I let go of the apple was resting on my hand, but now it needs to rest on the ground because the air is is not dense enough to hold it. So when I let it go, okay, yeah. See, my hand is hanging off of my arm, okay? Unfortunately, right, I can't let go of my arm so my arm can rest on the ground. See, the apple rests on the ground until I pick it up. See, the apple was resting on the tree until the tree decided.
Is your name Gravity?
Let it go.
You're not Gravity, are you?
No, it was resting. See, it was resting on the tree until when the tree let it go, it wants to rest on the ground. Just like when you take a ball under the water, right? Right? You're holding it, right? It's resting where you're holding it. But if you let that ball go, it's going to shoot up to the top of the water where it wants to rest.
It goes up.
Hey, Bong, on the idea of, do you think that the apple tree has an intention to procreate?
Of course. Apple trees communicate with the baby trees through fungi in the ground. This is how all plants.
He watched the Netflix documentary.
Exactly. You know that, right? You could do that. You could do the research too. But
Yeah, you know how apple trees procreate. They make fruit that people want to friggin' eat. I mean, it's procreation, bro. I mean,
I don't
trees are like, fuck yeah, grab my fruit, eat it, and plant it everywhere. Woo! I mean, it can happen next to them on accident, because their fruit may fall to the ground and then just absorb into the ground and create another apple tree, or they could create fruit that is fun for other people to eat, and humans can actually make apple orchards. What an amazing feat! Thank you, apple trees.
Thank you, Helio, for the conclusion. If you guys want to check out Rocket Boy real quick, you can just test the waters because he's going to ask a certain question that'll probably push you back to the gauging.
All right, so Rocket Boy, do you have a question for us?
Yes, I do.
We're waiting with bated breath. Go ahead.
What is the most significant relationship that has been lost because of the things that you think?
This is not. This is gauging again. He's trolling again. Can we please move on to Rocket Boy? I think his name is. Where is it?
Yeah, I'm not paying attention. I was just listening.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to help out real quick. Lucas. His name is Lucas. Lucas Siju.
Yeah.
There he is. Okay.
So my question wasn't really anything to do with mathematics or anything. So really, my question was just if you were put on a rocket, how would they be able to fake it? And now they can't really take it. If you go up into a rocket and you're set in it, how can they fake that you're set into a plane and then do the free fall thing? But that's not a continuous thing. Now, yes, I agree on that. When you're in free fall, you experience the same as 0G. But how would they be able to fake it? That was just my question.
So what is?
Hold on. Real quick. So real quick to the panel. Hank, listen. So let me elaborate because he did this earlier. So he's asking you to explain how they fake something. He's imagining. My opinion is to get him to give you an example of what he's talking about because I don't think any of you can answer how they fake something in his imagination.
No, I get that. I got that part of it. So what exactly you're asking? Yes, they do this in Hollywood movies a lot where they can, be in 0G and they're floating around, inside, in front of green screens and stuff. What specifically are you referring to?
Can we let India respond in turn, please?
Yeah, sure. I just want to know exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah, I want to hear Indio talk to him.
Go ahead. No, I thought.
I want to say something first.
I didn't even see. I was saying something. I didn't see Indio in here, so I was. Oh, and I see Indio, but I didn't see him responding. That's all.
Let me say something, Yo-Yo. Like, so you're saying you're comparing what you're seeing, right, in the vomit comment to something called 0G, right? My question is, what does 0G look like? Have you ever seen anything in 0G?
Well, that's why I wanted to find the standard reference to compare it to.
Right.
I mean, what is he talking about to compare? It's like something that he thinks is real that is 0G, and then we can go through. I mean, what is
please let me just finish what I'm saying.
You know what? Fuck off. All of you.
Say, hold on, man. I'm trying to give a reference point what 0G is. And my reference point is water. You mean like the way astronauts train in water, they look like they are in 0G. But let me explain something, right? That's not 0G. That's water. Okay? When you say, how do they make it look like 0G? We don't know what 0G looks like unless we're talking about things in water floating around, like say they're doing in space.
But still, you could still replicate 0G, as you say, by free.
You're talking about water. You're talking about the way things behave in water, the way astronauts float around in water. This is not how you could be floating around in the vacuum of space. This is not what you look like when you're falling. When you're free falling, you don't look like you're in water. Water is different. That's not 0G. So
I never had anything to say with it. Let's just say it is a continuous free fall instead. All right, how would you be able to compare it with that? I never had anything to say with water.
Okay, I'll try. Yeah. Okay, so there was a music video that came out in like 2016-ish. And in this music video, they were constantly in free fall. And they showed you how they did it, right, in the making of the music video. They had everybody resume the same positions, and then they fixed everything with CGI to make it look like they were in the exact same position. So what they would do, I'm trying to answer your question, bro. I don't know why you want to interrupt in the middle of me answering. But what they did was that they would film for a little while, and then they would stop, and they would film for a little while, and they would stop, because the flight takes a parabolic flight. Not everybody who, makes a music video gets to go to space, obviously, right? So this is how they faked it. They faked it with a conglomeration of CGI, computer-generated imagery, and parabolic flight. I hope that answers your question.
Kill, what's the parabola?
Not exactly, because how would they fake it in front of you, specifically you? Like, that was my question. And if you can't answer, that's fine with me.
Well, how would they fake it specifically in front of me with computer graphics? You're saying if I were to go on a hypothetical spaceship?
You physically cannot.
Are you talking about astronauts? How they can fake it in front of astronauts? Because we're not ever going to space, like ever. Like none of us here are ever going to jump in a rocket, right? And then we get to see, oh look, it's the only people that get to, that they fake it in front of people like Buzz Aldrin, right? Buzz Aldrin gives a lot of details on what he did. He says things like, we were just passengers. No, we don't know anything. Like what kind of astronaut says that?
So let me ask a question. Let me ask a question. You ever had a butane lighter, bro?
Excuse me?
You ever had a butane lighter? A lighter that holds gas?
Yeah.
To light your fags with. Okay. Did it come with a tank for the butane, to hold the gas in right before you strike it?
Yeah.
Why did the lighter come with a tank to hold the gas?
Why did it come with a light? Wait.
Your lighter comes with a little tiny tank, right? They're usually under the flint. Does your lighter come with a tank? Okay. Why does your lighter come with a tank, and why don't you just buy the gas separately?
Because that would be reckless.
Exactly. The gas will fuck off, right? So you need gas pressure. If you have gas pressure, you need a tank. So if you want a barbecue for your mom on Mother's Day, you can't just go to the propane store and buy propane. You have to buy the accessories too, right? Because you can't bring the propane home without a tank, right?
About propane and propane accessories.
That's right. You need the accessories. So my question to you is, how are we breathing right now if the Earth is in an open system and the gas is not fucking off like it normally does 7 days a week? Or it needs a container not to fuck off, because there's a lot of available volume to fuck off in outer space. How come it doesn't fuck off? How are you breathing?
But then, that again, I don't want to go into that because then we're gonna start the topic from right before, and that's just gonna.
Hey man, we can go on. We can go on it real quick, man. You can make this real fast or real long. Go.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know how I would be able to explain that, but actually, again, you do know gas is also a mass, right?
Gas is always what?
A gas is also a form of mass.
Gas is mass. Is that what you're saying? Okay,
Yeah,
so let's say I got, okay, I'm following you. Let's say I got a propane tank. I just filled it up, 250 psi.
Still,
Hold on, bro.
Gas.
Hold on, bro. Listen. Yeah, gas attracts gas. That's where you're going, right? Mass attracts mass.
But
isn't that where you're going?
Yeah, but still, like again, how would the gas be held onto the earth? Well, mass attracts mass. Yeah, basically, that's all
so
I
your
can
answer is mass, and I'm about to prove you wrong. So listen, okay? Listen carefully and try to understand. Let's say you got a brand new propane tank. It's full, 250 psi, right there. And I open the tank. What's going to happen? It's going to spew out until it reaches equilibrium. So let's say I get an even bigger tank. Let's say I get, like the size of an 18-wheeler, right? The kind that goes down the interstates. And I open it up. What's going to happen? The gas is going to fuck off until it reaches equilibrium. Let's say I get an even bigger one. right? Like they're the ones that are at the propane store. I open it up. The gas is going to fuck off until it reaches equilibrium. Why is the Earth, your model, any different? And I'm saying it's not any different. If you had an Earth that was like the model that you grew up with, as soon as you open the container, like the Earth is open, right? They went to the moon, they went back. That means it's open, and there's nothing to contain the gas because gravity doesn't work. Not at 250 psi, not at 4,000 psi.
Well, you have to think that the atmosphere is not near the size of the Earth itself. The Earth is on a much, much larger scale in the mass than the gas itself, so it would just cling on to it as if it was a wet surface.
Then why doesn't it do it with the propane tank? Why doesn't it do it with a propane tank? You're claiming that it does.
Because a propane tank is on a much, much smaller scale.
So you think there's different laws for big and small things?
Hey, Hank, real quick.
No, it's because it gets almost pointless at that small of a scale. I can't explain why. You have to ask an expert on that part.
Is that a
Can you guys
scientific
hear me?
term?
Maybe you guys can't hear
I
me.
remember seeing that in a journal article. Pointless. It's pointless, dude.
You
What
guys
does
hear
that
me,
even
man?
mean?
Mic check 1 2.
Hear you.
Helio, you here? I gotta ask Helio one quick administrative question. Hey man,
I'm here. What's up?
It was a great day, dude. The stream's at 12 hours on
Oh
YouTube.
yeah. I restarted it late, but I thought it was like 3:00. I think we're still.
It's 12 hours, right on the money almost.
Really? Let me check. Oh yeah.
Yeah, save that one, man. That was great. Sleeping Warrior in here today with Mr.
I recorded the portion earlier with the.
Yeah, there's 2 hours left there, dude.
That was fucking epic, bro. I was listening, trying to do shit with my wife. And she's like, "What are you listening to?" Like, fuck, I got to listen to this fucking two guys go at it, 3, 4, or 5 of you. I don't know. It was a great afternoon. Thank you.
Yeah, I can't even tell you how many times I'm like walking down the street listening, just like cracking up, and everybody's looking at me like I'm crazy.
Just like, who the fuck are you talking to? You talking to me, motherfucker?
No, just listening, not even talking, just
listening,
listening to the people that come in here. It's just hilarious sometimes.
It's hilarious.
It is crazy. Well, it's like, even though we get in the live stream, we'll get, on my channel. I mean, Roger's doing his channel, and Joshua's doing a channel too on Facebook. He's doing some live streams too. I mean, ours is mine is one of the most popular ones that we get anywhere from 20 to 50 sometimes, 50, even 70 when it's really hot, but whatever.
Real quick. I'm thinking about doing a quick little, like maybe 15-minute to an hour discussion, basically explaining what flat Earth is, like an introduction ambassador type thing, open panel on Big O, and have a direct link back to this Discord in hopes of getting traffic. I did a test stream earlier, just do a test, and I was able to get 15 consistent viewers and 25 total or something like that.
Do you have
within
a YouTube
58
channel
seconds.
that you're streaming to?
No, this is just something different. Remember that Big O I was telling you about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about going over there and doing a little discussion on what flat Earth really is.
Yeah, me and
what the
Josh
Flat
were
Earth
talking about this
Society is not us.
Big O channel. Yeah.
Because before I would do I would stream over there for 15 minutes and I would get 500 to 600 views.
That's crazy.
400 of it's consistent viewership, over a minute.
Yeah, we ought to really work on that. Yeah, let's take
worldwide.
You one day, just let's do a flat Earth stream, a 30-minute flat Earth stream over there one day, and see what happens. And then maybe we can get recruit some people from here.
Well, it's kind of like this. It's there's a panel, and I think you can have up to 8 people on it.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's all that is.
Yeah, it sounds pretty fun, man. It could be fun. But anyway, yeah, you're right. I do need to restart the live stream.
Hey, thanks, Helio. Once again.
Dude, thanks everybody, man. You guys are fucking awesome.
Yeah, they are.
Everybody's awesome.
Well, kick ass. Today was kick ass fucking awesome, man.
It was so I was like
It was awesome.
laughing my ass off. I mean, it's not funny, but sometimes it's like you want to get pissed, but it's still fun. Still fun, you know.
I still wanted to hear from Guy on how he thought there was a freaking car flying around outer space.
Yeah, he sent me the DM directly on that one. He said, hey, there's a car in space. Fuck yeah, look at this.
I saw one in a movie once in space.
What? Who said what? Coachell? Who just said that?
Oh, that was me.
Oh,
I was
Central
just saying
Banker.
that Guy gave the answer. He just said that he believed
who
it,
was-
basically.
Who was the guy that asked the question about how would they fake it?
That was Lucas.
All right, so I'm posting the YouTube video right now of like Vivo or some shit. Okay, go.
Okay.
Upside down and out. Yeah.
Yeah.
So in this video, it appears to be a non-stop stream of about 3 minutes of what they call zero gravity.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
This was obviously fake because they did it in the atmosphere. Because these aren't astronauts. They're not going to space. And there's no way that you could free fall for 3 minutes without hitting the ground. So, yeah, go ahead and check this out. And if you want to see how they made the video and you want to see how they would fake it, I'm pretty sure there's another video. If you just search, you'll find it. Thanks.
Hank, I love you for sharing that, man, because I remember when this came out.
And you were a Glober then.
No,
Sure.
I wasn't. This is 2016 when this came out, so I had just been smacked awake.
Oh, shit. Okay.
And this was one of the things that someone was like, hey, dude, let's flat check the shit out. I don't know. I don't even talk to that person anymore. Anyway.
Check it out. Cheers, you flat earthers. Damn it.
Oh, Lucas, maybe you can tell us why NASA owns the world's largest green screen. Why do they need to own that? They're supposed to be building rockets at this place. This was the place that when they said that they were building this, it was going to be to make the next big heavy lift rocket. And instead of building rockets there, they got the world's largest green screen. Why are they doing that?
Why would they lend $1 million lens to a filmmaker in 19?
Hold on, let's see if Lucas has an answer for him, dude. Let's see what he says.
What? No, I'm just curious. Why would they even own that? How did they even get the money to budget that out?
I don't know, honestly.
Yeah, neither does anybody else.
No, that's why I'm asking questions.
Dude, this music video is so fucking amazing, though.
It is. It is absolutely top of the chart shit.
Yeah, mind blowing. And these guys make videos like that all the time. They did another one real quick. I know it's off topic, but they did another one with the treadmills. That one's fun too.
They're from out here, man. Right down the road from me, man.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
NASA doesn't launch any rockets anymore. They hire people to do it for them now.
Okay, I got you, Drace.
So this facility that they built was, when they retired the space shuttle, they were like, we're going to build this other thing, right? We're going to make these giant heavy lift rockets, and we're going to build it at this place in Louisiana. And this huge factory is supposed to be for that. But they don't build rockets there. They have a giant green screen that's like 300 feet long and 100 feet high.
But you're saying they are not building rockets anymore. That's not true. They're building the SLS.
NASA doesn't have any rockets.
No, they're building the SLS.
When's the last time NASA themselves, their own product that they developed, they launched?
India, aren't they trying to
They're
build...
still developing the SLS rocket.
Yeah, I'm sure they are, and they still have a plan to the moon, and they still have a plan to go to Mars.
To go to the moon, man. That's what I was going to say. That's where they're building the rocket to go to the moon, baby. Come on.
Think about this. Okay, in 1969. So if you had a comparison of altitudes of rockets that have launched, right? So if the Empire State Building was going to the moon, what's been launched since then wouldn't even be to the first floor. It would be like the first brick of the Empire State Building. That's how high everybody else has gone since then.
What would Kubrick do, right? That's the question. He would build a giant green screen. I think that's Hollywood or NASA.
I just find it interesting.
Projection technology. They didn't use it.
I think that
Anyway.
Space Odyssey. I just find it interesting that the movie Space Odyssey came out in 1968, and then they went to the moon, 69. But NASA lent Mr. Kubrick $1 million lens at the time. Said, here, yeah, make your
That
movie.
was later on. It was a $3 million camera for low
Some
work.
shit, right? Some crazy expensive shit.
It's for Barry Lyndon.
They loan it to a filmmaker right before they go to the moon, and then the shit that comes back from the moon is grainy, fuck off, stupid.
According to them, it came down at 5 frames per second.
It's horrible. Where's the film, man?
Well, like, you ever play a video game at 5 frames a second? It's like
horrible.
a slideshow, right?
It's ridiculous.
So why isn't there video that we see on TV? Why isn't it all chopped up and chopped around? Because the camera that they have, it's max. It does scan line. It does like a half a frame. Does half a frame every 5 seconds. Back then, like, the TV technology was scan lines. It wasn't pixels. So it would scan half the TV and then scan the other, or half the frame and then scan the other half the frame. So, like, if the camera was only capable of doing this, how come that's not the video we see? How come we see, like, something like 30 frames per second video?
Hey, 1939, the first color movie came out called Wizard of Oz, and I can I can see Dorothy's fucking pimples. It was unbelievable, right?
Yeah,
and
I think
now we got. Yeah, you're telling me fucking in 1960 you don't have something better than fucking shit? It was horrible quality.
Well, the funny thing is, anybody can do this, right? You can film something at 5 frames a second, and then when you play it at normal, like TV speed, right, at 30 frames a second, it'll appear like it's in slow motion.
Exactly. There you go. Yep.
So why isn't it in slow motion all the video? These are little technical problems. Apollo is like one of the easiest things to prove is fake. It's so easy. There's so many things to point to.
I mean, it was certainly a huge
like
part
the curtain rods.
My fucking
the curtain
I
rods
think
are
the
big
easiest
giveaway.
thing to prove is the film. How's film survived 250 Fahrenheit plus and 250 Fahrenheit negative while it was in the shade?
The official footage of that thing spinning around, you got your fucking wrinkles. There's nothing sealed. Like, no.
Hold on. So they say that it has like its own suit, right, to preserve the film. Well, how do they go in and out of the limb, in and out of the suit to get these, film rolls changed and changed and changed because they took hundreds of snapshots while they were up there. So who was changing all that film? And how much oxygen do they have in those tanks to reopen the limb, shut the limb, let all the oxygen out, right? Get back out, get back in, fill it back up. I mean, they had to do this every time they had to change the reel.
How did they have time to smoke that much
and
meth?
repressurize 50 times? Right, okay. And the door
You
that
couldn't
opened
even
in.
fit a guy in a suit into that place.
And don't forget,
I think Kubrick set the aesthetics, what you expect to see, right, in space, right? And then the reason why it looks so bad is because if you compare Hollywood to the real thing, it has to look faker than Hollywood, right? Because it's been set up that way. And then what's his name says, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. I mean, I know it's been said like many years later, but that was the idea back then too. You present something so people have an idea what they're going to see, right? And then you present them with something lesser so that, of course they don't have to see, you know what I mean? And
that film wasn't complete in 69 either. It was pushed out early on purpose. So people already had it in their minds what it was going to look like. So when they did the fakery with the same kind of technique, it looked similar and most people accepted it.
Predictive programming, right?
Hey, people accept shit. I can't believe the shit people are accepting these days, but that's a different topic. Yeah, that was part of some serious manipulation of the media, man. Woo.
Then you had the Cold War going at that time. You had all these military experiments happening.
Vietnam.
Yeah, so many things to distract.
So much for everybody to
Woodstock. We had
focus on
Woodstock
and think
and the
about.
hippies, man. The fucking
Look at that
Woodstock.
picture I just posted. This is how they used to tell people that space looked like.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, they've given us some lots of ridiculous. That was like the first. Hey, this is the first video of the moon and from space. This is what they gave us.
What a very pathetic
is that
representation
fucking
of humans.
picture of that cutout.
I think during
just
that
curious. Do you
during
think
that time, that was very convincing, and nobody would have known any better. But I think they knew that in the future, people are going to look back and know that this is fake and that they're lying. So I
Right.
think they're preparing us for something today. Another big fakery, where technology is right now. It's hard to tell the real thing from CGI.
Yeah.
Like I said, man, they're going to put a fucking fake meteor in the sky, and then they're going to say aliens blew it up and helped us, and then Space Force and aliens are going to take over the galaxy.
Remember, you're playing like 6-level chess here with these motherfuckers. So, yeah, they've thought of everything. Because we're thinking of it. That means they fucking thought of it. Believe me.
Yeah.
In the
If
past,
you can pick it up, they've thought of it.
Don't believe me. Don't believe me. Don't believe me. My bad. I said
Don't
believe
me, just
Don't believe
watch.
me. I fucked up. All right, that's $5. I'll kick in. Yep. my bad. If you say, I tell you, we got to have like a thing, man. If you say like planet or stars,
You're damn right.
or something,
About
you have to throw
atmosphere.
in like $1 or something, man.
Every time someone says atmosphere, you got to take a shot.
Atmosphere, you got to do a show.
I don't drink anymore. How about I take a cold shower?
Hey, do you think any of y'all would have fell for that image if you would have been alive then as a child? I mean, because think about it. Ultrageist, when
Are
you
you
were a
kidding
little
me?
kid, you watched that, you kind of got scared.
What image?
Dude, that picture of the moon with the first video from space or whatever it was.
Oh,
I've seen the footage from this fucking thing.
I would have been like, that is too shitty to make a comment on, so whatever.
But what's this weird face demon thing?
I would have shrugged it off as a kid. I would have been a little asshole kid, and I would have been like, I don't care. Honey, does this look real to you? I don't care, Mom. I'm trying to sneak a cigarette right now.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out that image on the far right. Fuck is that?
So,
it's a
John, this is
face
thing.
Something.
John here. The problem with images from space of Earth, you have no reference from which to compare them against to even tell they're fake. It's not like you've been to space and saw Earth and then can evaluate the image based upon what you saw. You can only compare the image against some other image that somebody showed you. Right? So if they're all fake, how can you say which one, you can't say, well, this one's the most one that looks real to me. How do you know what looks real? Because you've never seen that from that point of view.
In that
picture, you have no way to tell. You have no reference. You've seen a horse, so if you look at a picture of a horse, you can see if that picture is kind of accurate to what you've seen of a horse. You're not in that situation when it comes to so-called space pictures.
Mm-hmm. I get it. I'm tracking with you. Man.
You've never seen it from the vantage of, hey, look, there's the whole Earth right there in front of you.
Yeah, you have no reference in your mind from which to even compare it against, other than some other fake image. Oh, does this image look more fake than the other fake image? Like, they don't even look like each other. I mean, think about it. Think about all the images of the so-called globe you've seen. They're not even consistent amongst themselves.
They're not. It's like you say,
shapes, different
which of these things doesn't belong?
Everything.
Which of these things doesn't belong? And you go, yes.
It was fun seeing
consistency.
I appreciate Sleeping Warrior coming in this afternoon and handing Gravity Man his ass.
Fake physicist, fake PhD.
Yeah, that was great, man. I haven't heard a good one like that in a while. Yeah, I took on a physicist too, man, for 6 hours straight, man.
We've had him in here. We've had physicists in here.
So yeah, I know.
We just had one earlier today.
I know the
Nah,
answer.
he wasn't. I listened to the stream.
He said so.
I know what the physicists are going to say, man. Already before they even say it.
The kid was smart for his age, probably, but definitely not a physicist.
No, He may have took a first year physics class in university and failed or something. Because I posted it in the live stream. He said something about he did the calculation for a double pendulum, and then he did the experiment, and then they correlated. The double pendulum experiment, the reason they even give it to you in physics class is because you actually can't predict its motion because it's chaotic. And that's the point of them teaching you that in physics class. So to say he actually did the calculation in the experiment and they correlated, he's lying. He's just blatantly lying. He must have failed at least that portion of the physics class because he got it exactly backwards.
So, yeah.
India, I recorded that. I'll upload it tomorrow. So anyway, you guys.
Wow, thank you, Elio. Thank you, man.
Well, I mean, they're trying to teach you about chaotic motion, right? So that's the whole point of the double pendulum exercise of teaching you in physics class. And then he's saying in this stream is that he did it and then made accurate predictions with it. They teach it for the exact opposite reason of that, because you can't make predictions. So he was either sleeping through the class, made shit up, failed the class, or something because he didn't get the gist of that lesson.
I felt that he was using a little bit of maybe some Google search or something. He had some dictionary or something that he was popping in and out of, because he would pause every once in a while, and he's probably
I noticed that as well.
I just noticed that. I was like, that's a good question. He would kind of stall and say, well, I agree with you 100%, but he would. And then he would get some.
If you notice, his arguments too, that he would argue back for was a rebuttal of just more words of the definition, and that's how he. Win his argument.
John, man, I've heard this shit for fucking 6.5 years now, man. I'm like, I already know what they're gonna say before they say it. I
bet you.
There it comes. I mean, it's the same shit over and over and over and over and over. And no disrespect to them, but that's what they learn in school, man. And they love it. And it's super misleading, man. The school is super misleading, man. That's all I gotta say. All right, carry on.
Hey, one thing, Flat, since you and there's many others in here as well, not disqualifying anybody, but have any of y'all ever thought of maybe where they gotta at least watch a 15-minute video of y'all explaining what exactly flat Earth is, or y'all's
we have 1,000 of those 5-minute videos.
You should honestly make some of these people watch it, because but
it's not a requirement though. It's not a requirement that they have to watch it before they come in. I don't think it would actually make a difference.
Yeah, it's not going to.
I don't know. What about that thing? What about that thing that I did at the round table where I did the Flat Earth 101? I mean, I think that would help a lot of people out.
Yeah, sure. But what I'm saying is they already have their presuppositions. They already know what they're going to say before they come in here.
Yeah.
Dude, what you did over on Roundtable, it was badass, Hank. Yeah. And even if they listen to it, they're still going to be like, hey, you flat earthers really don't have anything because you. It's weird. It's kind of weird to me that they would say that we have nothing. We've not. Well, just like the physicist guy that was in here earlier. I mean, you guys talked to him for an hour and a half, and he was just like, you know what, I see what you're saying, kind of, but
yeah.
All right, let's stop making it weird. We have
stop making it weird.
It's fucking weird. Elio, stop that shit.
No, am I making it weird, or does everyone
let's
in here
stop making it weird?
Are they making it weird? It's just bro, this is really simple. We're trying to simplify everything, and you guys, they're the ones that are making it weird. It's weird to me.
So we have Poppy Law.
You got somebody?
My bad. Poppy Law is making noise.
Poppy's got hot mic thing going on.
Was it Bobby? Poppy, welcome, Poppy.
Hello.
She's
Poppy,
not.
where you been?
What's
She's
up?
not talking. He's not talking. I don't know. I can't.
I am
tell.
talking.
He is talking.
There you are. Now I hear
Yeah,
you.
I'm talking.
Poppy, what's up, baby?
What's
Poppy,
up,
what
man?
brings you to the Flat Earth
The
Discord?
Earth is flat. Check it out, man. It's real simple, man. Water finds its level. Polaris never moves, and it's spinning. All right, cool, man. So, you having a good weekend?
Yeah, how about you? How's your weekend right now?
Good, man. Having a beer, hanging out with you guys, taking a piss, as I say, man. Taking a piss.
Hey, the horizon's not the curvature of the Earth, by the way.
What is the horizon, Helio?
What the fuck
is it?
was that all about?
Well,
Poppy,
I
have you
mean,
ever
that
spoken to
seems
Flat
to be
Earthers,
a hot
Poppy?
topic with a lot of people on the globe side. They think the horizon is the curvature of the Earth for some reason. That's kind of
Where
crazy.
did they get this concept? What planet are they living on?
But when you actually ask them about it, they're like, "No, I didn't. Nobody ever said that." You know, they just say all
we
the
let the new guy ask the question instead of you guys asking yourselves questions and answering them.
Sorry
No,
about that.
no. He
That
was
is just fucking hilarious.
No, like I'm listening. It's fun. I joined this to like get educated. So
cool.
Okay, what do you
Learn
know?
more about the topic.
What do you need to learn? Where's the empty spot in your head?
Just like the whole premise, you know. Like,
all right, let us help you out, bro. We're gonna
I
ask
get,
you
I
some
get
questions.
the Earth surface is
There's
flat,
no right
right?
or wrong. Well,
Hank's gonna
it's
ask you some
topographical. Yeah, we're just going to ask you some questions. No right or wrong answer. If you don't know, just say you don't know. We'll move on. If you do know, we'll dive into it and work it out to the very end. Okay, so anytime in ancient history up until modern times, has anyone directly measured the curvature of the Earth? And if so, how did they do it?
Didn't I forgot his name, but didn't he sail across the whole ocean, right? To measure that? Yeah, Columbus.
Right. So my
Didn't he measure
neighborhood's
that?
pretty flat. If I run a block around my neighborhood and circumnavigate my neighborhood, does that mean it's a sphere?
Not necessarily.
So if I extend that to, let's say, the size of the crater, right, and let's say that it's hypothetically on a flat Earth, I could still run a circle around the equator, even though it's flat, and that doesn't really prove anything, does it?
No, it isn't.
All right. So anybody that you know of that directly measured the curvature of the Earth, and if so, how did they do it?
Actually got me there.
Okay, so if you don't know, we'll just move on. Anybody in ancient history up until modern days measure the spin, the actual rotation of the Earth?
Didn't they do that by taking pictures of the moon?
Right, so that would be the motion of the moon.
Yes.
Not the actual motion of the Earth. We're looking for directly observing the motion of the Earth.
Oh, wasn't it the shadows on the tree or whatever?
Shadows are caused by the sun. Yes. The sun is obviously moving from east to west every day, roughly 24-hour circuit. Exactly a 24-hour circuit. So that would be the sun causing the shadow. Anybody directly measure the Earth moving, though?
No, I don't think so.
All right, so last question. How are you breathing right now? Let me elaborate a little bit. So if you have gas pressure, you have to have a container. If you have a vacuum, you have to have a container. You can't have gas pressure sitting next to near perfect vacuum, like the vacuum of space, allegedly 10 to the 17 negative torr. That can't sit next to a high pressure system.
100% believe there's a vacuum around the Earth that traps the oxygen in because it can't exist, obviously, because if there was gravity, it wouldn't exist, right? Is that right?
Yeah, gravity can't do it. Gravity can't hold gas because gas expands in all directions.
And vacuums can't contain anything either. Vacuums evacuate. So, I don't know what sound that was. Like ding, ding, ding.
So my question is, Poppy, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
No.
Okay, so what you said so far is that you don't actually know how it was measured to curve or to spin, or how they explain the gas pressure container. You just believe the model at this point, right? So let's do word association. When you close your eyes and I say Earth, what do you see in your head? Like the model, right? The blue marble. Is that what you picture in your head?
I believe
when
like
I say Earth,
not a sphere. I believe like the Earth is like, okay, so like the water, like pretty much. Hold on, I'm actually dumb. My bad. It's like the first time I'm like actually getting interrogated. So my bad.
No, nobody's dumb when it comes to this. Nobody's dumb.
No, these are friendly questions to help you know what you know and understand the difference between belief and knowledge. So I'm not interrogating you. At any time, you can say that you're done.
Okay. So like I believe like the surface of the Earth is more flat, like like a flat shape.
I think water is a good time to bring up at this point.
Water, yeah.
Water is a very interesting substance, man.
Water must like curve.
Right? Water curves? Where have you seen?
Wait. Chill.
What?
I didn't mean like that. I didn't mean like that. Like it can't curve. Like water can curve.
Water can't curve. There you go.
That's what I was saying.
That's where you're going. Gotcha. Yeah, man. It doesn't. It's very, really very predictable, man. You can watch water all day long, man. It does the same thing all day, every day.
Water can only contain the shape of the glass it's put in, or the object.
And once you go out to the ocean or lake, and just take a good look, man. It's not bending. We haven't tried to measure miles and miles and miles across bodies of water, and we can't.
Oh, so that's how you measure it. Okay.
Yeah, usually over water, man, because that's it's very level, right?
Yeah.
So we want to use the most level surface we can find, and the most level surface I can find on where I live, and I live on this dirt in California, and I went out to the ocean. I've been to the lakes. It's always level.
Yeah, I went to the sea like multiple times, and it's like there's no curvature.
There's no curve, baby. There's no bendy water, as they say in England.
Water.
Bendy water.
Spot on.
There's no bendy water, man. We've got observations up to like, I don't know, 30 miles. And we know that we know the numbers they gave us for the ball we're supposed to be living on. So we just measured the balls and what it actually what we should see or not see. And it turns out we can see way, way, way farther than we should. And it's something you can
look. I just kicked him. He's the one that's playing all those stupid effects, man. The
Who's
fart
that?
noises, the dinging, all that shit.
Oh, that was him.
Yeah, he's been doing it the whole time.
Either way, where's the bendy water?
Wait a minute. Why isn't somebody kicking Flat Earth dude? He said Nazi. What the fuck, bro?
I said,
Nazi?
Did you kick Flat Earth dude?
And Nazi.
Are you talking about Flat Earth dude, Indio? Did you click?
Flat Earth dude also said
never mind.
We measured the balls. I'm like, we measured the balls.
We measured the balls.
Hey, what?
That's hilarious, man. If I
whatever.
said that, I will own it, man. I'll own that shit.
Oh, whatever. It's funny. Hey, man. Hey, all of us are still doing our job, man. We're just riding the wave.
Riding the wave, baby. Guess what, man? The wave is flat. How about that? We're riding a wave that's totally flat.
Riding the flat wave. What were you going to say, Jimsy?
I know Sean laughed, even though he's in bed, but he's laughed.
What are you saying, Jimsy?
No, you said that we all doing our job. And I said, yeah, I'm doing my job. I'm waiting for my check.
Oh, well, yeah, you're going to be waiting a long time for that one.
I don't think it's a different kind of payment. It's not a crypto. It's not a dollar.
It's satisfaction in your heart,
It's a
man.
totally
That's
different kind of payment, man.
yeah, it's a
weird, man.
satisfaction in your heart, bro.
It
That's
works
where it
in
comes
the
from.
ether, man. Check it out.
I almost feel it, almost.
Almost.
You got to check your wallet, man. Check your wallet.
Check your heart wallet.
There you go. The heart wallet. Check your mental stability wallet. You got one of those?
I just want to know how come everybody comes in here and telling Indio about their emotional damage. My feelings.
I know it's just like when they come in, when they talk to us, they're trolling, but when they get a hold of Indio, they just break down, you know. It's just something about when Indio gets the hold of them, it's just like
Indio puts them in their feels, bro. Puts them all up in their feels.
I love it. I fucking love it.
It's a great day, boys and girls. You guys are boys and girls, right? Okay, just checking. No, it's a good day.
Oh no, there might be a couple in here that identify as something different.
Right. I understand if you're gender fluid. That's a new word I came up with. I didn't come up with it. I heard it last year.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Gender fluid. I was like, "What is that?" And then somebody explained it to me. I'm like, "Interesting." Yeah. So
was it a man that explained it to you?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, mansplaining. You can just forget about that, bro.
Yeah, see, you just disregard the mansplaining of gender fluidity, and then you just be like, "Fuck it, there's a man and a woman. I already understand this part. It's really, really solid. You know, I mean, it's like a man trying to tell you about gender fluidity. That's that's off course, bro.
That's off course, bro. It is. It's so off left field, right? That's what threw me off last year. Somebody said that, and I was like, "You're gender fluid." I repeated it and made sure I heard what I heard. Oh yeah. I was like,
as far as all that goes, I think that's probably going to go to the wayside within the next 5 to 6 years. You know, this gender fluidity thing. It's not necessarily going to be a thing very long.
I'm hoping it's going to be gone in about 5 seconds. But,
I know. Well, it's already. I mean, it's a thing right now. But I'm just telling you,
man.
I predict that it's not going to be a thing. 5, 6 years from now, it won't be a thing anymore.
So
I mean, it's going to take. It's going to.
All these southpaws are getting the triple jab in the boxing ring. You know, so maybe we won't have to deal with it.
Yeah, probably can.
The southpaws are getting the hook.
Wait, what do you have? What do you have against left-handers?
Southpaws are getting the hammer, baby. They're getting the hammer, man. That's what we got to start calling it, the hammer, right?
Dude, I don't even know what I'm offended. I'm a Southerner, but why they call them southpaws? You know, left-handers. I'm a right-hander, and my right hand's pretty strong. So what?
Are you ambidextrous?
No, not at all. I actually now I will say I can play guitar pretty good with my left hand. You know, I do a little thing, but I can't. You know, but I'm not left-handed any other way. When I throw a football with my left hand, I look like a girl. I throw like a girl. That's sexist when I say I throw like a girl with my left hand, but I can throw the shit out of a football with my right hand.
Well, today I identify as a left-handed girl pitcher.
Pitcher.
I don't know.
Guys, can you imagine Kurt Cobain coming out with a guitar in his right hand, like he's a right hand, and just saying, "I identify as a right-handed guitar player today." You guys are going to listen to that shitty music.
Hey now, don't forget about Stevie Ray Vaughan.
And he totally plays like shit, and everybody goes, "What the fuck, man?" And he's like, "No. This is the new music, man."
Stevie Ray is a right-hand guitar.
Shut the fuck up, right? Oh shit! I mean,
Jimi Hendrix was a lefty. Jimi Hendrix was a lefty, but no, Stevie Ray Vaughan was a righty.
No.
All right, I want you guys
Ray
to
play with the left-handed guitar with being right-handed.
Jimi Hendrix just took a right-handed guitar and he just turned it upside down. He learned to play it.
That's not true either. Why the fuck are you guys
I'm
saying
asking
this?
you, man. I've heard this, but I think you're right, man. It was a left-handed
Stevie
guitar.
Ray. No, yeah, I mean,
Stevie Ray Vaughan played with the wrong side of the guitar.
Well, he had very heavy strings on his guitar. I know that.
Stevie Ray Vaughan. Yeah, he did play with heavy strings, but he was a right-handed guitar player.
Like super heavy.
Yeah, but he was
Yeah.
left-handed.
No, well, he might have been left-handed, but he played a right-hand guitar, but he didn't string it upside down. I mean, some players do, but he didn't.
Jimi Hendrix. That's the one I'm talking about.
Jimi Hendrix played left-handed and strung it left-handed.
Oh, okay.
He could probably string it upside down and play it, the same,
Dude,
the
that
other
guy could
way.
play.
But
I'm pretty sure.
for the most part, he strung it, standard, but played left-handed.
Can you do? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Am I right about this?
Hey, man, I think we lost
Jen.
Dude,
I know I'm right about this. Unless I'm in fucking Mandela or some shit.
100%.
I've been a big fan of both those guys for a long time. I mean, you can't tell me shit about Stevie Ray and Jimmy, man. Come on.
Yeah, like one day I came in here and Flat Earther was actually a globalist. Hey, I'm just curious for something.
So funny, man.
The best, Kenny Dude, all the best.
Hey, Jen. Here in Japan. Here in Japan. Hold on.
Japan.
Japan.
Here in Japan.
Here he is, all the way from Japan. He's broadcasting on 24/7 Flat Earth.
I'm the only black flat earther in Japan.
Konnichiwa minasan.
Konnichiwa.
Oh, now we're doing Japan. I think I'm learning Japanese. I think I'm learning Japanese. I think I really think so. Or turning Japanese. All that shit. Whatever the fuck that is.
Jen's about to piss himself right now. Hold on. Jen's gonna piss himself. We can have a good laugh.
Okay.
He has to go to the laundry anyway.
Yeah, it's about your laundry time, right? That's why you're in here, Jen, right?
Might as well make
I'm just about to start.
I know I made him piss himself a little bit.
Oh, this shit is
Come
funny,
on, Jen.
No, we love you, Jen, bro.
Jen and I go way back, man, and we just laugh our asses off at the most craziest stuff, man. Crazy.
Exactly. I've literally bought a load of bleach. I'm now going to decant it into the other bottles. Literally.
So that's for your whites, right? That's for your whites.
Right, for my whites and my son's baseball whites. That's right. You got it. And for my car and the floor and the toilet and everything else.
There you go.
Standard, I can lick my toilet. It's that clean.
I wouldn't recommend that, but
don't do that. Don't. No.
Lick my toilet. It's so
Jin Sensei.
Dude, I'm gonna hold back on this one.
I know.
Hey, is any of y'all
I can make jokes too, but I'm not gonna. I'm gonna stop.
We're gonna stop that right there in its tracks. No, Jen, thank you for doing laundry. I hope we made you laugh.
Oh,
I'm sure your kids appreciate it.
Jen and I are exactly 6,000 miles apart. Exactly. Yeah. To the fucking. To the tits.
To the longitude.
To the tits, baby. Right there. 6,000 miles.
Yeah, 6,000 miles, man.
Jin.
Yep. But it would take you...
Kurate iru.
Kurate iru. Hi.
Anata wa kurute iru.
Kurute iru.
I'm just saying. I'm saying they are crazy.
Ah, okay. We usually say karirawa baka or koransuru. Crazy and confused.
Would it be something like discombobulated weirdos?
You did not just say discombobulated. Tell me you did.
Could I tell you?
That
yes,
discombobulated.
Okashininata.
That's fucking awesome.
Their heads are not correct.
Come on, guys, have a laugh at that. That is, their heads are not correct.
Yeah.
That's all you got to say.
How do you say that in Japanese?
Karadadachi atamaga okashi desu.
Oh, fuck off. I'm not.
How do you say fuck off in Japanese?
What a response. Fuck off. What a good response.
Fuck off. Yeah, that's how they say it, man. Is the middle, hey, Jen, man, let me ask you, is the middle finger the same in Japan as it is in England?
It's the same in Japan. It's the same.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, that's a fact. If you say fuck off anywhere in the world, it could be a Tibetan monk, and he tries to grab your luggage, and you go, hey, you, fuck off. He's not going to wonder what you're talking about. That's universal.
No,
right?
he ain't
Every
gonna give it.
language.
He knows what you just.
Yeah. 2022, the madness continues.
Exactly. Good stuff.
I hope you guys are laughing. I'm laughing. I don't know you guys.
Yeah, I'm heated up.
Yeah, I mean, we have to laugh to keep from
We
crying
gotta
about
laugh
a
at
lot
this
of the
shit, boys.
nonsense,
Come on.
but yeah,
Girls.
it's good stuff.
Come on,
You gotta
we
laugh,
laugh
man.
at this shit because why? Because what the hell should it's you know, once they start shooting at us, I'll be concerned.
Yeah.
Damn, you motherfuckers are serious.
As I tear up from behind my barrier. Yeah.
Yeah, but until then, man, I'm gonna laugh and have a good time with this shit because this shit's ridiculously funny nowadays.
2022 is gonna get pretty crazy too. I mean, you thought 2021 was crazy, and 2020 it's gonna get pretty
You
crazy.
thought the last couple of years were crazy. Wait till this shit.
2021. I ended 2021 with a grand finale destruction of the Gem Panda server. Hammered them to death. One-man army, Jin CBR1, the loudest rootin' tootin' flat earth bastard you're ever gonna meet. And I
you should have recorded that shit, Jen. I freaking put that shit on my channel. You should have recorded it.
Yeah, I should have. But it was good. I hammered them, man. So 2022 is a year where we give ourselves a psychological evaluation because I truly believe we are the ones that are closest to God. When you're a flat earther, you're connected to the earth. It means you are closer to the creator, which means we are the ones who are sane. We are the ones who are coherent, and we offer a counseling service to those who come here. Because once they connect with the flat earth, they're connecting to God. So that's it. So this year, we're going to give ourselves a psychological evaluation just to keep ourselves in check.
I guess that's a pretty good point. I mean, yes, I mean in a fashion, we can be a safe place for people to come and express their feelings, you know, and emotions from all the nonsense, but at the same time not be judged, you know, for what they're feeling about this, you know, because a lot of people that join us aren't completely aware, you know, of everything that we've been talking about for several years.
Exactly.
So yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, that's good. That's a good.
I'm going to be doing this a lot. I'm going to be doing this every so often, checking our psychological state of mind. Because, for example, I asked earlier. I'll ask again. How many of you people feel that the chemical imbalance in the brain is a real thing? The chemical imbalance in the brain is a real thing.
Hey, Jen, I'll tell you, I'm going to jump right in on this one because I actually have a little bit of, I saw a video once.
Probably the one I gave you.
There is no test in the world that can detect chemical imbalance in your brain.
That's absolutely correct, sir.
And that's 100% fuck all bullshit. I watched 50 doctors tell me that to my face in the video. Go, look in the camera, go, no, of course there's no test for that. No.
That's right. That is absolutely right. That's
so
the video
weird, man.
known as Making a Killing. Psychotropic drugging.
The psycho drug therapy thing shit that they put in the medical system is absolutely ridiculous, man.
Yeah, man.
100%.
Yeah.
Anyway, stay away from that shit.
Kenny Dude there was correct. There is no scientific data that exists that can prove that there is a chemical imbalance in your brains.
Yep.
Okay? It's all been one big fallacy from the word go.
I'm gonna put this. I'll put this discreetly. I'll say that there's no scientific evidence going for this shit we're going through now.
That's correct.
And
and there's no drug that can help you through
there's
this
nothing out
psychosis.
there that can help you. No.
Yeah. But and on the point you were making, I've known people over the years. Almost every single person in my family is on these psychotropic drugs,
and they're horrible.
And I've never taken one, and I'm the weirdo, right?
Yeah. Dude, do not take that shit, man. I don't care what they tell you, man. Do not take that shit. Smoke a bowl, have a beer. Fuck, but don't take that shit, man.
Yeah, I mean, I drink a lot of alcohol. Everybody knows that. But I've taken a lot of drugs. In the past, I don't take a lot of drugs now.
Yeah, man.
But as far as like getting on psychotropics and like talking to psychiatrists and everything, just like having these sessions and just being treated with this. I've never done that. And
good.
And I'm the crazy guy.
Yeah. Well, no.
go.
No, you're not.
There you go.
Not even close. Not even.
No,
close.
they don't call me the crazy guy, but but whatever. I mean, so I still have a good relationship with people. They're just like, it's like almost every single member of my family are taking these drugs, and they go to psychiatrists and they go to doctors all the time. I ever go to doctors? Shit, it's just like I'm not saying that people shouldn't go to doctors, or not that there's any mental issues. I'm just saying it can be overprescribed and misdiagnosed, and just an opinion. That's my opinion.
Oh, hey, you know what? I've heard this theory recently, man, where they take people and they tell them that even though they feel fine, that they're not fine.
Yeah.
Well,
you have to stay home, Helio.
Every time you go to a psychiatrist, they're going to tell you that, bro.
Listen,
you know why they tell you that? Because the psychiatrists
get in
are
your
not fine.
room and you shut up now. I am.
I'm being gentle about how I feel about that.
Me too,
man. It's just like I'm just telling you. I've never been. I've been to some counseling when I was married. A couple of counselors, and I thought it was not good for me, and whatever. And so I've been prescribed some of those a little bit, but that was really more had to do with some pain association than I got prescribed some of these what do they call them? And it's something. SSRIs. It was really more for pain, in my situation. And I took them for a little bit, but I didn't take them for very long. And so I was hooked on opioids for a long time, but I got that shit from my doctor. I was hooked on the opioids, but the SSRIs, I didn't take a lot. I mean, it didn't really. I was just whatever.
Yeah, I went in when I was a child, and they told me that I had ADD, which is to me.
Yes, you got it, John. You have ADD and ADHD and fuck D.
Yeah,
EFG.
Hey, and I'll tell you what. Own that shit. Own that shit and make
want,
the best of it.
Yeah, so. I mean, I just take it as I'm hyper.
I hate that. Not you guys. Not those cucks out there that put those kids myself, John, through this fucking system that said,
on
"Hey,
narcotics,
you're
as little
ADHD.
kids, it's
Fuck
really
off."
it's freaking crazy.
Yeah, it's just kids being hyper. I mean, who gives a fuck if they're different?
Got energy, man. Dumbass.
Yeah, I swear that if they take a kid into some, a doctor is, they get kickback off of medicine.
Yep.
That they prescribe. So that's a fact. So you know, it's so bullshit. But like the one thing I will say about my ADD, if I drink any caffeine products, it works reverse on me. If I take Benadryl, it's reversed on me. So Benadryl wakes me up, caffeine puts my ass.
Interesting.
What about Adderall? What does that do?
So when I was on Adderall more so made to where I could keep my thoughts. Sorry, there's an echo in there, but it was I was able to keep my thoughts to, dialed in at 1. The other thing that it did help me in at was at night, I'm horrible at sleeping. I'll sit, even if I turn off my phone and I'm looking at black lights for an entire week, I can't program my mind to shut off. So when I was on Adderall, if I took it at night, I would actually be able to tell my mind, shut the fuck up so I could go to sleep. But that still doesn't mean that I actually had ADD. It just means that Adderall helped me in certain things. Eventually, I just
Could
said,
be a magnesium deficiency.
What'd you say, boss?
A magnesium deficiency, potentially.
Yeah. Apparently one of the side effects of magnesium deficiency is you can't go to sleep fast.
All right, I'll start trying that. So if y'all stop seeing, like you're like, hey, John's not in here, it means that the magnesium worked.
All right, well, check this out. What you can do with magnesium, do you have a large bathtub where you can soak? Just buy Epsom salt. Epsom salt, it was pretty cheap at Walmart. Just buy that shit and do a soak in magnesium.
I get mine from Costco.
Yeah, or
maybe
Costco,
you have a
wherever.
chemical imbalance.
So do you? Let me ask this: do you say that it's okay to actually take the pill form of magnesium, or do you think that the soaking method is much better?
Well, obviously, you should always talk to your doctor and consult your doctor and ask them if neurotoxins are right for you. The best thing to do is get a blood analysis and get them to measure and see if you're low. And then if you are low, then start supplementing your diet or take the baths or just take the, the little pill, that they give you over the counter. Yeah, bath salts. But yeah, I got loads of vitamins in my house, and I don't think you can take too many.
Yeah, you won't OD on magnesium.
Hey, Hank, speaking of blood testing, real quick, man, have you ever heard of a company called Theranos?
Spell it?
Theranos.
Theranos, it was a company that was made by this lady. It was a
lady,
scan.
yes. Elizabeth Holmes is her name. Elizabeth Holmes, the robot. I don't know, dude. This shit freaked me out. It is this lady started this company that was doing medical testing. They said they got this little machine you could poke your finger, drop of blood, and you can diagnose everything in the world. It's like, what? They could diagnose everything from one little blood drop. That was it. And it's supposed to be all this and that. Anyway, it went on for about 10 years, man. And this lady sold this machine who was supposed to do all this shit and raised all kinds of money from all kinds of people, big time people like Henry Kissinger, those kind of people. And they raised a shitload of money, and the company didn't produce what they said they could do. And she got found guilty recently. Last week, actually, she found guilty of, swindling, what do they call it?
Well, see, I don't think it's really swindling telling someone that they should, go see a doctor and check their
Never.
levels and,
Yeah,
the
go see a doctor,
essential
man.
nutrients. Yeah, the essential nutrients. The reason they're called essential is because they're essential. So you should always, get a wide variety of diet. I mean, everything that's in an egg can create a chicken. And, a chicken's a pretty good model for a human. So if you eat eggs, you'll probably get everything you need.
I love eggs.
No. If you eat just eggs, you'll be short 3 essential amino acids. So essential nutrient, what classifies it as that, is something your body cannot function or live without, and that is not produced by the human body, at least except for an exception of, I guess, maybe vitamin D, because I think that's classified as it, but maybe not, because it's produced 80% in your skin, and then 20% of your body's ability to absorb it and utilize it comes from your diet. So if you're not getting a lot of sunlight, you can be eating tons of vitamin D supplements and you'll still be vitamin D deficient if you're not getting any sunlight. That's why people get sick in the wintertime. But to elaborate on the magnesium thing with the skin and the supplements, it's the same sort of thing with that. You can absorb a certain amount, but I don't remember exactly whether it's 30% or 50% or something like that, but a certain amount you can absorb through your diet, and then a certain amount you can absorb through your skin, but you can't absorb the extra amount you need. You can't absorb what you would through your skin. You can't absorb that amount through your diet. So taking a ton of oral magnesium wouldn't replace what's on your skin. So I would just say remember the skin part too. I think I need to do that myself because I have the stuff myself, but I just keep forgetting to put the damn stuff on.
Did voice chat die?
No, I also had one other thing to say. Vitamin C is also a thing that not a lot of people are getting enough of. According to the doctor I listened to, she said most people are walking around with subclinical vitamin C deficiencies because they're smoking cigarettes and eating sugar and all this stuff. Hold on.
Okay, why Hank has us on hold? Is anybody in here a talk show radio host? Because I swear some of y'all do, like Helio and Exo and Glatt. I swear y'all are talking from a talk show place.
So we try to do our best. Of course.
Yeah, sorry about that. Well, apparently cigarettes causes vitamin C deficiency. The thing is that you can't even absorb vitamin C if you don't have selenium. So make sure you get you some Brazil nuts or something with selenium in your diet. You can't even absorb the vitamin C. It's crazy that it works like that. But there's all these things, and we don't really have a manual for our bodies. But I'd rather consult a nutritionist than a doctor anyway. But what the hell do I know? I didn't graduate high school.
Yeah, I agree with that. See a nutritionist better. My problem is where I live at. So I'm in Georgia, like 60 miles away from down on Lake Sinclair, if anybody's ever heard of it. But that's where I'm at. And there is nothing out here. So for me, like probably the closest nutritionist would be in Atlanta, and I hate that place like cancer, but
Yeah, Atlanta, Georgia is like a hub. So there's like one really big city and then like 17 other cities surrounding it, right?
Yep.
So when you say cancer, I'm like, yeah, it's malignant.
Dude, it's horrible up there.
Would that be Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Where my black brothers and sisters live. You hate it there. Wow.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, well, never mind.
Has nothing to do with your sisters, bro. It's just so many people in one spot.
Like Like, if I went there during rush hour traffic, which lasts well, sorry for saying God's name in vain. Anyhow, which lasts for like 4 hours, is ridiculous to, only move for 5 feet. Nuts up there. Everybody
Yeah.
cuts another off too.
Yeah, that sounds to me like the local government has got it set up so people waste their money and petrol and don't get anywhere. Probably they need to use less traffic lights, and the traffic would flow better. Probably if you look
Yeah,
at
they
the
have like 8 lanes. Nobody moves.
Well, they've got it. They made a mistake there. Then somehow, can't really imagine that 8 lanes. How they design. Sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say people cut off one another is another problem. Like, no one respects one another in there. Go ahead with what you were saying, boss.
I was just going to say that you know how they set up these traffic systems so that you just waste your petrol, you lose your money, and it's all keeping them all in the money, and you're losing yours. Built-in obsolescence, if you will. It does exist. So that's how I feel about that.
Yeah.
Which is why I like the bicycle and the motorbike. See, because your time is your own. You can cut through. There's an inherent risk there. There is a risk of people opening their doors to take the jacket off because they're hot in their car. Suddenly your head's gone through the side window there. Right?
Yeah.
Or, people opening the door because they want to adjust the windscreen wiper for some reason. Who knows? So there is a risk when you ride a bicycle or a motorbike. But apart from that, though, that aside, you save a lot of time. Hey, man.
Yeah, when I went over good grief. Hey, how do I quit this echo hearing for myself?
Oh, that's me. That's me. It's okay. It's okay. I'll stop that. I'll mute myself.
No,
Sorry about that.
no, okay. I thought it was from me.
Right. Go.
But no, like when I went to Copenhagen, it was like so many bikes are over there, but I was like, y'all have no freaking traffic. Like it was relaxing and nice for once.
As well in Copenhagen, Holland. Yeah, the same thing. Open roads. But when you go into like the actual city itself now there's bikes and trucks and trams you've got to navigate, and that is quite dangerous. If you're not keeping your wits about you can easily be taken out. No matter the times I've nearly got took out. Yeah.
Definitely agree.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Yeah, I went with a pal of mine on a Honda CBR 1000, and we had a great time there, man. That was a 5-day trip. 5-day
That's
holiday.
awesome. Have you ever had the chance to go over to like St. Petersburg, Russia? I know that's totally random and off subject.
Oh yeah, no, I haven't had a chance to go there. No. Why? What's good about it?
Dude, I loved it. Like so obviously, with me living in Atlanta or living in USA, it was like you always hear Russia getting a bad rap, but it was nothing like that. I mean, it was nothing but like respect. Like one thing that I actually enjoyed over there was nobody sat here like bashing Putin of whatever title status he has, but like everybody was just like it is the way that it is and respect it, even if you disagree, just shut up about it.
Well, yeah, because you can lose your life. You see, that's not good, is it?
No, I do agree with that, but but like liberals over there were the ones who want to work and they want to keep their money. They do want to pay into the government. While the socialists, or not socialist, what's it called? The other word, but
communist.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, sir. Yeah, but while the communists, they wanted to sit here and be like, "Hey, you tell us what to do, and we get to go home with $100 and live in in a 100 square foot apartment."
Right.
It didn't seem like true divide. Like here in the America, it's like a war. Like you can't even sit here and say that defense. People look at you and like you have to be an extremist, and it's like, nah. But yeah, the other.
I mean, go on.
No, I was just gonna say the other thing is it's very close.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the sitting on the fence thing, depending on the situation, I think, you've got to commit at the end of the day, depending on what it is, though. I mean, obviously,
Oh, yeah.
But, it doesn't get, sitting on the fence is not getting you anywhere, is it? So, especially in this topic matter that we have with the flat earth and heliocentric model not even existing, yet everyone when you look at everyone walking as you walk through, I look at everyone as nutters, wearing masks. The earth is spinning, and I'm walking through like the Matrix. I'm the guy in the Matrix, Jin, dressed in orange. You can see me coming, black shades,
Yeah,
short,
you are
haircut. Right, yeah, that's right. And I'm thinking everyone's lost it. They're not even bothering to check. And then when you actually introduce the truth to them, they go into like Hilo said, and what's his name, Hank, psychosis. So this is why I said this year I'm going to be concentrating on the psychological state of mind of the flat earthers, because we are the leaders here, and it's time to rise up. It's time to let them know. No. When you mention the word
and Jen, by the way, they're coming to us asking us questions.
That's right.
We're for the most part, we're reaching out to them to say, hey, come ask us questions. And guess what? They do.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
every single day, all day long.
Yeah.
I think every globalist or globe thinker that's come in here has subconsciously wanted to come here because they are questioning, hey, is this globe thing actually real? And they're searching for a real reason of, to believe differently.
Yeah, if anything, they must know the truth. We didn't ask them.
Here's another thing about that, Jen, is they think we're trying to convince people that the earth is flat. That's not what we're doing.
Right.
We're not doing that. We're helping you to see the earth for what it is.
It is, yeah. And what it isn't at the same time.
And what it isn't. Yes, exactly.
Think about it. Are you guys not tired of being a slave to the system?
Oh, I'm tired of that.
Sure. Well, I mean, I think that's why they find their way here, right? Because they're tired of being slaves or just
see, there's always some common thread, right? And that's what we really need to connect on. We need to connect with these people, even though some of them have some wackadoo ideas, right? Shit, I remember I used to have a wackadoo idea, like we used to live on a ball because that was what we were told in school.
Yeah, it's frustrating to talk to a lot of people sometimes. Just try not to get so frustrated that you lose someone, that's actually trying to be honest. Just try not to get so
frustrated. Hear my wackadoo idea? I thought the pyramids were put on the earth to balance it, so
because of the spin.
Yeah, because of the spin, like a balance of tire. I used to think that it was the precession of the equinox. They got it out to 26,000 years.
That's fucking wild, Hank. See,
Hank, by the way, what you did with that other guy that came in here last, Pappy or Poppy or whatever, you that handled it very great the way that you did that.
Well, I learned it from watching other people. That was the 3-point takedown method that was done by Miggy. He was the one that coined that method. And, I just kind of add my own spin to it. and do word association at the end and try to tell people that, hey, you see a blue marble in your mind, that only exists in your mind. The earth is that stuff that gets in between your toes at the beach, right? It's the stuff that earthworms are living in. That's what earth is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it was Jen sat there and was talking about just because you walk around a block, you know, in your neighborhood, that doesn't mean that that neighborhood is a globe.
Right. You circumnavigate your neighborhood.
Yep.
That's right.
Yes. Definitely some good points. Now, the guy, Jen or whatever his name was, that one was lost from the beginning, but it was more so him because he was holding on to believing so much of what he heard and did not want to just sit there and be like, look, I'll fess
Yeah,
up.
that was
I
Gaijin.
believe
That
in
was
God.
Gaijin, whose other name is Guy. Gaijin, whose other
Yeah.
name is Guy. That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Absolutely right. Yeah.
And then I'm pretty sure Lucas was drunk when he came in here asking that rocket question.
Yeah, you see? Now, Lucas was drunk the other day, and I said to him that, you know, do you think, in all fairness, trying to articulate your heliocentric model when you're in a drunk state is fair to the subject matter? You know what I mean? That was the other day I said that to him, you know, because he's from Canada. He's a French Canadian. So I said, you know, I mean, is that fair? Because, you know, it doesn't make any sense. You're not going to make good sense. You're not going to be able to articulate your points properly. So it's not good. I don't get drunk. No point. I don't need to get drunk. I can get merry. There's merry and then there's drunk, yeah? So which do you want to be? Right.
Yeah, and I know a lot about that myself. So
yeah, what do you think about this flat earthers self-analysis on their psychological state of mind?
Yeah, I mean, to relate, I guess. I mean, I've been doing this so long, it doesn't matter if I'm, been drinking a lot or not, as far as that goes.
I think
I mean, it matters. I matters to a lot of you guys sometimes, and it matters to me because sometimes I do go overboard, and you guys put me in check. That's all good.
Yeah, we should ban all drunks. We should ban them all.
Yeah, well, not that's not true. We shouldn't ban all drunks, but it does, just like Jen was saying. You should check yourself before you wreck yourself.
Before you wreck yourself.
There you go. See what I'm saying?
See what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
I know. That's what's up. I mean, if you
check yourself before you rickety rick yourself.
Hey, if someone's saying, "Hey, you're too drunk to be in a live stream," and if you're getting muted, because you're too drunk, and just fucking accept it, and just like,
I think I'm a
either
little
you're
too
in a
stoned.
position to listen or just check out, and then come back later when you're not, as inebriated. And I've been in that position before, and I accept it. I've made an ass of myself many times. But
Emilio,
yeah.
you're too drunk to be in the live stream.
Okay, well, fuck off.
Just accept.
No, I am inebriated right now, but I see, I see the benefit and the well, there's no benefit of being drunk. I mean, of course, but as far as the conversation goes, when we have this live channel going, new people join. Yeah, it's important. It's important that someone is there, with a conscious mind to help people along, because we have hundreds of, I won't say hundreds, I will say dozens of people join this live stream and the server every single day that are just asking questions. And so, people should be coherent and answer the questions for them.
To the best of their ability.
Yeah.
I wish that guy Jen or gay Jen or whatever it is, I wish that he would have taken my advice that to listen to you guys